The night wind swept through streets reduced to ruins, the air thick with dust, and the distant sobs of the wounded carried intermittently through the silence. The Ninetales catastrophe had only just subsided. The once bustling Konoha village could no longer boast a single intact street. Namikaze Senba stood beneath a broken eave looking down at the woman cradled in his arms. Kushina's face was deathly pale, her fiery red long hair was coated in dust. The seal on her abdomen had shattered and her breathing was so faint it seemed she might vanish at any moment. According to the original fate, she should have died alongside Minato tonight. But Senba would not accept that outcome. System, withdraw the life-preserving pill. The moment his voice fell, a white pill materialized in his palm. It was the sole life-preserving item obtained from the novice gacha. As long as the victims still drew breath, it could safeguard their life. Senba tilted Kushina's chin upward, slipped the pill into her mouth, and used chakra to help her swallow it down. Seconds later, Kushina's faint breathing gradually steadied, and the blood that had been ceaselessly flowing from her abdomen slowly came to a halt. Only then did Senba finally release a breath of relief. At the very least, she was safe. Suddenly, a baby's cry rang out from beside them. The swaddled Naruto, as if sensing something, was crying with his small face flushed bright red. Kushina's eyelids fluttered faintly, and with great effort, she turned her head. The instant she saw Naruto, clearly her previously vacant eyes finally showed a trace of response. Naruto. She parted her lips, her voice so soft it was barely audible. Senba bent down, picked up Naruto, then steadied Kushina with his other arm, holding mother and child, one in each arm, sheltering them both against his chest. He's safe, and so will you be. Kushina looked at him, seemingly wanting to ask where Minato was, but her lips moved several times, and in the end, she could not bring herself to voice the question. She already knew the answer. Senba did not explain. He simply held her tighter and walked along the rubble-strewn street toward the Namikaze estate. Along the way, ninja carrying wounded passed by continuously. Upon seeing Kushina in his arms, many showed expressions of surprise, yet none dared approach to ask. Too much had happened tonight. The fourth Hokage had fallen in battle, the Ninetales had been sealed once more, and the village had suffered devastating losses. Everyone was busy searching for their loved ones, and no one noticed the cold glint in Senba's eyes. Minato had given his life to protect Konoha. But how would those seated in high places within Konoha treat his wife and child? Senba needed no guess to know the answer. Before, his strength had been insufficient, so he could only hide in the root, waiting for a chance to change fate. Now that Kushina had survived and Naruto was in his arms, certain things could no longer proceed along their original course. Half an hour later, the three arrived back at the Namikaze estate. Half the courtyard wall had collapsed, a large hole gaped in the roof, and the parlor was filled with broken wood and shattered tiles. Fortunately, the room near the back courtyard remained relatively intact. At least it was still habitable. Senba kicked aside the wooden boards blocking the path, carried Kushina into the room, and pulled a clean set of bedding from the cabinet. Kushina sat leaning against the bedside, cradling Naruto in both arms. The child still cried without pause, yet she seemed not to hear, simply gazing down at that wrinkled little face. A single tear fell onto the swaddling cloth. Then a second. Minato. Senba's footsteps paused briefly, but he did not look back. There was no use saying anything now. Minato would not return, and Kushina did not need a few empty words of comfort. What she needed was a shelter from the wind and rain, for Naruto to grow up safely, and for someone to stand beside her. Senba rolled up his sleeves and began tidying the room. He cleared the broken tiles and wood splinters from the floor, then carried over a table that was still usable. Since the window was shattered, he found wooden boards to cover the gap, lest the night wind blow in. The room gradually fell quiet, leaving only Naruto's intermittent sobs. Kushina raised her head, watching Senba come and go. She wanted to tell him to stop, but her throat felt blocked, and she could not make a sound. After finishing the room, Senba headed to the kitchen. The kitchen had also partially caved in. Pots and bowls lay scattered across the floor. After searching for some time, he found only one pot still usable, along with a small half bag of rice that had not been dirted by dust. He lit the fire, washed the rice, added water. These tasks were far more troublesome than executing a mission. Over a dozen minutes later, steam finally began to rise from the pot. Senba stared at the pot of plain-looking porridge in silence for 2 seconds. As long as it was cooked, it would do. He ladled out a bowl, waited for the temperature to drop, then carried the porridge back to the room. Kushina remained in the same posture as before. Naruto had cried himself out, eyes closed, as he curled up in her arms. She sat with her head lowered, her fiery red hair concealing her profile, her entire being devoid of any trace of vitality. Senba walked up to her and pressed the porridge into her cold hands. Eat. Kushina did not move. Sister-in-law, you cannot fall now. He was only just born. He is still waiting for you to take care of him. At these words, Kushina's fingers trembled faintly. She lowered her gaze to the bowl of porridge. After a long while, she finally picked up the spoon. But her hand had no strength. The moment the spoon was lifted, it clinked softly against the bowl's edge. Senba reached out and took the bowl. Let me. Kushina raised her head. Her swollen, reddened eyes looked at him, and tears fell once again. Senba, Minato, I know. Simba scooped up a spoonful of porridge, blew on it to cool it, and brought it to her lips. His tone was calm. Eat first. Everything else can wait. Kushina stared at him for several seconds, then finally parted her lips and swallowed the porridge. One spoonful, then two. By the time the bowl was empty, a trace of color had finally returned to her pale cheeks. Just then a clear chime sounded in Simba's mind. Ding. Detected initial bond with Uzumaki Kushina, the sole reliance. Novice quest complete. Rewards distributed. Perfect Sage Body Conqueror's Haki. Vast life force instantly flooded his limbs. The originally limited chakra within Simba surged rapidly, and even the wounds on his body began to heal at a visible pace. At the same moment, a heavy pressure silently emerged, then was forcibly drawn back within him. Super Kage level strength was only a beginning. Simba set down the empty bowl and looked at Kushina by the bed. She held Naruto, her shoulders still trembling faintly, yet she bit her lip and refused to cry out loud again. His heart ached. He reached out his arm and drew both Kushina and Naruto into his embrace. Kushina was momentarily stunned, then her forehead came to rest against his shoulder, and her tightly wounded body finally slowly relaxed. Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. I am here. Simba looked down at the mother and child in his arms, his voice low, yet exceptionally firm. From today onward, this family's burdens, I will bear them. The next morning, Kushina jolted awake, her breath ragged and forehead slick with cold sweat. The final image from her dream still lingered before her eyes. Minato standing in front of her, and Naruto, his chest pierced by a claw, yet a familiar smile still on his lips. Instinctively she tightened her arms, but only grasped empty air. Naruto. As Kushina tried to rise, a baby's cry came from nearby, mingled with a few low murmurs. Don't move, I'll have it in a moment. How do you fasten this? She turned her head and froze in bed. Chinyu sat beside her, a basin of warm water before him. Naruto lay on a spread soft cloth, his little legs kicking incessantly, his face flushed red from crying. The Root Squad leader, who usually carried out missions without batting an eye, was now drenched in sweat, holding a diaper clearly tied inside out. Stop crying, I'm figuring it out. Naruto was not going to cooperate. He lifted his leg and kicked Chinyu right on the wrist. The newly changed half of the diaper came loose again. Chinyu. Kushina opened her mouth to teach him, but seeing his reddened face and his hands that didn't know where to go, her nose suddenly stung. If Minato were still here, he would surely have laughed and taken out his camera. But that person would never be in this room again. Chinyu finally sensed the movement behind him and turned to look. Seeing her pale face, he immediately set down the diaper. Sister-in-law, did you have a nightmare? Kushina avoided his gaze and wiped the corner of her eye. Why is Naruto with you? He woke up earlier, and I didn't want him to disturb you, so I brought him over. Chinyu looked down at Naruto, who had started crying again, and the corner of his mouth twitched. But this kid doesn't seem to approve of my handiwork. Upon hearing this, Kushina could no longer stay seated. She threw on a coat, slowly moved over, took the diaper, and refastened it. Naruto's cries quickly subsided. He lay on the cloth babbling and grabbed Chinyu's finger. Chinyu raised an eyebrow. He was crying like that a moment ago, and now he's pretending to be good. He's just a newborn. Why hold it against him, Databeo? Kushina patted Naruto gently, her voice still hoarse. He managed to kick off my diaper 3 times. That's not the strength of a newborn. Watching his serious expression, Kushina's lips finally moved. The faint smile quickly vanished, but Chinyu noticed it. He didn't bring up Minato again. Instead, he placed Naruto back in her arms and helped her lie down. Get some more sleep. Leave the rest to me. Kushina looked up at him. You haven't rested all night, have you? I'm tough. I can go days without sleep. Chinyu pulled the blanket over her, his tone calm. Your most important task now is to recover. With that, he picked up the basin and walked out. The rest of the morning, the yard was hardly quiet. Chinyu first cleared the collapsed wall, and then temporarily sealed the leaks in the roof. He removed the broken bowls from the kitchen, rearranged the tables and chairs, and even sorted the wooden planks and tiles in the yard into piles. Kushina sat by the window watching him come and go. Several times she tried to get out of bed to help, but each time Chinyu's glance stopped her. Sister-in-law, stay lying down. I just want to get some water. Chinyu placed warm water by her hand and took Naruto from her. Is there anything else you want to do? Say it all at once. Kushina was silent for a few seconds, then leaned back against the headboard. When had she ever noticed that this younger brother, who always followed Minato, was so good at managing people? At noon, Chinyu opened the rice jar and found only a few scattered grains at the bottom. The leftover rice porridge from last night was gone, and there wasn't even a leaf of vegetable in the kitchen. He went back to the room, changed into a black coat, and wrapped Naruto in a soft cloth. I'm going out to buy some things. I'll be back soon. Kushina saw him preparing to take Naruto out, and immediately tensed up. It's still chaotic outside. Let me go with you and Naruto. You can barely walk. What would you go out for? But Chinyu bent down, held Naruto securely in his arms, then looked at Kushina, his tone softening. Stay home and wait for me. No one in the village can take him from me. Kushina gazed into his golden eyes, hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Come back soon. I will. Leaving the residence, Chinyu walked along the still unclean streets toward the store. Most of the houses on both sides had collapsed, many ninja were moving rubble, and villagers who had lost their homes sat by the roadside. At first it was just a few people recognizing him. Isn't that the fourth Hokage's younger brother? I heard he's been en route. Why didn't he fight the Nine Tails last night? Several gazes fell on Shinyu, then quickly shifted to the baby in his arms. The 6 whisker-like marks on the infant's face were very noticeable, and combined with the news that the Nine Tails had been resealed the night before, some people's expressions changed immediately. That child. Could it be? The Nine Tails killed so many people, and he dares to carry it out. Stay away. Who knows if something else will happen? The voices grew louder, and several villagers pointed at Naruto without any hesitation. Shinyu paused, looked down at the child in his arms. Naruto was oblivious, sucking on his own finger, his eyes wandering around. Shinyu raised his head and fixed his gaze on the most vocal individuals. He didn't say a word. A heavy, oppressive aura instantly descended. The villagers turned pale, their knees buckled, and they fell to the ground on the spot. The nearest man trembled all over, scrambling backward on all fours. Monster. As soon as he spat out those 2 words, Shinyu's gaze turned colder. The man shut his mouth instantly, his trousers soon soaked. Then he turned and fled. The others didn't dare to linger, either helping each other escape into the alley, not daring to look back. The street fell silent. Shinyu retracted his conqueror's haki and continued walking with Naruto, as if nothing had happened. The store had little left. He bought baby bottles, diapers, and several sets of infant clothes, and also picked out rice, vegetables, eggs, and fresh meat. The shopkeeper stared at the piled-up counter, stunned. All of this? Yes, deliver it to the Namikaze residence. Shinyu paid and added, from now on deliver fresh ingredients every day. You'll be paid on time. Half an hour later he returned home with Naruto. Kushina heard footsteps and immediately came out of the room, leaning against the wall. Why did it take so long? Shinyu handed Naruto to her, and was about to answer when a knock came at the main gate. Knock, knock, knock. Kushina's arms tightened around Naruto, and her body went rigid. Shinyu glanced at the gate, and the warmth in his eyes vanished instantly. He turned back to Kushina with a smile. It's nothing. I'll get the door. Shinyu walked toward the yard, his voice icy. Some flies just have to be swatted personally. Shinyu pulled open the gate, and 3 people stood outside the courtyard. Yuanfei, risen clad in the Hokage robe, made no effort to conceal his fatigue, with Xuanqing Xiaochun and Shuehu Minyan following behind him. The trio had clearly just finished handling the village's casualties, with dust still clinging to their garments. The moment Shinyu discerned their identities, the chill in his eyes deepened. Lord, third esteemed advisors, what brings you here so early? Yuanfei, risen, heaved a sigh, his gaze shifting to the residents behind him, and his voice carried an unusual weight. Shinyu, I am here regarding Minato's matter. Minato sacrificed his life to protect the village. He was not only the 4th Hokage of Konoha, but also a hero whom the village will never forget. Shinyu did not respond, merely standing at the entrance. After a few seconds, Yuanfei, risen, looked up at him. Won't you invite us in to sit? The house is half collapsed, hardly worth hosting. Despite his words, Shinyu stepped aside. Yuanfei, risen, took the lead into the courtyard, and the 2 advisors exchanged a glance before following. Just as the 3 reached the door, Jixinai emerged from inside, holding Mingren. Her complexion was still pallid, and she had to steady herself against the doorframe, yet her gaze remained fixed on Yuanfei, risen. Yuanfei, risen, paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The report he had received last night only stated that Jixinai had been taken to the bluffing residence by Shinyu. Only upon seeing her with his own eyes did he confirm that the woman who should have died alongside Minato had truly survived. Jixinai, your survival is a rare fortune for the village. Jixinai glanced down at Mingren in her arms, her voice still hoarse. Shinyu saved me. At this, Xuanqing Xiaochun's gaze immediately fell upon Shinyu. She could not fathom what exactly Shinyu had used to heal injuries sustained from the extraction of the Nine Tails. Yuanfei, risen, did not press further, stepping before Jixinai and assuming a patriarchal demeanor. I am deeply grieved by Minato's sacrifice. The village will remember everything he did and will do its utmost to care for you and Mingren. Jixinai's fingers tightened slightly, hugging the child closer. I will take care of Mingren. You are severely injured. Many things may be beyond your capacity. Shuehu Minyan adjusted his glasses, his gaze lingering on the swaddling clothes. Moreover, this child is in a very special situation. The room fell silent. Mingren gnawed on his own fingers, utterly oblivious to what the adults were discussing. But Jixinai understood the implication, and the faint color that had returned to her face drained away rapidly. Seeing this, Yuanfei, risen, softened his tone. Jixinai, do not misunderstand. Mingren is Minato's child. The village will never harm him. But the Nine Tails is now sealed within him. Should an accident occur, last night's catastrophe might repeat. For the sake of both the village and Mingren's safety, special protection and management are necessary. So-called protection was merely a euphemism. Shinyu stood to the side, a faint sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Minato's body was still warm, yet these people were already preparing to take charge of his son, turning Mingren into a weapon under their control. They truly wasted no time. Juxinai instinctively stepped back, her back pressing against the doorframe. Having just lost Minato, if Mingren were taken away as well, she didn't know what she would have left. No. Zhuanxin Xiaochun frowned. Juxinai, this is not a matter for you alone. The Jinchuriki concerns the entire village's safety. Personal feelings cannot be the only consideration. He is my child. Juxinai lifted her head, her eyes instantly reddening. He was just born, and you want to take him away from me. We are only making necessary arrangements. What arrangements? Juxinai's breathing grew more rapid, and her body began to tremble. She tried to channel her chakra, but a sharp pain shot through the seal on her abdomen, and her legs gave way. Qianyu reached out to support her arm, and once she steadied herself, he looked up at the three figures before him. Yuanfei Risen acted as if he hadn't noticed Qianyu's gaze, his voice somber. Juxinai, you need to focus on recovering. Mingren can be temporarily placed under the Umbu's custody with dedicated personnel to care for him. Once your health is restored, we can discuss further arrangements. The moment the words left his mouth, Qianyu moved. He took a step forward, his tall figure directly blocking Juxinai, completely cutting off the line of sight of the three. Juxinai stared at his back, and her trembling body gradually stilled. Qianyu did not release his chakra, and his tone was calm, yet Yuanfei Risen felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from him. Lord Third, have you forgotten something? Yuanfei Risen narrowed his eyes. What? My brother Buofeng Shuomin is a hero of Konoha. Mingren is his only bloodline. As Shuomin's only surviving younger brother and a member of the Buofeng clan, according to Konoha's laws and traditions, I hold the primary right to raise and guardianship of my nephew. Qianyu stared straight at Yuanfei Risen, his golden eyes showing no sign of compromise. This is a family matter of the Buofeng clan. There is no need for the third Hokage to trouble himself. Shuehu Minion's face darkened. Buofeng Qianyu, do you understand what you are saying? Mingren is not an ordinary child. He is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. So what? Qianyu turned to him, his voice still calm. The Nine Tails was sealed by my brother's own hands, and Mingren was entrusted to his family. You keep claiming Minato is a hero of Konoha, yet on the very day after his sacrifice, you want to take away his biological son. Shuehu Minyan opened his mouth, but found himself unable to retort. Zhuanxin Xiaochun said coldly, the village's safety takes precedence over the individual. Even if Minato were alive, he would understand our decision. At this, the faint smile on Qianyu's face vanished completely. My brother is dead. Do not use him to speak for you. The moment the words left his mouth, the expressions of all three changed. Qianyu took a half step forward, his gaze falling back on Yuanfei Risen. Does the hero who sacrificed his life to protect the village not even deserve to have his only bloodline grow up under his family's wing? Or is it that heroes are only useful when they are dead? Yuanfei Risen gripped his pipe tightly, a vein twitching on his temple. He wanted to use his authority as Hokage to suppress the matter, but every word Qianyu spoke held reason. According to Konoha's current regulations, Mingren's mother was still alive, and his uncle had a stable residence and ninja status. Even if Mingren were a Jinchuriki, the village had no grounds to directly deprive the family of custody. At least not on the surface. Qianyu, the village does not intend to harm Mingren. Yuanfei Risen said in a low voice, we only want to ensure more proper protection for him. The Buofeng clan can protect him. What if an accident occurs? Qianyu looked at him, a faint smile returning to his lips. Then I will take responsibility. The courtyard suddenly fell into silence. Yuanfei Risen stared at Qianyu for a long time, realizing for the first time that the young man who had always stood in Minato's shadow was no longer the root ninja they could command at will. Yuanfei Risen was choked by Qianyu's words, his face flushed, yet he could not utter a single rebuttal. Zhuanxin Xiaochun wanted to speak, but he raised his hand to stop her. Since you insist, let it be for now. He turned and walked toward the courtyard exit, Shuhu Minyan following with a grim expression. Zhuanxin Xiaochun cast a glance at Mingren and Juxinai's arms, then could only leave with a cold face. Qianyu stood at the door until the three figures disappeared at the end of the street, then he reached up and closed the gate. There was no sound behind him. He turned around and found Juxinai still standing by the door. Holding Mingren, she stared at him with red-rimmed eyes, her gaze a mixture of shocked gratitude and a dependence she herself had not yet realized. Qianyu walked up to her and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Sister-in-law, listen carefully. From now on in this household, everything is decided by me. Juxinai stared at him blankly. Qianyu's hand paused at her cheek, his tone brooking no objection. No matter who, be it the Hokage or anyone else, if they dare to set their sights on you again, I will make sure they never return. After Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the others left, the Namikaze residence finally fell quiet. Kushina sat on the edge of the bed holding Naruto in her arms, but before long her breathing grew slightly labored. She looked down at the sleeping child in her arms aching slightly, yet she still refused to let go. Chihaya stood at the doorway watching for a while, his brow slowly furrowing. Sister-in-law, let me hold Naruto for a while. He walked over, his movements gentle. You can't even take care of yourself right now, why are you still being so stubborn? I'm not being stubborn, Databang. Kushina protested, but her arms had already lost their strength, so she could only hand Naruto over. It's just that I just gave birth, I'll be fine in a few days. Chiha took Naruto, looked down at her pale face, and didn't argue further. A few days. The wound left by the extraction of the nine tails was not something that could be healed by lying in bed for a few days. He turned and walked into the kitchen, and with a thought he retrieved several bundles of medicinal herbs from his storage space. These were from a prescription that came with a recent system reward. The herbs were mild and perfect for Kushina's current condition. Chiha put the herbs into the pot, then carried water buckets in and out. Before long, a faint scent of medicine drifted out from the backyard. Kushina leaned against the doorframe, peeking out for a long time. Chiha, what are you busy with? Chiha paused in his movements, his ears inexplicably growing warm. With his back to her, he poured the last bucket of hot water into the wooden tub, his voice still sounding calm. Preparing a medicinal bath for you. It will help you recover faster after soaking. Kushina was stunned for a moment, her gaze falling on the wooden tub filled with hot water. Beside the tub lay a clean towel, and even a change of clothes was neatly placed on a stool. Clearly Chiha had been busy for a long time. When did you learn all this, Databang? I saw medical ninjas preparing medicine during missions before. Chiha made up an excuse on the spot, then quickly added the water temperature is just right, go in and soak by yourself. Call me if you need anything. He finished speaking and walked out his steps so fast it was as if someone was chasing him. Kushina watched his fleeing back and the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. This guy, he didn't even flinch when facing the third Hokage, yet now he didn't dare to look at her for even a second longer. The effect of the medicinal bath was even better than she had imagined. Warmth slowly spread through her skin and her originally heavy limbs felt much lighter. Kushina leaned against the edge of the tub, her fiery red hair floating on the water's surface, but her mind kept replaying the awkward expression on Chiha's face from earlier. He got up early every day to take care of Naruto, tidy the house, buy groceries, and cook, all while guarding against the schemes of the villagers. Now he even remembered every detail about her medicinal bath. Kushina raised a hand to touch her burning cheeks. He was just her brother-in-law, so why did she feel like she was becoming more and more unable to do without him? A few days later, a knock came at the door of the residence. Chiha carried Naruto to answer it, and as soon as he pulled the door open, he saw Uchiha Mikoto standing outside the courtyard. She held the newborn Sasuke in her arms, her face touched with fatigue. She nodded gently at Chiha. Chiha-kun, is Kushina at home? She's resting in her room. Chiha stepped aside. Mikoto-san, please come in. Mikoto entered the courtyard, her gaze sweeping over the newly repaired wall, then landing on the baby clothes drying in the yard. Her expression flickered with surprise. The house was not luxurious, but it was neatly kept. The aroma of rice porridge drifted from the kitchen, and a few new potted plants sat by the window. Compared to the village outside, which had yet to recover, this place was conspicuously peaceful. Kushina heard the commotion and quickly came out of her room. Mikoto. The moment she called out her name, her eyes reddened. Mikoto hurried forward and carefully embraced her. The two women who had just given birth leaned against each other, neither speaking at first. I'm glad you're okay. Mikoto gently patted her back. I heard about what happened on the night of the nine tails. I was so worried I couldn't sleep for days. I'm tough. Kushina said with a smile, then looked at Sasuke in her arms. This is Sasuke, right? He looks just like Fugaku. Sasuke stared with bright black eyes, neither crying nor fussing, quietly watching Kushina. Kushina reached out and gently touched his little face. He's so much better behaved than Naruto, Databang. Chiha stood beside her, looking down at Naruto, who was waving his arms in his arms. Hear that? Even Sasuke knows not to be a handful. Naruto babbled, his little hand just grabbing hold of Chiha's collar. Mikoto couldn't help but smile at the sight. It had been a long time since she had seen such a relaxed scene. Chiha placed Naruto into the cradle, poured hot water for the two women, then tactfully withdrew from the room and closed the door behind him. The room grew quiet. Mikoto looked at Kushina's noticeably improved complexion, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Kushina, you've recovered much faster than I expected. Did Lady Tsunade come back? No. Kushina held her cup, her fingertips gently tracing the rim. It's the medicinal bath Chiha prepared for me. He does it every day without fail. Mikoto blinked. Kushina hadn't planned to say more, but Mikoto was her best friend. After holding back for a long time, she ended up telling her everything that had happened these past few days. From Chiha clumsily changing Naruto's diapers to him, standing guard in the kitchen brewing medicine to him, standing before the third Hokage, and refusing to let anyone take Naruto away. By the end, Kushina's voice had grown softer. I don't even know what's wrong with me, Databang. She lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. Before, I only thought of him as Minato's younger brother, the kid who always followed Minato around. But now, when I see him, I feel so at ease. And when he's not around, I can't help but worry. Mikoto listened quietly, not speaking immediately. She looked down at Sasuke in her arms, then thought of how Fugaku had been these past days. The pressure on the Uchiha clan was growing heavier by the day. Fugaku wore a grim expression all the time, rarely asking if she was tired, and never been as attentive as Chiha in preparing anything for her. Chihaya-kun really knows how to take care of people, Mikoto said softly. Kushina looked up as if about to explain something, but she noticed an emotion in Mikoto's eyes she had never seen before. Outside the room, Chihaya was squatting in the courtyard hanging diapers to dry. His movements were clearly unpracticed. He clipped the clothespins crookedly several times, and finally, simply used chakra to fix them in place. Seeing this, Kushina couldn't help but laugh. Mikoto followed her gaze, was silent for a moment, then suddenly reached out and took Kushina's hand. I really envy you, Kushina. Mikoto gazed at the tall, awkward figure hanging diapers outside the window and sighed softly. Not like me. The one at home probably wouldn't shed a single tear for me if I died. Late one night a few days later, a sudden burst of urgent crying came from the room. Qianyu had just put down the scroll in his hand when he heard Joshinai's panicked voice. When he pushed the door open, she was pacing back and forth in the room, holding Ming Ren, without even putting on her shoes properly. Ming Ren's little face was flushed red with fever, his breathing much more rapid than usual. Joshinai felt his forehead, her eyes instantly reddening, and she unconsciously murmured Shui Min's name. Shui Min, Ming Ren has a fever. What should we do, you know? She had just experienced the pain of losing Shui Min, and now even the slightest sign of something wrong with Ming Ren was enough to completely unnerve her. Qianyu quickly walked over to her and reached out to touch Ming Ren's forehead. The temperature from his palm was very high, and the child's crying was noticeably weaker than usual. Sister-in-law, give Ming Ren to me. Joshinai, as if grasping at the last straw, instinctively handed the child over, but still tightly clutched a corner of the swaddling clothes, unwilling to let go. Qianyu, will he be all right? He will be. Qianyu looked at her pale face, his voice still steady. Go prepare a basin of warm water and bring 2 clean towels. The water shouldn't be too hot. Hearing this, Joshinai quickly nodded and turned to rush to the kitchen. After running 2 steps, she stopped and held onto the wall for a moment, clearly not yet fully recovered. Slow down, don't fall. I know you know. She agreed verbally, but her pace didn't slow at all. Qianyu sat down on the edge of the bed, holding Ming Ren, lowering his head to observe the child's condition. Although the high fever came on suddenly, the child's breathing was still strong, and there were no other obvious abnormalities on his body. With a slight thought, the knowledge of basic medical ninjutsu he had recently obtained from a lottery was instantly activated. A vast amount of information about chakra control, diagnosis of ailments, and basic treatment flooded into his mind, yet it did not confuse him. Instead, it felt as if he had practiced it countless times. Qianyu raised his right hand, and a faint green chakra slowly covered his palm. He did not use any overly complex technique. He simply placed his palm gently on Ming Ren's forehead, using the gentle chakra to stabilize the child's body. Ming Ren's crying gradually subsided, and his little hand reached out from the swaddling clothes, tightly grasping his wrist. Little guy, you still have such strength while sick. Qianyu said this, but his hand did not move. Before long, Joshinai returned carrying a basin of water. A good amount of water splashed out, and her sleeve was soaked. She placed the basin by the bed and immediately leaned in close to Ming Ren. How is he? The fever hasn't broken yet, but he's not in immediate danger. Qianyu picked up the towel and put it into the water. Wring out the towel and wipe his neck, hands, and feet. Joshinai quickly did as she was told, but her hands kept trembling. She wrung the towel twice, yet it still dripped water. Qianyu glanced at her, his tone softening. Sister-in-law, look at me. Joshinai raised her head. As long as I'm here, Ming Ren will be fine. If you lose your composure first, he'll wake up to see you crying. Who's crying, you know? She raised her hand to wipe the corner of her eye, finally managing to steady her breathing. When she wrung the towel again, her fingers were no longer trembling as badly as before. The two of them worked together, one holding Ming Ren and controlling the chakra, the other using a warm towel to wipe the child's body. The room gradually quieted down, leaving only the soft sound of water droplets falling into the basin. Time passed bit by bit, yet Ming Ren's body temperature never fully dropped. Joshinai reached out to touch his forehead every few minutes, the worry in her eyes impossible to hide. Qianyu remained seated by the bed, never loosening his arms holding the child. Qianyu, should we go find a medical ninja? Right now, all the medical ninjas in the village are tending to the wounded from the Nine Tails incident. Going back and forth would only waste time. Qianyu recondensed his chakra and said calmly, I can handle it. Joshinai looked at the steady green glow in his palm, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. She didn't know when Qianyu had learned medical ninjutsu, but she didn't ask. This man had already saved her once on the most dangerous night, and had repeatedly stood in front of her and Ming Ren. She was willing to trust him. In the late hours of the night, Ming Ren stopped crying, but his fever was still severe. A few fine beads of sweat appeared on Qianyu's forehead, but his chakra output never ceased. Joshinai changed the water that had turned cold. When she came back and saw him still in the same position, she couldn't help but whisper, let me hold him for a while. You've been watching over him for hours. Your body hasn't recovered yet. You can't hold him steadily. But I'm Ming Ren's mother. That's exactly why you should take care of yourself first. Qianyu glanced at her. Just sit and keep us company. Don't try to steal my job. Joshinai opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately didn't argue. She simply moved a chair over and sat beside him. As she wiped Ming Ren's hands and feet, she secretly glanced at Qianyu. Outside the window the night was deep and heavy. The oil lamp in the room had been refilled twice. Qianyu's profile appeared exceptionally calm under the lamplight, his golden bangs falling over his forehead, his gaze always fixed on Ming Ren. There was no panic nor a single complaint. The breath Joshinai had been holding in suspense actually settled down along with his steady breathing. Qianyu. What is it? Nothing. She lowered her head to wash the towel, her voice very soft. Just wanted to call your name, you know. Qianyu looked at her for 2 seconds, didn't press further, and simply pulled Ming Ren's swaddling clothes up a little. When dawn was about to break, Ming Ren's tightly furrowed little face finally relaxed. Qianyu touched his forehead again. The temperature coming through his palm had returned to normal, and his breathing had become steady and peaceful. The fever has broken. Joshinai froze for a few seconds, then immediately reached out to confirm. After sensing that Ming Ren's temperature had indeed dropped, her shoulders tense all night suddenly relaxed, and tears began to fall. Thank goodness. She gently held Ming Ren's little hand, confirming that the child was fine, and only then did a huge wave of drowsiness wash over her. Joshinai wanted to hold on a little longer, but her eyelids grew heavier and heavier. She swayed, and her head unknowingly tilted to the side, resting on Qianyu's shoulder. Qianyu felt a weight on his shoulder and instinctively looked down. Joshinai had already fallen asleep, her fiery red hair falling onto his arm, and her long eyelashes still adorned with undried teardrops. As she drew closer, a faint fragrance from her hair drifted over. Qianyu's breath caught for a moment, and his arms holding Ming Ren instinctively tightened. He looked at the sleeping Ming Ren in his arms, then at Joshinai leaning against his shoulder. In the end he made no sound, and did not wake her. After a moment Qianyu slightly adjusted his sitting posture, so that Joshinai could lean more comfortably. As if sensing something, Joshinai gently grasped his sleeve in her sleep, and the frown that had been tight all night finally relaxed. Morning light filtered through the window crack, falling upon the water basin beside the bed. Naruto slept deeply, his little face flushed red, his breathing finally steady. When Kushina opened her eyes, she paused stunned. Her forehead rested against Qianyu's shoulder, her hand still clutching a fragment of his sleeve, their proximity so close that their breaths mingled. She had kept watch late into the night, yet had no memory of when she fell asleep. Worse still, Qianyu seemed not to have moved at all throughout the night. Kushina's face instantly flushed red. She hastily attempted to sit upright, but in her haste nearly knocked over the water basin beside her. Qianyu, as if just roused from sleep, immediately reached out to steady the basin's rim. Take your time, he said, rubbing his eyes, his voice tinged with the huskiness of just waking. Sister-in-law, your body hasn't recovered yet. Kushina froze where she stood, afraid even to meet his gaze, her fiery red hair cascading down to nearly veil her entire face. I didn't mean to lean over like that. Qianyu paused, then chuckled softly, lowering his head. He didn't tease her further, merely pointing toward Naruto on the bed. It's good that he's all right. Naruto's fever has broken. You've kept watch all night, you should rest as well. Kushina followed his gesture, seeing Naruto sleeping peacefully, and the tension that had held her shoulders tight all night gradually eased. She reached out, gently touching Naruto's forehead. Normal temperature. Kushina's eyes grew moist again, but no tears fell. She lowered her head, her fingers lightly grasping Naruto's small hand, a faint smile finally gracing her lips. He really does have no fever now. Qianyu leaned back against the chair, shifting his slightly numb shoulders. This lad gave us a hard time last night. When he grows up he'll need to show me proper gratitude. Upon hearing this, Kushina instinctively glared at him. Naruto is so young, and you're already thinking about this. It's never too early to teach him. Qianyu said earnestly, otherwise he'll end up like his father, bearing everything alone without considering his family's peace of mind. As he finished speaking, the room fell silent for a moment. Kushina's fingers paused slightly, her gaze falling on Naruto's face. At the mention of Minato, her chest still tightened, but this time, she didn't lose control as she had before. Qianyu noticed her change, but said nothing further. Instead, he rose, picked up the empty bowl on the table, and prepared to check the kitchen for leftover warm porridge. You stay seated. I'll fetch you a bowl. Kushina looked up, watching his back as he stood, and suddenly reached out to grasp the hem of his clothing. Qianyu turned his head. What's wrong? Kushina opened her mouth, the blush on her face still lingering. She had intended to suggest he also rest, but seeing the unmistakable fatigue in Qianyu's eyes, her words changed before they left her lips. You didn't sleep at all last night, did you? It's fine. I'm used to pulling all-nighters, Qianyu smiled. Back when I was on missions with the root, going days without sleep was common. Kushina furrowed her brows, her fingers unconsciously tightening a bit. That's different, you know. Qianyu looked at her, not responding immediately. Kushina lowered her head, her voice growing softer. Previously you were alone, no one to care for you. But now there's Naruto at home, and there's me. You can't always treat yourself as someone who never tires. Hearing this, Qianyu's eyes flickered slightly. Only after speaking did Kushina realize her words sounded like she was managing him. Her ears grew warm again, and she hastily released the hem, pretending to adjust Naruto's swaddling clothes. Anyway, go get some rest first. Is sister-in-law showing concern for me? Who's concerned about you? Kushina looked up, her speech quickening. I'm just afraid you'll collapse from exhaustion. Then who will take care of Naruto, you know? Qianyu, seeing her face thoroughly flushed, couldn't help but smile. That argument made sense. Noticing he was still smiling, Kushina became flustered and angry. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? You didn't. Qianyu nodded, his tone growing serious. Then I'll follow your advice and rest later. Kushina felt somewhat satisfied. Qianyu walked to the doorway and glanced back at her once more. Morning light fell precisely upon Kushina. She sat by the bed holding Naruto, her complexion still somewhat pale, but her eyes no longer held the vacant emptiness of previous days. She was still grieving, still fearing, but at least she was willing to slowly move forward. Qianyu turned and went to the kitchen, returning shortly with 2 bowls of hot porridge. He set one bowl beside Kushina's hand, holding the other himself. Kushina looked at the bowl, then at him. You're eating too? After watching all night, I am indeed a bit hungry, Qianyu said, pulling out a chair and sitting down. He took a sip, his brow furrowing slightly. Kushina couldn't help but ask, doesn't it taste good? Edible. That means it's not good. Kushina took the spoon and tasted a bite, her expression becoming complicated. Qianyu, you put too much water in this porridge. Qianyu remained silent for 2 seconds. Time was short last night. Getting it cooked properly was already an achievement. Kushina couldn't suppress a laugh. The laughter was soft, yet it made Qianyu pause. Since the night of the Nine Tails, it was the first time he had heard Kushina laugh like this. When she smiled, her eyes curved gently, and even her previously pale complexion gained a touch of vitality. The sunlight from the window illuminated her fiery red hair, appearing much softer than usual. After laughing for a while, Kushina realized Qianyu had been watching her all along, and her smile instantly froze. What are you looking at? Nothing. Qianyu averted his gaze, lifting the bowl for another sip. I just think you're lovely like this. Kushina blinked. Qianyu offered no explanation, merely bowing his head to continue eating porridge. Yet Kushina fell quiet, her spoon suspended mid-air, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. The fear, sorrow, and helplessness of these past days seemed to have been gradually kept at bay by Qianyu. He had saved her, cared for Naruto, shielded her from the third Hokage, and sat here watching through the night when she was most panicked. Kushina gazed at his tired yet serene profile, suddenly feeling that perhaps she truly didn't have to bear everything alone anymore. She set down her bowl and extended her hand toward Qianyu. Qianyu looked up, regarding her with slight confusion. Kushina's fingers fell upon his collar, gently smoothing the fabric she had wrinkled. The movement was gentle. Qianyu did not pull away. Kushina kept her head lowered, her cheeks flushing red once more. After a few seconds, she spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. Qianyu, from now on, don't call me sister-in-law anymore. Call me Kushina, okay? You know? In the afternoon courtyard, Mingren lay on a spread-out cushion, his tiny hands grasping a freshly fallen leaf, babbling incessantly. Qianyu crouched beside him, holding another leaf, gently shaking it before Mingren's eyes. This is a leaf, got it? Mingren stared at the leaf for a long time, then suddenly reached out to slap it, missing the leaf and hitting Qianyu's hand instead. Qianyu raised an eyebrow, looking down at him. You have quite a temper, just like your mother. Juxinai heard this from inside the house, walked out carrying freshly washed clothes, her fiery red hair falling over her shoulders with a lingering blush on her face. What's the point of teaching him to recognize leaves? He can't even speak Databeo. It's never too early to learn, Qianyu said seriously. If Mingren can't even tell leaves apart, he'll be easily fooled when he goes out. Juxinai's mouth twitched. She looked down at Mingren, who was stuffing the leaf into his mouth. This kid really didn't seem very smart right now. Don't eat that. She quickly put down the clothes, took the leaf from Mingren's hand, and gently patted his little hand. It's dirty. What if you get a stomachache? Mingren's toy was taken away, his little mouth pouted, and he looked like he was about to cry. Qianyu reached out and picked him up, gently rocking him. The child immediately calmed down, staring at him with round eyes. Juxinai sighed helplessly. He's getting more and more attached to you, Databeo. That's because I'm better at coaxing him than you. Qianyu, do you want to get hit again? She raised her hand, but the smile on Qianyu's face suddenly froze. The wind in the courtyard blew through the clothesline, gently swaying a few small garments. Qianyu stood still, holding Mingren, his gaze crossing over the half-collapsed courtyard wall and landing on the quiet alley outside the mansion. That burst of chakra just now was very weak, and it was hidden very carefully. But in his perception, the other person was as conspicuous as if crouching right at the door. Juxinai sensed something was wrong, her hands holding the clothes tightening slightly. What's wrong? Qianyu glanced down at Mingren and his arms, his expression already calm. He handed the child to Juxinai and casually adjusted the swaddle for her. Nothing. I'll step out for a moment, be right back. Is there something outside? Juxinai asked instinctively, then, as if recalling something, her expression grew tense. Is it the third Hokage and the others again? Not them. Qianyu reached out and touched the top of her head, his tone softening. Stay home with Mingren. Don't open the door. Juxinai looked at him, wanting to ask more, but found that the coldness in Qianyu's eyes could no longer be suppressed. She nodded. Come back soon. As soon as the words were spoken, Qianyu's figure vanished from the courtyard, leaving only a few fallen leaves swirling in the wind. In the alley not far from the mansion, a masked root ninja moved along the wall, his footsteps almost silent. He had been ordered to check on the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and preferably to confirm whether bluffing Qianyu was always guarding the mansion. As long as he could find a single gap, the rest would be easy. The root ninja had just looked up, ready to climb over the wall, when a hand landed on his shoulder. "Who are you looking for?" A cold voice came from behind. The root ninja's body stiffened, and before he could even draw the kunai in his hand, his shoulder was heavily pressed down. Crack! The sound of bone breaking echoed in the alley. The root ninja grunted, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. He tried to turn around, but his knee was kicked, and he fell directly to his knees. Qianyu stood behind him, his expression eerily calm. "Did Tuanzang send you?" The root ninja didn't answer, but blood had already seeped from his bitten lips. Qianyu smiled lightly. "Quite stubborn, I see." He raised his foot and stepped on the other leg, his movement slow, but the root ninja had no chance to struggle. He could only watch as his own leg bone twisted into an unnatural angle. This time he couldn't hold back a scream forcing its way from his throat. "Don't rush. There are still 2 arms left." The root ninja's pupils contracted. He finally raised his head, his breathing under the mask becoming rapid. He had originally thought Qianyu was just a capable squad leader, but in that instant just now, he hadn't even been able to mobilize his chakra. How much had this man been hiding? Qianyu gave him no time to think. He reached out, grabbed his wrist, and directly disabled the other hand. The root ninja trembled all over, lying on the cold ground, unable even to lift his head. "When you go back, tell Tuanzang for me." Qianyu crouched down, tore off the mask from his face, revealing a face twisted in pain. The 3rd Hokage just got shut out, and he's already so impatient. The man's lips moved, but no sound came out. "Tell him to stay put." Qianyu looked at him, his golden eyes devoid of any warmth. "The people in the bluffing residence are not to be touched. If it happens again, what I bring back won't just be a message." The alley fell silent. Qianyu released his hand and turned to walk back toward the mansion. The root ninja behind him lay on the ground, his limbs completely numb, watching the figure disappear at the alley entrance. It was only at this moment that he understood Lord Tuanzang this time had not targeted a bluffing clan that had just lost its leader, but a beast that had awakened. After a moment, Qianyu pushed open the courtyard gate and walked in. Jixinai was sitting in the living room, holding Mingren in her arms, who seemed to have just fallen asleep. Hearing the door open, she immediately looked up. Just as she was about to speak, her body stiffened slightly. Qianyu had no injuries and no bloodstains. But the murderous aura that hadn't dissipated seemed to lower the temperature in the room. She even caught a faint scent of blood, cold enough to send a chill down her spine. Jixinai hugged Mingren tighter, her fingertips turning white. She hadn't seen what happened outside, but she could guess that Qianyu hadn't just taken a casual stroll. Qianyu, as if completely unaware of her reaction, calmly took off his black jacket, casually draped it over the back of a chair, then walked into the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. The sound of water flowing into the glass was very soft. He took a sip, then turned around and saw Jixinai still sitting there, her face pale, her breathing very light. Qianyu was taken aback. "What's wrong, Jixinai?" He looked at her. "Is there something on my face?" Kushina held Naruto. "Nothing," she said, cradling Naruto and lowering her head, her voice slightly weak. "It's just that. The trip you took just now seemed far from simple, you know." Hearing this, Qianyu fell silent for 2 seconds, then slowly retracted the aura emanating from him. He placed the cup back on the table, walked over to her, and first glanced down at Naruto. The little one was sleeping soundly, his lips even twitching slightly, clearly oblivious to everything. "Did I scare you?" Kushina didn't answer, just pursed her lips. That reaction was telling enough. Qianyu raised his hand to rub his brow, softening his tone. "I didn't hold back. There was a rat outside circling the door a few times, so I went out to deal with it." "A rat?" One of Danzo's men. At these words, Kushina's face paled a few shades. She instinctively hugged Naruto tighter, her back going rigid. "What does he want now, you know?" "Testing," Qianyu said, his voice steady. "For now it's just probing, which means he doesn't dare act recklessly." Kushina opened her mouth to ask more, but meeting Qianyu's eyes, she swallowed her words. She knew matters outside weren't as light as he made them sound. Yet since he didn't want her to worry, further pressing would only make the atmosphere heavier. The room fell silent. After a moment, Kushina glanced down at Naruto in her arms, carefully placed him into the nearby cradle, and tucked the swaddling around him. Having done that, as if she'd finally found something to do, she turned and picked up a comb from the table, intending to tidy her hair. She had been busy tending to Naruto these past few days, her body not fully recovered, and her long hair had become quite tangled. But the more flustered she felt, the clumsier her hands became. The comb barely moved down before it snagged. Kushina froze, then tried to tug it out. It wouldn't budge. She bit her lip and added more force. Instead, that strand of red hair tangled tighter, pulling painfully at her scalp. She sucked in a breath, her eyes instantly reddening. Qianyu, who had been standing nearby, frowned and walked over. "Don't move." Kushina looked up at him, embarrassment on her face, her voice low. I can do it myself, you know. You'll pull all your hair out if you keep at it. It's not that bad. Take a look in the mirror now and say that again. Kushina. Already feeling a bit wronged, she didn't want to lift her head after his words. Watching her distressed and holding back the cold aura that had lingered on Chinyu gradually dissipated. He took the comb from her hand and moved the chair forward. Sit still. Kushina hesitated, then slowly sat down. Chinyu stood behind her, gently lifting the tangled strand of hair with one hand, while holding the comb in the other, working from the ends downward. His movements were very light. Kushina's tense shoulders gradually relaxed. Tell me if it hurts, Chinyu said softly. The room was quiet save for the faint sound of comb teeth passing through her hair. Fiery red strands slipped through his fingers, carrying a subtle fragrance left after washing. Chinyu looked at the red hair and suddenly smiled. Speaking of which, you used to get into quite a bit of trouble because of this hair, didn't you? Kushina blinked, her ears perking up. What do you mean you know? You forgot. Chinyu smoothed another strand, his tone indifferent. When we were kids, someone made fun of your red hair with a nickname. Before my brother could act, you had already pinned those brats to the ground. Kushina paused, turning to look back at him. You still remember that? Of course I do. Chinyu gently pressed her head back. That day my brother was about to step in, but before he could, you had already charged at them. Kushina blinked, as if recalling that scene. Chinyu combed slowly as he spoke. What did those guys call you? Something like tomato head. It was bloody red pepper, you know, Kushina muttered instinctively. Right, bloody red pepper. Chinyu chuckled. Later, after you made them cry, my brother seriously told me that Kushina was really formidable and we shouldn't make her angry easily. Kushina's lips twitched, and she finally couldn't help but laugh. Minato was always spouting nonsense back then. Not really nonsense. Chinyu looked at her slightly curved eyes in the mirror. You were pretty fierce that day, stepping on the table and pouncing, leaving the teacher stunned for a good while. It wasn't that exaggerated, you know. It was, Chinyu said firmly. My brother later secretly told me he was glad he married you, because if it were anyone else, they probably couldn't handle you. At this, Kushina's smile faltered. In the mirror, her expression gradually calmed. Chinyu didn't continue teasing her, instead focusing on combing her hair smooth. The comb slid through her hair, slowly untangling the knots until the long locks became soft again. After a few seconds, Kushina spoke softly. He always thought I was wonderful. Even though I have a bad temper and always caused him trouble. He didn't mind. Kushina lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. The more he was like that, the worse I feel, you know. Chinyu paused his movements, but didn't interrupt her. Kushina stared at her knees, her voice growing softer. I keep thinking these past few days, if it weren't for saving me and Naruto, he wouldn't have died. If I had been stronger that day, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way. If I hadn't survived, maybe it wouldn't be so chaotic now. Hearing this, Chinyu's brow furrowed. Don't talk nonsense. Kushina seemed not to hear him, her eyes slowly reddening. She had held back for so long, but that brief moment of laughter had brought all the suppressed emotions flooding out. But now I really don't know what to do, you know. I feel sorry for Minato, yet at the same time, I'm becoming more and more dependent on you. When you're here, I feel at ease. When you leave, I can't help but be afraid. Just now, when you came back with that killing intent, I was terrified, but the moment I saw you standing at the door, my first thought was still you're back. By this point, her voice was trembling. Chinyu, am I terrible? Chinyu didn't answer immediately, instead finishing smoothing the last strand of hair, then setting down the comb. The room fell silent again. Kushina lowered her head, tears falling one by one onto the back of her hand. She raised her hand to cover her face, her shoulders shaking slightly, as if she could no longer hold on. I really feel so sorry for him. He's only been gone for a short while, and I'm already starting to depend on you. Am I about to betray him, you know? As her words fell, Chinyu stopped all movement. Kushina sobbed, her shoulders heaving, her red hair hanging over her front, her whole body curled up. The sight was suffocating. Chinyu looked at her for a long time, and in the end said nothing. He simply leaned down from behind, gently wrapped his arms around her shoulders, and pulled her into a restrained embrace, his chin lightly resting on the top of her head. The hug was very light, yet it was steady enough to feel scorching. Kushina's body trembled, and her cries grew more erratic. She didn't pull away, just covered her face, tears falling even harder. Chinyu tightened his arms slightly, his voice very low. Kushina. Before he could finish, a loud bang suddenly erupted from outside the courtyard. After the loud crash from outside the courtyard, a series of dense explosions followed. Chinyu's eyes turned cold, just as he was about to rise and check the window, suddenly lit up with a blaze of brilliant flames. Several fireworks soared into the night sky, exploding one after another above my, illuminating the streets that had yet to be repaired. In the distance, the faint cheers of children could be heard. The village was celebrating the repulsion of the Nine Tails. Chinyu frowned, the chill in his eyes not dissipating. It had only been a short while since the Nine Tails rampage. The wounded still lay in the hospital, and Minato Namikaze's funeral had not even been formally arranged. Yet those people were already rushing to celebrate. He was about to close the window when Kushina in his arms trembled violently. Bang! Another firework burst in the sky. The color drained from Kushina's face in an instant, and the freshly combed red hair slipped from her shoulders. She stared wide-eyed out the window, her breathing suddenly becoming rapid, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes tightly. Those were not fireworks. At least not in her ears. The deafening sounds transformed back into the roars of the Nine Tails, and the flashes of light outside the window became the ninjutsu that had exploded one after another that night. The broken chains, the collapsing seal, and the silhouette of Minato standing before her all surged into her mind. No. Kushina's lips trembled as she instinctively covered her ears. Qianyu sensed something was wrong, and immediately moved in front of her. Kushina, look at me. She seemed not to hear him at all. Bang! Bang! The fireworks continued outside the window, and Kushina's body trembled with every loud blast. She could no longer see the room. All she could see was the Nine Tails raising its claws, descending upon the newborn Naruto. The next moment Minato blocked it. Blood splattered onto her face, warm and despairing. No, don't go. Kushina reached out frantically, as if trying to grasp something. But there was nothing in front of her, and her body lost its strength, sliding off the chair. Qianyu reached out to steady her, but she suddenly hugged her head and curled up, crouching on the floor. Minato. She finally broke into sobs. At first it was a suppressed whimper, but soon it spiraled completely out of control. These past days she had forced herself to eat to recover from her injuries, to take care of Naruto, and to accept the fact that Minato was gone. But she had never truly accepted it. She simply dared not collapse. Naruto had just been born, and there were people in the village who wanted to take him away, while Danzo lurked in the shadows watching their home. She did not know what to do in the future, nor whether she could still protect the child in her arms. She had even begun to rely on another person. These thoughts piled together were finally shattered by the loud sounds outside the window. Why did you have to die? Kushina wept, her whole body trembling, her fingers clutching her long hair, as her voice broke intermittently. You said you would watch Naruto grow up with me. You lied to me again. Naruto in his cradle was awakened by her cries, and began to cry as well. Kushina heard her child's voice and hurriedly looked up. She wanted to stand and go to Naruto, but her legs had no strength, leaving her struggling futilely by the chair. Naruto, don't cry. Mommy is here, Databeo. Even unable to care for herself, she instinctively tried to soothe the child. Qianyu looked at her swollen eyes, and did not try to console her further. Any comfort now would be too light. He stepped forward, bent down, and hooked his arms around her waist, and under her knees, lifting her curled form directly from the floor. Kushina struggled in panic, but he pressed her into his embrace with an unyielding force. Qianyu, let me go. Naruto is crying. I heard. Qianyu carried her to the cradle, bent down, and picked up Naruto together with his swaddling cloth. Then he sat on the edge of the bed, letting mother and child both lean against his chest. Naruto, as if sensing a familiar presence, slowly quieted his cries, his small hand grabbing Kushina's fingers. Kushina looked down at that tiny hand, and her tears fell even harder. I can't protect him. I couldn't even keep Minato. How can I protect Naruto, Databeo? I can't do anything. Qianyu did not contradict her. He simply reached up and pressed her head against his chest. His other hand steadily held Naruto, letting all her tears soak into his black robe. Kushina finally stopped suppressing her sobs. She clung tightly to the fabric of Qianyu's chest, as if grasping the last pillar that would not fall. The fear, confusion, and longing that had been pinned up for days all poured out, making her cry until she could barely breathe. Every time I close my eyes, I can see him. Whenever I wake up, I forget he's gone. But when I remember, it's like losing him all over again. Qianyu's arms slowly tightened, then cried out. Kushina lifted her tear-streaked face, her breath too ragged to form a complete sentence. She looked at Qianyu so close before her, and in her eyes, besides pain, there was an undeniable dependence. But I still miss you. I know it's wrong, but I can't help it, Databeo. When you leave, I'm afraid you won't come back. When you hold me, I wish you would never let go. By the end, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength, her forehead resting against Qianyu's chest, her sobs growing hoarser. Qianyu looked down at her, neither avoiding nor loosening his hold. Then don't hold back. Kushina's body trembled slightly. But Minato, my brother gave his life for you to live, not for you to spend every day thinking about how to join him in death. Qianyu wiped the tears from her face. You live so Naruto has a mother, and this home still exists. Hearing this, Kushina opened her mouth, but tears fell again. Another loud bang came from outside the window. She shrank back into Qianyu's arms, clutching his waist tightly with both hands. Qianyu lowered his head to shield her ears, letting her only hear his steady voice. It's just fireworks outside. There is no Nine Tails here, and no one can harm you. Kushina closed her eyes, but her breathing remained rapid. She had cried for too long, her body had not yet recovered, and her consciousness was beginning to blur. Minato, I'm sorry. She clutched Qianyu's clothes, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible. I can't hold on anymore. Qianyu listened to the fireworks outside, one after another, his palms steady against her back. He looked at the reddened corners of her eyes, his breath caught for a moment, and he leaned down to kiss away the tear that had not yet fallen. Kushina's eyelashes fluttered, but she did not pull away. Qianyu tightened his arms, shielding her and Naruto together in his embrace, his low voice landing in her ear without a trace of hesitation. Then stop holding on, Kushina. From now on, lean on me. After the fireworks outside the courtyard ceased, the room finally fell silent. Kushina had cried until she was almost spent, her forehead pressed against Qianyu's chest, her breath erratic and faint. Naruto had also quieted down at some point, curled up in his swaddling, his tiny hand still clutching a piece of her finger. Qianyu looked down at the mother and child in his arms, saying nothing. The oil lamp's flames swayed, gently casting the shadows of the three upon the wall, drawing them close together. Kushina's face was still streaked with tears, her lashes clumped together, the corners of her eyes reddened, as if all the emotions she had suppressed over these days had poured out in one night. She truly couldn't hold on any longer. Qianyu raised his hand, gently brushing aside the strands of red hair sticking to her cheek, and then casually patted Naruto's little head. The little one sniffled twice and soon fell back asleep, as if he feared nothing as long as these two were nearby. Before long, Kushina's breathing also gradually steadied. She was exhausted from crying, her entire body soft in his embrace, her eyes closed, yet her hands still clutching his clothes, as if unwilling to let go even in sleep. Qianyu lowered his eyes, watching that white-knuckled grip for 2 seconds, then a faint movement tugged at the corner of his mouth. Quite the grip you have. But he didn't pry her hand away, instead he steadied her in his arms lest she slip. Occasionally a breeze drifted through the window, carrying the night's chill. The room was not particularly warm. Qianyu reached for the thin blanket nearby, first covering Kushina's legs, then tucking Naruto's swaddling closer, and finally draping it over her exposed shoulders. After doing all this, he leaned back against the bedside and remained seated. By his stamina, keeping watch all night was no trouble. But holding two people like this, sitting motionless, proved more taxing in patience than a battle. Especially the one in his arms. Kushina, when asleep, was far quieter than when awake. Her fiery red hair spilled over his arm and leg, carrying a faint pleasant scent, and her breath fell lightly upon his chest, one after another, an undeniable presence. Qianyu glanced down his Adam's apple, moving slightly. Truly agonizing. He simply averted his gaze, staring into the dark night beyond the window to quell any improper thoughts that might arise. But before long, Kushina seemed to stir restlessly in her sleep, her brow furrowing slightly, her fingers unconsciously tightening, her breath faltering for a moment. Qianyu looked down at her, gently patting her back twice. It's all right. I'm here. As his voice fell, Kushina's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, even the grip on his clothes loosened a bit, though her body instinctively curled closer into his embrace, as if seeking a more secure spot. Qianyu, who could withstand this? He closed his eyes, but still didn't push her away, simply letting her lean on him. The night deepened. The room grew so quiet that only the breathing of 3 people could be heard, occasionally punctuated by Naruto's soft smacking sounds. Qianyu sat against the bedside, his arms steady around the mother and child, yet his mind was far from idle. Tonight's fireworks had caused Kushina to completely lose control. It wasn't entirely a bad thing. At least she had cried out those suppressed emotions, better than bottling them up. But from now on, anything that might trigger her would need to be guarded against in advance. The villagers' love for celebrations and theatrics was their affair, but if they disturbed the peace of the Wave House again, Qianyu's gaze turned cold. Then they shouldn't blame him for being merciless. And Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi and all those watching Naruto, not one of them bore good intentions. Before, he had to hide his strength. But now things were different. Kushina was alive, Naruto was here, and he held the system's trump cards in his hands. Some deaths would soon be settled. Thinking this, Qianyu looked down at the sleeping Kushina in his arms, the coldness in his eyes softening. For now, the most important thing was to stabilize this family. As long as he was here, no one could push them to the state they were in last night. After an unknown period, the sky outside the window finally began to pale with a hint of gray. Qianyu hadn't moved all night, his shoulders and arms were numb, but Naruto in his arms woke first. The little one opened his eyes, stared blankly for 2 seconds, then kicked his legs, and reached out a hand grasping at the air. Qianyu looked down at him. Naruto tilted his little face up to look at him, then suddenly grinned, showing a silly expression. Qianyu raised an eyebrow, and whispered, "You slept quite well, didn't you?" Naruto of course didn't understand, he just kicked his legs. Afraid he might wake Kushina, Qianyu held the swaddling, and gently rocked him a couple of times. The little one quieted down again, babbling a few sounds, and soon curled back up. At least he was cooperative. Soon the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, landing right on Kushina's face. Her eyelids twitched slightly. Then they twitched again. As if finally emerging from heavy sleep, she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she felt was not the morning light nor the room, but the firm, warm chest behind her, and the arms encircling herself and Naruto. Kushina froze completely. First she looked down and saw Naruto nestled in her arms, his cheeks rosy from sleep. Then her gaze moved up to a distinct hand steady and protective before them. Finally, she realized belatedly that she was almost entirely leaning against Qianyu, her back against his chest, her head resting on him. Even more mortifying, Qianyu's chin was resting on the top of her head. Kushina's mind went blank for a moment. In the next second her face flushed crimson, even her ears burned. All those chaotic emotions to break down the tears from last night seemed to rush back in an instant. She remembered crying, remembered clinging to Chinyu, and refusing to let go, remembered him saying, "From now on rely on me." But she never expected to have fallen asleep like this, and slept through the entire night. Kushina's breath grew shallow, her body too stiff to move. Shame was overwhelming. Yet beneath that tidal wave of embarrassment, there was an indescribable sense of security, soft and heavy in her heart. She could even clearly feel that she and Naruto had been completely sheltered all night, not a trace of chill touching them. Had he really held them like this, sitting all night? At this thought, Kushina's heart trembled slightly. She bit her lip, her face growing redder. Chinyu's breath was right above her head, steady and close. She could even smell his familiar scent, clean with a hint of coolness, but now that coolness was subdued by the morning light, leaving only a comforting stability that made one want to depend on him. Kushina originally wanted to quietly slip out of his embrace, but as soon as her fingers moved, she feared waking Naruto and even more waking Chinyu. So she could only remain frozen. Not moving was wrong, but moving was also wrong. What was this? What had she done last night? Kushina closed her eyes, her face burning, her heart racing faster and faster, so fast she herself found it absurd. It was over. Truly over. Just as her mind was in chaos, unsure whether to pretend to sleep or get up, a low voice came from above her head, tinged with a hint of morning hoarseness. "Awake." Chinyu's chin brushed lightly against the top of her head, his voice very low. "Did you sleep well, Kushina?" Joshinai's face flushed all the way to her ears, her breathing growing erratic. She hastily tried to sit up, but Mingren was still curled up asleep in her arms. Chinyu noticed this and raised his hand to press gently on her shoulder. "Don't move around, lie down a bit more. You cried for so long last night, your body hasn't recovered yet." He pulled the thin blanket up a bit higher and glanced down at Mingren. "This kid hasn't woken up either, sleep a bit more with him." Joshinai's face was still warm, her head bowed, as she dared not look at him. But before she could say she was fine now, Chinyu had already risen to his feet and stretched his numb shoulders. "I'm going to the root." Joshinai looked up, her fingers subconsciously gripping the edge of the blanket. "What do you need to go to the root for now?" Chinyu walked to the table and draped his black coat over his shoulders, his tone calm. "The person who was watching the residence yesterday still needs to be dealt with. I'll also stop by to have a chat with Tuanzang, let him know not to always think about things he shouldn't." Hearing this, Joshinai's expression shifted slightly. She knew that Chinyu's have a chat with Tuanzang would certainly not be just standing there talking. "Are you going alone again?" Chinyu turned back to look at her, the coldness in his eyes somewhat softened. "I'll be back soon." Joshinai opened her mouth, wanting to tell him to be careful, but remembering what she had said the night before, she finally just hugged Mingren tighter and whispered softly, "Then come back early, don't make me and Mingren wait too long." Chinyu paused for a moment, then smiled. "Understood." The underground corridor of the root was still cold and damp, the torches on the walls burning quietly. Several masked ninja guarded both sides, bowing their heads as they saw Chinyu approach. The ninja whose limbs had been crippled yesterday had already been sent back, and Tuanzang naturally knew who was responsible. Chinyu pushed open the innermost door. Jitsuin Tuanzang was sitting in the shadows, his cane tapping lightly against the ground, his single cold eye fixed on him. "Chinyu, you took action against root members without authorization. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Chinyu pulled out a chair and sat down, his expression unchanged. "Tuanzang Dano sent someone to watch the Bofeng residence. How should that be explained?" Tuanzang narrowed his eyes, not speaking immediately. "The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is related to Konoha's safety. The root has the necessity to confirm her status. To confirm her status, you need to climb over my wall." Chinyu looked up at him, a faint smile on his lips. "I thought Tuanzang Dano was preparing to take care of my family for me." The atmosphere in the room sank instantly. Tuanzang's grip on his cane tightened, his voice cooling several degrees. "Don't forget you were once a member of the root." "I was." Chinyu leaned back against the chair, his tone still calm. "Now I only remember that Joshinai and Mingren are members of the Bofeng family." As soon as the words left his mouth, a heavy oppressive force descended upon the room. The flames beside the wall flickered and several root ninja turned pale, their breathing growing lighter. Tuanzang's single eye contracted slightly. This power was even more terrifying than what the ninjas sent back yesterday had described. Chinyu looked at him and spoke slowly. "If there's a next time, I will come find you myself. At that time, it won't be a matter of sitting down to chat." Tuanzang did not respond. Chinyu rose, adjusted his collar, and turned to walk toward the door. At the doorway, his steps paused, but he did not turn his head. "Also, don't reach your hand into the Bofeng residence. It will break." After leaving the root, Chinyu immediately prepared to return home. At the training ground, as Chinyu had just walked past under the tree shade, he heard an impatient female voice from ahead. "Asuma, I've made myself clear. I don't want to go." Zirihong stood at the edge of the training ground, black curly hair falling behind her shoulders, her red pupils showing obvious impatience. She was tall, still holding a practice kunai in her hand, clearly having just finished training. Yuanfei Asuma stood in front of her, his expression not particularly pleasant. Kurenai, I just want to treat you to a meal. Is it necessary to avoid me every time? I'm not avoiding you. Zirahong frowned. I just don't want to go. That reason is sufficient. Asuma's expression darkened as he stepped forward. Don't forget my father is the Hokage. You'll always be doing missions in Konoha in the future. There's no need to make our relationship so strained. Zirahong's fingers tightened. This was no longer an invitation. Just as Asuma was about to continue approaching, a black figure suddenly appeared between the two of them. Chinyu had his back to Zirahong, but his gaze was already fixed on Asuma's face. Asuma paused. Chinyu did not respond. But the next moment Asuma felt as if a massive boulder had pressed down on his shoulders. His legs instantly went weak, and he lost the strength to even raise his arm. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he looked at the person before him in terror. Those golden eyes held no anger, instead they were so calm it sent chills down his spine. She said she doesn't want to go. Don't you understand? Asuma opened his mouth, but his throat felt blocked. Chinyu merely glanced at him, and the pressure on Asuma intensified further. Asuma's face turned pale. He didn't dare stay another moment, turning on his heel and running out of the training ground. He didn't even dare to leave a threatening word. The training ground fell silent. Zirahong watched Chinyu's upright back, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had even thought she might have to fight Asuma herself, never expecting this man rumored to always operate within the route to suddenly step in front of her. Senior Chinyu, thank you. Chinyu turned his head and glanced at her. With that he walked toward the Bofeng residence without lingering further. Zirahong stood where she was, watching that black silhouette grow farther and farther away, yet her hand gripping the kunai never loosened. In that instant, Chinyu standing in front of her had seemed like no one could pass. So this was Chinyu of the Bofeng family. At dusk, Chinyu returned to the Bofeng residence. As he had just pushed open the courtyard gate, he saw Jushin standing under a cherry blossom tree, holding Mingren in her arms. She had changed into a clean long house dress, her fiery red hair trailing behind her, a gentle smile on her face that he had never seen before. Seeing him return, Jushin quickly walked toward him. You're back. Holding Mingren, she stood in front of Chinyu and freed one hand, as if wanting to take his coat from him. But the moment the two drew close, Jushin's movements suddenly stopped. A trace of unfamiliar perfume drifted from Chinyu's collar. The smile on Jushin's face instantly froze. Kushina's smile froze for a few seconds, and her arms tightened around Naruto. She didn't ask where the scent came from, she just lowered her head to adjust Naruto's swaddling, then turned and walked into the room. Kushina. Chinyu had just spoken when the door closed in front of him with a dull thud. The courtyard fell silent, only the leaves rustling gently in the wind. Chinyu stood still, staring at the closed door, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He had been fine when he came back just now, but as soon as he caught a whiff of something, she shut the door. That reaction spoke volumes. Chinyu walked to the door, pushed it lightly, and found it unlocked, so he went straight in. Kushina stood against the wall with her back to him, Naruto placed in the cradle, the little one staring wide-eyed at the ceiling. What are you doing in here? Kushina didn't turn around, her voice sounding quite calm. But a few strands of her red hair had already rebelliously sprung up. Kushina didn't turn around, her voice sounding quite calm. But a few strands of her red hair had already rebelliously sprung up. Chinyu gently closed the door and walked toward her. Just came back to see you. What's there to see about me? Kushina pursed her lips. Aren't you just back from outside? Go ahead and take care of your business. The sourness in her words was far more obvious than the faint scent on his collar. Chinyu walked behind her, and when she tried to sidestep away, he raised his hand and pressed it against the wall, trapping her between himself and the wall. Kushina stiffened and finally turned her head. They were so close that she could see the amused glint in Chinyu's golden eyes, and her cheeks instantly flushed. Why are you standing so close? I want to ask you something. Chinyu leaned down, his voice low. Kushina, were you jealous just now? Who's jealous? Kushina's voice shot up, then, as if realizing Naruto was still nearby, she quickly lowered it. I wouldn't get jealous over something like this. She tried to push Chinyu away, but as soon as her hands touched his chest, her strength was soft and harmless. Chinyu glanced down and directly grasped her wrist, not letting her pull away. Then why did you go back to the room as soon as you saw me? I was just a little tired. Why did you close the door? I closed it out of habit. Then why is your face so red? Kushina opened her mouth, but for a long time no words came out. Chinyu couldn't help but smile at her flustered expression. This only made Kushina more annoyed, and she raised her other hand to punch his chest again. Stop laughing. All right, I'll stop. Chinyu agreed verbally, but the amusement in his eyes didn't fade. But first let me explain. Kushina turned her face away, not wanting to deal with him. Chinyu held her wrist, his tone gradually becoming serious. This little scent on me, I just picked it up while passing by. I didn't even notice what the person looked like, let alone say a single extra word to anyone. Kushina's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Really? Really? Chinyu looked down at her. Every day now all I think about is how to take care of you and Naruto. How could I have any mind for other women? As those words fell, Kushina's previously tense face instantly softened. She knew that Qianyu wasn't the type to casually flatter people. She had seen clearly how cold this man was to outsiders. But every time he returned home, he would first look at her and Naruto before doing anything else. Yet just now when she caught that unfamiliar scent, her heart felt stifled and uncomfortable. It was as if the gaze that was supposed to be only on her had suddenly been partly taken by someone else. I didn't mean to be like this. Kushina lowered her head, her voice growing softer. It's just that after smelling that scent, I felt a bit uneasy. Qianyu reached out and pinched her cheek. I know. Kushina looked up and glared at him. You know, yet you still asked deliberately. Because I quite like you like this. What? Qianyu's hand landed on her lower back, pulling her closer into his embrace. Kushina's breath hitched, her wrist still in his grasp, her body almost pressed against his. Being jealous for me shows you care. Qianyu looked at her flushed face, his tone devoid of any jest. Kushina, I'm very happy. Kushina was completely speechless. She wanted to retort, to say she was just casually upset for a moment. But Qianyu's gaze was too earnest, and all her stubborn words got stuck in her throat. The room was silent for a few seconds. Kushina looked at the face so close to hers, remembering all the things he had shielded her from these past days, recalling the reassuring embrace from last night, and her heartbeat quickened with each beat. She pursed her lips, then suddenly lifted her head and leaned in. When the soft touch landed on his lips, Qianyu was visibly stunned. Kushina closed her eyes, her ears burning red. The kiss was very light at first, as if afraid he would laugh at her, but when Qianyu raised his hand to support the back of her neck, she didn't pull away. Qianyu's breath hitched, and he leaned down to deepen the kiss. Kushina grabbed the fabric of his chest, her body growing weak, and she could only lean against him. She had intended to act composed, but Qianyu's breath was too close, leaving her mind blank. Just as neither of them was letting go, a sudden babble came from the side. Uncle. Qianyu's movements froze. Kushina also snapped, her eyes open as if burned, and immediately stepped back. Naruto in the cradle was staring with wide, round eyes, his little hands gripping the swaddling, and he called out again, indistinctly. Uncle. The room fell into an awkward silence. Kushina's face instantly turned crimson, even her neck flushed with heat. She wished she could find a place to hide right now, but Naruto was looking at them with an innocent expression, completely unaware of what he had just done. Naruto, why did you wake up at this time? She wanted to go and pick up the child, but Qianyu reached out first and pulled her back into his embrace. Let me go. Kushina was too embarrassed to lift her head. Naruto is watching. How old is he? What can he understand? That's not okay either. Qianyu looked down at Kushina, who was so embarrassed she seemed about to steam, and instead of letting go, he tightened his arms around her. He leaned close to her reddened ear, a hint of smugness in his low voice. He called pretty accurately. But Kushina, don't you think soon he'll change his tune and call me dad? At the sound of Qianyu's voice, Kushina looked as if she had been set ablaze, her face flushing all the way down to her neck. She raised her hand and struck him lightly on the chest. What nonsense are you talking about, Databang? Her voice trembled, and she dared not look at him anymore. Bending down, she scooped up Naruto from the cradle, turned around, and fled into the inner room, her back disappearing as if she were escaping for her life. Qianyu stood still, watching that flash of red hair vanish behind the door. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Soon the door closed, and the room fell into an unnerving silence. He did not pursue her. Instead, he merely raised a hand to touch the tip of his nose, a hint of amusement lingering in his eyes. That strike from Kushina hadn't been heavy. It was more like an instinctive reaction born of sheer embarrassment. Quite adorable. For the rest of the day, Kushina did not dare to meet his gaze. During meals, she sat on the opposite side of the table, holding Naruto, sipping her soup in small, quiet mouthfuls. Whenever Qianyu glanced her way, she would flinch as if scalded, and immediately avert her eyes. Kushina. Qianyu set down his chopsticks and called her name calmly. What is it, Databang? She replied quickly, but still kept her head lowered, even the tips of her ears turning crimson. There's too little salt. Kushina paused, tasted it instinctively, then realized what he had done. She looked up and glared at him. It's just right, Databang. Hearing this, Qianyu smiled, but did not call her out. The fact that she could lift her head and glare at him was at least better than keeping her face buried the whole time. Early the next morning, the wind in the yard was still cool. Naruto had just been soothed to sleep, and Kushina sat on the veranda basking in the sun, a thin coat draped over her shoulders. Her complexion was much better than a few days ago, though her breath still seemed a little weak. Qianyu walked out of the house and stopped beside her. Kushina, there's something I need to tell you. Kushina raised her head. When she saw him, her gaze wavered noticeably before she forced herself to calm down. What is it, Databang? Qianyu looked at her, his tone steady. Your body has only recovered on the surface. After childbirth, your vitality was severely depleted, and with the nine tails forcibly extracted, your chakra has been in chaos. If we don't regulate it soon, it will leave lasting damage. Kushina's expression gradually turned serious. She herself had felt it. Though she had improved a lot under Qianyu's care these past days, at night, the emptiness and stagnation inside her body were still very noticeable. She just hadn't paid much attention. Will it be very serious, Databang? Not in the early stages, but if we delay too long, it will be hard to say. Chinyu sat down beside her, turning his head to glance at her. So starting today, I'll help you regulate your chakra. Kushina's fingers tightened slightly. A few days ago she might have still talked back, but after what had happened last night, she couldn't bring herself to refuse Chinyu now. Moreover, she knew Chinyu wouldn't joke about something like this. After a few seconds of silence, she whispered her answer. All right. Her voice was soft, but her ears had already turned red. Seeing this, Chinyu said no more, only stood up. Let's go inside. It's more convenient on the bed. Kushina's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Clutching her coat, she followed him back into the room. The room was very quiet, and the light from the window fell in, warming a corner of the bed. Naruto slept in the small crib beside them, his breathing soft and steady. Chinyu stood by the bed, raising his chin slightly, sit cross-legged. Kushina nodded, slipped off her shoes, carefully sat on the bed, adjusted her clothes, and then slowly crossed her legs. But as she moved, thinking about what was about to happen, her whole body tensed up again. Chinyu walked around behind her and sat down as well. The bed sank slightly, and Kushina's back straightened even more. The next moment, a palm pressed against her back. Even through the thin layer of fabric, the warmth immediately transmitted. Kushina's body stiffened abruptly, her shoulders tensing, her mind going blank for a moment. She even forgot how to breathe. Too close. So close that she could clearly feel the warmth of the body behind her and the steady sound of Chinyu's breathing. Relax. Chinyu sensed her stiffness, his voice very low but steady. Don't overthink. I'll first smooth out the disordered chakra in your body. Kushina bit her lip, her cheeks burning hot. It took a long time before she managed to squeeze out a single word from her throat. As soon as she spoke, a warm and powerful chakra began to slowly flow into her through his palm. The sensation was completely different from her own chakra. Not violent, not sharp, but carrying a calming steadiness that was hard to resist. It was like a torrent of water that had been crashing aimlessly inside her, suddenly caught by a steady hand and guided little by little back to where it should go. Kushina was stunned at first, then instinctively closed her eyes. She could feel the chaotic chakra being slowly sorted out, the heavy pressure in her meridians gradually dissipating, even the tightness in her chest easing significantly. It worked, and the effect was even more pronounced than she had imagined. However, while her body felt comfortable, the presence of the hand on her back grew stronger and stronger. Especially because Chinyu, to better guide the chakra, kept his palm pressed firmly there, not moving an inch. Kushina's breathing began to falter. You're tensing up again. Chinyu's voice came from behind her, sounding somewhat helpless. Kushina's eyelashes fluttered. I'm not databang. Is that so? Chinyu's palm didn't move, but his tone was calm. Then why are your shoulders so stiff? Kushina was rendered speechless. She couldn't very well say it was because his back was pressed against hers, making it impossible to relax. If she said that she feared she wouldn't be able to face anyone today. The room fell silent, leaving only the faint fluctuation of chakra flowing slowly. Outside the window, a breeze occasionally blew, causing the leaves to sway gently, but the room seemed even quieter. After a moment, Kushina simply buried her face in her knees like an ostrich hiding itself, pretending to know nothing. Chinyu looked at her reddened earlobes, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. But he still controlled his chakra very steadily without any distraction. He was well aware of Kushina's current condition. Her meridians were weak and her chakra was severely imbalanced. Even a slight misstep could harm her body. Regulation like this couldn't be rushed, nor could it be done carelessly. So every step that followed, he took very slowly. First smoothing out, then guiding, and finally sending the scattered chakra back onto the right track bit by bit. Kushina was extremely tense at first, but later, perhaps because her body genuinely felt better, her breathing finally slowed down, though her face never lifted. Feeling better? Chinyu asked. Kushina, her face still buried, answered in a muffled voice. Where does it feel better? My body doesn't feel as heavy, databang. And oi, my chakra is much smoother too. At this point she paused, her ears turning red again, and the latter half of the sentence remained unspoken. As for the hand on her back, its presence was still overwhelmingly strong. Chinyu didn't press her, just continued to pour chakra and moving it slowly down through her meridians. Kushina could clearly feel the warm currents circulating inside her body, and the subtle stinging and stagnation were gradually fading away. She bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously clutching the fabric of her clothes on her knees. It was just a physical regulation. But now her heart was pounding as if she were doing something shameful. It was utterly unreasonable. After a while, Chinyu slowly withdrew part of his chakra, but didn't immediately remove his hand. His palm remained firmly pressed against her back, and through the fabric, he could clearly feel the rapid vibrations from her heart. It was beating very fast. Faster than before. Chinyu leaned slightly closer to her ear, his voice lowered to a whisper that only the two of them could hear. Don't be nervous. Relax. He paused, his tone low and steady. Leave everything to me. A few days later, the morning sunlight streamed into the room. Ming-Ren was still asleep in his small bed, while Jiu-Shinai sat cross-legged on the bed, quietly waiting for Chinyu to arrive. These days, chakra conditioning had become a fixed routine. At first she would still be nervous, her back stiff and straight, but now she only blushed and turned her head to the side. Qianyu sat behind her, pressing his palm against her back, and the familiar warmth soon flowed into her body. Kushina let out a soft breath, and her shoulders slowly relaxed. The originally empty and stagnant meridians gradually became smooth under Qianyu's guidance, and even her breathing was steadier than before. "How do you feel today?" Qianyu asked the chakra in his palm, never stopping. Kushina looked down at the edge of her clothes and said softly, "It's much better than yesterday, you know. I don't feel as tired when I wake up in the morning." Qianyu nodded and continued to smooth out the chaotic chakra within her. After a moment, his palm slowly moved down and stopped in front of her lower abdomen. The chakra here was more chaotic and needed more careful guidance. Kushina's body stiffened, and her ears instantly turned red. She instinctively wanted to dodge, but after sensing Qianyu's steady breath, she forced herself to endure. "Don't be nervous," Qianyu said softly. "This area recovers more slowly, and I need to take a closer look." "I'm not nervous, you know." But as she said that, her hand, gripping the hem of her clothes, didn't loosen at all. Qianyu glanced at her, didn't expose her, and simply sent chakra in bit by bit through the fabric. The warmth spread around her lower abdomen. Kushina closed her eyes, and her breathing gradually became a little unsteady. She had originally thought she wouldn't get used to this kind of distance. But as days passed, Qianyu's presence had become the most natural thing in her life. He would take over Ming Run when she was tired, prepare the medicine before she woke up, and quietly stand by to help her clean up when she was in a fluster. Even the matter of adjusting chakra, she no longer thought of refusing. After a long time, Qianyu slowly withdrew his hand, and Kushina opened her eyes. Her cheeks were still flushed, but her complexion was much better than a few days ago. "Is it over?" she asked softly. Today's recovery is good." Qianyu stood up and casually brushed her scattered red hair over her shoulder. "After a while there should be no problem." Kushina looked up at him, a hint of smile in her eyes. "It's all because Qianyu takes good care of me, you know." Qianyu was stunned for a moment, then smiled. In these days, Kushina's smile had become more and more frequent. She still got shy, still avoided his gaze when he looked at her for too long, but she no longer suppressed all her emotions like before. At noon, Kushina was preparing lunch in the kitchen, an apron tied around her waist, her red hair casually tied up. When Qianyu walked into the kitchen, she was standing on tiptoe to reach a bowl on the cabinet. "Let me." Qianyu reached from behind her and took down the bowl. Kushina turned around, almost bumping into his arms, and her cheeks grew hot again. "I can get it myself, you know." "I know." Qianyu placed the bowl on the table, but didn't immediately withdraw his hand. "But when I'm here, you don't need to stand on tiptoe." Kushina opened her mouth, but finally just lowered her head and pretended to continue cutting vegetables. In a moment, Qianyu took the plate from her hand and casually moved the washed vegetables aside. "Qianyu, don't take my work," Kushina said helplessly. "I'm much better now." "Much better doesn't mean fully recovered. But like this, I'll feel like I can't do anything, you know." Hearing this, Qianyu stopped moving and turned to look at her. Kushina stood by the stove, a look of defiance on her face, but her eyes lacked confidence. He was silent for 2 seconds, then reached out and ruffled her hair. "Then do what you want to do and leave the tiring things to me." Kushina was stunned. The words she wanted to say suddenly stuck. "I understand, you know." Qianyu watched her lower her head to wash the vegetables, and the smile in his eyes gradually faded. Life in the mansion had gradually become stable. Kushina's body was recovering, and Ming Ren was full and sleeping well, every day his cries much louder than before. But the troubles outside had not been completely resolved. Tuanzong would not stop because of a single warning, and the third Hokage would not truly give up on Ming Ren. Since they always want to reach into the bluffing mansion, they should be made to understand that some places are not for everyone. In the evening, Kushina sat in the courtyard, holding Ming Ren, gently teasing the little one's face with her fingers. Ming Ren waved his little hands and made vague sounds, making her laugh uncontrollably. Qianyu stood under the eaves watching for a while, then walked toward her. Kushina heard the footsteps and looked up at him. "What's the matter, you know?" Qianyu stopped in front of her, his tone no different from usual. "I need to go out and handle something." Kushina's hands holding Ming Ren tightened slightly, and the smile on her face faded a little. She knew that the things Qianyu talked about were never simple. But everything that had happened these days also made her understand that once Qianyu made a decision, he would not easily change it. "Is it dangerous?" she asked softly. "No." Qianyu looked at her. "Once I take care of those troubles, no one will be able to disturb us." Kushina looked at him, was quiet for a moment, then stood up holding Ming Ren. She reached out to straighten his collar and smoothed out his black coat. Her movements were gentle and careful. "Then come back early." Kushina looked up, her eyes filled with undisguised trust. "Ming Ren and I will wait for you, you know." Qianyu held her hand and gently squeezed it. "Okay." Ming Ren seemed to understand something, suddenly reached out his little hand and grabbed one of Qianyu's fingers. Qianyu looked down and softened his expression. He didn't say much, just bent down and touched Ming Ren's forehead. "Listen to your mother at home." Kushina watched this scene, her eyes slightly hot, but she didn't speak. Qianyu let go and turned to walk out of the courtyard. Until that black figure disappeared at the door, Kushina hugged Ming Ren tightly. "He will come back, right?" Mingren babbled, his little hand still waving toward the door. After leaving the bluffing mansion, the gentleness on Qian Yu's face gradually disappeared. Night fell, and there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the streets of Mai. He didn't stop. His figure flashed between rooftops and soon arrived at that area where no one approached. The entrance to the route was hidden underground, and the surroundings were unusually quiet. Qian Yu stood in front of the dark stone door, his black coat swaying slightly in the night breeze. Two guards wearing masks saw him and were about to step forward to stop him. The next moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. The two figures stiffened their legs as if nailed to the ground, and even lifting their heads became extremely difficult. Qian Yu looked at the dark entrance, his voice devoid of any warmth. "Tell Tuanzong I'm here to turn in my resignation." The moment the words fell, a piercing alarm suddenly blared from deep underground, and one by one red lights flickered on, casting an even more oppressive gloom over the already shadowy corridor. In the next instant, dark figures emerged from every direction. From the corners, the ceiling, the end of the corridor, almost every shadow harbored a person. The masked root shinobi wasted no words, raising their hands to hurl kunai shuriken and fine needles coated with poison. Then jutsu followed in relentless succession. Wind blades, fireballs, chains entwined with chakra threads, layer upon layer, as if intent on burying the entire passage. Seeing this, Chiyu simply took a step forward. His stride was steady, even slow. Yet those lethal attacks, upon approaching within a meter of him, struck an invisible barrier, instantly halting and then silently dissipating. Kunai snapped, flames died, wind blades scattered. Even the air itself seemed forcibly flattened. The foremost root shinobi's pupils constricted, clearly bewildered by what had happened. As he tried to retreat, a terrifying, skin-crawling pressure crashed down upon him. Thud! His knees buckled, and he fell straight to the ground. Then came the second, the third. The entire corridor's root shinobi were struck as if by a boulder, their bodies growing rigid one after another. They could not form hand seals, nor even breathe easily. One desperately pressed his hands against the floor, veins bulging on his forearms, only to collapse with his eyes rolling back the next moment. Foaming at the mouth, he fell into utter unconsciousness. This was not a jutsu, nor any power they could comprehend. It was pure, almost brutal suppression, so overwhelmingly strong that it granted no right to resist. Chiyu advanced, his black coat swaying gently behind him, his steps never faltering. Along the way, shinobi collapsed one after another, the thuds of their bodies hitting the ground echoing in a chilling rhythm. Yet he did not even shift his gaze. Before long, the innermost door came into view. Even before it was pushed open, the oppressive aura within seeped out. Chiyu pressed his hand against the heavy wooden door, and it burst open with a crash. Shimura Danzo sat in a chair, his staff set aside, his face dark enough to drip with fury. Behind him stood two elite root shinobi, but even their faces had lost their usual composure. They had heard the commotion outside. Yet precisely because they had heard it, it felt all the more absurd. That was Root, the trump card Danzo had painstakingly built over the years. And now it could not even delay Chiyu for a moment. Namikaze Chiha, Danzo stared at him, his voice cold and heavy. "Do you realize what you are doing?" Chiyu stepped into the room, casually closing the door behind him, his expression still calm. Resigning. Danzo laughed in fury, his single eye fixed on him. "You storm into Root, injure my men, and call this resigning? This is treason against Konoha." At that, Chiyu smiled. A faint smile, yet more unsettling than silence. "Treason against Konoha?" He lifted his gaze to Danzo, his tone eerily calm. "I am merely leaving this cesspool called Root. Since when do you speak for Konoha?" At these words, the muscles on Danzo's face twitched. After years of maneuvering within Konoha, nothing infuriated him more than someone trampling on his Root. Yet this man had not only trampled on it, but done so without any pretense. "Very well." Danzo slowly rose to his feet, the killing intent in his single eye no longer containable. "It seems I should not have let you live to this day." With that, he tore off the bandages on his right arm. Layer after layer of white cloth fell, revealing the arm completely. Pale skin, twisted blood vessels, and countless Sharingan embedded in it, dense and nauseating to behold. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to an abyss. Even the two Root shinobi behind him changed color. Chiyu glanced at it, his expression unchanged. But Danzo seemed to grasp a shred of confidence, a sinister curve twisting at the corner of his mouth. "You think you have already won." He spoke slowly. "Namikaze Chiha, you are too arrogant." The moment the words left his lips, Danzo stomped and lunged forward. His speed was considerable, and his right arm surged with chakra, clearly determined to use Izanagi to outlast Chiyu. If he could just stall, if he could trade lives. He refused to believe that this young man could remain invincible forever. But Chiyu merely stood there, watching him charge like a fool courting death. The next moment he moved, not backward, nor to form hand seals. He charged straight forward. Before Danzo could even register his movement, the dark figure in his field of vision vanished, and when it reappeared, it was right before him. Too fast. So fast that even instinct lagged. Danzo's face twisted in shock, and he tried to pull back, but his right arm was already locked in a vice-like grip. That hand was not overly large, yet its strength was terrifying, like a steel clamp, completely immobilizing his entire arm. "This thing of yours," Chiyu glanced down at the arm, his voice flat, "is really an eyesore." Danzo's pupils contracted sharply. "Let go." Before he could finish, Chiyu tightened his grip and twisted violently. Crack. The sound of bone shattering was crystal clear in the room. Danzo's face contorted instantly, a scream of agony forcing its way out of his throat. But it was not over. Chiyu raised his arm, and with a muffled tear of flesh he ripped the right arm, studded with Sharingan, clean off. Blood splattered. The scene was so brutal that even the two root shinobi behind him stood frozen, mouths agape, unable to make a sound. Danzo staggered and fell to the ground, his left hand clutching the stump, his whole body trembling. That always composed, sinister face was now nothing but pain and fury, his breath ragged. "You? How dare you?" "Dare what?" Chiyu held the severed arm, casually looking down at him. "Dare to touch you." Danzo gritted his teeth, his single eye burning with malice. Yet that malice in the face of absolute power seemed utterly pathetic. Chiyu stepped slowly toward him, then released his grip, letting the arm fall to the floor with a wet slap. The Sharingan on it had not yet lost their luster, making the sight all the more revolting. The two root shinobi behind him tensed further, but no one dared move. They were not foolish. If even Danzo had been beaten like this, they would only die faster. Chiyu looked down at Danzo on the ground, his eyes devoid of any warmth. "I told you, keep your hands off the Namikaze residence." With that he stepped down. Bang! The severed arm burst, bones and flesh crushed into pulp, leaving not a single intact Sharingan. Danzo's body convulsed violently, his face pale as paper. Yet Chiyu seemed not to notice, slowly withdrawing his foot, looking down at the writhing man, his voice cold as ice. "This is the first and last warning. The Namikaze clan is not something you can covet." The room was deathly silent. No one dared to speak. Chiyu could not be bothered to look at Danzo any longer. He turned and walked out. The door opened again, revealing the corridor outside littered with unconscious root members. He strode out step by step. Behind him, Danzo's breathing was heavy and erratic, but he could not utter a single coherent word. From this moment onward, the name Root, in Chiyu's eyes, was probably nothing more than a joke. After a few days of quiet at the Root, the Namikaze residence also settled into an unusual calm. The wind in the courtyard grew less biting. Naruto slept soundly during the day and rarely stirred at night, and Kushina's complexion improved day by day. Yet Shinyu could see that the faint gloom in her brow remained, as if a weight still pressed on her heart, never quite dissipating. After lunch, Shinyu set down his empty bowl and glanced at her. "Let's go out for a walk this afternoon." Kushina froze her hand that had been teasing Naruto, stopping midair. "Out. Shinyu looked at her, his tone calm. "Take you and Naruto to bask in the sun." Kushina instinctively bit her lip. She understood his meaning all too well, and that only made her heart more unsettled. Since the Ninetales incident, she had never truly stepped out of this residence. Not because she didn't want to, but because she dared not. She feared the eyes outside. She dreaded the unconcealed stares, the hushed whispers, and most of all, the moment she stood on the street, she would be reminded of the fire and chaos of that night. The room fell silent for a moment. Naruto waved his little hand in the crib, babbling softly. Seeing this, Shinyu did not press her. He rose, walked over to her, and gently tucked a strand of red hair behind her ear. "With me here, no one will dare say anything to you." Kushina looked up at him. Those golden eyes, as always, were not especially tender, but they were steady enough to bring peace to her heart. She hesitated for a few seconds, then finally nodded softly. "All right." Hearing this, Shinyu smiled. "Go change." Soon the three of them left the house. Naruto was placed in a stroller, bundled up tightly, with only a delicate little face peeking out. Shinyu pushed the stroller ahead, while Kushina walked beside him, her steps initially slow, as if adjusting to something. As soon as they left the street, she sensed the gazes around them. Some were surprised, others hesitant, and a few stopped what they were doing to look their way. After all, the affairs of the Namikaze household had been whispered about throughout Konoha in recent days. The fourth Hokage had fallen in battle, Kushina had survived, and the child had been saved. Now that she appeared on the street for the first time, everyone couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Kushina's fingers curled slightly. Just then Shinyu pushed the stroller, without slowing his pace, his gaze sweeping casually over the surroundings. That look was not heavy, nor did it carry any emotion. Yet the people by the roadside who had been about to draw closer instinctively averted their eyes. Some opened their mouths, but ultimately said nothing, turning back to their own affairs. Seeing this, Kushina was startled, and the tightness in her chest eased considerably. "Nervous?" Shinyu suddenly asked. "A little, Databeo," Kushina admitted without pretense, looking down at Naruto in the stroller. "But now, I think I'm okay." Shinyu hummed in acknowledgement. "Take it slow." Kushina glanced at him, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifting. Sunlight bathed the street, and the breeze was gentle. Naruto, probably enjoying the warmth, lay in the stroller with half-closed eyes, his little hands waving occasionally, uttering meaningless syllables. As they reached a corner, a commotion broke out ahead. "Why are you crying? We didn't hit you. Come on, be a Kugan freak, say something." A few older children were gathered by the roadside laughing and joking, their tone grating. In the middle crouched a very young girl, her clothes neat, but her hair slightly messy, her head bowed and shoulders trembling as she sobbed. Shinyu paused about to step forward, but the red-haired figure beside him had already rushed ahead. "You kids stop right there, Databeo." That shout was crisp and forceful with remarkable penetration. The children froze, turning around in unison. Kushina strode up to them, planting her hands on her hips, her aura instantly commanding. "Surrounding a little kid like this, are you proud of yourselves?" The children clearly hadn't expected an adult to appear, let alone one with red hair and such an intimidating presence. They were all stunned. "We were just playing with her." "Playing?" Kushina glared, her brows shooting up. "You call bullying her until she cries playing? Want me to take you to your parents and ask how they taught you, Databeo?" Those words made the children's faces change. One of them tried to stand his ground, stiffening his neck. "She's just a coward." "So being a coward means she deserves to be surrounded and bullied." Kushina took a step forward, her voice rising. "If I see you do this again, I'll personally march you to the Ninja Academy and make you shout everything you just said. See how embarrassed you'd be." The children, having never faced such a confrontation, turned pale and completely lost their composure. Let's go. She's so scary." "It wasn't me." They pushed and shoved each other, fleeing in an instant without daring to look back. The street fell quiet. Kushina stood there, hands on her hips, breathing a little fast, but the light in her eyes blazed stunningly bright, as if she had suddenly reclaimed the fiery spirit of the red-hot pepper of old. Shinyu pushed the stroller closer, watching her with a slight curl at the corner of his mouth. Quite spirited indeed. Kushina turned and met the amusement in his eyes, the fierce edge in her expression softening. "What are you laughing at, Databeo?" "Nothing," Shinyu replied flatly. "Just thinking that when you scold people you seem to be recovering well." Kushina blinked, then her ears flushed. "Who's recovering?" "I just couldn't stand to watch Databeo." Shinyu nodded. "Indeed you couldn't stand it." Kushina. This man had a way of praising that was infuriating. Shinyu stopped teasing her and turned his attention to the little girl still crying by the roadside. He walked over. The girl looked about 3 years old, small and delicate, with a soft face and striking eyes, pure white, utterly devoid of any color. She was still crouched there, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly, as if frightened by the scene. Shinyu knelt before her, softening his voice. "Can you stand up?" The girl lifted her head, glanced at him, then quickly lowered it, nodding slightly. Seeing this, Shinyu reached out and gently wiped the tears from her face. His movements were light and steady. The girl was clearly startled, her lashes still glistening with tears, staring at him blankly, as if she hadn't expected this seemingly cold big brother to be so gentle. Shinyu looked at her pure white eyes, recalling the troublesome rules of the Hyuga clan. A flicker of indifference passed through his gaze, but it vanished in an instant. "Don't cry," he said. "Your eyes are beautiful." The girl was stunned. Shinyu continued, "Like snow, very pure." Those words made the girl fall completely still. She had probably never heard such praise before. She forgot to cry, just stared at Shinyu, her fair little face gradually flushing pink. Kushina watched from the side, her expression softening as well. She bent down, brushed the dust off the girl's clothes, and asked softly, "What's your name, Databeo?" "Hi, Hinata." Her voice was very soft, as if afraid to disturb anyone. Kushina blinked, not thinking much of it, and smiled as she ruffled her hair. "That's a lovely name." Hinata's face turned even redder. She clutched the hem of her clothes, and after a long moment, she mustered the courage to look up at Shinyu and whispered, "Thank you." She had barely started. Suddenly a loud crash echoed from afar. A thunderous boom, as if something had violently smashed into the ground, shaking the window frames along the street. Then a furious roar rang out, its volume astonishing, clearly audible throughout the entire street. The pedestrians stopped in their tracks. Someone whirled around. "What's happening? Isn't that the Hyuga compound over there? Something's wrong." Hearing this, Kushina instinctively looked up, her expression shifting slightly. Chu Tian, who had not yet recovered, was startled into a shiver. Her face turned pale, and the tears she had just held back welled up again. Her fingers instinctively grasped the corner of Chinyu's clothes. Chinyu glanced down at her, and his eyes instantly darkened. This chakra, he didn't need to go see it, he already knew in his heart. Arrogant, unrestrained, and carrying a distinctly non-mai ninja aura. It was most likely someone from Yunin. Considering the significance of today's date, many things suddenly clicked into place. The Yunin delegation had entered the village under the pretext of signing a peace treaty, appearing polite on the surface, but secretly coveting the Byakugan of the Riseong clan. If they succeeded, Qianyu knew all too well what would follow. It was called a peace negotiation, but in truth it was a probe and a chance to snatch things. He raised his hand and patted Chu Tian's back, gently, his voice softening, "Don't be afraid." Chu Tian looked at him with reddened eyes, her nose trembling, but she truly didn't cry out. At that moment, Jiao Xianai also walked over, holding Ming Rin, the lightness on her face completely gone. She had also sensed that unsettling chakra just now, and seeing Qianyu's expression, her heart sank. "Qianyu, what's wrong?" Qianyu turned to look at her, his tone calm, but leaving no room for negotiation. "Take Ming Rin and Chu Tian home now as quickly as possible." Stay far away from here. Jio Xian was stunned. What about you? I'll go take a look. Qianyu looked at her and added, don't stop and don't look back. Hearing this, Jio Xian's fingers tightened slightly. She was all too familiar with that look in Qianyu's eyes, too calm, too cold. The last time he had worn that expression was when he went to the Jin Bu to find Tuan Song. She didn't ask further, just nodded firmly, I understand. With that, she first steadied Ming Ren in her arms, then crouched down and took the dazed Chu Tian's hand. The little girl was clearly still in shock, her fair face full of confusion, but her eyes instinctively kept drifting toward Qianyu. Come with me, it's all right. Jio Xian tried to soften her voice. Let's go to my house first, okay? Chu Tian bit her lip and nodded gently. Jio Xian didn't delay. Holding Ming Ren with one arm and leading Chu Tian with the other, she turned and hurried toward the Bluffing residence. Her steps were swift, but she kept Qianyu's words, don't look back, firmly in mind, forcing herself not to glance behind. The passers-by on the street were still murmuring, their voices a chaotic buzz. Did something really happen to the Rixiang? The commotion just now was too loud. And wasn't there a Yunin delegation in the village today? At these words, the faces of several nearby people changed, and their voices dropped, as if no one dared to openly pierce the veil of that unspoken truth. Qianyu stood still, watching Jio Xian and the two children grow distant, until the red figure turned the corner and vanished completely. The last trace of warmth in his eyes faded away. The aura that had been relatively gentle moments before instantly turned frighteningly cold. A passerby who accidentally met his gaze felt a chill down his spine, instinctively stepping back, half a step, not daring to breathe too loudly. The next second, Qianyu lightly tapped his foot. Only a faint, almost invisible afterimage remained, and he had already disappeared at the end of the street. The speed was too fast, as if that figure had never existed. A few nearby villagers who were still stunned blinked, then rubbed their eyes in unison, even wondering if they had just seen things. Wind swept between the eaves. Qianyu's figure was already leaping across the rooftops, his black coat lightly fluttering in the airflow. The closer he got to the Rixiang clan grounds, the clearer the chakra fluctuation became, mingled with barely suppressed anger and humiliation. Chaotic and noisy. Below, people had begun to gather toward that area, but no one dared to get too close. After all, it was the Rixiang clan's territory, and with an outside village delegation involved, everyone knew that this kind of spectacle was not to be watched. Those who saw it might not live to talk about it. Qianyu did not stop. After a few leaps, the gates of the Rixiang clan compound came into view. But the scene before him was even uglier than the rumors on the street. In front of the stone steps at the entrance, several Yunin ninjas stood in a scattered formation, but each one carried an arrogant demeanor. The leading man was tall and burly, with undisguised contempt on his face, as if he didn't care about anyone around. Under his foot was Rixiang Rizu's shoulder. The pressure was heavy. Rixiang Rizu knelt on one knee, the veins on his forehead taut, his shoulder forced downward, and his robes disheveled. That usually composed face was now extremely ugly, his eyes filled with barely contained fury and humiliation. Yet he could not move. Many Rixiang clan members stood around, their faces dark and terrible. Some clenched their fists until their knuckles turned white, yet they could only remain where they were. The anger was real, and so was the frustration. Because those Yunin ninjas were backed by the title of a diplomatic delegation. If they acted, it would become a matter between villages. But if they didn't act, the humiliation was unbearable. For a moment the gate was eerily silent, except for the Yunin leader, who continued to smile leisurely, as if relishing the feeling of trampling others underfoot. Rixiang clan leader. He looked down at Rizu, his tone full of mockery. The renowned clan of my. Nothing special. Rizu gritted his teeth and said nothing. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak. The pressure on his shoulder increased another notch, making his breathing heavier. A nearby Rixiang clan member finally couldn't resist and took half a step forward, but was immediately grabbed and held back by those beside him. They couldn't act impulsively, at least not now, but the more they endured, the more ridiculous the scene became. The Yunin leader clearly saw their hesitation, his smirk widening, and he even deliberately ground his foot, an obvious act of humiliation. What? Not satisfied. He raised his eyes, scanning the faces around him that were incredibly ugly. If you're not satisfied, then make a move. I want to see just how brave my really is. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the courtyard tensed to the breaking point. Just as Rixiang Rizu was about to grind his teeth to pieces, a voice suddenly rang out. Are you here to seek death in my A? As the words fell, the already oppressive atmosphere at the gate shifted abruptly. The Rixiang clan members all turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. On a nearby ridge, Qianyu stood there, his black figure lightly stirred by the evening wind, his eyes beneath the golden hair terrifyingly calm. There was no excessive anger, no deliberate killing intent, but the more it sent a chill down one's spine. The Yunin leader narrowed his eyes, glanced down, and deliberately increased the pressure of the foot still planted on Hinata Hayashi's shoulder. Has Konoha no one left that they send a mere boy to die? The surrounding Hyuga clan members' faces shifted. Some had already recognized Chiharu, yet none dared to speak rashly at that moment. Chiharu did not answer. He merely took a step from the ridge of the roof and landed steadily before the stone steps. Seeing this, the Yunin leader's lips twisted into a sneer, and he was about to order his subordinates to seize the boy, when an overwhelming, irresistible pressure descended from the heavens. Bang! The expression on his face froze instantly. His pupils contracted sharply as if a great mountain had suddenly crushed down upon him. Even lifting a finger became a luxury. How could this be? The thought had barely surfaced when his legs gave way completely, his knees smashing heavily onto the stone slabs. Before he could even utter a sound, his upper body pitched forward. With a thud, the Yunin leader collapsed prostrate on the ground, his face striking the hard stone with a solid impact, and blood immediately streamed from his nose. The foot that had been pressing on Hayashi's shoulder was naturally forced away. At almost the same moment, all the Yunin ninjas standing behind him were also crushed to the ground. Some fell to their knees, their bodies trembling like sieves. Others tried to form hand seals, but their fingers had barely lifted halfway before they rolled their eyes and collapsed. In just a few breaths, the entire Yunin envoy lay sprawled on the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. The Yunin ninja, who had moments ago worn an air of superiority, could now not even utter a complete sentence, only gasping for breath as they lay prone. The entire street fell into instant silence. The Konoha villagers watching from a distance stood with mouths agape, unable to make a sound. Even the furious Hyuga clan members were frozen in place. With just a single step forward, he had brought the entire Yunin envoy to their knees. What kind of power was this? Hinata Hayashi, clutching his wounded shoulder, slowly rose to his feet. His Byakugan stared intently at Chiharu, yet he could not discern where that overwhelming force had come from. The Yunin leader gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and managed to lift his face slightly from the stone slab. You dare attack a peace envoy? Chiharu did not even glance at him, but walked past him and came directly before Hinata Hayashi. Hayashi's expression was complex. He opened his mouth momentarily, unsure whether to express gratitude first or to warn Chiharu about the Yunin envoy status. Lord Chiharu, today's incident involves both villages. If handled poorly, Yunin may use this as a pretext to attack. Chiharu halted, his gaze falling on Hayashi's disheveled robes and injured shoulder. His tone remained calm. When they stepped on the Hyuga clan head, they didn't think about how to handle it. Upon hearing this, Hayashi fell silent, his expression darkening. The other party had come to Konoha under the guise of peace talks, yet dared to act at the gates of the Hyuga compound, even humiliating him in front of all his clansmen. This was no longer a simple conflict. It was a trampling of the Hyuga clan's dignity. Yet precisely because the envoy represented Yunin, they had no choice but to endure. Chiharu swept his gaze over the Hyuga clansmen, who clenched their fists, then looked back at Hayashi. From today onward, the Hyuga family is under the protection of me, Namikaze Chiharu. At these words, everyone present was stunned. Hayashi's eyes changed as well. The statement was spoken calmly, but its weight was astonishing. Especially after Chiharu had just single-handedly crushed the entire Yunin envoy, no one could take it as a casual pleasantry. One of the Hyuga elders instinctively stepped forward, half a step, then stopped. They all understood what accepting Chiharu's protection meant. Yet looking at the Yunin ninja sprawled on the ground, and recalling the humiliation they had been forced to endure, no one could utter a word of refusal. Hayashi was silent for a moment, then straightened his collar and bowed his head solemnly to Chiharu. The Hyuga clan will remember Lord Chiharu's kindness today. Chiharu nodded and said no more. The Yunin leader, hearing their exchange, had fury blazing in his eyes. He desperately mobilized his chakra, trying to push himself up, but the pressure on him increased. Crack! The stone slab beneath him split into several cracks. The head he had just raised slammed down again, and a tooth was knocked out. Namikaze Chiharu, Yunin will not let you off. You'd better think about whether you can leave Konoha alive first. Chiharu turned his face sideways, his golden eyes devoid of any warmth. The Yunin leader's body stiffened, and the rest of his words lodged in his throat. He finally realized that the man before him cared nothing for the envoy's status, nor for any response Yunin might make. That was not impulsiveness. It was absolute confidence. Chiharu withdrew his gaze, slowly turned around, and swept his eyes across both sides of the street. Whether Hyuga clan members or Konoha villagers watching from afar all instinctively straightened their backs when they met his gaze. Konoha is not a garbage dump. His voice was not loud, but propelled by chakra, it carried clearly through the entire street, even reaching the Umbu ninja standing on distant rooftops. Nor is it a place where any stray cat or dog can come and run wild. A few of the still-conscious Yunin ninja flushed crimson with humiliation, but lacked the strength even to lift their heads in rebuttal. Chiharu raised his hand and pointed at the bloodied Yunin leader lying prostrate on the ground. Anyone who dares to trample on Konoha, this is what they get. Still no one on either side of the street spoke, but the eyes of many Konoha villagers had changed. It had not been long since the Nine Tails incident. The fourth Hokage had fallen in battle, and many houses in the village still lay unrepaired. Yunin had chosen this very moment to arrive ostensibly to sign a peace treaty, yet they had forced their way into the Hyuga compound and swaggered about while stepping on the Hyuga clan head. How could anyone swallow such an insult? Yet from beginning to end the Hokage had not appeared, the advisors had not appeared, and the Umbu had only dared to observe from afar. In the end, only Namikaze Chiharu had stepped forward. The Hyuga clan members looked at Chiharu with burning eyes. Even the few elders who had hesitated over the offer of protection now fell completely silent. Strength, courage, and an assertiveness that bowed to no one. Only such a man was worthy of claiming to protect the Hyuga. But the Umbu ninja hidden in the distance were already breaking out in cold sweat. They exchanged glances, and one of them turned to head back to the Hokage building to report. But at that moment Chiharu suddenly looked up. His gaze traveled across the street over layers of uneven buildings and finally came to rest on the distant Hokage rock. Over there several chakra signatures were approaching rapidly. They hadn't come too slowly, but waiting until the Yunin had already trampled the Hyuga clan head into the ground before finally deigning to show up. This Hokage certainly had an interesting way of doing things. Chiharu stood amid the fallen Yunin ninja, his black coat swaying gently in the wind. He did not move, but infused his chakra into his voice and spoke calmly. The next moment that voice pierced through most of Konoha and crashed down upon the Hokage building. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, get down here and clean up the mess you've left behind. As Chibana finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from the roof. Sarutobi Himawa arrived at the Hyuga clan compound's entrance with several ANBU operatives, their black cloaks fluttering in the wind. Hardly had he steadied himself when he spotted the Cloud Ninja sprawled across the ground and Hayashi Hyuga kneeling on one knee at the stone steps. The surrounding villagers had not dispersed, instead drawn by the third Hokage's arrival, they turned their gazes toward the scene. The Hyuga clansmen stood silently in 2 rows, none stepping forward to pay respects. Sarutobi's eyes swept across the gathering before settling on Chibana, his brow gradually furrowing. Chibana, dismiss your power for now. His voice was not loud, but carried the weight of a Hokage's command. Chibana remained at the foot of the steps, neither raising his eyelids nor offering a response. Let us hear the full account first. Sarutobi's expression darkened slightly. Handle this matter. The Cloud delegation holds special status. They cannot be allowed to stir unrest in the streets any longer. Handle it. Chibana looked up at him, his tone placid. The Cloud Ninja breached the Hyuga compound and trampled upon the Hyuga clan head to humiliate Konoha. Where were the Hokage and ANBU in that moment? The words hung in the air, and an immediate silence fell over the crowd. Several ANBU operatives concealed beneath the eaves of nearby buildings offered no reply. Sarutobi gripped his staff, his voice grave. We have not yet uncovered the full truth. We cannot rely on a single account. Chibana ceased his argument and turned his head toward the Hyuga clansmen. State the time Hinata went missing and recount in full what transpired after the Cloud Ninja entered the compound. The Hyuga clansmen exchanged glances. Finally, an elder stepped forward, jaw clenched, and approached Hayashi. Miss Hinata vanished during the earlier chaos. After the Cloud Ninja entered the compound, they inquired about her whereabouts. When we pursued them out, the clan head had already been intercepted. What did they say? Chibana asked. The clansman glanced at the subdued Cloud leader on the ground, his voice tightening. They declared they would take a member of the Hyuga family away and stated that the Byakugan should remain within Cloud's territory. A murmur rippled through the onlookers. Sarutobi's expression hardened completely. He turned his gaze to the remaining Cloud Ninja, his clouded eyes growing heavy with fury. The Byakugan. This answer revealed the true purpose of the Cloud delegation. Having entered Konoha under the guise of negotiating a peace treaty, they had seized the opportunity to approach the Hyuga compound, and even attempted to seize a branch family member of the Hyuga main house. This was no mere skirmish. It was an outright plunder of Konoha's bloodline limit. Hayashi, clutching his wounded shoulder, suddenly lifted his head. Where is Hinata now? Chibana met his gaze. Kushina has taken her back to the Namikaze mansion. Hayashi stiffened visibly, then seemed to exhale in relief. She has not fallen into Cloud's hands. No, Chibana answered bluntly. She was frightened, but she is now safe and home. Hayashi closed his eyes, the tension in his chest finally releasing. Yet in the next instant his gaze fell once more upon the subdued Cloud leader, hardening anew. I thank you, Chibana-sama. No thanks are necessary. Chibana replied coolly. I merely returned their actions in kind. Sarutobi remained silent for a moment before raising a hand toward his ANBU guards. Take the entire Cloud delegation into custody. Interrogate them rigorously. As the ANBU moved to comply, Chibana's voice cut through the air. Who authorized you to take them? Sarutobi turned, his expression darkening. Chibana, this is Konoha's official business. They assaulted the Hyuga compound and injured the Hyuga clan head. Chibana looked at him. The Hyuga clan will take them into custody. The Cloud delegation concerns relations between 2 villages. They cannot be handed over to a single clan. Relations between 2 villages? Chibana let out a faint cold laugh, his eyes devoid of warmth. Where was that concern for inter-village relations when they trampled upon our clan head? The distant villagers heard every word clearly. Their previously hesitant expressions grew complicated. The Hyuga clansmen took a collective step forward. They did not draw their kunai, but their posture spoke volumes. Sarutobi watched this development, his face growing increasingly grim. To forcibly remove the Cloud Ninja now would mean forcing the Hyuga to yield before all of Konoha. Yet having just suffered such humiliation, the Hyuga would never quietly swallow their anger. More importantly, Chibana still stood there. As long as his power remained active, there was no chance for ANBU to seize the prisoners. Sarutobi drew a deep breath and finally looked down at the subdued Cloud leader. The Cloud delegation entered the Hyuga compound without authorization and attempted to abduct a Hyuga main house member. This is indeed problematic. The words, though delivered calmly, carried clearly to every ear. Hayashi lifted his head, his gaze fixing upon Sarutobi. Hokage Dano, since their guild has been established, the Hyuga clan requests the right to conduct our own interrogation. Sarutobi did not immediately agree. Hayashi, the Cloud delegation, holds special status. Special enough to trample upon Konoha's clan heads. Chibana interrupted him. Sarutobi's fingers tightened slowly around his staff, the last trace of leniency vanishing from his face. Chibana met his gaze, his voice quiet, yet carrying to every corner of the street. The Hyuga clan can handle these individuals themselves, but Konoha must give its guarantee. What guarantee? That no Hyuga life will be sacrificed to appease Cloud's demands. Silence enveloped the area. The words struck deep within every Hyuga present. Hayashi looked at Chibana, his eyes shifting subtly. After a long moment, he turned to face Sarutobi and spoke firmly. The Hyuga clan accepts this guarantee. Sarutobi's expression darkened to its deepest shade. He knew that whether willing or not, a resolution had to be given today. Otherwise, Konoha, already shaken by the Ninetales' attack, would plunge once more into internal turmoil. I give my guarantee, as Hokage, Sarutobi said slowly. Konoha will not sacrifice any Hyuga life to satisfy Cloud's demands. Chibana watched him, his expression unchanged. Remember your words. With that, he gradually released the oppressive power weighing upon the Cloud Ninja. The moment the terrifying pressure lifted, the subdued Cloud Ninja gasped for breath. Several attempted to rise, but were swiftly pinned down by Hyuga clansmen, denying them any chance of resistance. Hayashi adjusted his robes and walked before the Cloud leader. Take them back to the compound. The Hyuga clansmen immediately moved in binding and escorting the Cloud Ninja away. Sarutobi stood his ground, his gaze heavy upon Chibana. Chibana, this action will turn Cloud's ire toward Konoha. Their ire has long been aimed at Konoha. Chibana turned his golden eyes, meeting Sarutobi's. I struck them. I protected the Hyuga. If Cloud seeks retribution, let them come to me. Yuenfei Risen was silent for a long time, then finally raised his hand, ordering the Umbu to withdraw to the side of the Rishion clan members. Cooperate with the Rishion clan and take the entire Yunin envoy into custody. Several Umbu exchanged glances and quietly acknowledged. The Rishion clan members, without hesitation, quickly took over the Yunin ninjas and escorted them one by one into the clan compound. Seeing this, Yuenfei Risen turned to look at Shinyu, his expression still rather grim. Shinyu, come with me to the Hokage's office. There are some things I need to discuss with you alone. Shinyu straightened his coat, his tone calm. Juxinai and Mingren are still waiting for me at home. I don't have time. This matter concerns Mai and Yunin. That's the Hokage's business. With that, Shinyu turned and left directly, giving Yuenfei Risen no chance to continue speaking. The Rishion clan members all cleared the way. Watching that black-clad figure walk away, not a single person found anything inappropriate about his actions. Yuenfei Risen gripped his staff and remained silent for a long time. When Shinyu returned to the bluffing residence, just as he pushed open the courtyard gate, Juxinai quickly came out to greet him. She was still holding Mingren in her arms. Her gaze first swept over Chinyu's face, then traveled down to his arms and clothes. Only after confirming there was no blood did her shoulders slowly relax. Are you injured? No. Chinyu looked at her anxious expression, raised his hand, and touched Mingren's face. Just dealt with a few people. Juxinai still wasn't reassured as she grabbed his sleeve and checked it over. Only after seeing that he truly had no injuries did she let out a soft sigh. You always say it so lightly, you know. Chinyu smiled and didn't explain. Juxinai glared at him, then as if remembering something turned and called toward the house. Chutian, it's all right now, you can come out. Soon a small head appeared from behind the door. Chutian was hiding behind the door, first cautiously glancing at Chinyu. Seeing that he had returned, the little girl visibly relaxed, but when Chinyu looked over she immediately blushed and drew back. Chinyu walked to the door, crouched down, and looked at her. Your father is fine, he only got a slight injury on his shoulder. Chutian lifted her head, her white eyes still filled with worry. Father, is he really all right? Really? I'll take you back now. Hearing this, Chutian finally nodded. She slowly stepped out from behind the door, her fingers still tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, but she was no longer as frightened as before. Juxinai held Mingren securely in her arms and said softly, I'll go with you, you know. You rest at home. Chinyu glanced at her. I'll be back soon. Juxinai opened her mouth to speak, but in the end she didn't insist. She only straightened Chutian's slightly messy collar. With Qianyu nothing will happen, you know. Chutian softly agreed. When Qianyu took her back to the Rishiang clan compound, Rishiang Rizu had already treated the wound on his shoulder. Seeing his daughter safe and sound, his usually stern face showed a noticeable change. Chutian quickly ran to her father's side. Rizu raised his hand and placed it on her shoulder. After confirming she was unharmed, he looked at Qianyu with solemnity. I thank you for today's matter, Lord Qianyu. Qianyu nodded and did not stay long. The Yunin ninjas had already been locked up in the Rishiang clan compound, and the storm had temporarily subsided. The next morning, 2 guests arrived at the Bluffing residence. Rishiang Rizu, holding Chutian's hand, entered the living room. There were no clan elders behind him, nor any guards. Qianyu sat down at the table, while Juxinai sat beside him holding Mingren. After they were seated, Rizu did not beat around the bush and directly bowed his head to Qianyu. If not for Lord Qianyu's intervention yesterday, Chutian would likely have fallen into the hands of Yunin. The Rishiang clan would also have suffered great humiliation because of my incompetence. Chief Rizu, you need not do this. Qianyu looked at him. Yunin dared to make a move, and they should have paid the price anyway. Rizu shook his head, his expression still solemn. To Lord Qianyu it might have been just a casual act. But to the Rishiang clan this is a debt of life-saving and clan-protecting grace. He paused for a moment. Yesterday Lord Qianyu said that you would protect the Rishiang clan from now on. This promise the Rishiang clan will not forget. Juxinai, sitting nearby, couldn't help but glance at Qianyu. The Rishiang clan held a special position in Mai, and Rizu was known for his strictness. Yet now facing Qianyu, he spoke with humility, in every word clearly acknowledging the debt of gratitude from yesterday. She lowered her head and played with Mingren's little hand, but a smile secretly curled at the corner of her mouth. Qianyu noticed, but didn't expose her. He only turned his gaze to behind Rizu. Chutian had been hiding there ever since she entered, fingers clutching her clothes, occasionally stealing a glance at him. Every time their eyes met, she would instantly lower her head. Clearly the little girl was still thinking about what happened on the street. Qianyu beckoned to her. Chutian, come here. Chutian's body stiffened slightly, and she instinctively looked at her father. Seeing Rizu nod, she slowly walked over to Qianyu. Qianyu crouched down to meet her eyes. Do you still remember what those children said yesterday? Chutian lowered her head without answering, but her grip on her clothes tightened. Seeing this, Qianyu raised his hand and ruffled her hair, his voice softening. There is nothing wrong with your eyes. The Byakugan is the power of the Rishiang clan, and it is not a reason for others to mock you. Chutian looked up in a daze. If anyone says such things again in the future, you don't have to lower your head for them. Do you understand? I understand. Her voice was still very soft, but she finally did not avoid Qianyu's gaze. Rizu, sitting nearby, had a slight change in his expression. He knew very well what his daughter's personality was like. Chutian had been timid since childhood, struggling to even utter a complete sentence in front of strangers, let alone approach them willingly. Yet moments later, Chutian actually loosened her grip on her clothes and took half a step forward. Brother Qianyu, thank you. Having said that, she blushed and lowered her head, but didn't hide behind her father again. Qianyu smiled and gently patted her head. Rizu watched this scene, and the scrutiny in his eyes gradually faded. He had originally thought that Qianyu's protection of the Rishiang clan was merely to add a sufficiently important force in Mai. Today's visit was merely a necessary gesture between clans. But when Qianyu looked at Chutian, there was no greed for the Byakugan in his eyes, nor any calculation toward the Rishiang main family. He simply felt that a child should not be bullied because of her eyes. After a moment of silence, Rizu stood up, his expression even more solemn than before. He bowed his head to Qianyu and said in a deep voice, from today on, as long as Lord Qianyu does not betray the Rishiang clan will never stand against you. After the departure of the Rishiang father and daughter, the news that Qianyu had taken the Rishiang clan under his protection quickly spread throughout Muyi. Some said he had publicly crushed the entire Yunin delegation, while others said the third Hokage himself had arrived, but still failed to take the person away from the Rishiang. The rumors grew more and more exaggerated, yet the Bofeng residents remained quiet. In the afternoon, just as Joshinai had lulled Mingren to sleep, someone gently knocked on the courtyard gate. She adjusted her long skirt, walked over, and opened the door. The smile on her face froze for a moment when she saw the visitor. Standing outside was Shi Hong. She had changed out of her training clothes and was carrying a simple box of pastries. Her black curly hair hung over her shoulders, and a faint fragrance drifted along with her. Joshinai blinked. That was the very scent. The same fragrance that had lingered on Qianyu's collar a few days ago, making her slam the door and sulk for half a day. Shi Hong felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and spoke first. Hello, I'm Shi Hong. Is Senior Qianyu at home? He is. Joshinai's smile didn't waver at all. She stepped aside from the doorway. I'm Joshinai, the mistress of this house. Please come in and sit. Sorry for the intrusion. Shi Hong entered the courtyard, her gaze sweeping over the neatly arranged flower beds and the baby clothes hanging under the eaves. Soon she spotted Qianyu coming out of the living room. Senior Qianyu. She walked quickly over and handed him the pastries. Thank you for helping me out at the training ground last time. I've been meaning to come and thank you, but there's been a lot going on in the village lately. Qianyu glanced at the pastries, but didn't reach out. Joshinai had already naturally taken them, smiling and saying, "You should have just come without bringing anything any." Qianyu just lent a hand that day, he won't take it to heart any. Shi Rihong paused for a moment, then nodded lightly. Still, I should thank him. The three entered the living room. Joshinai picked up Mingren and sat down next to Qianyu. Shi Rihong sat on the opposite side, her back straight, but her expression much more relaxed than that day at the training ground. I've also heard about the incident at the Rixian clan compound, Shi Rihong said, looking at Qianyu. Her red eyes held clear admiration. The Yunin delegation did such a thing, and only you senior dared to stand up in all of Muyi. The Rixian clan is under my protection now, Qianyu said calmly as he picked up his teacup. If someone moves against them naturally, I will intervene. Shi Rihong was momentarily taken aback. If those words had come from someone else, they would probably have seemed arrogant. But thinking of those Yunin ninjas who had been pinned down at the entrance of the Rixian compound, unable even to lift their heads, she felt it was only natural. Joshinai reached for the teapot and refilled Qianyu's tea. He's always been like this. Once he decides to protect someone, he won't let them suffer any injustice any. She looked down and played with Mingren for a moment, then casually added, "These days he's also been taking care of my health every day. He barely has time to rest." Shi Rihong noticed the almost non-existent gap between the two, and a flicker of understanding passed through her eyes. Is Senior Joshinai's health holding up well? It's much better already. Joshinai smiled, her fingers naturally smoothing Qianyu's sleeve. Qianyu stays with Mingren and me every day. It's hard not to get better in E. Qianyu lowered his head to drink his tea, not exposing her little scheme. After a moment, Joshinai suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to ask, "Qianyu, do you want grilled fish or sukiyaki for dinner? You said yesterday you wanted something light, so I've already had someone buy the ingredients." "Sukiyaki then. Okay, I'll make it for you later." The two of them exchanged questions and answers with such natural familiarity that Shi Rihong finally understood completely. From the mistress of the house to daily healthcare to the family dinner, Joshinai seemed to be chatting casually, but in reality, not a single word was wasted. Qianyu had clearly picked up on it too. But instead of avoiding it, he leaned back in his chair quietly, watching Joshinai, bustling about, a hint of indulgence in his eyes. Shi Rihong took a sip of tea, feeling no embarrassment. She simply looked at Mingren in Joshinai's arms, then at the two sitting together, and a trace of envy flickered in her eyes. Such a home was indeed enviable. After sitting a little longer, Shi Rihong took the initiative to stand and take her leave. Joshinai, holding Mingren, saw her to the courtyard gate, her smile still warm. "Come visit again when you have time, any." Shi Rihong nodded, then glanced at Qianyu. "Senior Qianyu, see you next time." Only after she had walked away did Joshinai close the courtyard gate. She took a few steps back inside, holding Mingren, and asked as if casually, "Qianyu, what do you think of Shi Rihong, any?" Qianyu glanced at her. "What do you mean?" "Her personality, her looks, and the way she looked at you just now." Joshinai said it casually, but her steps had noticeably slowed. "I'm just asking." Hearing this, Qianyu didn't answer directly. Instead, he reached out and took Mingren from her arms. "The house feels a bit empty." Joshinai stopped in her tracks, a few strands of her red hair sticking up. "What do you mean by that, any?" "The living room and bedroom don't even have a single potted flower." Qianyu looked down at Mingren in his arms, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "The weather is nice, so I'll take you both to buy a few." Joshinai stared at him for a few seconds before finally realizing she was being teased. She raised her hand and slapped his arm. "Don't stop halfway when you're talking, any. You're overthinking it." Joshinai. This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Soon the three of them left the residence and walked along the street toward the Shanzhong flower shop. Joshinai linked her arm with Qianyu's, and the earlier vague discomfort had mostly dissipated. The Shanzhong flower shop was filled with freshly delivered flowers, and the air carried a faint floral scent. As soon as Joshinai entered, she let go of Qianyu and walked over to the flower racks to browse seriously. "How about this one for the living room?" She picked up a bright bouquet and turned to look at Qianyu. "Fine. And the bedroom?" "Whatever you like." Joshinai asked twice and got similar answers. She couldn't help glaring at him. "If I have to choose everything, why did you come along, any?" Qianyu, holding Mingren, replied with perfect justification to pay. Joshinai opened her mouth, but found no words to refute him. She had no choice but to continue picking flowers while Qianyu stood by waiting. Mingren lay in his arms, his eyes following the colorful flowers, his little hand reaching out to grab the leaves nearby. Just then, light footsteps came from behind the counter. A little girl with golden hair ran out holding a flower basket. She seemed to be looking for someone, but when she looked up and saw Qianyu, she stopped in her tracks. Her eyes widened as she stared at Qianyu for several seconds. Qianyu also looked down at her, about to ask what she needed, when the little girl put the flower basket on the ground and rushed over. Under Joshinai's astonished gaze, she threw her arms around Qianyu's leg, lifted her little face, and shouted, "Wait for me to grow up. I'm going to marry you." Hearing Xiao Jingye's words, the flower shop suddenly fell silent. Juxinai, holding the flowers she had just picked, paused for a full 2 seconds. She looked down at Xiao Jingya, then raised her head to look at Qinyu, who was holding Mingren. The next moment, she raised an eyebrow, and that familiar spirit of hers instantly returned. "You little girl, you've got quite the nerve, you know." Juxinai strode over, aggressively wrapped her arms around Xiao Jingya's waist, and lifted her directly off Qinyu's lap. As soon as Xiao Jingya's feet touched the ground, she looked up defiantly. "I'm not a little girl. I already helped my dad take care of the shop. Taking care of the shop doesn't count." Juxinai put her hands on her hips, stared down at her, and said with the full confidence of a mistress of the house, "This man right here is already mine. If you want to marry him, you at least have to ask me if I agree, you know." Xiao Jingya blinked. "Why do I have to ask you?" "Because I came first," Juxinai answered with righteous indignation. "Children need to learn about first come first served, got it?" Xiao Jingya wrinkled her little face, obviously finding this reasoning unfair. "Then I'll marry him when you're old." Juxinai, from behind the counter, Shanzhonghai had just stepped out when he heard his daughter's shocking words. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. He scooped Xiao Jingya up in his arms and gave an awkward smile. "The child is still young, she doesn't know how to speak properly. Please don't take it to heart, you two." "Dad, I'm serious. Go to the back and arrange the flower baskets first." "But, go now." Shanzhonghai quickly sent his daughter into the back room. When he turned around, the embarrassment on his face had not yet faded. Qinyu had not spoken a word throughout. He simply stood to the side, holding Mingren, watching with interest as Juxinai staked her claim. Seeing this, Juxinai's ears turned slightly red. She glared at him. "You're still watching the show, you know. I was thinking you looked quite like the mistress of the house just now." "What do you mean, like?" Juxinai hugged the flowers in her arms tighter and snorted. "I am." Qinyu smiled, walked to the counter, and paid. Shanzhonghai watched the family of 3 leave and finally let out a sigh of relief. But then Xiao Jingya poked her head out from the back room and waved earnestly toward the door. "Remember to wait for me to grow up." Juxinai's steps faltered. She turned and glared. Xiao Jingya immediately ducked back inside. On the way home, Juxinai clung to Qinyu's arm, chattering incessantly. "First it was Shiri Hong, and now even a child this young has set her sights on you. You really are a charmer for all ages, never at peace, wherever you go, you know." Qinyu, holding Mingren in one arm and carrying the flowers in the other, did not refute her words. "Why aren't you saying anything?" "Listening to you." "Are you secretly pleased?" Qinyu turned his head and glanced at her. "I only saw someone almost getting into an argument with a child." Juxinai's face flushed with heat, and she tightened her grip on his arm. "Who told her to cling to you like that?" "I was just teaching her some manners, you know." Qinyu nodded, but a smile lingered at the corner of his lips. Juxinai noticed, but didn't press the matter further. She simply leaned in closer. Mingren lay in Qinyu's arms, looking at this one then that one. Finally, he let out a babbling sound and reached out to grab the red hair that hung down from Juxinai. Soon the 3 returned to the residence. Juxinai arranged the flowers one by one, then moved them around the living room several times. When she finally felt satisfied, the previously somewhat empty room had gained a bit of color. She stepped back 2 paces to look, unable to suppress a smile. "Now this feels like a home." As soon as she finished speaking, the courtyard gate was suddenly knocked. Juxinai set down the vase and walked quickly to open the door. But the smile on her face froze when she saw who it was. Standing outside the gate was Yuzhibo Meichin. Her complexion was even more haggard than last time, with faint dark circles under her eyes, and her usually neatly combed long hair was slightly disheveled. "Meichin, what's wrong, you know?" Meichin forced a smile. "Can I come in and sit for a while?" Juxinai immediately pulled her inside. As soon as Meichin sat down, the words she had been holding in her heart could no longer be contained. The clan demanded that Fuyue seek more power from the village, but the village remained wary of the Yuzhibo, and the relationship between the 2 sides grew more tense by the day. Fuyue bore the pressure from his clansmen and became increasingly silent at home. A few days ago, during an argument, he even reproached Meichin for not supporting the family enough, for not understanding the responsibilities of a clan leader. By the end, Meichin lowered her head, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes tightly. "I'm just afraid that if things continue, you and Zuoju will be dragged into it." But Fuyue just won't listen. Juxinai, holding Mingren, sat down beside her and reached out to take her hand. "You're not against him, you just don't want the children to get hurt, you know." Meichin's eyes turned slightly red. She nodded gently. Qinyu sat nearby, tending to the newly bought flower pots, never once joining their conversation. After a long while, Meichin finally calmed down. Not wanting to trouble Juxinai further, she stood up to take her leave and walked alone toward the courtyard gate. She had just stepped into the courtyard when Qinyu's voice came from behind. "Meichin." Meichin stopped in her tracks and turned back in surprise. Qinyu stood on the porch, offering no useless words of comfort. He simply looked at her calmly. "If one day Yuzhibo Fuyue cannot protect you and your 2 children, I will step in." Meichin stood frozen in place. She opened her mouth, but for a long time no sound came out. Those words were too direct, too heavy. Right in the midst of her hopeless situation, they laid out another path. Behind the tree in the corner of the courtyard, a tiny figure also trembled. It was 5-year-old Yuzhibo Yu standing there, the calm on his face showing its first clear change. The third Hokage had told him that the village was above the clan, that a ninja should bear everything for the sake of protecting my. But this man before him did not mention the village, nor did he mention sacrifice. He spoke of protection. Protecting his mother, protecting his little brother. Yu pressed his lips together, his gaze at Qianyu, filled with shock and an incomprehensible bewilderment. Mei-chin did not know that her son had followed her all the way. She simply thanked Qianyu in a daze, then walked out of the bluffing residence in a stupor. After that figure disappeared beyond the courtyard gate, Qianyu did not immediately go back inside. He slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on the tree in the corner of the courtyard. Come out. You've been listening for so long, aren't you tired? The corner of the courtyard fell silent for a few seconds. A small figure emerged from behind the tree. Yuzhibo Yu stood in the yard, his hands hanging at his sides. Though only 5 years old, his childish face showed no trace of panic. Instead, it was as solemn as an adult's. What did you mean by what you said just now, eh? Qianyu leaned against the corridor pillar, not answering immediately. You looked up at him and continued. You said you would protect mother and Zhuazhu. Do you want her to betray father, or are you trying to sow discord between the Yuzhibo clan and the village? Hearing this, Qianyu raised an eyebrow. This child's vigilance was indeed not like that of a 5-year-old. He walked down the steps, crouched in front of Yu, and did not brush him off just because of his young age. Instead, he looked seriously into those pitch-black eyes. Did Yu and Fei Risen teach you the will of fire? Yu was slightly startled, then nodded. Lord Hokage said that everyone in the village is family. A ninja should protect the village, and if necessary sacrifice for it. Qianyu looked at him and said calmly, does the will of fire he taught you include protecting your own mother? Yu opened his mouth. He wanted to say of course it did, but the words caught in his throat and refused to come out. He had seen everything about his mother just now. Her usually gentle face was full of exhaustion, and her eyes even reddened when she spoke of his father and the clan. But the Hokage had never mentioned these things. Seeing this, Qianyu did not wait for him to organize his answer. When your mother is frightened by the conflict between the clan and the village, and cannot sleep all night, where is the will of fire? Yu's fingers tightened slightly. When your clan members are driven to the corner of the village watched by the Umbu, and suspected by everyone, where is the will of fire? That's because the Nine-Tails incident hasn't been fully investigated yet, Yu said instinctively. Lord Hokage needs to ensure the village's safety. Qianyu let out a soft laugh. So as long as it's under the guise of protecting the village, innocent people can bear everything. Yu fell silent immediately. He wanted to retort, but found that everything Qianyu said had already happened. The relocation of the clan's land was true, the surveillance of clan members was true, and his mother's daily worry was also true. But the principles the third Hokage taught him never told him how to face these facts. Qianyu raised his hand and pressed it on his shoulder, his voice still not heavy. The true will is to first have enough strength to protect the people around you, and then talk about other things. If you can't even protect your mother and younger brother, yet spend all day thinking about sacrificing for the village, do you think such sacrifice has any meaning? Yu stared at him blankly. On one side was the third Hokage's teaching that the village was above the clan, on the other was his mother's haggard back as she left just now. The two voices crowded in his mind, making it impossible for him to tell which was right. But if the clan threatens the village, that's a problem for the clan leader and the Hokage to solve, not something a 5-year-old child should bear. At these words, Yu froze completely. No one had ever said that to him. Everyone praised him for being mature, for having thoughts beyond his years, and some told him that the future of the Yuzhibo clan and the village might fall on his shoulders. Only Qianyu told him that this should not be borne by a child. Yu lowered his head, his breathing uneven. After a long while, he suddenly broke free from Qianyu's hand and ran toward the courtyard gate. He didn't say goodbye, nor did he leave an answer. The courtyard gate was pulled open and quickly closed again. Juxinai holding Mingren stood at the living room entrance, looking worriedly in the direction Yu had left. Did you speak too harshly? He's still so young, you know. That's exactly why we can't let people stuff all the wrong things into his head. Qianyu stood up, his gaze sweeping lightly over the courtyard wall. As for how much you could figure out, that was up to him. When Mei-chin returned to the Yuzhibo clan grounds, the sky had already darkened. She pushed open the house door. There was no sound inside. Fuyue sat at the table, head down, wiping a short sword, his expression cold. He only raised his eyes slightly when she came back. Mei-chin changed her shoes, stood at the door for a moment, then finally walked over and sat opposite him. Fuyue, let's talk. Yuzhibo Fuyue didn't stop his movements. About what? The relationship between the clan and the village is getting more tense, and Yu is being taken to train with the Umbu. If this continues, I'm afraid both he and Zhuazhu will be dragged into it. As she finished speaking, Fuyue finally stopped the cloth in his hand and looked up at her. You are the clan leader's wife, you shouldn't have such weak thoughts. Mei-chin's face turned slightly pale. I'm just worried about the children. Yu is a genius of the Yuzhibo clan, he has his own responsibilities. As for Zhuazhu, I will naturally arrange things. Fuyue lowered his head again, his voice colder than before. You just need to take care of the household and not cause me any trouble. Meichin's fingers clenched the hem of her clothes. After enduring for a moment, she still asked, "What about me?" Fuyue frowned. "What? Have you ever thought that I am also afraid every day?" The room fell silent. Fuyue looked at her for a few seconds with no comfort in his eyes, only increasingly obvious impatience. "As the wife of the Yuzhibo clan leader, you should know your place. Also be careful about your distance from the Bluffing family recently. Don't let personal relationships affect the clan." With that, he put away the short sword and got up to leave the room. Meichin sat where she was not moving for a long time. Her nominal husband only regarded her as the clan leader's wife, as a part of the clan. Yet Xianyu was willing to personally promise to protect her and her 2 children when she was most helpless. The words, "I will act," appeared in her mind once again. That night, Meichin never fell asleep. She lay on her side by the bed watching little Zhuaizhu sleeping soundly. The child's small hand still grasped the corner of the quilt, completely unaware that the conflict between the clan and the village had already suffocated this home. You also hadn't returned yet. Thinking of her eldest son who should have been playing at home, but now had to undergo cruel training in the Umbu, Meichin's fingers clenched little by little. Until midnight, she suddenly sat up. Meichin threw on a coat, tucked the quilt corner for Zhuaizhu, then walked into the kitchen and casually took a box of pastries. When passing the mirror, she stopped and tidied her messy long hair. The woman in the mirror had a haggard face, but her eyes for the first time did not flinch. She took a deep breath and said in a voice only she could hear, "For the sake of the children." Then Meichin pushed open the door and disappeared alone into the thick night of the Yuzhibo clan grounds. Late at night, a knock sounded from beyond the gate of the Hofeng estate. The sound was faint, lingering in silence for several seconds before striking once more, as though the one on the other side had summoned the courage to raise their hand only to hesitate and lower it again. In the living room, Qianyu reclined in his chair, eyes closed in repose. At the sound, he slowly opened them. Those golden eyes held no hint of drowsiness, as if he had long anticipated that someone would come tonight. No stirring came from the bedroom. Kushina had sunk into a deep slumber, and Naruto, unusually, was quiet. Qianyu rose, cast a glance toward the bedroom, and then crept across the living room on lightened feet. The knocking did not come again. The visitor outside must have been wavering, whether to slip back into the suffocating home she had fled before anyone noticed she was gone. Qianyu reached out and drew open the courtyard gate. A bitter wind slipped through the gap, and Uchiha Mikoto, standing beyond the threshold, shivered faintly. She lifted her gaze instinctively. She wore only a thin outer robe, her raven hair tousled by the night wind, her complexion drained of color. Clutched tightly against her chest was a lacquered food box, her fingers whitened from the force of her grip. Their eyes met, and Mikoto froze where she stood. She had not expected Qianyu to be the one opening the door. Panic flashed unmistakably in her eyes, and her breath caught. She looked like a child caught red-handed. "Qianyu." Mikoto parted her lips, but her voice was barely a whisper. Every word she had rehearsed on the journey here died on her tongue. Why had she come at such an hour? Why had she not told Fugaku? And why, upon leaving that house, had her feet carried her straight to the Hofeng estate? She did not dare to dwell on such questions. Qianyu did not press, nor did he reveal any surprise. He simply stood within the doorway, watching her in silence. Those golden eyes remained placid, yet they made Mikoto feel as though he had witnessed every struggle and vulnerability she had borne along this long journey. She lowered her gaze, instinctively tightening her grip on the food box. "Have I come too late?" The moment the words left her lips, Mikoto bit down on her lower lip. She did not know whether she was asking about time or something far deeper. Qianyu studied her for a moment, then stepped aside, clearing the doorway. "It's cold outside. Come in." No interrogation, no hesitation. It was only a simple sentence, yet it left Mikoto dumbfounded for several long seconds. She remained rooted to the spot, as if unable to believe she could truly step across this threshold. It was only when a gust of wind swept past, and her shoulders began to tremble, that she finally took one tentative step forward. No sooner had she crossed the threshold than footsteps sounded from the direction of the bedroom. Kushina entered the living room in her nightclothes, her crimson hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "Qianyu, who's here?" Rubbing her eyes, she drew closer, and froze the moment she took in the figure by the gate. "Mikoto." Mikoto's panic intensified visibly. She had come to see Qianyu in the dead of night, and now Kushina was awake too. Whatever explanation she might offer, the situation seemed impossible to justify. "Kushina." Scarcely had she begun when Kushina surged forward, grasping her hand in both of hers. The icy cold of it jolted Kushina fully awake. "How can you be so cold?" Kushina glanced down at Mikoto's thin garment, and her brows knit at once. "You ran out in weather this cold. What if you'd fallen ill?" Mikoto stared at her in a daze. There was no suspicion, no questioning. Only raw concern on Kushina's face as she gently rubbed her hands, willing warmth back into those frozen fingers. "I was in such a hurry I forgot to dress warmly." "You could forget something like that," Kushina chided, pulling her toward the living room. "Come inside. Sit down. Your hands are practically numb. We'll talk about it once you've warmed up." Mikoto allowed herself to be led forward, her steps stiff and mechanical. She cast a glance back at Qianyu. He had already picked up the food box she had set by the door and was drawing the heavy wooden gate shut behind him. The thick wood closed with a solid thud, sealing out the bitter wind and the dark night. The Uchiha compound Fugaku's cold gaze and all the burdens of status and duty pressing upon her shoulders. All of it seemed to have been shut out along with the night. The living room lights still burned warm. Kushina guided Mikoto onto the sofa, then turned to fetch a blanket, draping it over her shoulders without giving her a chance to refuse. Wrap yourself up. I'll go make you some hot tea. Kushina, there's no need to go to such trouble. Mikoto instinctively tried to rise, but Kushina pressed her back down. Stay seated. The tone carried the fierce spirit of the legendary hot-blooded pepper, and Mikoto paused, ultimately deciding not to press the matter. Satisfied, Kushina nodded and hurried to the kitchen. She returned shortly with a steaming cup of tea, pressing it directly into Mikoto's hands. Careful, it's very hot. The warmth seeped gradually into her palms from the teacup. Mikoto looked down at the rippling surface, her fingers still trembling faintly. Did we wake Naruto? No, he slept soundly tonight. Kushina settled beside her, adjusting the blanket around Mikoto's shoulders. But you, coming all this way alone at this hour. Did Fugaku argue with you again? Hearing this, Mikoto's lips moved. She wanted to say no. She wanted to explain she had only come to deliver a box of sweets, and would leave promptly, would not be a burden. Yet the words refused to come. The living room was modest in size, the table still holding the flowers Kushina had bought that day. Occasionally a soft murmur drifted from the bedroom where Naruto lay. Kushina sat beside her, her palm warm and steady around Mikoto's. Chinyu stood a short distance away, neither urging her nor demanding she speak. This place was worlds apart from the Uchiha household, a silence so cold it numbed the bones. Mikoto lowered her head, staring at the trembling tea in her cup. She had braved the entire journey, telling herself she only needed to ask the children about a promise. But sitting here now, she realized she was far from as strong as she had believed. The thread that had held taut for so long finally snapped. A single tear fell into the teacup, then another. Mikoto hastily turned her face away, trying to blink her tears away, but the more she fought, the faster they fell. She bit down hard on her lip, yet her shoulders continued to shake uncontrollably. Kushina hesitated, her expression softening with aching pity. Mikoto. Chinyu had already reached her side. He crouched before the sofa and gently wiped the tears from Mikoto's cheeks. His touch was steady and sure, and he asked nothing of the sorrows she had endured. Mikoto lifted her reddened eyes and gazed at him, dazed. Chinyu's voice was low and grounding, and slowly the panicked rhythm of her breathing began to settle. Don't be afraid. You're home. As Chinyu's words fell, Meichin stared blankly at him. The tears she had been trying to hold back suddenly seemed to lose control, falling one after another. She lowered her head, clutching the teacup tightly in both hands, but her shoulders trembled more and more violently. The words she dared not speak in the Yuzhibo clan compound, along with the grievances she had endured these past days, all lodged in her chest. Juxinai felt her heart ache. She reached out, took the teacup away, pulled Meichin closer, and let her lean on her shoulder. Go ahead and cry if you want. No one will laugh at you, you know. Meichin opened her mouth, but only a suppressed sob escaped. She grabbed Juxinai's sleeve, finally stopped forcing herself, and cried for a long time with her head lowered. The living room grew quiet, leaving only her intermittent sobs. Juxinai did not ask how far the argument with Fuyue had gone, nor did she rush to persuade her to return. She simply patted her back one stroke after another. Chinyu stood up and replaced the hot tea on the table without urging her. Only when Meichin's crying gradually ceased did Juxinai look up at him. There are spare bedding in the bedroom closet. Go get them, you know. Meichin must not catch a chill tonight. Chinyu nodded and turned into the bedroom. When he returned with the bedding, Meichin had already dried her tears, but her eyes were still terribly red. Actually, I came here tonight just to ask one thing. Meichin said, looking up at Chinyu, her voice still trembling. Are the words you said during the day still valid now? Chinyu set the bedding aside, his expression unchanged. As long as you and the two children need me, I will act at any time. No hesitation, no prevarication. Meichin gazed at those calm golden eyes and clenched her sleeve again. On the way here, she had imagined many possible responses, but she never expected Chinyu to answer so decisively. Fuyue told me to stay away from the Bluffing family. She lowered her eyelids and finally uttered the warning. He said I am the clan leader's wife and should not let personal relationships affect the clan. But I'm just worried about you and Zuoshu. He thinks I'm causing him trouble. Upon hearing this, Juxinai's brows immediately shot up and a few strands of her red hair floated up. What right does he have to say that? Juxinai grew angrier the more she thought about it, and slapped the sofa. You are his wife, not a decoration the Yuzhibo put in the house. What's wrong with worrying about your own children, you know? Meichin was startled by her sudden outburst and instinctively looked up. Juxinai had already made the decision. You'll stay here tonight. The Bluffing family has plenty of rooms. No one has the right to kick you out, you know. But staying will cause you trouble. You're in this state, and you're still worrying about trouble, eh? As she spoke, Juxinai grabbed her wrist and pulled her up from the sofa. Go change clothes first. This coat of yours is thin and cold. If you keep wearing it, you'll definitely get sick by morning. Juxinai, I'm really fine. Whether you're fine or not is not for you to decide, you know. Before Meichin could protest, Juxinai pulled her into the master bedroom without further ado. Soon the sound of rummaging through the wardrobe came from inside. Chinyu looked at the closed door and shook his head helplessly. Once the Crimson Pepper had made a decision, persuasion was useless. He sat back down at the table and opened the lunchbox Meichin had brought. The pastries inside were almost untouched, arranged neatly except for the two on the edge that had collided due to the bumps along the way. As Chinyu finished arranging the lunchbox, a prompt sound rang in his mind. Detected that the host has successfully changed Yuzhibo Meichin's key fate choice. Yuzhibo Meichin has developed a home-level bond with the host. Obtained one chance for a high-level bond lottery. Chinyu's movements paused slightly, but he did not draw immediately. This trigger was different from before. Meichin had not truly left the Yuzhibo, nor had she completely let go of her identity as the clan leader's wife. But from the moment she stepped through the courtyard gate, something had already changed. For the first time, she regarded the bluffing family as a place she could retreat to. The bedroom door opened at that moment. Juxinai poked half her body out and waved at him. Chinyu, come in here for a moment, you know. Chinyu stood up and walked into the bedroom, immediately seeing Meichin sitting on the edge of the bed. She had already changed into Juxinai's pajamas, but their body shapes were ultimately somewhat different. The pajamas were a bit tight on Meichin, making her pull at the hem uncomfortably, her face even redder than before. Juxinai, however, didn't notice anything amiss and directly pointed at Meichin. Aren't you the best at using chakra to regulate the body? Hurry and check her out. She's been freezing outside for so long, we can't have any problems. It's just a little cold. There's no need to trouble Chinyu. Meichin lowered her head, her voice growing softer. Juxinai didn't give her a chance to refuse. She sat beside her, took her still icy hand, and directly placed it into Chinyu's palm. Your hand is still so cold. How can you be fine? It needs a thorough check, you know. A warm sensation spread from her palm. Meichin's fingers trembled slightly, instinctively wanting to withdraw, but Chinyu firmly grasped her wrist. Don't move. Chinyu's voice was calm. A strand of gentle chakra flowed into her body through her wrist, slowly dispelling the cold accumulated in her meridians. Meichin could only sit stiffly on the edge of the bed. Chinyu's hand remained steady, and his chakra control was extremely gentle. Yet she could clearly feel the warmth spreading upward from her wrist bit by bit, even restoring warmth to her previously icy fingertips. But it wasn't just her hands that warmed up. Her cheeks grew hotter, and even her ears flushed red. Juxinai sat beside her watching for a while, then suddenly leaned in curiously. Meichin, why is your face so red? Did Chinyu hurt you? No. Meichin quickly shook her head, her reaction so fast that Juxinai blinked. Then why are you getting redder? Meichin glanced at Chinyu, who still held her wrist, then quickly looked away at a complete loss for an explanation. She couldn't very well say that it was precisely because it didn't hurt at all that she felt so uneasy. Meichin. In the end, she could only sit there with a red face, letting Chinyu regulate her body. After a few minutes, Chinyu withdrew his chakra and released her wrist. You've just caught a slight chill. A night's sleep will make it all right. Juxinai nodded with satisfaction and pulled Meichin to the inner side of the bed. Tonight you'll sleep with me and Mingren. Chinyu will take the guest room outside. It's settled, you know. Chinyu raised no objection, picked up the spare bedding, and walked out. Meichin had wanted to say she could sleep in the guest room, but Juxinai had already pulled back the covers and pressed her into the warm bed. Sleep peacefully. We'll deal with tomorrow's matters tomorrow. After the light was turned off, the bedroom quickly fell silent. Juxinai had been busy all day and soon fell into a deep sleep. Mingren in the crib also slept soundly, occasionally clenching his small fists and letting out vague murmurs. Meichin lay on her side on the bed, but she could not fall asleep. She listened to the steady breathing beside her and looked at the crib not far away. The tension that had gripped her body all evening finally began to slowly ease. At the Yuzhibo home, she would always strain her ears to listen for sounds outside the door. She had to guess when Fuyue would return and worry that when the door opened she would be greeted by another cold rebuke. But tonight she had nothing to worry about. It was quiet outside the door. Mingren was not far away, and Juxinai slept beside her. Only a living room away there was someone who had personally promised to protect her and her children. In the darkness, another tear slid from the corner of Meichin's eye. But this time it was no longer grievance, but a sense of peace and attachment that she herself did not even realize. At that moment she suddenly heard Juxinai beside her turn over drowsily and mutter in a dreamy voice, Chinyu's embrace is much warmer than the blankets. In the guest room, Chinyu lay on the bed listening to the utter silence from the next room, yet he could not find sleep. Meichin's arrival at the bluffing residence tonight was not merely to find a temporary shelter. The system had determined that her fate had changed, granting him a single advanced bond draw. This reward, naturally, he would not leave for tomorrow. System use advanced bond draw. As the command fell, a golden radiance unfolded before Chinyu's eyes. The light rapidly coalesced, finally taking the shape of a mansion shrouded in a transparent barrier. Advanced bond draw has been initiated. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the divine exclusive reward absolute sanctuary barrier. Qinyu's eyes flickered as he immediately examined the reward description. Absolute Sanctuary Barrier can transform a designated structure into an absolute safe zone immune to all physical ninjutsu dojutsu and spiritual detection and attacks. Only those acknowledged by the barrier's owner may freely enter. Currently, bindable structure, bluffing residence. After reading the final line, the corners of Qinyu's mouth lifted slightly. This came at just the right time. Although he had publicly displayed his power, it did not mean those lurking in the shadows would remain entirely docile. Tuanzang and Yuanfei Risen might not dare to confront him directly, but they could very well target the residence. Juxinai's body was still recovering, and Mingren had no means of self-defense. Now with Meiqin added to the household, the importance of this estate would only grow. Qinyu did not hesitate. Bind the bluffing residence. Binding confirmed. The next moment, an invisible film of light spread from the center of the mansion, passing through walls and courtyards, enveloping the entire house completely. The entire process caused not the slightest fluctuation in chakra, and the flowers and plants in the yard did not even stir. If Qinyu could not sense the barrier's existence, he himself would have thought nothing had happened. From now on, unless he granted permission, no one could step even a foot inside. Even if someone attempted a forced assault, it would only be a waste of effort. Qinyu closed his eyes, and his breathing soon steadied. This time he could finally rest without worry. The next morning, Meiqin opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was an unfamiliar ceiling. She lay still for a few seconds, her gaze still holding the daze of just waking up. It was only when she heard the steady breathing of Juxinai beside her that she remembered everything that had happened the night before. She had left the Uchiha clan grounds, and she had cried for a long time in front of Qinyu. Thinking of this, Meiqin instinctively bit her lip, a trace of unease spreading across her face. Just as she was about to rise quietly, Juxinai turned over, opened her eyes groggily, and said, "Meiqin, good morning, Databeo." Juxinai looked at her for 2 seconds, quickly became fully awake, and smiled as she scooted closer to her. "How did you sleep last night? Did I crowd you?" "No, I slept very well," Meiqin replied softly, but her fingers gripped the edge of the blanket. No matter how good this place was, it was not her home. After daybreak, she would still have to face Fuyue and the suffocating rules of the Uchiha clan. Juxinai noticed her hesitation and directly took her hand. "Don't overthink it. You can stay here as long as you want. Qinyu won't kick you out, and I certainly want Databeo." Meiqin was taken aback. "Are you sure I won't be a bother? The house is so big, what trouble could one more person cause?" Juxinai gently patted the back of her hand, her tone matter of fact. "Besides, you're my best friend. Just settle in and feel at home, Databeo." Hearing this, Meiqin's tense shoulders finally relaxed a little. "Thank you, Juxinai. Don't say such formal things again." Juxinai sat up and adjusted the small blanket over Mingren in his crib. The little one wasn't fully awake, yet letting out a couple of sounds with his little hand already reaching out from under the blanket. After changing clothes, Juxinai picked up Mingren and they walked out of the bedroom together. As soon as the door opened, the aroma of pan-fried fish drifted over from the other side of the living room. Breakfast was already set on the table. Rice balls, miso soup, and pan-fried fish, all still steaming. Qinyu sat at the table, just finishing arranging the last set of chopsticks and bowls. Juxinai's eyes lit up, and she hurried over with Mingren in her arms. "Qinyu, when did you get up? You didn't even call me Databeo. You were sleeping soundly, so I let you be." Qinyu took Mingren, let them sit down first, then casually pushed the serving of miso soup toward Meiqin. "Eat first. It won't taste as good when it gets cold." Meiqin looked at the bowl in front of her and nodded lightly. "Thank you for the trouble, Qinyu-kun. Just cooking breakfast for a few people. It's no trouble at all." The three of them sat down around the table with Mingren held in Qinyu's arms. The little one, catching the scent, opened his blue eyes and looked around, finally reaching out for the rice ball in front of Qinyu. Qinyu grasped his little hand and pushed the rice ball farther away. "You can't eat this yet." Mingren clearly didn't understand. His hand didn't catch anything, and his mouth immediately puckered up. Seeing this, Juxinai picked up a piece of fish and put it into Qinyu's bowl. "You'll have to soothe him yourself. After all, last night you stole my blanket in my dream again, Databeo." Qinyu looked up at her. "I slept in the guest room last night. So I said it was in the dream. You're blaming me for things that happen in dreams." Juxinai gave a light snort. "Anyway, the you in the dream is also called Qinyu, so who else am I supposed to blame, Databeo?" "Qinyu." Meiqin lowered her head to sip her miso soup, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help curving upward. There were no cold formalities, no requirement to eat in silence. Juxinai would complain with righteous indignation, and Qinyu, while taking care of Mingren, would let her pin the blame from her dreams on him. Qinyu put some fish meat into Juxinai's bowl, having already picked out the bones. Juxinai didn't say thank you, just ate naturally, clearly accustomed to his care. Watching the two of them, Meiqin's gaze grew distant. In the great Uchiha mansion, every meal was so quiet it was suffocating. Fuyue rarely spoke, and when he did, it was mostly about Yu's training and clan affairs. A morning like this she had never experienced before. "Have a little more." A calm voice interrupted her thoughts. Meiqin looked down and realized her bowl was already empty. Chinyu was holding Mingren, but with his other hand, he naturally refilled her bowl with rice. His movement was not deliberate in the slightest, as if it were the most ordinary of trivial matters. Meichin's hand holding the chopsticks paused for a few seconds, and her eyes grew hot again. She quickly lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you." So this was what it felt like to be a family. Juxinai noticed her reddened eyes, but didn't say anything comforting. She just smiled and put a piece of fish in a Meichin's bowl. "Eat more. You cried so much last night you need to replenish today, Databeo." Meichin's face flushed. Juxinai. "There's no outsider here, why be shy?" At these words Meichin looked up at Juxinai, then at Xianyu, who was lowering his head to play with Mingren, and finally didn't refute. She just gave a soft reply and lowered her head to eat the fish. Just as breakfast was about to end, a loud crash came from outside the courtyard gate. Bang! The bowls and chopsticks on the table trembled slightly. Then a second heavy blow slammed against the gate. The visitor clearly had no intention of being a guest. The commotion was more like a command for those inside to come out immediately. Meichin's fingers tightened, and her face instantly paled. The smile on Juxinai's face also vanished, and a few strands of her red hair rose. She abruptly stood up and turned to stride toward the gate. "Who dares to come banging on our door so early in the morning? I'd like to see how bold they are, Databeo." However, Chinyu simply raised his hand to gently press down on her shoulder, then unhurriedly put down his own chopsticks, and Bull wiped his mouth with a napkin and said with a calmness utterly devoid of ripples, "I'll go open the door." The pounding on the door ceased, yet the unconcealed fury could still be felt seeping through the heavy wooden planks. Mikoto sat by the table, her fingers tightly gripping chopsticks, her complexion growing paler by the moment. She had already guessed who it was. Sin stepped into the courtyard and pushed open the main gate. Sure enough, Uchiha Fugaku stood outside, his face ashen, flanked by two elite members of the police force. All three wore the uniform of the police force, their expressions cold and unreadable, clearly not visiting for tea. The moment the gate swung open, Fugaku's gaze shot past Sun and locked squarely onto Mikoto in the living room. Seeing his wife clad in Kushina's clothes seated at the Nara family dining table, his expression darkened further. "Mikoto, come home with me." No inquiry, no concern for where she had spent the previous night. The tone bore more resemblance to a commander ordering a wayward subordinate to return for discipline than a husband speaking to his wife. Mikoto's body trembled slightly, and she rose instinctively. The faint color that had returned to her face just the night before vanished once more. Kushina rose as well, a few strands of her crimson hair lifting as though charged with energy. "Uchiha Fugaku, you come smashing at our door this early in the morning, and you dare address Mikoto in such a tone." As she stepped toward the courtyard, Sun glanced back at her. Kushina halted mid-step. She understood his meaning. Though anger still burned within her, she did not press forward. Instead, she walked to Mikoto's side and gently took her ice-cold hand. Only then did Sun turn his gaze back to Fugaku, his tone calm and even. "Mikoto is now a guest of the Nara household. Whether she leaves or stays should be her own decision, not one dictated by the head of the Uchiha." The anger in Fugaku's eyes ignited instantly. "Nara Sun, this is a Uchiha family matter." He took a step forward, his voice cold and warning. "Mikoto is my wife and the matriarch of the Uchiha clan. You have no right to interfere, let alone keep her here." The two Uchiha Jonin behind him raised their heads, their gazes locked tightly onto Sun. Sun did not yield an inch. He merely asked quietly, "She is your wife. Therefore she cannot have her own thoughts. I owe you no explanation." Fugaku's fingers tightened imperceptibly, a ripple of chakra stirring beneath his skin. Long accustomed to suppressing the disobedient with the Sharingan, he was on the verge of opening his eyes instinctively. Yet the instant his chakra surged, it vanished upon reaching the threshold of the Nara residence. There was no resistance, no collision. His chakra simply dissolved as though swallowed by an endless abyss, leaving not even the faintest ripple behind, let alone flowing into his eyes. Fugaku's pupils contracted sharply. He attempted to mobilize his chakra again, but the result was unchanged. The moment his power touched the threshold, it slipped beyond his control, impossible to release outward. The two clansmen behind him detected the anomaly as well. One of them raised his hand, instinctively attempting to form a seal to assess the situation, but his chakra seemed to have fallen into sudden dormancy, refusing to respond no matter how hard he urged it. "Elder, there is a barrier here." His voice dropped considerably, alarm clearly etched across his face. Fugaku did not respond, his gaze fixed unervingly on Sun, standing just beyond the doorway. Konoha's barrier division could never have constructed something of this nature, nor had any record within the Uchiha archives ever mentioned such an extraordinary barrier. Sun observed their reactions, but offered no explanation. From the previous night onward, this residence had become an absolute sanctuary. Even if Fugaku merely intended to intimidate with the Sharingan, let alone bring the entire police force with him, none of them could cross that threshold. This is the Nara household, not the Uchiha police force. As he spoke, Sun took one step forward. He formed no hand seals, summoned no chakra. He released only the faintest trace of supreme Haushiko Haki. Boom. Fugaka's breath caught abruptly, his entire body going rigid. It felt as though an invisible mountain had descended upon his very soul, and Sage Sun before him suddenly became unbearable to look upon. His legs began to tremble, his knees bending almost without his consent. The two Uchiha Jonin behind him fared far worse. One staggered backward half a step, while the other gripped the courtyard wall to keep from collapsing to his knees right there. What manner of power was this? Fugaka bit down hard on his teeth, cold sweat breaking across his forehead. He sensed no chakra whatsoever, nor did he see Sage Sun launch any attack. Yet the oppressive weight pressing upon him was so visceral that it stole his breath. If Sage Sun so wished, the three of them would likely not even be granted the privilege of standing as they departed. Sage Sun cast him a glance, and swiftly withdrew that sliver of power, as though he had merely taken one casual step forward. Fugaka gasped for air several times. The fury upon his face remained, but beneath it lurked a terror he could no longer conceal. Sage Sun no longer deigned to address him, instead turning around to face Mikoto, who stood within the living room. The coldness he had worn toward Fugaku had already melted from his features, even his voice carried a gentler tone. "Mikoto, what would you like to do?" Mikoto stared at him transfixed. Sage Sun stood at the courtyard entrance, perfectly positioned to block Fugaku, and the two Uchiha clansmen from her view, shielding her from every ounce of pressure. "Do not be afraid. Simply speak your heart." With those words, complete silence fell over the courtyard. Every pair of eyes turned toward Mikoto. Fugaka straightened his posture, his face once again wearing the dignified mask of a clan elder, though his eyes held nothing but command and impatience. "Mikoto, do not make me repeat myself." At those words, Mikoto's fingers trembled once more. Standing beyond that gate was her husband in name and the head of the Uchiha clan. If she stepped across that threshold, she would remain the docile and composed matriarch bound to tend her household and submit to her clan's arrangements. Yet the grievance she had endured the night before would simply be dismissed as ignorance of her duty. Mikoto turned her head and looked at Kushina beside her. Kushina made no choice for her, squeezing her hand firmly. The worry and encouragement in her eyes said everything. The breakfast on the table still steamed gently. That bowl of miso soup had been ladled out by Sage Sun himself, and the pan-fried fish had been placed on her plate by Kushina. When she had broken down in tears the previous night, unable to speak, it had been those two who draped a blanket over her and granted her a night of peace. On one side, clan and duty. On the other, the care she had not felt in far too long. Mikoto drew in a deep breath and slowly loosened her grip on Kushina's hand. Seeing this, Fugaku's tense expression relaxed slightly, as though convinced she still dared not defy him. And yet in the very next moment, Mikoto did not walk toward the gate. She quietly took one small step backward, moving past Kushina to take her position behind Sage Sun. It was a subtle gesture, but it froze Fugaku's softening expression completely. Mikoto gripped the edge of her clothing, her frame still trembling faintly. She lifted her gaze to the familiar yet alien man before her, her voice barely above a whisper, yet she did not look away. I would like to stay here for now." Fugaka's face darkened like charred iron, his eyes brimming with humiliation and blistering rage. He had personally led the police force to their doorstep, and Mikoto chose to remain, right in front of his clansmen. "Mikoto, do you have any idea what you are doing?" He opened his mouth to continue his rebuke, but Sage Sun had already turned, his hand resting on the courtyard gate. The heavy doors began to close slowly. "You heard her." Sage Sun's calm voice drifted through the narrowing gap. "Elder Uchiha, we shall not see you out." The heavy door slammed shut, blocking out Uchiha Fugaka's livid face. "Mikoto, you'd better think carefully about the consequences of this." Fugaka's furious voice pierced through the courtyard gate, causing the frame to tremble faintly. "When you regret this, the Uchiha clan will not give you a second chance." Mikoto trembled slightly as she stood behind Chiba. After a moment of silence outside the gate, a heavy footfall sounded. Fugaku strode away with two ninjas from the police force, each step heavy, betraying his extreme fury. He had come personally, yet failed to take his own wife home. Even worse, in front of two clansmen, Chiba had overwhelmed him to the point of near collapse. Once this reached the Uchiha compound, his dignity as clan leader would be utterly shattered. The footsteps faded, but the courtyard remained silent. Chiba released the gate and turned to Mikoto. She still stood there, clutching the hem of her clothes so tightly that her knuckles had turned white. Uttering those words of wanting to stay had taken almost all her courage. Now that Fugaku was truly gone, she finally realized the weight of her choice. She had defied her husband and the Uchiha clan leader. From today onward, how would the clansmen view her, and what would the police force do? She had no way of knowing. But what terrified her most was something else. Itachi and Sasuke. Mikoto jerked her head up, the little color that had returned to her face draining away. "They're still in the compound." Kushina froze for a moment, then caught on. Mikoto had left in a hurry last night, bringing only a box of snacks, not even a thick coat, let alone her two children. Sasuke was too young to understand what had happened. Itachi, though far more mature than ordinary children, was only 5 years old. Having suffered such humiliation, no one could say for sure whether Fugaku would take out his anger on the two children. The more Mikoto thought about it, the more panicked. She grew, her breathing becoming ragged. I shouldn't have left them there. She instinctively took half a step toward the gate, then forced herself to stop. Fugaku had just left. Chasing after him would only make things worse. But how could she stay here in peace? Seeing this, Kushina hurried over and wrapped her arms around her. Don't be afraid, Mikoto. Kushina rested her chin gently on Mikoto's shoulder, tightening her embrace. Itachi is smart. He'll take care of Sasuke. We're all here, and we won't let anything happen to them, Databeo. Mikoto lowered her head, her eyes rapidly reddening. Fugaku values Itachi. He shouldn't hurt him. But Sasuke is so little. When I left last night, he was still asleep. Her voice grew softer, but her fingers tightened. When he wakes up and doesn't see me, he'll be scared. Kushina opened her mouth, but couldn't find words of comfort. Naruto was still lying in the small crib in the living room. Just imagining him waking up unable to find her was unbearable. A mother's greatest worry was always her children. Chiba stood quietly watching them for a moment, then said directly, "Family should stay together." Hearing this, Mikoto froze. Kushina also turned to look at him with some confusion. Chiba's tone remained calm, as if stating the most natural thing. Since you're worried about them, go bring them here. The living room fell into instant silence. Mikoto stared at Chiba, wondering if she had misheard. Bring them here. You're worried about Itachi and Sasuke staying in the Uchiha compound. Chiba looked at her, his tone devoid of any jest. Then let them live here. At these words, Kushina's eyes widened. She would be happy to have the two boys come over. The Namikaze mansion had plenty of rooms, so a few more people wouldn't be cramped. But that wasn't the real issue. Fugaku had just left with the police force, and now Chiba intended to enter the Uchiha compound to take away the clan leader's two sons. This wasn't just retrieving people, it was a deliberate attempt to trample on whatever dignity Fugaku had left. Mikoto snapped back to reality, turned from Kushina's embrace, and shook her head vigorously. No, you can't go now. She didn't bother to straighten her wrinkled clothes, hurrying to stand in front of Chiba. Fugaku was humiliated here. Once he returns to the compound, he'll immediately rally the clansmen. The Uchiha compound will be heavily guarded. It's too dangerous for you to go there. They can't stop me. I know you're strong, but the Uchiha clan isn't just Fugaku and those two. Mikoto's worry only intensified. There are many jonin in the clan plus the police force. If you barge in now, there will be no turning back. She only wanted to protect her two children, not have Chiba clash with the entire Uchiha clan for her sake. Moreover, Fugaku would never expect Chiba to dare enter the compound at such a time. Once they actually fought, the consequences would be uncontrollable. Kushina let go of Mikoto and grabbed Chiba's arm. Mikoto is right, we need to discuss this first. Even if we want to bring Itachi and Sasuke, there's no need to go right now, Databeo. Chiba looked down at the hand gripping his arm, but didn't change his mind. Waiting for the Uchiha to prepare will only make things more troublesome. But you can't just barge in. Kushina was so anxious that a few strands of her red hair stood on end. At least let the Hyuga clan scout the situation first, or have Mikoto write a letter to Itachi. If you go alone, who knows what Fugaku will do, Databeo. Mikoto nodded quickly. I can contact Itachi first. He's mature, as long as he knows I'm fine, he'll take care of Sasuke. Saying this, she pressed her lips together. Even she couldn't convince herself. Itachi, no matter how mature, was still only 5 years old. Making him face Fugaku's wrath alone, while caring for his younger brother, was a burden no child should bear. Chiba saw her hesitation and didn't argue further. Don't worry, I'm just going to pick them up. He raised his right hand, pressing 2 fingers together in front of him. Kushina recognized the gesture, and her expression changed. Chiba, wait a moment, Databeo. Mikoto also realized what was happening and instinctively reached out to stop him. Really, you can't. At least let me come with you. Before she could finish, Chiba's figure vanished from the spot without a sound. Both of their outstretched hands grasped at empty air. Mikoto and Kushina stared blankly at where Chiba had been, mouths agape, unable to speak for a long moment. Several seconds later, Kushina stomped her foot in frustration and anger. That stubborn fool. Why can't he ever discuss things first, Databeo? When Xianyu's figure reappeared, he was already standing in the living room of the Uchiha Fuwa household. At his feet lay shattered teacups, the table overturned to one side, and tea water slowly trickling across the floor. The once tidy living room now bore no trace of order. Mikoto, that traitor. Fuwa stood in the center of the room, his face ashen and terrifying. He had just kicked aside the chair in front of him when a faint sound of landing came from behind. He spun around sharply. The moment he saw Xianyu, Fuwa's pupils tightened, and the fury on his face stiffened for a moment. Namikaze Xianyu. Xianyu did not respond, merely scanning the room with calm indifference. On the other side of the room, Itachi was holding the incessantly crying Sasuke. The little one was crying so hard his face was flushed red, his hands flailing aimlessly, his voice already hoarse. Itachi gently patted his younger brother's back, his movements practiced, yet his face bore a weight far beyond his years. Their mother had not returned all night. After coming back from the Namikaze residence, their father had wrecked the living room into this state. Itachi didn't need anyone to explain to guess what had happened. He just hadn't expected Xianyu to appear here directly. Who allowed you to enter? Fuyue finally snapped back to reality, rage surging in his eyes once more. He instinctively mobilized his chakra, and his eyes tinged with red. This was not the Namikaze residence. Without that strange barrier-suppressing chakra, he didn't believe Qianyu could still make him helpless just by standing there. But before his Sharingan fully activated, an oppressive weight radiated from Qianyu. Bang! Fuyue's body suddenly sank, the chakra he had just gathered instantly thrown into chaos. His legs began to weaken, and even the floorboards beneath him creaked softly. It was not a ninjutsu. There was no hand seal process. Yet Qianyu merely standing there pressed down on him until he could barely breathe. Fuyue clenched his teeth, and cold sweat soon appeared on his forehead. He tried to take a step forward, but his body felt as if nailed to the spot, unable even to lift an arm. What exactly do you want to do? His voice squeezed through clenched teeth, losing the confidence he had shown in his earlier rage. Qianyu still ignored him. He had not come here to argue with Fuyue, nor to listen to a failed husband continue to defend his clan leader's dignity. Mikoto was waiting at the Namikaze residence. The two children she worried about were also here. That was enough. Qianyu stepped over the wreckage and walked straight toward Itachi. Fuyue watched helplessly as he passed by, the bloodshot veins in his eyes multiplying, yet unable even to turn and block him. Itachi held Sasuke close, not retreating. He glanced at Qianyu, then at his father not far away. Fury was barely contained on Fuyue's face, yet his body trembled slightly under that force. In Itachi's memory, his father had always been the most authoritative figure in the Uchiha clan. But now Qianyu didn't even look at him directly. Are you here to take us? Itachi spoke first, his voice still calm, but his arms holding Sasuke tightened noticeably. Qianyu stopped in front of him, looking down at that young face. Your mother is waiting for you. At these words, Itachi's eyes finally showed a change. Is mother all right? She's fine, but she's worried about you and Sasuke. Qianyu extended his hand, his tone calm. So I've come to take you back. Back. Itachi noticed the wording, but didn't question it. Sasuke in his arms was still crying, his little face flushed red. Itachi tried to soothe him several times, but failed to calm him. Qianyu didn't rush, just reached out to support Sasuke's back and lifted him from Itachi's embrace. Stop crying. As soon as Sasuke fell into Qianyu's arms, his crying abruptly ceased. The little one stared with wet black eyes, frozen for a few seconds, then slowly lowered his flailing hands. The living room suddenly fell into an odd silence. Itachi was stunned. He had comforted him for so long, and Sasuke's voice was almost hoarse from crying. Yet Qianyu said only 3 words, and he stopped. Qianyu looked down at Sasuke in his arms, a hint of surprise on his own face. But the little one had already grabbed his collar, letting out a soft hum, showing no intention of continuing to fuss. Hearing this, Fuyue's face darkened even further. Itachi, bring Sasuke back. His voice still carried command, but pinned down and unable to move, his words lacked much of their deterrent effect. Itachi did not act immediately. He turned and looked at his father seriously. Fuyue's face was full of rage, his eyes only showing the humiliation of having his clan territory invaded and the anger of his wife defying orders. From beginning to end, he never asked why Sasuke was crying. He never asked where Itachi had been last night. Nor did he care whether they were worried about their mother, who had not returned all night. Itachi then looked at Qianyu. This man before him spoke nothing of the village or the clan, nor did he demand that he shoulder any responsibility. He only told him that his mother was still waiting for them. The words Qianyu had said to him yesterday afternoon echoed in his mind again. The problems that the clan head and the Hokage should solve should not be borne by a 5-year-old child. Itachi pressed his lips together, then silently nodded. I'll go with you. After saying that, he didn't look at Fuyue again and took the initiative to step forward and stand beside Qianyu. Fuyue could hardly believe what he had just heard. Itachi, he stared at his eldest son, veins bulging on his forehead. Do you know what you're doing? You are the heir of the Uchiha clan. Itachi's steps paused for a moment. Qianyu did not answer for him, nor did he urge him, just stood by holding the now quiet Sasuke. After a few seconds, Itachi resumed walking. He did not look back. The anger in Fuyue's eyes finally turned into fury. He desperately tried to drive his chakra, the bloodshot in his eyes growing denser, but his knees kept bending under the pressure of the conqueror's haki. Qianyu turned his head and glanced at him. Just that one look made Fuyue's raised foot fall back, and his breath paused for a beat. You cannot stop me. After saying this, Qianyu withdrew his gaze. Sasuke lay quietly in his arms, his little hands still clutching his clothes. Itachi voluntarily stepped closer, his expression already calm. Qianyu raised his right hand, bringing 2 fingers together in front of him. Fuyue recognized the gesture, and his bloodshot eyes widened instantly. He finally realized that Qianyu was not only taking Sasuke away. Itachi had also chosen to leave with him. Don't go. Fuyue let out a roar, but his body still couldn't move half a step forward. He could only watch helplessly as the 3 figures were enveloped by a spatial distortion. The next second, Qianyu holding Sasuke along with Itachi, who had voluntarily followed, vanished from the living room. The conqueror's haki dissipated. Fuyue staggered, steadying himself on the overturned table. He raised his head, staring fixedly at the empty spot, his eyes almost spitting fire. Namikaze Chiha, the Uchiha clan will never rest until you are dead. The spatial air in the living room rippled gently, and Chiha materialized beside the dining table cradling Sasuke, while Itachi appeared at his side. The entire process took barely a moment. Kushina remained frozen mid-reach, her hand still outstretched toward him, while Mikoto stood rooted to the spot, the worry etched upon her face yet to fade. Both women stared blankly at the three sudden figures, momentarily unable to comprehend what their eyes beheld. The first to shatter the silence was Sasuke's muffled whimper. The little boy lay nestled in Chiha-Yu's embrace, both tiny hands clutching tightly at his clothes. Upon catching sight of Mikoto, he blinked a few times, then his mouth quivered, and he burst into tears once more. Mother! The syllable was still indistinct, yet it sent Mikoto's tears cascading down her cheeks in an instant. Sasuke! She nearly rushed forward, her steps faltering briefly before she steadied herself. Chiha-Yu naturally handed Sasuke over to her, and the moment Mikoto drew the child into her arms, her other hand reached out to grasp Itachi. She pulled both children tightly against her chest, and bowed her head, burying her face into their shoulders. It's all right now, you're both safe, you're both safe. Mikoto's voice had grown hoarse, yet her arms tightened ever more fiercely, as though the slightest loosening might cause the two children to vanish from before her once again. Sasuke caught the familiar scent upon her, and his cries only grew louder. He grasped at the fabric before her chest, pressing his small face into her embrace, and calling out for mother in broken syllables. Itachi did not weep. He stood quietly within his mother's embrace, raising his arms to gently wrap them around her waist. Mother, we have returned. At those words, Mikoto's shoulders trembled even more violently. The fear and anxiety that had weighed upon her throughout the entire night finally dispersed, leaving only the profound relief of having what was nearly lost restored. She did not ask whether Fugaku had attempted to stop them, nor did she inquire how Chiha-Yu had managed to bring them forth. Both children were here safe and sound. That was enough. Kushina had been watching from the sidelines for a while, and her own eyes began to well with tears. She quietly sniffled, then turned and approached Chiha-Yu, raising her hand to lightly strike his arm. The blow carried little force, serving more as an outlet for the worry she had endured. Couldn't you have discussed things with us first before acting, you know? Chiha-Yu glanced down at the spot she had struck, his tone calm. Had I waited to consult before acting, Fugaku would likely have already assembled the clan members. Then you still shouldn't have simply vanished without a single word. Kushina glared at him, a few strands of red hair seeming to bristle with indignation. Do you have any idea how worried Mikoto was? I nearly frightened myself to death just now, you know. Hearing this, Chiha-Yu turned his gaze toward her. How long was I gone? Kushina paused, her hand freezing mid-motion, and subconsciously glanced toward the clock on the wall. Less than a minute. She opened her mouth, but the words she had so carefully prepared caught in her throat and refused to come. Less than a minute is still not acceptable. Kushina quickly straightened her posture and declared with unyielding conviction, my worry is my worry. It has nothing to do with the passage of time, you know. The corner of Chiha-Yu's mouth lifted ever so slightly. Understood. I will inform you in advance next time. There will be a next time. There will not be. Only then did Kushina nod in satisfaction, though the hand gripping his arm refused to let go. She cast a glance at the reunited mother and children, then stealthily inched closer to Chiha-Yu's side. For all her complaints, the pride shining in her eyes when Chiha-Yu had truly brought both children back unharmed was utterly impossible to conceal. This was the man she had chosen, the one she wished to protect. No matter where he was confined, he could always bring them back with his own hands. Chiha-Yu glanced down at her, choosing not to expose her true feelings, merely allowing her to cling to his arm. Meanwhile, Mikoto had finally loosened her hold on Itachi, yet she still could not bear to set down Sasuke from her embrace. She carefully traced both children's faces with her fingers, then inspected their arms once more. Only upon confirming that not a single wound marred their skin did her tense body finally surrender to relaxation. Father did not harm us, Itachi observed, perceiving her lingering concern, and spoke in a low voice. Sasuke simply cried continuously, and no amount of comforting could quiet him. Mikoto raised her hand to wipe away her tears, her voice still thick with the remnants of weeping. I am sorry, mother was at fault. I should not have left you there. It is not mother's fault. Itachi answered swiftly. He glanced toward Chiha-Yu, then returned his earnest gaze to Mikoto. Mister, Chiha-Yu said that matters concerning the clan leader and the village should not be a burden borne by mothers and children. Mikoto was momentarily stunned. Those were not words Itachi would have spoken before. From a very young age, this child had grown accustomed to shouldering responsibilities upon his own narrow shoulders, as though such sacrifice were the only path to earning his father's and the clan's approval. But now for the first time he had stood firmly at her side. Mikoto reached out and stroked Itachi's hair, her tears threatening to fall once more. From now on you will not have to care for Sasuke alone. She drew her eldest son back into her embrace and whispered softly, Mother will stay by your sides. Itachi did not pull away, merely offering a gentle nod. Witnessing this, Kushina hastily released Chiha-Yu and hurried over to take Mikoto's hand. Enough now. They have returned safely, and that is what matters. If you keep crying, the two children will surely start weeping along with you, you know. Mikoto wiped her face with a touch of embarrassment. I apologize for making a scene before you. There are no outsiders here. Kushina casually took the still sniffling Sasuke from her arms, leaning down to soothe him for a moment before beckoning to Itachi. You haven't finished breakfast yet, have you? Come sit first. The grilled fish and miso soup are still waiting for you. Itachi hesitated for a brief moment, glancing toward Mikoto. Only upon receiving her gentle nod did he remove his shoes and proceed to the dining table, taking his seat with proper demeanor. Kushina placed Sasuke into the small crib beside Naruto. The two children regarded each other for a moment, and Naruto let out an infantile coo, reaching out his hand to grasp Sasuke's sleeve. Sasuke forgot his tears and similarly extended his tiny hand. Soon their small hands were clasped together. See, they're getting along quite well, Kushina laughed. This household is going to become quite lively from now on, you know. Hearing the word from now on, Mikoto's eyes flickered with a subtle emotion. She looked toward Itachi and Sasuke at the table, then to Kushina, who was re-warming the breakfast for the children. Finally, her gaze settled upon Shinyu. Shinyu had already sensed her stare and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" Mikoto rose with Sasuke still in her arms and approached him. Having cried for so long, her eyes and nose were tinged with red and her voice remained terribly hoarse. "Shinyu Dano." "Thank you." Mikoto pressed her lips together as though striving to form a complete sentence, yet once she began to speak, she found herself unable to articulate what she truly wished to convey. I don't know how to." Shinyu did not press her, merely raising his hand to gently wipe away the lingering traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. "Then stay for now." Mikoto gazed blankly at him. Behind her were two children returned safely, and beside her Kushina was calling them to eat. Shinyu stood before her, still making no demands for any recompense. Mikoto gave a slight nod, and at last let the words of thanks remain unspoken. From this day forward, wherever Shinyu was, that would be her home. From that day on, Meichin and her two children officially took up residence in the bluffing mansion. Though there were many vacant rooms in the mansion, Joshinai had been busy the entire morning. She first prepared a room for you, then pulled Meichin to organize Zhuoju's clothes, even digging out some small garments that Mingren had never worn. The two little ones were placed in a small crib in the living room. As soon as their arms touched, they grasped each other. Mingren babbled a couple of sounds, and Zhuoju also opened his mouth in response. No one could understand a word. Yet the two were speaking with great earnestness, their little hands clutching tighter and tighter, as if they were discussing something that adults must not know. Joshinai crouched beside the crib and watched for a while, then couldn't help but laugh. Those two certainly get along. The house is going to be lively from now on, I tell you. Meichin gently wiped the drool from Zhuoju's mouth, and finally a smile appeared on her face. Zhuoju is rarely this quiet. It seems he really likes Mingren. You sat nearby, observing seriously for a moment. My little brother just hasn't reacted yet. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mingren grabbed Zhuoju's sleeve. Zhuoju froze for 2 seconds, his mouth quickly puckering. Yu immediately leaned over to separate their little hands and skillfully patted Zhuoju's chest. Now he's reacted. Joshinai. Meichin couldn't help but lower her head and laugh. Shinyu sat by the table drinking tea, watching the extra figures in the living room, his expression much more relaxed than usual. Here finally had the appearance of a home. Approaching noon, Joshinai and Meichin went into the kitchen together. One washed vegetables, the other prepared fried fish, occasionally exchanging a few words, their movements as natural as if they had been living like this for a long time. You stayed in the living room to look after the two younger brothers. Shinyu did not go to help. That morning Joshinai had been complaining that he always snatched the cooking duty, so today she insisted that Meichin must taste her culinary skills. But soon a soft sound came from the kitchen. Shinyu looked up. Joshinai poked half her body out, shoved the spatula she had hidden behind her back into Meichin's hand with not a trace of guilt on her face. It was just the lid falling off. Nothing happened at all, I tell you. Meichin took the spatula and nodded hesitantly. Shinyu glanced at the faint smoke rising from the kitchen and finally set down his teacup. I'll go check the lid. Don't come over. Joshinai immediately blocked the kitchen door, several strands of her red hair standing up. Today's lunch is up to us. You just sit and wait, I tell you. Shinyu stopped in his tracks. That window had better be opened first. Joshinai glanced back and quickly pushed the window open. Meichin lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. This kind of commotion was unfamiliar to her, yet it did not make her tense. She didn't have to guess the hidden meaning behind every word, nor worry that a small mistake would invite reproach. She only needed to prepare lunch and watch the children nearby. That was enough. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office was oppressively tense. Yuenfei Risen stood by the window, the ember in his pipe having burned to the end. On the table before him lay reports from the security forces, each page bearing the same name. Wolfing Chinyu. The wife of the Yuzhibo clan leader had stayed in the Wolfing mansion, and even Yu and Zhuoju had been brought there. This matter was no longer a mere conflict between Fuyue and his wife, but a political storm capable of shaking the entire Yuzhibo clan. Tuanzang stood aside, leaning on his cane, his face gloomy. Risen, how long are you going to tolerate him? Yuenfei Risen turned around and said in a deep voice, sending forces to storm the bluffing mansion now will only make things spiral completely out of control. He is already dividing the leaf. Tawanzang took 2 steps forward, his single eye devoid of any warmth. First the Rishiang, now the Yuzibo. If we continue to let him be, all the ninja clans in the village will side with him. Yuenfei Risen did not refute. That was precisely the outcome he feared most. Qianyu's displayed power was unfathomable, and he had the support of the Rishiang clan behind him. If even the Yuzibo clan wavered because of Mei-chin and her children, the Hokage's control over Konoha would inevitably be affected. But Tawanzang's so-called tough measures were equally unfeasible. The root had already suffered a great loss at Qianyu's hands. Sending ordinary Umbu would only worsen the relationship between the two sides. After a moment of silence, Yuenfei Risen picked up his pipe and relit it. First have him come to the Hokage building. Tawanzang sneered. You still want to talk about the will of fire with him? At least find out his attitude. Yuenfei Risen looked toward the door and called in a masked Umbu. Go to the bluffing mansion and deliver the order, summon bluffing Qianyu to see me immediately. Yes. The Umbu accepted the order and left, soon arriving outside the bluffing mansion. As soon as he approached the gate, his body collided with an invisible barrier. That obstruction had no chakra fluctuation whatsoever, yet it firmly stopped him 3 steps away. The Umbu was stunned and reached out a hand to feel forward. Where his palm touched was empty, yet no matter how hard he pushed, his arm could not advance another inch. He then tried to enter over the wall, but as soon as he leaped up, his entire body was blocked and thrown back. Impossible. The Umbu landed back on the ground, the wariness in his eyes quickly turning into shock. He mobilized his chakra to perceive carefully, but still found nothing. The mansion was right before his eyes, yet he could not even approach the gate. In the living room, Qianyu had long heard the commotion outside, but showed no intention of getting up. Yu also looked up toward the courtyard gate, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Soon the Umbu's deliberately raised voice came from outside. By order of the Hokage, bluffing Qianyu is to proceed to the Hokage building immediately, without delay. The movements in the kitchen stopped. Mei-chin held the kitchen knife, the smile fading from her face. She knew the Hokage building would intervene, but she hadn't expected the order to come so quickly. Jioshinai wiped her hands and was about to go out when she heard Qianyu speak calmly. Tell him to go back. Jioshinai blinked, then a smile curled at the corners of her mouth. She pushed open the courtyard gate, but did not step out of the barrier. She crossed her arms and looked at the Umbu 3 steps away. Qianyu is not going. You can go back to the Hokage building, I tell you. The Umbu's body stiffened. This is the Hokage's order. Jioshinai's eyebrows shot up and her red hair began to float slowly behind her. I heard you. But this is the bluffing residence, not the Hokage building. If you don't leave now, I'll personally escort you back, I tell you. The Umbu looked at her flowing red hair, then glanced at the impassable barrier, and finally dared not continue delivering the message. A few minutes later, he returned to the Hokage's office with shock and humiliation and recounted everything that had happened outside the mansion in detail. Bang! A crack appeared in the crystal ball in Yuenfei Risen's hand. What a bluffing Qianyu, daring to defy even the Hokage's command. Tawanzang stood to the side, a cold smile on his lips. Risen, now you see. The soft approach is utterly useless against him. He tightened his grip on his cane, a flash of killing intent in his single eye. This boy must not be left alive. After dismissing the Umbu dispatched by the Hokage, the Namikaze residents fell silent once more. Kushina closed the courtyard gate, cast a glance back at the Hokage tower, and a few strands of her raised red hair slowly settled. What Hokage orders? They couldn't even step inside the gate, yet they put on such a menacing front, you know. She snorted lightly, then turned and walked back to the living room. Mikoto had already picked up the kitchen knife again, though the worry on her face had yet to fully dissipate. Chiha observed all this, but said nothing. The only thing Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo could do now was to send people to keep watch. As long as they didn't actively seek death, Chiha had no interest in wasting time at the Hokage tower with them. I'm going back to my room for a bit. Kushina immediately looked over at his words. Lunch will be ready soon, you better not sneak out, you know. Don't worry, just tidying up some things. Chiha finished, then glanced at the faint smoke rising from the kitchen. The fish is about to burn. What? Kushina's expression changed and she turned to rush into the kitchen. Soon the sound of a spatula clashing against a wok came from within, and Mikoto hurried in after her. A faint smile tugged at Chihaya's lips as he turned and went back to his room. After closing the door, he sat down by the bed and sank his consciousness directly into the system interface. Several reward prompts floated before his eyes, among which a golden light continuously flickered. Uchiha Mikoto, fateful choice, high-level reward pending. From the moment Mikoto chose to stay at the Namikaze residence to when Itachi and Sasuke were brought over, her original destiny had been completely altered. Chihaya did not hesitate. Claim reward. Reward claimed successfully. Congratulations, host obtained a spatial storage ring. Congratulations, host obtained observation hockey initial enhancement. As the system's voice faded, a black ring materialized in Chihaya's hand. The The ring's surface bore no patterns, and holding it revealed no chakra fluctuations. It looked no different from an ordinary accessory found in a street-side shop. Chiha slipped the ring onto his right index finger and focused his mind. In the next instant, an immense space appeared within his perception. Inside there was nothing, and its boundaries were invisible. He could store any item at will simply by willing it. Chiha picked up the water cup from the table. The moment the thought arose, the cup vanished from his hand and appeared quietly in the storage space. Activating the ring again, the cup steadily returned to the table, not even a single drop of water spilled. Much more convenient than a sealing scroll. In the ninja world, storage scrolls required pre-drawn seals and chakra infusion to use. Once a scroll was damaged, the items stored within might also be affected. This ring, however, had no such limitations. Whether weapons, food, or any other objects, Chiha could store them at will. Merely its capacity would be enough to make any village's logistics department green with envy. After adapting for a moment, he closed his eyes and began to sense the other reward. The entire world instantly became different. Through the closed door, the auras in the living room reached his perception first. Kushina and Mikoto were busy in the kitchen. Itachi sat beside the small crib, while Naruto and Sasuke were two faint, yet lively specks of light. Beyond the courtyard wall, there were more unfamiliar auras. Two were hidden on the roof diagonally across the front gate, one in the tree in the backyard, and three more at the street corner. The chakra of two of them was cold and oppressive, clearly from root, while the others wore umbu masks, taking turns monitoring the residents. They thought they were well concealed. But in the perception of observation haki, each person's position was painfully clear. Even the changes in their breathing and subtle body movements could not escape Chiha's senses. One of the root ninja seemed to sense something, his body suddenly tensing as his right hand instinctively went to the ninja's sword at his waist. He scanned his surroundings warily, but found nothing. Chiha could even vaguely sense his nervousness. A bunch of useless fools, and they want to spy on me. Chiha did not deal with them immediately. The absolute barrier had already enveloped the entire residence. As long as these people stayed outside, they could not see anything happening inside the estate. If they wanted to guard an empty shell, let them keep at it. Observation haki continued to spread outward. The pedestrians on the street, the patrolling ninja in the distance, the ordinary villagers in nearby houses, all transformed into auras of varying strength, one by one entering his perception. The range could not yet cover all of Konoha, but it far exceeded that of ordinary sensory ninja. More importantly, this power did not rely on chakra and would not trigger common counter-surveillance measures in the ninja world. From now on, anyone approaching the Namikaze residence would never escape his notice. Chiha opened his eyes, a hint of satisfaction in his gaze. Both rewards this time were highly practical. The spatial storage ring solved the problem of carrying items, while observation haki filled the gap in large-scale perception. He was about to exit the system interface when his gaze fell upon another golden prompt. Uzumaki Kushina bond, deepening high-level reward pending. Chiha paused in his movements. After the Night of the Nine Tails, Kushina had lost Minato and suffered severe physical trauma. The Hokage Tower's probing roots, surveillance, and the malice in the village directed at Naruto. There had not been a single day she truly relaxed. Yet she still chose to stand by his side. Even when Chiha openly defied the Hokage's orders, even when the Namikaze family had become a thorn in the village's high command, she never took a step back. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. The next second, the door was pushed open by Kushina. She wore an apron, a smudge of flour on her cheek as she poked half her body in. Chiha, come out and eat. Also, the fish wasn't burned at all, just a bit darker in color, you know. Got it. Chiha turned to look at her, his gaze softer than usual. Kushina, feeling a bit uneasy under his stare, unconsciously touched her face. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? A little. Chiha walked over to her, raised his hand, and wiped off the flour. Kushina blinked, and her previously assertive voice grew noticeably softer. Eating is eating, why get so close, you know? Chiha smiled and didn't answer. Because of my willfulness, I've made you worry and fear for so long. It's time to give you a truly grand gift, my dear sister-in-law. Shinyu looked at Jio and Nai standing at the doorway, but instead of going to eat immediately, he opened the system space and claimed the advanced reward. 3 transparent vials lay quietly in his palm, containing a pale golden liquid. As his hand moved, they emitted a faint soft glow. Life Recovery Potion. It can repair physical damage, replenish life deficits, and restore the user to the peak state of their current bloodline. Current quantity, 3 portions. Shinyu scanned the description and turned his gaze to Jio and Nai. Although the injuries from the Night of the Nine Tails had been healed by him, Jio and Nai's body had never truly recovered due to losing the Nine Tails, giving birth to Ming Rin, and the near depletion of her life force that night. Nothing seemed amiss on ordinary days, but after a little more activity, she would feel exhausted. These past few days, so much had happened at home, yet she never mentioned it. Follow me. Shinyu put away the other 2 potions, took 1 bottle, and walked out of the room. Jio and Nai was startled for a moment, then quickly followed him, saying, Aren't we supposed to eat? What did you get now, you know? Before eating, drink this first. In the living room, Mei Qin was tidying Zhuju's clothes while you sat by the crib, preventing Ming Ren from grabbing his little brother's sleeve again. Hearing footsteps, several people looked up. Qinyu walked up to Jiao Xian and handed her the life recovery potion. Drink it. Jiao Xian took the small bottle and glanced at it against the window. The liquid inside shimmered faintly, clearly not an ordinary medicine. She shook the bottle curiously. What is this? A new medicine you made. It's good for you. Qinyu didn't explain much, merely opened the cork for her. Jiao Xian looked at the potion, then raised her eyes to him. Seeing that Qinyu's expression was calm, she didn't even ask about the taste, and downed the liquid in one gulp. Mei Qin, seeing this, instinctively softened her movements. Jiao Xian, how do you feel? Sweet. Seems like nothing. Before Jiao Xian could finish, her body suddenly stiffened. A warm force spread from her abdomen, rapidly flowing to her limbs. The power was not violent, but felt like countless hands simultaneously caressing the damaged areas within her body. Jiao Xian instinctively closed her eyes. The hidden injuries from the Night of the Nine Tails vanished first, followed by the depletion caused by giving birth to Ming Ren. The originally sluggish meridians were also quickly repaired, and her chakra circulated faster and faster. Her red hair rose without wind, and an immense amount of chakra instantly filled the living room. Mei Qin's expression changed slightly, and she immediately hugged Zhuju into her arms. You also stood up, blocking the crib of the two younger brothers, but soon realized that the chakra had no aggressiveness at all. It was just too strong. So strong that even the air vibrated gently. Jiao Xian. Mei Qin looked at her with some concern. Qinyu raised a hand to signal her not to worry, his gaze fixed on Jiao Xian. After a few seconds, the raised red hair slowly fell. Jiao Xian opened her eyes, her beautiful red irises much brighter than before. She looked down at her hands, the surprise on her face growing. My chakra. She tried to clench her fist, and the power within her immediately surged. That long-lost sense of fullness made her momentarily unable to believe it. Ever since losing the Nine Tails, she had clearly felt changes in her body. The once vast, almost inexhaustible chakra had been reduced by more than half, and her vitality was far from what it used to be. Even though Qinyu regulated her condition daily, she still needed time to slowly recover. But now all those deficits had vanished. Her chakra flowed without any hindrance, and her body felt so light that she wanted to run dozens of laps around the training ground immediately. Even before giving birth to Ming Ren, she had never been in such good condition. Jiao Xian raised her hand, and a golden chain extended from behind her, then quickly dissipated under her control. No sluggishness, no weakness. She had truly recovered. She knew this medicine. Jiao Xian turned around, the surprise in her eyes just beginning to appear, but then, as if suddenly thinking of something, her smile faltered. Such a precious item. How could it be brought out casually? She did not continue to savor the restored power, but instead grabbed Qinyu's arm abruptly. Her beautiful red eyes were filled with tension and worry, and her fingers unconsciously tightened. Is there any more of this? Jiao Xian stared into his eyes, her speech suddenly quickening. You gave it to me directly. What about yourself? Is there only one portion you know? Qinyu was slightly stunned. Her body had fully recovered, and her power was even stronger than before. Yet the first thing she did upon waking was not to be happy or test her chakra, but to worry that he had given her the only medicine. Mei Qin stood by holding Zhuju, her gaze softening. This was probably Jiao Xian, usually seeming carefree and always doing things in a whirlwind fashion, but when it came to those she truly cared about, she never spared a moment's consideration. Qinyu saw her anxious look and couldn't help but laugh. You're still laughing? Jiao Xian was so worried that a few strands of her red hair rose again. Tell me quickly, is there any more or not? If there isn't, you have to think of a way to make me spit it out, you know. How can you spit out medicine that's already been swallowed? I still have to try. Saying that, Jiao Xian moved to let go of him, seemingly about to head to the kitchen to find a way. Qinyu reached out, grabbed her waist, and pulled her directly into his arms. Jiao Xian's steps faltered, and she collided with his chest. The red hair that had been raised swayed as well. There's more. Qinyu lowered his head close to her ear, his voice very soft. It's not just one portion, so don't worry about me. Hearing this, Jiao Xian's tense body finally completely relaxed. She didn't pull away from Qinyu's hand. Instead, she leaned into his embrace, slowly wrapping her arms around his waist. The power that had just returned to its peak was not used for resistance at all. You're really not lying to me? No. In the future, if there's something like this, you have to tell me how many there are first. Jiao Xian buried her face in Qinyu's chest, her voice thick, with a nasal tone. Don't always give me all the good things, and leave nothing for yourself, you know. Qinyu gently patted her back. I understand. In the nearby crib, Ming Ren suddenly babbled a couple of times, as if seeing his mother being held by someone else, reaching out his little hand to join in. Zhuju moved as well, grabbing Ming Ren's finger. You quietly watched the two, then silently averted his gaze. Mei Qin lowered her head and smiled, not disturbing them. Hearing the children's voices, Jiao Xian lifted her head from Qinyu's embrace. She looked at Ming Ren and Zhuozhu, then at Mei Qin and Yu standing nearby, and the corners of her eyes gradually curved. The originally quiet bluffing residence now had so many people. In the future, she would have to prepare more meals, take care of 3 children, and guard against those restless fellows outside the door. If it had been yesterday, her body might not have been able to handle it. But now it was different. Zhou Xnai buried her face in Qian Yu's chest again, a satisfied smile on her lips, and murmured softly, "There are more and more people in the family. It seems the burden on me as the mistress of the house is getting heavier and heavier." Kushina leaned against Chiwa's embrace, her arms still wrapped around his waist. The living room had fallen quiet, with only the occasional cooing from the small bed drifting through. Misato had taken Itachi and the 2 children to their room, preparing to put them down for a nap. The mansion, which had felt somewhat chaotic with so many people about, now instead carried a sense of home. Kushina lifted her gaze to Chiwa's face, so close before her. "Our home always felt incomplete before, but now that Misato and the children have moved in, it truly feels whole," she said softly. Chiwa glanced down at her, his arm still wrapped around her waist. "Don't you find it overwhelming with so many people, eh?" "Of course not," Kushina replied quickly, then pressed closer against him. She fell silent for a moment, the smile gradually fading from her face. "Chiwa, do you truly intend to protect all of us forever?" Her question carried genuine weight. Naruto, Misato, Itachi, Sasuke, and herself. This wasn't something that could be answered lightly. The Hokage's tower and the Uchiha would never let this go while ANBU and root members watched from outside the estate. Chiwa offered no response, simply looking down at her. Kushina shifted uncomfortably under his gaze, opening her mouth to press further, until Chiwa leaned in and kissed her. Her breath caught, fingers tightening around his waist. Despite her power having recently returned to its peak, she made no move to use it. After a few seconds, Kushina closed her eyes and rested gently against him. The answer was clear enough. Bang, bang, bang. The courtyard door erupted with urgent pounding, each strike harder than the last, shattering the living room's quiet. Kushina opened her eyes, cheeks still flushed, several strands of hair already floating in irritation. Who would come at such an inconvenient time? She released Chiwa, adjusted her clothes, and touched her lips. Once she confirmed nothing visible remained, she settled back as though nothing had happened. Chiwa found this amusing, but said nothing, turning toward the courtyard gate instead. His observation haki had already sensed a single person outside, their energy wildly erratic. Their breathing was rapid, chakra on the verge of spiraling out of control. Chiwa opened the gate, and Yugao appeared before him. Her clothing bore dust, a freshly bandaged wound marred her right arm, and her black curls fell disheveled. Her usually composed features were drawn and pale now, fear still lingering in her crimson eyes. But upon seeing Chiwa, her tense frame finally unraveled. "Chiwa-sama." The address barely left her lips before her legs gave way and she tumbled forward. Chiwa caught her by the shoulders and supported her waist, preventing her from crashing against the threshold. "Let's get inside," he said. Yugao nodded, weakly attempting to stand on her own, though her legs remained unsteady. Without releasing his grip, Chiwa guided her into the living room. Kushina rose immediately from her chair upon seeing them enter, her attention drawn to Yugao's pallid face and the blood staining her clothes. The strands of red hair that had risen from the intimate positioning of the pair settled back into place. "What happened to her?" Kushina asked. Yugao heard the voice and looked up toward Kushina. Her gaze then fell upon Chiwa's hand resting on her waist, a flicker of complexity crossing her features. Kushina understood the unspoken tension, but showed no hostility, moving instead to support Yugao from the other side. "She needs treatment first since she's injured," Kushina said. "We can ask about everything else once she's recovered." Together, they helped Yugao onto the sofa, and Chiwa pressed his hand against her wrist, channeling chakra into her body. Yugao's meridians showed no serious damage, and her arm wound was merely superficial. The real concern was her mental state, clearly a backlash from having her genjutsu forcibly interrupted. Beyond that, bruises marked her shoulders and abdomen from taijutsu strikes. Chiwa withdrew his hand, his gentle expression fading. "Genjutsu backlash and injuries from combat. Who did this to you?" Yugao kept her head lowered, fingers clutching the hem of her clothes. She opened her mouth, but hesitated before speaking the name. Kushina poured a glass of warm water and handed it to her, her tone softening considerably. "No one here will harm you. Take your time." Yugao accepted the cup, her fingers still trembling slightly. "It was Asuma," she said. Chiwa's eyes lifted. "Sarutobi Asuma." Yugao nodded, faintly piecing together the events at the training ground. That morning she'd been practicing genjutsu alone when Asuma had arrived unannounced, once again pressing his feelings upon her. She had turned him down many times before, and this time was no different. But Asuma hadn't left. Instead, he'd blocked her path. He claimed I'd never witnessed his true strength, that a single sparring match would change my mind. Yugao recounted, her grip tightening on the glass. "I refused to fight him, but he struck first. I had no choice but to use genjutsu to stop him." Asuma had relied on his physical prowess and chakra advantage to forcibly disrupt her incomplete technique. The backlash had wounded Yugao, yet she'd managed to trap him in an illusion as well, dealing him significant damage. By the time she barely escaped, Asuma had already vowed retribution. He is after all the Hokage's son, Yugao murmured, lowering her gaze. I feared the Sarutobi clan's retaliation and didn't know where else to turn. I'm sorry, Chiwa-sama, I had no other choice. Kushina's brows furrowed, deeper strands of red hair, rising in agitation as she listened. Attacking someone after being rejected, that's no sparring match. It's simply bullying, Kushina declared. Yugao offered no rebuttal. She had considered returning home, but the Yugao clan simply couldn't withstand the pressure from the Hokage's faction. If Asuma insisted the encounter was merely normal sparring, she would likely bear the punishment. Chiwa raised his hand, pressing his palm against Yugao's forehead. Gentle chakra flowed into her consciousness, gradually steadying the turbulent energy within. Yugao's furrowed brow slowly relaxed, color returning faintly to her face. Stay here. No one will take you away, Chiwa assured her. Yugao looked up dazedly, the anxiety in her crimson eyes finally beginning to ease. Chiwa withdrew his hand, his expression unchanged as he regarded her coolly. The son of the Hokage can bully whomever he pleases in the village. He rose to his feet and made for the courtyard gate. Excellent. Since he refuses to change his ways, I'll go handle this personally. After finishing his words, Chinyu raised his right hand, pressing 2 fingers together before him. Seeing this, Kushina immediately rushed from the sofa and reached for his arm, saying, Chinyu, wait a moment. Asuma is the Hokage's son after all. Don't kill him in a fit of anger. Having just settled, her child Mikoto also stepped out of the room. She noticed the injuries on Yuhi Kurenai and heard Chinyu's intention to confront Asuma. Her face instantly clouded with more worry. Chinyu-kun, Kushina isn't trying to stop you, but the Hokage's office is already watching this place. If you go after Asuma now, they'll likely use it as an excuse to escalate things. Yuhi Kurenai finally snapped out of her daze and hastily stood up. Mr. Chinyu, this all started because of me. I don't want you to go through this for my sake. Before she could finish, Chinyu's figure vanished from the living room. 3 outstretched hands all grasped at empty air. Kushina stared at the spot where he had stood, her temple twitching slightly as a few strands of red hair drifted upward. That guy promised to tell me before he did anything, she muttered. Mikoto opened her mouth, then quietly reminded, it seems he did tell you this time. Kushina. Yuhi Kurenai stood by the sofa, her crimson eyes still wide with obvious shock. She had only sought a temporary refuge, never expecting that after hearing her story, Chinyu would not say a single unnecessary word, but simply went straight to settle the score with Asuma. After all, he was the Hokage's son. Any ordinary ninja faced with such a situation, even if willing to help, would first consider the stance of the Sarutobi clan. But Chinyu seemed to consider only that she was injured. Seeing her dazed, Kushina gently pushed her back onto the sofa. Don't just stand there. Since Chinyu has gone, no one can stop him. Just wait here, he'll be back soon. Yuhi Kurenai nodded lightly, but her hands instinctively clenched the hem of her clothes. Meanwhile, in a tavern on the east side of Konoha, Sarutobi Asuma was leaning against a table drinking with several familiar ninjas. His face still bore the exhaustion from the Genjutsu backlash, and his hands were scratched by tree branches. After a few cups of sake, he attributed all his humiliation to Yuhi Kurenai. I just wanted to spar with her, but she ambushed me with Genjutsu. Asuma took a gulp from his cup, his expression growing darker. That woman thinks she's untouchable just because she knows a few Genjutsu tricks. Just wait until next time. I'll show her what I'm capable of. A ninja beside him chuckled. Kurenai has always been strong-willed. You've been chasing her for so long, and she still hasn't given you a kind look, has she? She just hasn't figured it out yet. Asuma snorted, leaning back against his chair, bolstered by the alcohol. Once she realizes that in all of Konoha no one else would dare to offend the Sarutobi clan for her, she'll come back to me. The moment the words left his mouth, the tavern's wooden door slid open from the outside. The lively chatter inside ceased. Chinyu stood at the entrance, his gaze sweeping across the tables before settling on Asuma. Asuma recognized him too, his hand gripping the cup momentarily faltering. After the humiliation at the training ground that afternoon, he was already simmering with resentment, and now fueled by alcohol, his caution quickly gave way to bravado. Namikaze, Chinyu, what are you doing here? He slammed his cup onto the table and pushed himself upright, gripping the edge. Don't think you can do whatever you want in Konoha just because you've made a little stir. My father is still the Hokage, so you'd better. Chinyu didn't pause. He didn't even bother to listen to the rest of Asuma's words. Calmly, he walked toward the table. An invisible pressure descended. The air in the entire tavern seemed to grow heavy, and the sake on the tables trembled violently. The ninjas closest to Asuma instantly turned pale, their bodies involuntarily bending downward. Thud. One ninja collapsed to his knees, first hands pressed against the wooden floor, gasping for air. The others lasted only a few more seconds before their knees hit the ground, unable even to lift their heads toward Chinyu. Asuma gritted his teeth, his legs beginning to shake. The alcohol's effect faded in an instant. He desperately tried to channel his chakra, reaching for the chakra blade at his waist, but the moment the power gathered, it was shattered by the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. What exactly do you want? Asuma's voice had changed. He tried to retreat, but his waist hit the edge of the table and his feet refused to move another inch. Chinyu stopped only when he stood before him. Did you leave those injuries on Yuhi Kurenai? Hearing this, Asuma's pupils contracted, but he forced himself to retort, it was a fair spar. She was outmatched, it's her own fault she got hurt. What did she run to you to complain? Chinyu gave him a look. The words died in Asuma's throat. The next moment Chinyu extended his right hand, seized Asuma by the neck, and lifted him off the ground. Asuma's feet dangled, his face rapidly turning crimson. He clawed at Chinyu's wrist, struggling desperately, but no matter how hard he fought, the hand did not budge. Fear finally seized him. His father's status, the prestige of the Sarutobi clan, they meant nothing to this man before him. From the moment he entered, Chinyu hadn't wasted a single word on him. Asuma opened his mouth, but only a few ragged gasps escaped his throat. Chinyu held him up, raised his other hand, and pressed 2 fingers together. Space rippled gently. Both figures vanished from the tavern, leaving behind a room full of kneeling ninjas. Several seconds passed before someone managed to lift their head, their face still drained of all color. At the Namikaze residence, Kushina was watching over Yuhi Kurenai, while Mikoto was redressing the wound on her right arm. A sudden ripple appeared in the center of the living room. When Chinyu reappeared, he was holding a purple-faced Asuma. He casually released his grip, and Asuma collapsed at Kurenai's feet, his forehead striking the floor heavily. Asuma. Yuhi Kurenai shot up, her crimson eyes wide with shock. She knew Chinyu had gone to confront him, but she never expected him to drag the Hokage's son back to the Namikaze residence. Kushina and Mikoto were equally stunned. Asuma lay on the ground coughing violently, and as soon as he regained some strength, he tried to push himself up. Chinyu lifted his foot and pressed it directly onto his back. Thud. Asuma was flattened to the floor, his chest compressed so tightly he could barely breathe. He struggled twice, but Chinyu merely increased the pressure slightly, and he was pinned motionless. Chinyu looked down at him from above, then turned to Yuhi Kurenai, who was still frozen in disbelief. I've brought him to you. Yuhi Kurenai stared at him blankly. With Asuma pinned beneath his foot, Chinyu spoke in a calm tone, as if stating the most ordinary thing. Whatever he wanted to do to you in that spar, you can now repay him tenfold. Don't be afraid. Even if you kill him, I'll take responsibility. Yugao looked down at Asama, who trembled uncontrollably beneath her feet, then raised her gaze to Chisen. His foot remained pressed firmly against Asama's back, his expression serene, clearly not in jest. If she wished, she could repay every injury and humiliation inflicted upon her today in her own hands. Asama lay prostrate on the ground, his face having shifted from crimson flush to deathly pallor. Yugao, what happened earlier was merely a misunderstanding. Yugao's body gave a faint tremor, and she unconsciously stepped back half a pace. Watching Asama's disheveled state, her fingers slowly curled into fists, yet she made no move forward. I don't wish to lay a hand on you. Her voice was soft yet entirely resolute. Chisen glanced at her. Are you certain? Yugao nodded. She wasn't hesitating out of respect for Asama's status. She simply refused to become someone like him. As for what had occurred today, she had seen it clearly enough. The affection Asama spoke of was nothing more than an excuse to compel her submission. When denied the response he desired, he flew into a furious rage. Such a person was hardly worth her continued time. Seeing this, Chisen made no further effort. How tedious. The moment he finished speaking, he kicked Asama sharply at the waist. Asama didn't even have time to react before his entire body slid across the floor, out of the living room, tumbled over the threshold, and rolled into the courtyard. Thud. Asama crashed against the courtyard wall, his body curling inward from the pain, unable to draw breath for a long moment. Kushina glanced at the threshold, then down at the undamaged floor, her expression somewhat peculiar. Did you deliberately hold back, just now, eh? This place was just cleaned. Chisen stepped out of the living room and stopped before Asama, clearly having no intention of letting that person soil the family floors. Asama clutched his waist and awkwardly shuffled backward. The confidence he had arrogantly displayed earlier, born of his status, had completely evaporated. He finally understood. Chisen was genuinely willing to kill him. Get out and go back. Hearing this, Asama froze, lifting his head with disbelief and uncertainty. Chisen looked down at him coldly, his tone utterly devoid of warmth. Tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that Yugao is now under my protection. Asama's face stiffened. No one touches what belongs to me, not even the Hokage's son. The words hung in the air, and a flash of humiliation and rage crossed Asama's eyes. He opened his mouth, but upon meeting Chisen's icy gaze, he swallowed every word. If he stayed another moment, he feared he might not leave this courtyard alive. Asama pushed himself upright with difficulty, leaning against the wall. But barely a step, his knees buckled. Stumbling, he grasped the gate and crawled out in a panic. Through it all, he never dared to look back. Kushina stood at the doorway with her arms crossed, watching Asama disappear around the corner, unable to suppress a scowl. All bully the weak and fear the strong. Weren't you so fearless when you were tormenting Yugao just now? Yugao sat beside the sofa, gazing blankly at Chisen's back. She had originally thought that Chisen's willingness to give her shelter was already a risk, one that would provoke the Sarutobi family. But now he hadn't only brought Asama here. He had made him deliver a message to the Hokage to their faces. Those words, "What belongs to me?" repeated endlessly in her mind. Yugao's crimson eyes trembled faintly, a mixture of admiration and fear swirling within, along with something she didn't even dare to examine closely. When Chisen returned to the living room, he happened to meet her gaze. Yugao hastily lowered her head, her ears quickly flushing red. She reached for the water cup on the table, forgetting that it had long been emptied. Kushina observed her reaction without anger, only casting a helpless glance at Chisen. This fellow goes out for a trip and brings home another one. She walked up to Yugao and gently took her slightly cold hand. Yugao startled, looking up at her, a deeper sense of tension visible in her eyes. But Kushina only smiled. "Don't be afraid. Since Chisen brought you here, this is your home now. No one will ever bully you again." Yugao was speechless. Before coming, she had prepared herself for the worst, hoping only to find someone willing to listen to her explanation when the Sarutobi family came knocking. She had never expected Kushina to simply tell her to stay. There are no buts. Kushina pulled her down to sit, her tone as straightforward as ever. "The Namikaze residence has plenty of rooms. One more person won't make it crowded. Mikoto and the children are here too. You needn't feel uncomfortable." Yugao's eyes quickly reddened. She had offended the Hokage's son. The Yugao clan might not welcome her back. Even if she returned, her father would only be forced to bow before the Sarutobi family alongside the entire clan. She truly had nowhere left to go. Yet these people before her asked nothing of what she could bring, demanded no price for her stay, and simply gave her a place to remain. Tears slipped down her cheeks. Yugao hurriedly bowed her head to wipe them, but they wouldn't stop falling. "Thank you, Kushina-sama." She choked on her words, then looked toward Chisen. "I am willing to stay. Do whatever you wish with me. I only ask to repay Chisendano's kindness." Chisen's brows stirred slightly. Kushina gently patted Yugao's hand, stopping her before she could continue. "First, let your wounds heal. We'll discuss everything else later." Meanwhile, news that Asama had been seized by Chisen and brought to the Namikaze residence spread to the Hokage Tower in the shortest time possible. Inside the office, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression darkened as he watched the ANBU kneeling before the desk, reporting. Asama had been taken directly from an izakaya and eventually escaped back in utter disarray. Chisen hadn't even spared Hiruzen a shred of face, forcing him to carry that warning personally. Crack! Hiruzen's crystal orb shattered under his grip. Shattered fragments scattered across the desk, two of them piercing into his palm. "Namikaze Chiha." His voice was low, yet the fury in his eyes could no longer be concealed. From the shadows in the corner of the office, the sound of a cane striking the floor suddenly echoed. Danzo emerged slowly, his single cold eye sweeping over the fragments on the desk. "Hiruzen, you see now, don't you?" Hiruzen did not answer. Danzo stopped before the desk, his voice growing ever colder. "Leniency has never worked on him. Every step you retreat, he advances 10. Today he dares to publicly humiliate Asama. Tomorrow he'll storm the Hokage Tower. By the time Hyuga and Uchiha fully ally themselves to his side, you won't even have one last chance remaining." Hiruzen raised his head. "What do you propose?" "Deploy every resource we possess." Danzo tightened his grip on his cane, an unmistakable killing intent flashing in his eyes. He must be eliminated immediately. Inside the Namikaze residence, Kushina was unaware that the Hokage Tower had already set its heart on murder. After finishing checking Yugao's wounds, she led her to her own room. A short while later, she emerged carrying a set of clean lounging clothes. "Put these on first. They should fit about right. Your current clothes are torn, and it's inconvenient to keep wearing them." Yugao took the clothes, her fingertips gently tightening. "Kushina-sama, I will find a way to repay you." Kushina raised a hand and pressed against her shoulder, interrupting firmly, "Don't speak of repayment. Chisen dislikes hearing those words." Yugao instinctively glanced toward Chisen in the living room. Kushina followed her gaze, a slow smile rising at the corners of her mouth. "But since you're staying, you'll need to understand the rules of this house." Yugao's expression grew serious. "What rules?" Kushina raised one finger and spoke with utmost solemnity. "The first rule is that whatever Chisen says is always correct. Understood?" After Yuhi Kurenai officially moved into the Namikaze residence, a new division of labor quickly emerged. Kushina was in charge of arranging everything. Mikoto helped her fill the gaps, and Kurenai voluntarily took on cleaning and tidying. As for Qianyu, he originally wanted to help, but the three of them drove him out of the kitchen together. "We'll prepare today's lunch. You're not allowed in Databayo." Kushina blocked the doorway, spatula in hand. Mikoto nodded gently. "Qianyu-kun, just stay with the children. Leave the kitchen to us." Kurenai tied her apron and said earnestly, "Since I'm living here, I can't just do nothing." Qianyu looked at the three women, then at the pot on the stove, which was already smoking. "Shouldn't the fish be flipped?" Kushina's expression changed, and she immediately turned and rushed back. Mikoto quickly lowered the flame, while Kurenai grabbed a plate. The three of them suddenly became a flurry of activity. Qianyu quietly withdrew from the kitchen, closing the door behind him. At least this time the window was already open. In the living room, Naruto and Sasuke were lying side by side on the carpet. Several colored building blocks were placed between them. Naruto grabbed one and started bringing it to his mouth, but halfway up Itachi reached out and stopped him. "You can't eat this." Naruto babbled, refusing to let go of the block. Sasuke, as if prompted, also reached for the one next to him. Itachi was silent for a moment, then pushed all the blocks farther away. One little brother was already hard enough to look after. Now there were two, and the difficulty seemed to have more than doubled. Shinyu sat down on the edge of the carpet and placed a block in front of Sasuke. Sasuke stared at it for a while, then raised his hand and knocked it over. Seeing this, Naruto reached out and swept the remaining blocks away. Both little ones laughed at the same time. Itachi looked at the small tower he had just built, a rare expression of helplessness on his face. Are they doing this on purpose? They shouldn't be that smart. The moment Shinyu finished speaking, Naruto knocked over the blocks Itachi had just rearranged. Itachi. The three in the kitchen heard the commotion and quickly poked their heads out. Kushina first looked at the laughing Naruto, then at Shinyu sitting nearby. Are you just going to let them bully Itachi? This is brotherly communication. Kurenai couldn't help but laugh, and Mikoto also covered her mouth with her hand. Itachi lowered his head to pick up the blocks again, clearly not approving of this kind of communication. After lunch was prepared, the three women gathered around Shinyu arguing. Kushina placed the pan-fried fish in front of him and said seriously, "I made this. Taste it first." Mikoto brought a bowl of soup, her tone gentle. "The fish is still a bit hot. Shinyu-kun, you can have the soup first." Kurenai looked at the rice ball she had made, hesitated for a moment, then placed it on the table. "This is easier to eat and won't burn you." 3 pairs of eyes fell on Shinyu at the same time. Shinyu paused slightly as he picked up his chopsticks. It was just lunch. Why did it feel like he was making a dangerous choice? Kushina narrowed her eyes. "Shinyu, whose dish are you going to try first?" Shinyu reached for the rice ball, picked up a piece of fish, and then took the soup Mikoto had prepared. Together. Hearing this, Kurenai lowered her head and smiled. Mikoto casually added more soup to his bowl. Kushina snorted softly and placed all the boneless parts of the fish belly into his bowl. "You passed Atabeo." The days continued like this, and the Namikaze residence became thoroughly lively. Every morning Kushina arranged household matters, Mikoto took care of Naruto and Sasuke, and Kurenai occasionally guided Itachi in training. When the children fell asleep, the 3 women would sit in the living room folding clothes and discussing what to cook for dinner. They hadn't known each other for long, but there was little friction between them. Mikoto was gentle and always managed to fill in the gaps Kushina left. Kurenai, grateful for the hospitality, did her work with extra care. However, when it came to Shinyu, the atmosphere occasionally became a bit delicate. Kushina would naturally sit beside Shinyu. Mikoto would always place the tea precisely where he could reach it easily. Kurenai would straighten his coat, but quickly avert her gaze when their eyes met. No one spoke of it. The next moment Naruto started crying, and all 3 women rose at once, the subtle tension dissipating. The residence grew more peaceful, but the surveillance outside never ceased. Beneath the Hokage Tower, Danzo listened to the report from a root shinobi, his fingers tightening around his cane. No matter whether they approached from the wall or the roof, everyone was blocked by an invisible barrier. Even sensory jutsu couldn't penetrate the interior. If the surface is inaccessible, then go underground. Danzo looked at the root suicide squad member kneeling before him, his lone eye devoid of emotion. This man possessed a special earth release that allowed him to turn his body into particles, silently moving 100 meters underground. No presence, no footsteps, no vibration in the soil. Ordinary barriers had limited reach underground. In Danzo's view, the Namikaze residence would be no exception. The suicide squad member accepted the order and quickly moved several hundred meters away from the residence. He formed hand seals, his body gradually dissolving into fine particles, silently sinking into the earth. 100 meters deep, there was no light, but he could navigate using earth release. After confirming he hadn't touched any chakra barrier, he accelerated, heading directly beneath the residence. No obstacles. Just as he relaxed, his particleized body touched an imperceptible boundary. In the next instant, an invisible force passed through every particle of his body. He couldn't stop the technique, couldn't reform, and all the particles disintegrated simultaneously. No blood, no sound, not even a trace of chakra dissipating. The underground fell silent again. In the living room of the Namikaze residence, Shinyu was building blocks with Naruto and Sasuke, but suddenly stopped. In the corner, Kurenai had just corrected Itachi's shuriken-throwing posture. Seeing Shinyu's pause, she asked, puzzled, "Shinyu-sen, what's wrong?" "It seems a rat tried to burrow in from underground just now." Shinyu picked up the block Naruto had knocked over, his tone casual. "But it accidentally got itself eliminated." Kurenai froze for a moment, then looked at the floor. Kushina poked her head out of the kitchen, a few red strands of hair already floating up. "Did Danzo send someone again?" "Probably." Shinyu didn't dwell on it, just placed the block back in front of Sasuke. Sasuke raised his little hand and knocked it over again. Shinyu glanced toward the yard and added casually, "The soil might have been packed too hard. When you practice your genjutsu later, use illusion to grow some flowers and loosen the soil." After the root operative lost contact, the two ninjas assigned to standby waited for half an hour at the original location, yet received no response whatsoever. They dared not approach the Namikaze mansion and could only return immediately to Root to report the matter to Danzo. Disappeared. Danzo grasped his cane, his lone eye fixed coldly on the ninja kneeling before him. No battle, no chakra fluctuation, not even a corpse left behind. Yes. The Root ninja lowered his head. From the moment he infiltrated underground, we could no longer sense his presence. 100 meters beneath the earth, his body had completely particleized. Even a perception barrier would struggle to detect such a method of infiltration. Yet that operative vanished without a sound as soon as he neared the mansion. Danzo remained silent for a long time, a crack already forming in the ground beneath his cane. Leave. The two Root ninjas, relieved, stood and retreated into the shadows. Danzo did not dispatch anyone else. The ground was inaccessible, the air impossible to cross, and even the underground had become a dead end. That seemingly ordinary mansion had transformed into an incomprehensible forbidden zone. The news quickly reached the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi finished reading the report, his pipe pausing in his hand for a long moment before he finally exhaled a cloud of murky smoke. Withdraw the nearby infiltration personnel. Maintain only long-distance surveillance. Danzo's voice was cold. And just let it go. And what else? Hiruzen Sarutobi lifted his head, his expression equally grim. Continue sending people to die, or shall you personally try from underground? Danzo. The office fell silent again. They were finally forced to admit that as long as Chinyu remained within that mansion, all of Konoha's current methods were powerless to touch him, let alone take anyone inside away. This loss of control infuriated them and made them even more wary. Inside the Namikaze mansion, Chinyu did not concern himself with that root operative. The absolute barrier had already issued a warning. The other party had insisted on forcing their way and ultimately vanishing, a death that could only be deemed less than clever. He spent some time playing with Naruto and Sasuke until Itachi carried the two children to their beds, then rose and returned to his room. After closing the door, Chinyu opened the system interface. A golden prompt floated quietly before him. Mikoto Uchiha and her children's fate has been completely altered. High-level reward pending. Mikoto had left the Uchiha compound and Itachi was no longer treated as a tool by the village and the clan. As for Sasuke, he would no longer need to bear the hatred left by the massacre. The original destinies of these three had been completely rewritten. Claim. Reward claimed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the passive ability Royal Grace. Royal Grace, over time women close to the host and their descendants will experience a gradual enhancement in bloodline purity and growth potential, while also accelerating the recovery of physical depletion. Chinyu read the description, twice a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This time no item appeared, and the ability would not produce any noticeable fluctuations when activated. As long as the relationship and distance conditions were met, Royal Grace would continuously improve the recipient's body. Kushina, Mikoto, and also Naruto, Itachi, and Sasuke all fell within the scope of the ability. Chinyu exited the system and pushed open the door to return to the living room. Mikoto was sitting beside the small bed, leaning down to adjust the collar of Sasuke's clothes. The smile on her face was far more frequent than when she had first arrived, and her movements were no longer tentative, yet a trace of exhaustion still lingered in her eyes. It was not merely from a few restless nights. The mental drain from years of suppression compounded by the physical depletion after giving birth to Sasuke. None of this could be swiftly restored by ordinary rest. Chinyu walked over and sat beside her, his gaze sweeping across her face. Mikoto noticed his attention and paused slightly. Chinyu-kun, what is it? Your chakra flow is still a bit unsteady. Chinyu extended his hand toward her, his tone perfectly natural. Let me regulate it for you. Mikoto did not hesitate for a moment. She gently placed her hand in his palm. Her fingers were cool, and they instinctively flinched when he held them, but she did not pull away. Thank you for your trouble, Chinyu-kun. Relax. Chinyu channeled the life force of the sage body, merging the power of Royal Grace into it, and slowly sent it into Mikoto's body through their connected hands. Mikoto had just nodded when her body trembled slightly. That power carried no impact. Once it entered her meridians, it flowed naturally toward her limbs. The fatigue that had long settled deep in her body quickly receded, and the stagnant chakra began to stir energetically again. She instinctively closed her eyes, her shoulders tense for years, slowly relaxing. Every void within her body was being filled. The headaches that had plagued her after sleepless nights vanished, and the weakness that had never fully recovered after bearing Sasuke faded rapidly. Even the lingering oppression in her chest dissipated with each breath. Mikoto's complexion quickly turned rosy and the shadows under her eyes faded. Her already gentle and beautiful features, now free of fatigue, made her look several years younger. Itachi, who was watching over his younger brother nearby, noticed the change first. He studied his mother for a few seconds, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Mother's chakra has grown stronger. Kushina emerged from the kitchen holding a plate of cut fruit. She stared at Mikoto for a moment, then her eyes widened. Shinyu, what did you do to Mikoto? Just regulated her body. Just? Kushina looked down at the fruit plate, then back at Mikoto, whose complexion was entirely transformed. She had a feeling that her understanding of the word regulate was quite different from Shinyu's. A few minutes later, Shinyu withdrew his life force. Mikoto slowly opened her eyes, first clenching her fist, then attempting to circulate her chakra. The vague stagnation she had felt before was completely gone, and her body felt so light, it was almost unbelievable. It's all truly healed. She looked up at Shinyu, her voice trembling slightly. The problems left over from all these years. I had almost grown used to them. Why can you always do this so easily? The words trailed off. Shinyu had already stood up, handing her a glass of water from the table. You've just recovered. Don't train today, just rest well. Mikoto took the cup, but her fingers lingered without letting go. No one asked her if it was worth it. No one reminded her of what she owed this family. Shinyu had simply noticed she was unwell and healed her, as if taking care of her was the most natural thing in the world. Shinyu turned to check on Sasuke in the small bed. He had only taken one step when Mikoto suddenly set down the cup and embraced him tightly from behind. She buried her face against his back, her arms tightening with each passing second, and tears quickly soaked his clothes. The warmth of being cherished and cared for. She had never experienced it in the Uchiha compound. Shinyu-kun. Her voice was thick with sobs, her body trembling gently, yet she did not let go. I finally understand. Where you are, that is the true home. Shinyu felt the warmth spreading from his back, and his steps came to a halt. Mikoto's hands were tightly clasped around his waist, her body still trembling slightly. A muffled sob came from behind him, soft yet unceasing. Shinyu neither broke free nor urged her on. This woman had endured far too long within the Uchiha compound. Her husband's cold indifference, the clan's rigid codes, and the ever-worsening rift between the village and the Uchiha, all of it had weighed solely on her shoulders. Now that the deficiency in her body had been fully restored, the taut string inside her had finally loosened. What she needed was not consolation, but a place where she could weep without restraint. Shinyu raised his hand and gently covered the one she had placed on his waist. It's all right now. At those words, Mikoto's fingers only tightened further. She buried her face in Shinyu's back, and her tears soon soaked his clothes. Itachi sat beside the small crib, watching his mother in silence. He had never seen Mikoto cry like this. In the Uchiha mansion, no matter what Fugaku said, his mother would always bow her head in agreement. Even when exhaustion crept onto her face, she would force a smile before Itachi and Sasuke could notice. But now she no longer had to hold back. Itachi lowered his head, straightened Sasuke's collar, and refrained from interrupting. Just then the kitchen door slid open. Kushina entered the living room, carrying a plate of cut fruit, muttering that Naruto shouldn't eat too much. As she looked up, her words trailed off. In the center of the living room, Mikoto was embracing Shinyu from behind, her entire body leaning against him. His hand rested on hers, and the posture was far from ordinary. Kushina's smile froze. She stood still with the fruit plate, her gaze first landing on Mikoto's hands around Shinyu's waist, then slowly shifting to Shinyu's face. A few strands of red hair quietly rose. Although she and Shinyu had not yet formally defined their relationship, in Kushina's heart this man had long been hers. And now, just a few days after bringing Mikoto home, he had let her best friend embrace him. This guy was always attracting women at home, Databeo. And this time it was Mikoto of all people. Kushina squinted, and the fruit plate in her hand tilted. A few slices of apple slid toward the edge before she quickly steadied it. Shinyu sensed the movement behind him and turned his head. Their eyes met in the living room. Kushina said nothing, simply staring at him. The strands of red hair already spoke everything she wanted to say. Shinyu. This didn't seem like something that could be easily explained. And just then Mikoto began to recover her composure. Following Shinyu's gaze, she looked up and saw Kushina standing at the kitchen doorway. Mikoto froze for 2 seconds, finally realizing she was still holding Shinyu. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Kushina. She hastily released her grip and stepped back. She wiped her tears, not daring to meet Kushina's eyes. In the moment of emotional turmoil, she had thought of nothing but grasping the person who made her feel safe. Now that she had calmed down, seeing Kushina's reaction, she realized how easily her actions could be misunderstood. The living room fell into silence. Itachi glanced at his mother, then at Kushina, and finally lowered his head quietly. Naruto in the small crib, however, remained oblivious to the tension. He stretched out his tiny hands and babbled, as if urging Kushina to bring the fruit plate over. Sasuke stirred too, grabbing the crib railing. No one paid them any attention. Kushina stood with the fruit plate for a few seconds, but the red hair did not rise further. She had indeed been somewhat angry at first. But after seeing Mikoto's state, the jealousy that had just flared up gradually dissipated. Mikoto's eyes were red and tear tracks still marked her face. Though she was too embarrassed to raise her head, her expression was far more relaxed than when she had first arrived at the Namikaze residence. It was not the smugness of having stolen an advantage. She had simply found someone she could lean on. Kushina knew that feeling all too well. After the night of the 9 tails, when she woke up holding Naruto in an empty room, she too had no idea what to do next. Had it not been for Chinyu staying by her side, she might not have recovered so quickly. Now Mikoto was walking a similar path. With that thought, Kushina let out a soft sigh and placed the fruit plate on the table. The rising strands of red hair fell back down. She walked over to Chinyu and shot him a glare first. You sure know how to take care of people, Databeo. Chinyu replied calmly. She just recovered. Her emotions are unstable. I wasn't asking you. Kushina gave a light snort, stepped past Chinyu, and approached Mikoto. Mikoto instinctively tensed, looked up at Kushina, then quickly averted her gaze. I'm sorry I got too emotional just now. I didn't mean to. Before she could finish, Kushina reached out and directly grasped her cool fingers. Mikoto was stunned. She had prepared herself for reproach, but instead of anger, Kushina's grip was gentle and warm. Kushina, what are you nervous about? Do you think I'd kick you out? Kushina shot her a look, still straightforward. You, Itachi, and Sasuke have already moved in. This is your home now. Since we're family, don't go around saying sorry, Databeo. Hearing this, Mikoto opened her mouth and her eyes reddened again. She had grown accustomed to being cautious in everything. In the Uchiha mansion, the identity of the clan leader's wife had never been a shield, but a series of strict rules she could not violate. She had to protect Fugaka's dignity, consider the clan's attitudes, and hide all her grievances where the children could not see. But since coming here, Chinyu had saved her children and healed her body, and now Kushina had told her that this was also her home. She no longer needed to prove her worth. Simply staying here meant someone was willing to catch her. Mikoto's fingers trembled slightly, and she gripped Kushina's hand in return. She wanted to say something, but tears fell first. Kushina looked at her reddened eyes, a hint of helplessness appearing on her face. She raised her other hand and wiped the tears from Mikoto's cheeks. You idiot, why are you crying, Databeo? Mikoto struggled to hold back her tears, but her voice still trembled. I just didn't expect you to still treat me like this. We've known each other for so many years. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Kushina gently squeezed her hand, then turned to glance at Chinyu standing nearby. Chinyu did not interrupt, merely handed over the tissues from the table. Kushina took them and pressed them into Mikoto's hand, her tone turning more serious. From now on, we are true sisters. But in this household, you still have to listen to me, the mistress. Got it? Mikoto stared at her blankly. After a few seconds, she nodded vigorously, and the tears she had just wiped away fell again, unbidden. As lunch was just placed on the table, 3 items simultaneously appeared before Chinyu. Kushina pushed the grilled fish forward, using her chopsticks to point at the tenderest part of the belly. There are no bones here, and the nutrition is the best. Eat this first, Disu. Meichin set the freshly ladled soup beside him, her voice soft. The grilled fish is a bit oily. It's better to have a few sips of soup first for your health. Shirihong glanced at the two of them, then passed over the rice balls she had prepared. Rice balls are easy to hold. You can eat the soup afterward without any delay. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously fell upon Chinyu. Chinyu held his chopsticks, his movements pausing for 2 seconds. It was just a meal, so why had it come to another moment of choice? Kushina narrowed her eyes, a few strands of red hair quietly rising. Chinyu, whose cooking are you going to eat first? Meichin did not urge him, she merely adjusted the soup spoon slightly. Shirihong looked down at the rice ball, the tips of her ears already faintly reddening, as if she was beginning to regret participating. Chinyu reached out and picked up the rice ball, grabbed a piece of grilled fish, and then lifted the soup Meichin had brewed. Eat them together. Upon hearing this, Meichin lowered her head and smiled, while Shirihong quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Kushina gave a soft snort, but placed the remaining boneless pieces of meat into Chinyu's bowl. You passed, Isu. Beside the small bed, Itachi sat on a chair, holding Sasuke, quietly watching the entire process. He looked down at the younger brother in his arms, then turned his gaze to Naruto, who was chewing on his fingers. Adult matters seemed more troublesome than taking care of 2 younger brothers. The competition at the dining table did not affect the relationship among the 3. Kushina tasted Meichin's soup and immediately pressed her for what she had put in it. Shirihong shared the rice balls with the 2, carefully noting the heat control needed for the grilled fish. Soon the 3 were huddled together discussing dinner, as if the earlier confrontation had never happened. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Hokage building, the clan leaders had gradually arrived. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the main seat, with several compiled reports placed on the table before him. Danzo and the 2 advisors sat to one side, while Fugako Uchiha wore a gloomy expression, having not spoken a single word since entering. Hiruzen Sarutobi swept his gaze across the assembly and spoke in a grave tone. Namikaze Chinyu arbitrarily took the wife of the Uchiha clan head and 2 heirs, and also sheltered Shirihong, who fled after assaulting Asuma. These actions have already severely threatened the stability of the village. As soon as these words were spoken, low murmurs of discussion arose in the conference room. He defied the Hokage's summons, obstructed the ANBU from carrying out their missions, and openly issued threats to the Sarutobi clan. An elder took over the conversation, his voice cold. If we continue to allow this, what meaning is there left in the rules of Konoha? Danzo leaned on his staff, his single eye scanning the people present. This is not an ordinary conflict, it is a division of Konoha. All eyes gradually fell on Fugaku. Fugaku's expression grew even more grim. His wife leaving with the two sons had already cost him all face. Now he had to admit before these clan leaders that he could not even bring back his own family. Yet he had no other choice. After a moment of silence, Fugaku braced himself against the table, stood up, and gritted out, "Namikaze Chiha forcibly took Uchiha clan members, which has interfered with the internal affairs of the Uchiha. I request that the Hokage severely punish this man and bring Meichin Itachi and Sasuke back to the clan compound." Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly nodded. Since the Uchiha side has also made this request, then regarding the proposal to designate Namikaze Chiha as a rogue ninja, "I object." A calm voice suddenly rang out. Hayashi Hyuga rose from his seat, his white eyes fixed directly on the main seat, showing no sign of backing down. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression darkened. "Hayashi, do you know what you are saying?" "Of course I do." Hayashi looked at Fugaku, his tone still composed. "Does everyone present truly not know why Uchiha Meichin left the clan compound? She sought shelter with her children to avoid further escalation of the conflict. It was not Namikaze Chiha who abducted her." Fugaku clenched his fist fiercely. "This is an internal affair of the Uchiha. Since it has been brought to the Hokage conference, it is no longer merely a family matter." Hayashi ignored his ugly expression and continued, "Shiri Hong was harassed and attacked. Namikaze Chiha stepped in to protect the victim, which is also entirely unproblematic. If protecting a village ninja counts as dividing Konoha, then how should the one who truly allowed the conflict to reach this point be charged?" The conference room fell into sudden silence. The pipe in Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand stopped mid-air, and Danzo's expression turned completely cold. Hayashi turned to face the assembly, his voice heavier than before. "When the Kumogakure envoy forcibly entered the Hyuga clan compound, it was Namikaze Chiha who saved the Hyuga clan members and preserved the dignity of Konoha. Such a man is a hero of the village. He cannot be hastily branded a rogue ninja, just because he refused certain unreasonable orders." Several clan leaders who had been about to second the motion exchanged glances and fell silent. The Hyuga had clearly sided with Chiha. If they continued to support the resolution, now they would simultaneously offend the Namikaze residents and the Hyuga clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi waited a long time, but no second voice of agreement arose. This carefully prepared meeting had completely lost its meaning. "Let us adjourn for today." Suppressing his anger, he rose and left the conference room. Danzo cast a cold glance at Hayashi, then leaned on his staff and walked into the shadows outside. That afternoon, the news from the meeting was delivered to the Namikaze residents through the Hyuga clan's channels. After reading the intelligence, Kushina's red hair instantly bristled. "They actually wanted to label you a rogue ninja. They can't solve their own problems, and they dare to shift the blame onto you, Disu." Meichin's face paled slightly, her hands unconsciously clutching the fabric of her clothes. Shiri Hong also fell silent, clearly not expecting the Hokage building to use her as a pretext for attack. Shinyu leaned back in his chair and casually placed the intelligence on the table. "It's just the final struggle of impotent rage." Kushina looked at him. "Aren't you worried at all? A Hokage who can't even pass a resolution in a meeting. What's there to worry about?" Shinyu picked up his teacup, his expression unchanged. Meichin and Shiri Hong exchanged a glance, and their tense bodies gradually relaxed. If even the Hokage's direct order couldn't enter this courtyard, then a resolution that never passed certainly couldn't either. Deep in the root headquarters, Danzo finished reading the meeting record and slowly placed the intelligence on the table. The Hyuga's open opposition had rendered Hiruzen Sarutobi's political maneuvers completely ineffective. Continuing to hold meetings would only make more ninja clans see the weakness of the Hokage building. Danzo raised his head, a cold sneer flickering in his single eye. Hiruzen's hypocritical political tricks are useless. In the shadows, several root ninja knelt silently. Danzo gripped his staff, his voice slowly spreading through the underground space. "Since the methods of light cannot make him yield, let him witness what true power rooted in darkness really is. Since we cannot make a move inside the village, we must borrow an outsider's blade." Tuanzang tightened his grip on the cane and spoke slowly, "Activate the backup plan." The root ninja kneeling at the front raised his head, his gaze shifting slightly behind the mask. "Lord Tuanzang, are you referring to those cloud shinobi? They have been imprisoned long enough." Tuanzang picked up a scroll from the table and casually tossed it before the other. "Give this to them. Tell them that Root can grant them freedom and also give them another chance to seize the Byakugan." The root ninja caught the scroll but did not leave immediately. Back then, the Cloud diplomatic mission caused trouble in the Hyuga clan grounds and was suppressed by Chinyu alone. The surviving Jonin never yielded. Even through interrogation, they never abandoned the thought of returning to Cloud. Releasing these people would be tantamount to inviting trouble for Konoha. "What about the Hokage?" Tuanzang gave him a cold stare. The root ninja immediately lowered his head. "Understood. Remember, they cannot return directly to the land of lightning." Tuanzang tapped the ground with his cane, his voice low. "Have them create a crisis outside the village. The scale need not be large, but it must alarm the Hyuga and the Hokage's office. and leave enough evidence at the scene to make everyone believe this is Cloud's retaliation against Konoha. The Root Ninja quickly understood his intent. The Cloud Envoy's escape attacked the Hyuga Ninja again and seized the Byakugan. As long as the incident escalates, Konoha will have to give an account to Cloud. And since Chinyu had previously detained the Cloud mission and openly protected the Hyuga clan, he would naturally be pushed to the forefront. Whether he chooses to intervene or stand by the outcome will not be pleasant. I'll see to it immediately. Tuanzang did not reply, only slowly closed his eyes. The barrier at the Namikaze residence was indeed impenetrable, but Chinyu could not hide inside forever. As long as trouble is drawn to his side, even the strongest fortress will develop cracks. The Root Ninja rose and retreated into the shadows, walking down the path deep into the base. The torches on both sides grew sparser, and the damp smell intensified. Reaching the end, he pressed a mechanism on the wall, and a heavy stone door slowly opened inward. Behind the stone door was an unmarked secret passage. This path was not on the normal structural map of Root. Only Tuanzang and a few close confidants knew of it. Even if someone broke into Root, it would be difficult to discover another hidden prison here. A few minutes later, the Root Ninja arrived at an underground cell. The cell was engraved with sealing techniques holding 4 Cloud Jonin. Their ninja tools had long been confiscated, their chakra was restricted, and their clothes were stained with blood from interrogation. Hearing footsteps, the lead Cloud Jonin raised his head, the malice in his eyes undiminished. What has Konoha finally decided to kill us? The Root Ninja stopped outside the cell door and tossed the scroll through the iron bars. Lord Tuanzang is willing to give you a chance to leave alive. The lead Jonin did not pick it up, only stared at him with a sneer. Would Konoha be so kind as to let us go? It's not letting you go, but having you complete a mission. The Root Ninja swept his gaze over the few in the cell, his tone flat. After the mission is complete, Root will lift the seals on you and arrange for your departure from the Land of Fire. One of the Cloud Ninja pushed himself up against the wall. What mission? Create an attack outside Konoha village. The Root Ninja looked at the scroll on the ground. The target is a Hyuga branch family ninja. You can kill him or take him, but the scene must leave evidence that Cloud Ninja were present. The cell fell silent for a moment. The lead Jonin finally bent down to pick up the scroll, but did not open it hastily. You want us to kill for Konoha and then pin the crime on Cloud. You are Cloud's people after all, the Root Ninja said calmly. Besides that, Hyuga Ninja possesses the Byakugan. After the mission, the Byakugan is yours. I, Root, will not interfere. At these words, the eyes of the Cloud Jonin changed simultaneously. Their original purpose in coming to Konoha was to obtain the Byakugan. But the mission failed. The delegation was suppressed by Chinyu alone, and they became prisoners who never saw the light. Now Root not only was willing to release them, but also actively delivered a Hyuga Ninja to them. The conditions were almost too good. The lead Jonin opened the scroll, which depicted a complete escape route. The route avoided the surface-level sentries of Konoha, and even marked the shift change times of the Umbu. The latter part of the scroll contained patrol intelligence on a Hyuga branch family ninja, name, strength, patrol area, and the exact time he left the village each day, all written clearly. After reading, the cold smile on the Cloud Jonin's face slowly faded. This was not a hastily fabricated bait. As long as Root cooperated, they truly had a chance to escape and intercept that Hyuga Ninja outside the village. Why should we trust you? The Root Ninja raised his hand, took out a key, and unlocked the cell door in front of them. Click. Part of the ceiling chains loosened. The Cloud Jonin immediately felt their long-dormant chakra react again. Although only 1/10 was restored, it was enough to prove Root's sincerity. If this were a trap, you would have no choice anyway. The Root Ninja put away the key and said blandly, staying here you will die sooner or later. Agree to cooperate, and you will not only regain your freedom, but also have a chance to complete your original mission. The Cloud Ninja exchanged glances. Freedom and the Byakugan were right before them. As for who within Konoha wanted to use them against, it had nothing to do with them. As long as they left this cell, they had a chance to return to Cloud alive. The lead Jonin tightened his grip on the intelligence, greed gradually surfacing in his eyes. When do we act? Tomorrow night. The Root Ninja turned and walked toward the stone door. By then the seals will be fully lifted and the secret passage will be opened. Remember, the commotion must not be too small, and the target must not be allowed to return to Konoha alive. The stone door slowly closed, and the cell fell into darkness again. The Cloud Jonin gathered around, looking at the Hyuga branch ninja, marked on the map, cruel smiles spreading across their faces. The lead Jonin clutched the intelligence in his hand, looked up at the stone door. Tell Tuanzang we have a pleasant cooperation. He grinned, his voice slowly spreading through the cell. The Hyuga's Byakugan is ours for the taking. A few days later, the surface turmoil in Konoha gradually subsided. The Hokage's office no longer sent anyone near the Namikaze residence, and the Root had withdrawn most of their surveillance. The village's shinobi resumed their missions as usual, and the streets bustled with life once more. Yet this tranquility lasted only until evening. Outside Konoha, a 4-man patrol squad was making their way back along the border. The Hyuga branch family shinobi, walking in the middle of the formation, suddenly halted, veins bulging around his Byakugan. Someone's ahead. The moment he spoke, several figures burst out from the trees on both sides. The assailants wasted no time with probing attacks. They launched seamlessly coordinated jutsu from the outset, evidently, having long known the patrol's route. Flames and lightning struck simultaneously. The two Konoha shinobi on guard duty were forced apart while another, just about to send a signal, had his ankle seized by a hand emerging from the earth and was slammed heavily onto the ground. The Hyuga shinobi immediately assumed a gentle fist stance, his Byakugan sweeping the surroundings. For enemies, all with formidable chakra. Without lingering, he repelled the frontal attacker and turned to cover his comrade's retreat. But from the depths of the forest, several black chains shot forth, instantly binding his arms. A sealing technique. The Hyuga shinobi's expression changed. As he gathered his chakra, the seals on the chains began to glow rapidly. His meridians felt as if blocked, and his Byakugan was forcibly deactivated. A dull thud came from behind. The last teammate, still capable of action, was struck by a jutsu crashing through a tree trunk before collapsing. The assailants did not finish off the wounded. They simply hoisted the incapacitated Hyuga shinobi and swiftly withdrew beyond the border. The entire affair took less than 2 minutes. By the time Konoha's reinforcements arrived, only 3 severely injured patrol shinobi remained, along with a large area of trees ravaged by jutsu. An Umbu operative crouched to inspect the traces, then paused as his gaze caught sight of something near a bush. A forehead protector lay pressed there. On the metal plate, the emblem of the cloud-hidden village was clearly engraved. When the news reached the Hyuga compound, the main family's mansion erupted into chaos. The abducted shinobi was a branch family jonin with a fully developed Byakugan. Should he fall into Cloud's hands, they might well use him to uncover the secrets of the Byakugan. Several branch family elders immediately demanded pursuit, and the younger clan members had already grabbed their weapons, ready to rush out of the village to rescue him. Hyuga Hayashi did not stop their fury. He simply had someone retrieve the forehead protector, then led 2 clansmen toward the Hokage's office. The door was pushed open without ceremony. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up, but before he could speak, Hayashi tossed the cloud forehead protector onto the desk. "Hokage-sama, is this the result you promised?" Hayashi stood before the desk, his white eyes brimming with restrained anger. "When the cloud delegation forced their way into the Hyuga compound, I made it clear that their target was the Byakugan." Hiruzen picked up the forehead protector, his expression darkening. "The scene has yet to be thoroughly investigated. A single forehead protector is not enough to conclude that Cloud is responsible. They abducted a Hyuga shinobi who had awakened his Byakugan and left a cloud forehead protector at the scene." Hayashi fixed his gaze on him, his voice growing colder. "Must we wait until they return the Byakugan to the land of lightning before the Hokage's office acknowledges it?" At that, Hiruzen did not answer immediately. The incident had occurred too abruptly, and the evidence left by the attackers was suspiciously blatant. Even if Cloud truly wanted to seize the Byakugan, they would not be foolish enough to leave their standard-issue forehead protector at the scene. Yet he could not voice these doubts to Hayashi. The Hyuga clansmen had already been taken. Every minute of delay increased the likelihood of the enemy escaping the land of fire. "I will dispatch Umbu to investigate immediately and order the border to seal off all routes." Hiruzen placed the forehead protector back on the desk and spoke in a heavy tone. "The village will enter a state of emergency from now on. The Hyuga clan is to refrain from acting on their own." Hayashi's fingers slowly tightened. "If Cloud is confirmed to be responsible, will Konoha declare war on them immediately?" Silence filled the office. Hiruzen picked up his pipe, but hesitated to light it. Konoha had just endured the Ninetales attack. Its combat strength was severely depleted. A full-scale war with Cloud could provoke other hidden villages into action. He could not afford to drag the entire village into war over a single Hyuga branch shinobi. "This matter requires a council meeting." Hayashi stared at him for a few seconds, the anger in his eyes slowly fading, replaced by disappointment. Another meeting. By the time the advisors and clan representatives finished debating, the abducted clansmen would already be in the land of lightning. The Hokage's office had never been about how to rescue people, but how to keep losses within acceptable limits. Who was sacrificed didn't matter. "I understand." Hayashi retrieved the forehead protector and turned toward the door. Hiruzen frowned. "Hayashi, don't be impulsive. The village will handle this." Hayashi paused for a moment, but did not look back. "I've heard that before." The office door closed again. The 2 Hyuga clansmen followed Hayashi, expecting him to return to the compound and rally their forces for pursuit. But after leaving the Hokage's office, Hayashi stopped at the foot of the steps and remained motionless for a long time. "Clan head," one of them whispered. "The branch family is waiting for your orders." Hayashi gazed toward the village outskirts. Relying solely on the Hyuga clan for pursuit might not be enough to intercept the enemy before they crossed the border. Moreover, the attackers had accurately known the patrol route and possessed a sealing technique specifically targeting the Byakugan. This affair was far from simple. The Hokage's office was unwilling to act immediately, but there was still one person in Konoha who needed no counsel and would not fear Cloud's stance. Hayashi gripped the forehead protector firmly and made his decision. To the Namikaze residence. Both attendants froze. Clan head, you intend to request Woofing Chinyu's assistance. Hayashi offered no explanation and strode directly toward the Namikaze estate. If it meant saving his clansmen, the Hyuga clan's pride and his own dignity as clan head could be set aside. Minutes later, the three arrived outside the residence. Hayashi stopped before the gate and raised his hand. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed within the courtyard. Chinyu soon approached and opened the door. His gaze fell upon the cloud forehead protector in Hayashi's hand, yet his expression remained calm. Hayashi met his eyes, his hands slowly clenching. The next moment, the head of Konoha's most ancient and noble clan lowered his head, his voice laced with supplication. Chinyu-sama, the Hyuga clan implores you to lend us your aid. After Hinata Hyuga's father departed, the courtyard gate was closed once more. Chiyu stood in place, gazing at the hidden cloud headband in his hand, a hint of coldness touching the corners of his mouth. The attackers had knowledge of the Hyuga patrol routes, as well as specialized jutsu designed to seal off the Byakugan. It was as if the hidden cloud operatives held captive in Konoha for so long could only escape at precisely this moment. Such a coincidence was far too calculated. Danzo sought to force him out of the estate. The moment he moved to rescue the captive, the concealed contingency plans would reveal themselves. Should he refuse to act, the Hyuga clan's recent public declaration of alliance would appear meaningless if he abandoned their members. An open strategy executed with such precision was rather impressive. Unfortunately, Danzo seemed to have never grasped one crucial fact. Chiyu remained in the estate not because he relied solely on the barrier. I'll be stepping out for a moment. Chiyu stowed away the headband and prepared to activate the Flying Thunder God, but Kushina had already positioned herself in front of him. Still wearing her apron, strands of her red hair began to drift upward, her expression leaving no room for discussion. We're going together. Chiyu glanced at her. This is a trap set by Danzo. That's precisely why I cannot let you go alone. Kushina crossed her arms, speaking with quiet determination. Chiyu, we are not merely burdens who hide behind your back. As she finished, Mikoto approached as well. She gently gripped her sleeve, her dark eyes rapidly transforming into the three-tomo Sharingan as her chakra began circulating within her body. My physique has fully recovered, and the Sharingan can engage in normal combat. Mikoto looked at Chiyu, her voice retaining its usual gentleness, yet her attitude proving unwavering. Chiyu-kun, please allow me to accompany you. On the other side, Yuhi Kurenai stood resolute, showing no intention of stepping back. The Hokage Tower uses me as leverage against you, and in some ways this situation stems from my involvement. If I continue remaining at home, doing nothing, then I forfeit any right to accept your protection. All three women turned their gaze toward Chiyu simultaneously. A brief silence settled over the living room, broken only by Naruto grasping the crib rails and emitting muffled, incoherent babbling sounds. Chiyu had initially intended only to rescue. Now it had unexpectedly transformed into a full family mobilization. He ceased his objections, his gaze moving sequentially across the three women. Agreed, but once we arrive, everyone follows my arrangements precisely. Kushina immediately nodded. Of course, no problem whatsoever. Chiyu turned to her. You will employ 7-star locking formation to control the battlefield, sealing all evacuation routes. Neither Cloud nor Root personnel shall be permitted to depart. Leave it to me. Kushina raised her hand, several golden chains extending from behind before being retracted back into her body. Mikoto, you are responsible for detecting enemies. Activate your Sharingan to watch for ambushes in the woods and remain vigilant against the enemy, employing Jinjutsu to conceal their traces. Mikoto gave a slight nod. I shall keep them under surveillance. Kurenai, your role is distraction. The enemy numbers should be considerable. Deploy wide-range Jinjutsu to disrupt them. Individual pursuit is unnecessary. Yuhi Kurenai carefully recorded the assignments, her crimson eyes displaying no trace of tension whatsoever. Understood. With the three women briefed, Chiyu turned and walked toward the small bed. Uchiha Itachi sat beside the bed, cradling Sasuke. Though he had not interjected, he had already comprehended the events unfolding outside, his expression considerably more solemn than usual. Chiyu squatted before him and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Itachi, once we depart, the household is entrusted to your care. Itachi paused momentarily, instinctively glancing toward Mikoto. From this point forward, you stand as the sole man of this household. Chiyu met his gaze steadily, his tone calm. Safeguard Naruto and Sasuke and await our return. Itachi looked down at his younger brother in his arms. Sasuke was clutching his collar, while Naruto lay on the opposite side of the small cot, straining to reach for the building blocks placed nearby. Previously at the Uchiha district, he had also been required to shoulder responsibilities. Yet those duties existed for the clan leader, and to become a tool his father needed. This time was different. Chiyu had entrusted this household to him. Itachi lifted his gaze again, a newfound gravity settling upon his youthful features. I shall protect them. I will never permit anyone to harm this family. Mikoto watched her son, a trace of satisfaction appearing in her eyes. She did not approach to offer further admonition, merely giving Itachi a gentle nod. Chiyu rose to his feet, his observation haki spreading outward instantaneously. The Nami family estate Konoha streets the forest beyond the village. All life forces rapidly manifested within his perception. Within a range spanning tens of kilometers, no chakra fluctuation could remain concealed. Soon he pinpointed an aura clearly suppressed by sealing techniques. The captured Hyuga ninja remained alive, being transported by 4 chakra signatures moving toward the border. Further ahead beyond them, over a dozen auras lay quietly dispersed throughout the dense forest. Those individuals had suppressed their chakra, forming an encirclement formation, apparently having waited for an extended period. The hidden cloud operatives served as bait. Root was the true blade Danzo had prepared. Once Chiyu arrived and engaged the cloud ninja, that contingent of Root operatives would emerge from concealment, eliminating everyone at the scene. A faint smile touched Chiyu's lips. Danzo had orchestrated such an elaborate performance, yet likely never imagined the hidden audience would be discovered first. Stand beside me. Kushina and the other 2 immediately drew near as Chiyu placed his hand upon each of their shoulders. The Flying Thunder God formation activated, and all 4 figures vanished from the living room simultaneously. Itachi gazed at the empty space where they had been, then quickly averted his eyes. He steadied Sasuke in his arms and pulled Naruto's reaching hand back from the blocks. That cannot be eaten. Naruto looked at him and opened his mouth, biting down on his finger. Itachi. Protecting this household appeared considerably more challenging than anticipated. Tens of kilometers away, 4 Cloud Kendo Jonin moved swiftly through the dense forest. The abducted Hyuga ninja, his arms wrapped in sealing chains, was carried over one soldier's shoulder. His Byakugan could not be activated, his internal chakra suppressed, leaving him barely able to maintain consciousness. The lead Cloud Jonin glanced behind him and stated gravely, 30 more minutes, and we shall enter the border. Upon reaching the designated location, Root will remove the final sealing layer on our behalf. Konoha's people have truly lost their minds, actually assisting us in escorting away a Hyuga ninja. Another sneered, about to continue speaking when his footsteps suddenly halted. In the center of the clearing ahead, 4 figures materialized without warning. No chakra fluctuations, no sound of approach whatsoever. Chiyu stood foremost with Kushina, Mikoto, and Yuhi Kurenai positioned behind him. The 4 appeared at a location that effectively severed the Cloud Squad from the Root operatives concealed deep within the forest. The Cloud Jonin instantly scattered, drawing their ninja tools. The Root ninja lurking in darkness likewise froze in place, their meticulously prepared encirclement formation suddenly rendered useless. According to the plan, you should have pursued the Cloud operatives first. After both sides engaged, Root would emerge. Yet now Chiyu had appeared directly between both groups. The lead Cloud Jonin stared at the suddenly appeared quartet, his expression shifting repeatedly. How did you? Do not rush. Your part has not arrived yet. Chiyu interrupted him calmly, his gaze bypassing the Cloud operatives to fix directly upon the forest depths. The 3 Tomo within Mikoto's Sharingan began rotating slowly. Behind Kushina came the soft clinking of chains. Yuhi Kurenai had already completed her initial Genjutsu hand seal. A trace of mockery curved Chiyu's lips. Did Danzo send you merely to watch the performance and meet your deaths? After Chinyu's taunt fell, the dense forest remained silent. Yet the Root captain hidden behind the canopy had already turned pale. They had deliberately suppressed their chakra, masked their presence with sealing techniques, and adjusted their ambush positions multiple times. Even the Byakugan would struggle to locate all of them at once. But Chinyu looked directly at him. The plan was exposed. The Root captain ceased hiding and raised a hand to signal the attack. In the next instant, over a dozen masked figures leaped from the woods, swiftly occupying the surrounding treetops and clearings. Ahead were 4 Cloud Hidden Jonin, behind the Root encirclement. Seeing them, the Cloud Hidden Jonin understood everything. Root had never intended to let them leave. They were merely bait to lure Chinyu out. The lead Jonin gripped his kunai, his face dark as he glared at the Root captain. People of Konoha, always scheming in the shadows. The Root captain did not reply. He gave a cold order. Namikaze Chinyu is colluding with Cloud Hidden Ninja. Execute all of them. The Cloud Hidden group. The charges were already prepared. The lead Jonin's lips twitched, but he did not attack Root immediately. Instead, he turned to look at the Hyuga ninja in the distance, greed flickering in his eyes again. If they could kill Chinyu first and seize the Byakugan, they might still have a chance to break out. Take him out first. As the words fell, both Cloud Hidden Ninja and Root moved simultaneously. Dozens of shuriken and kunai flew from all directions, sealing off every escape route. Then lightning flashed through the trees, wind blades swept across the ground, and a fireball blazed from the front. Different ninjutsu converged in midair, instantly engulfing the spot where the 4 stood. Jyoshinai stepped in front of Chinyu, her red hair already rising. Meichin and Shiri Hong also moved forward, bracing for the incoming attacks from left and right. Chinyu simply raised a hand. No need to be tense. The 3 of them paused slightly. As the first wave of kunai reached them, Jyoshinai snorted coldly, her eyes fixed on the enemies around. Daring to use us as bait and trying to hurt Chinyu. None of you will escape, you know. The next moment, golden light burst from behind her. Dozens of radiant chains soared into the sky, moving so fast they left only afterimages. The flying shuriken and kunai were deflected upon contact, scattering onto the surrounding ground. Flames and wind blades followed, but still failed to shake the golden chains. The chains did not attack any enemy. Instead, they expanded outward, passing over the treetops. They wove together in the air, quickly forming a canopy that enveloped the entire forest battlefield. A massive golden dome took shape. The root captain looked up, shock appearing in his eyes for the first time. He immediately tried to send a signal, but the moment his chakra touched the edge of the dome, it was severed by the golden chains. Neither sensory techniques nor Root's specialized communication methods could penetrate the barrier. Their connection to the outside world was severed. Break it! Several Root ninja turned and unleashed fire and earth techniques against the golden dome. Explosions rang out, but the chains only swayed slightly before returning to their original positions. Kushina flexed her wrists, a few strands of red hair still floating behind her. Don't waste your energy. This is the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan. Against you lot, it's nowhere near enough, you know. The root captain's expression darkened further. They had come to seal the battlefield, yet now they were trapped inside Kushina's own seal. Meanwhile, the three Tomo and Meichin's eyes began to spin rapidly. The Sharingan swept through the forest, making trees and smoke no longer able to conceal anyone's movements. All enemies' positions, hand signs, and chakra flows were clearly visible to her. Left rear 30 meters in the canopy, 2 people preparing an earth technique. Her voice remained gentle, but her coordinates were precise. Right front, 3 people wind technique. As Kushina heard this, she raised a finger, and 5 chains immediately changed direction. 2 root ninja, trying to burrow into the ground, had just completed their hand signs when the chains shattered the earth beneath them. Forced to leap, they collided with the wind technique released by the other 3. The wind blades grazed their masks, and the group stumbled back in disarray. Seeing this, a cloud-hidden Jonin launched a surprise attack from the side. But he had only taken a few steps when Meichin turned her gaze. Direct front 7 meters lightning technique. Chinyu did not move, calmly watching the 3 cooperate. Kushina sealed the battlefield. Meichin pinpointed every attack, and the remaining enemies fell into Shirihong's Jinjutsu range. Shirihong formed hand signs, her red eyes sharpening. There was no sound, no obvious chakra fluctuation. Yet the scenery in the forest subtly changed in the eyes of those ninja. The distant Chinyu vanished, replaced by enemies charging out of the smoke. One root ninja suddenly froze. He stared at the cloud-hidden Jonin rushing toward him and hurled his kunai without hesitation. The other saw a root captain and raised his hand to unleash a lightning technique. Their attacks collided instantly. What are you doing? The root captain barked, but more and more ninja had fallen under the Jinjutsu. Some mistook their comrades for Chinyu, others launched ninjutsu at empty space. Fire and lightning burst repeatedly, throwing the originally tight encirclement into utter chaos. Sweat beaded on Shirihong's forehead, but her hands remained steady, maintaining the technique. The elite Jonin could still barely distinguish illusions, but the weaker root and cloud-hidden ninja had begun attacking each other. The root captain finally realized they had chosen the wrong target from the start. Within the Namikaze estate, the one to fear was not just Chinyu. Chinyu had not moved at all. He patted Kushina's shoulder and walked past her. She glanced at him, and the golden chains parted to make way. Ignoring the ninja locked in mutual slaughter, Chinyu strode straight toward the rear of the encirclement. The root captain watched his approaching figure, his face turning deathly pale. He instinctively stepped back, drawing a short sword from his back. Stop him! Several still lucid root ninja immediately moved forward. But Chinyu's figure vanished. No hand signs, no warning. The root captain's pupils contracted sharply. His hand had just raised the sword when Chinyu appeared before him, one hand gently pressing down on his head. Chinyu's palms settled atop the root captain's head, and a flash of resolve immediately appeared in his eyes. The captain did not beg for mercy. His chakra inverted within his body, and the cursed seal marks hidden near the base of his tongue and around his heart lit up simultaneously. He understood the root's rules all too well. Failure in mission meant death, but intelligence must never fall into enemy hands. Once the cursed seal activated this body, and all memories within it would be utterly destroyed. Chinyu sensed the changes within him and slightly increased the pressure of his grip. The chakra that had begun to reverse came to an immediate halt, and the glowing seal marks dimmed one by one. The root captain's pupils contracted sharply. He tried to bite through his tongue, but his teeth would not close. He attempted to raise his arm to pierce his own heart, yet his fingers refused to obey. Even his breathing could only maintain the most basic rhythm. With merely a hand on his head, Chinyu had stripped him of all control over his own body. Attempt suicide. The captain stared at Chinyu with every fiber of his being, and for the first time terror flickered in his eyes. He had undergone the root's most brutal training and had prepared himself for capture, yet he had never imagined he would be unable even to die. Chinyu released his grip and watched as the man collapsed into a stiff kneel. Then he turned his gaze toward Yuhi Kurenai, standing some distance away. Kurenai still maintained her large-scale genjutsu. A dozen or so root and Kumo ninja had already lost all coordination. Some were unleashing jutsu against their own comrades, while others swung kunai at enemies that existed only in their illusion. Kurenai, come here. At the sound of his voice, Kurenai immediately retracted a portion of her mental energy. Dodging the lightning and flames scattered across the ground, she quickly made her way to Chinyu's side. Lord Chinyu, what do you need me to do? Chinyu gestured toward the kneeling root captain, his tone perfectly calm. Use genjutsu on him. Extract everything Danzo plans. Kurenai paused, her gaze falling upon the mask covering the man's face. Root ninja were all trained to resist interrogation and genjutsu, and this man was a captain. His mental defenses would only be stronger. With her current abilities, forcibly extracting memories would not be easy. Chinyu noticed her hesitation. His chakra is sealed. You need not confront him directly. He raised his hand and pressed it onto the captain's shoulder. Create a scenario where he willingly reports everything. Kurenai understood at once. She did not need to tear open his mental defenses by force. She simply needed to make him believe he had already returned to the root and was reporting back to Danzo. Loyalty in this case would become the easiest weakness to exploit. Kurenai took a deep breath and stepped in front of the root captain. Her crimson eyes narrowed slightly, and her hands flew through hand signs with practiced speed. Genjutsu, falling cherry blossom illusion technique. Formless mental energy seeped into his mind through their shared line of sight. The captain's body trembled. The dense forest before him dissolved, instantly replaced by the dark oppressive hall of the root. Danzo sat above his staff, tapping gently against the floor. Mission results. A trace of resistance remained in the captain's consciousness, but his sealed chakra could not cooperate, and the scene before him matched his memories of the root precisely. Instinctively he knelt and bowed low. Namikaze Chiha has appeared. Kumo ninja have taken the Hyuga branch family Jonin as planned according to the directive. I will clean up the site after both sides engage, ensuring all who know the truth are eliminated. Danzo within the illusion did not respond. He simply stared down with his single visible eye, cold and unyielding. The captain immediately continued his report. Regardless of whether this operation succeeds, the second wave will disperse the message as ordered. What message? That Kumo ninja are wreaking devastation across the Fire Nation's territory and attempting to infiltrate Konoha to kidnap the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Hyuga clan acted without authorization, creating a breach in the border defenses. Namikaze Chiha openly shielded the enemy and obstructed the Hokage Tower's handling of the Kumo delegation. Kurenai's expression darkened slightly in reality, but her hand signs did not break. Where is the evidence? The captain kept his head lowered, speaking mechanically. The root has already prepared Kumo ninja equipment and fabricated battle traces. The second wave will attack border outposts, leave behind residual Nine-Tails chakra, and then deliver the intelligence to every major clan. Lord Danzo's order is to make everyone believe that Kumo intends to seize the Nine-Tails. The Hokage Tower will have no choice but to declare war on Kumo. Kurenai's breath caught. This was not about eliminating Chinyu at all. Danzo intended to drag the entire Konoha into war, then use wartime emergency orders to purge the Hyuga clan and the Namikaze estate. Once the charges were established, anyone who opposed the Hokage Tower would be branded a collaborator with Kumo. Suppressing her emotions, she continued to maintain the genjutsu. Danzo in the illusion spoke again. How should the Hyuga and Namikaze Chiha be handled? Designate them as traitors of Konoha. The Hyuga failed to control their own members, allowing Kumo to obtain the Byakugan. Namikaze Chiha defied the Hokage's orders and indirectly caused the attack on the Nine-Tails. The captain's voice held no emotion whatsoever. Once war begins, we can seize control of the Hyuga under the pretext of stabilizing the village and send all who disobey orders to the front lines. As for the Namikaze estate, once the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki leaves the barrier, it will be immediately reclaimed. All necessary questions had been answered. Kurenai dispersed the technique, and the root hall before them shattered instantly. The kneeling root captain convulsed violently, then slumped to the ground. His mask fell away, his eyes lost all focus, and only incoherent murmurs escaped his lips. That genjutsu had completely shattered his consciousness, reducing him to a breathing shell. Meanwhile, silence also fell on the other side of the battlefield. Kushina's golden chains pierced through the forest, pinning the last two attempting Kumo Jonin to the ground. Mikoto stood at her side, her three-tomo Sharingan spinning slowly as she confirmed no threats remained. The kidnapped Hyuga ninja had been rescued, and the sealing chains binding him were removed by Mikoto. Though his chakra remained weak, he was no longer in mortal danger. The two quickly made their way to Chinyu's side. Kurenai softly recounted everything she had extracted. Kushina's expression grew progressively darker, and the golden chains behind her stirred with a faint rustling sound. Danzo not only wanted Chinyu dead, he planned to use Naruto and the Hyuga to provoke an all-out war. Chinyu said nothing. The faint smile that had graced his face was entirely gone. Kushina stepped beside him. Seeing his expression, she asked with concern, "What's wrong?" What scheme is that old man cooking up again? Shinyu turned his head, and a chilling, killing intent flashed within his eyes. This was the first time since returning to Konoha that he had truly meant to take a life. It seems he wants more than just my head. Shinyu's voice was calm, yet those around him instinctively stilled. He wants to use a war to purge everyone who won't obey him. He raised his gaze toward the direction of Konoha village. Since he loves darkness so much, I'll let him witness true despair with his own eyes. Shinyu gazed at the root captain who lay unconscious on the ground, making no move to deal with him immediately. Since Danzo intended to drag everyone into darkness this time, he would not hesitate to thrust that darkness directly into the sunlight. We are not going back. Kushina hesitated for a moment, then seemed to understand something, her long red hair beginning to float gently. Shinyu, are you planning to confront that old man directly? Yes. Shinyu lifted his head, looking toward the direction of Konoha village, his tone calm. He wants to manipulate everything from the shadows of Root, so I will make everyone see exactly what he has done. Mikoto pressed her lips lightly, her three-tomo Sharingan still active. Shizuka Kurenai glanced at the Root captain on the ground and whispered, but the Hokage building will definitely stop us. Then let them try. After saying this, Shinyu extended his hand toward them. All of you come stand here. Kushina was the first to step beside him, grabbing his wrist without hesitation. Mikoto and Shizuka Kurenai quickly moved closer as well. Though weak, the Hyuga ninja gritted his teeth and stood up. He knew Shinyu was about to take him back to the village. And not in secret. Shinyu grabbed the Root captain by the collar with his other hand, extending chakra threads from his fingertips to wrap around the Hyuga ninja, ensuring he would not lose consciousness during the spatial transfer. The next moment, the Flying Thunder God technique unfolded. Whoosh! The group vanished from the dense forest in an instant, leaving behind only the fallen Root and Cloud Ninja along with the slowly dissolving Golden Chain barrier. On Konoha's busiest commercial street, crowds moved back and forth. Vendors called out to customers, children gathered around candy stalls, and several patrol ninja walked slowly along the road. The Hokage building stood at the end of the street. Soon space twisted without warning. Several figures appeared abruptly in the central plaza directly beneath the Hokage building. The surrounding area fell silent for a moment. Someone dropped something in their hands, others instinctively stepped back, and the patrol ninja immediately drew their kunai, glaring warily at the sudden arrivals. It's bluffing Shinyu. Why is he here? Who is that? Murmurs began to rise. Shinyu ignored the surrounding stares, casually tossing the Root captain aside. Thud! The Root captain crashed heavily onto the steps in front of the Hokage building, rolling twice before coming to a messy halt at the entrance. His mask had long fallen off his body, covered in dirt and blood, his eyes staring blankly at the sky. Several Umbu guards at the entrance changed expressions and immediately rushed to check on him. He's Root. He's a Root squad captain. How did it come to this? At the mention of Root, the villagers' expressions shifted. Ordinary people might not know exactly what Root did, but everyone knew it was the secret unit controlled by Danzo. Root members never appeared before villagers easily, and certainly not dumped at the Hokage building's entrance like this. Shinyu raised his head, his gaze fixed on the Hokage building. His voice was not particularly loud, but amplified by chakra, it carried clearly across the entire plaza. Root leader Shimura Danzo secretly released Cloud prisoners, ordered them to kidnap a Hyuga ninja, and attempted to provoke a war between Konoha and Cloud. He also sent Root ninja to kill all witnesses, then pin the blame on the Hyuga clan and the bluffing estate. Today I will judge this traitor who colludes with the enemy before all of Konoha. As his words fell, the entire plaza first fell silent, then erupted instantly. Lord Danzo colluding with Cloud. Impossible. A Hyuga ninja really was kidnapped. I heard there was trouble at the border. Isn't that Hyuga clansman bluffing? Shinyu brought back the missing patrol ninja. More and more people turned to look at the Hyuga ninja. His face was pale, and his arms still bore bloodstains from the chains, evidence of a recent battle. The Hyuga ninja slowly lifted his head, staring at the steps before the Hokage building. He recalled the despair of being taken away by Cloud Ninja and the words from the Hokage's office that a meeting still needed to be held. Had Shinyu not arrived in time, he would likely have been taken out of the land of fire by now. At that thought, he took a deep breath and spoke in a hoarse voice. I can testify. The murmuring in the plaza ceased once more. The Hyuga ninja clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, the ones who attacked me were indeed Cloud Ninja, but they knew my patrol route and used a sealing technique specifically designed to block the Byakugan. These Cloud Ninja escaped from Konoha's secret prison, and Root personnel were lying in ambush nearby. He paused, his gaze falling on the Root captain lying on the steps. They planned to kill all of us after bluffing Shinyu appeared. Gasps rippled through the crowd. If this were true, it was not a simple border skirmish, but a deliberate attempt by someone within Konoha's high command to start a war. Just then a window on the upper floor of the Hokage building slid open. Several figures quickly stepped onto the balcony. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the front. Danzo did not appear, but the two advisors followed behind him, all three with expressions of extreme displeasure. The villagers who had been murmuring fell silent, immediately looking up. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Shinyu in the center of the plaza, his hand tightening around his pipe. He had not expected Shinyu to bring the man directly to the Hokage building, nor had he anticipated the boy daring to publicly accuse Danzo. Whether the accusation was true or false, once news of Root's unsanctioned actions spread, the Hokage's authority would suffer a severe blow. This matter could not be allowed to escalate. Bluffing Shinyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a deep voice. This is the Hokage building, not a place for you to act recklessly. Release the Root ninja immediately and submit to an investigation by the village. Shinyu looked up at him, a faint smile on his face. An investigation. By the time you finish investigating, Danzo will have already destroyed all evidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face grew even darker. Without concrete evidence, publicly slandering a high-ranking village official. Do you know what that means? Of course I do. Shinyu glanced at the Root captain on the steps, his tone still calm. So I brought the evidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted. The Root captain, though now a wreck, was still one of Danzo's most trusted men. Once the man spoke before everyone, the secrets Danzo had hidden for years might all be dragged into the light. The two advisors exchanged glances, a flicker of panic in their eyes. This man must not speak. Absolutely not. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the Umbu below, his voice suddenly dropping. What are you waiting for? Bring him up here. Several Umbu members vanished from the steps the moment they received the order. The next instant they had already appeared around Shinyu, their kunai aimed at the crowd. Bluffing Shinyu stepped back immediately. The leading Umbu said in a deep voice, Root ninja are to be taken over by the Hokage building. You must not obstruct. Juxinai furrowed her brows on the spot, her red hair lifting slightly. We captured them ourselves. Why should we hand them over to you? Meichin and Shirihong also stepped half a pace forward, standing beside Shinyu. The surrounding villagers witnessing this scene retreated one after another. The atmosphere in front of the Hokage building instantly grew tense. Yuanfei Risen stood on the terrace, his expression grim. He certainly knew that the Root captain could not be allowed to fall into Shinyu's hands, but as long as he could first bring the man into the Hokage building, there was still room to salvage the situation. As for the truth, it could always be investigated slowly. Shinyu looked at the Umbu surrounding him, his expression still composed. Are you sure you want to take him away? The Umbu captain did not reply, only tightening his grip on the kunai. Shinyu let out a light laugh and turned to Meichin. Meichin, begin. All right. Meichin nodded gently, her black hair swaying slightly with the movement. The next moment, the three Magatama in her eyes began to spin rapidly. Several Umbu members' faces changed color, and they were about to stop her when a powerful spiritual force radiated from Meichin. Yet that force did not attack them. Instead, it landed on the white outer wall of the Hokage building. Aloham! The wall suddenly lit up. Everyone in the plaza instinctively looked up. A clear image appeared on the outer wall of the Hokage building. In the dim underground hall, Tuanzang sat at the head, his single eye coldly gazing at the Root ninja kneeling before him. Release the cloud-hidden prisoners. Have them capture the Rishiang clan members. As soon as Bluffing Shinyu intervenes, kill them all. Tuanzang's icy voice reached every ear clearly. The plaza instantly fell silent. The pipe in Yuanfei Risen's hand dropped directly to the ground. Impossible. An advisor, pale-faced, muttered subconsciously, this must be a scene fabricated by Jinjutsu. But no one paid him any attention, because the image on the wall continued. The Root captain knelt before Tuanzang, reporting the subsequent plan. The second batch will attack the border outpost, leaving behind cloud-hidden ninja tools and residual Ninetales chakra. We will spread rumors to make everyone believe that Cloud-Hidden intends to seize the Ninetales. Once the war begins, under the pretext of stabilizing the village, we will take over the Rishiang clan and purge the Bluffing residents. The Root captain in the image spoke in a mechanical tone, yet every word was like a knife stabbing into the hearts of everyone present. So the border attack was not Cloud-Hidden's retaliation. So the so-called war crisis was also actively manufactured by Root. Tuanzang not only wanted to harm the Rishiang, but also intended to use Naruto to drag the entire Leaf Village into war. Bastard. Someone in the crowd finally couldn't help but curse aloud. For his own power, he actually uses the village as a pawn. The Rishiang clan members were almost taken away. It was all Tuanzang's doing. What Bluffing Shinyu said is true. The murmurs grew louder. Several Umbu surrounding Shinyu also found their hands gripping the kunai, trembling slightly. They had been following orders, but they never knew that Root was hiding such a scheme behind the scenes. Shinyu did not look at those Umbu, only said calmly, "Do you still want to take him now?" The Umbu captain fell silent. He slowly lowered his kunai and stepped aside. The other Umbu, seeing this, also retreated one after another. They were unwilling to die for Tuanzang. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the crowd. Rishiang Rizu arrived at the plaza with a large group of Rishiang clan members. All the Rishiang ninja had activated their buy-in, their faces filled with uncontrollable anger. The kidnapped branch family ninja, upon seeing his clansmen, trembled slightly, and his eyes immediately reddened. Clan leader. Rizu walked up to him, raised his hand, and patted his shoulder. It's good that you're back. Then he turned around and bowed deeply to Chinyu. Lord Chinyu, thank you for rescuing the Rishiang clan members. Juxinai watched this, seeing the anger on her face dissipating slightly. Rizu, as the head of the Rishiang clan, bowing his head in front of so many people, clearly regarded Chinyu as a true benefactor. Chinyu casually waved his hand. Since the Rishiang stand with me, I naturally won't let anything happen to your people. Rizu raised his head, a newfound determination in his wide eyes. He turned to look at Yuanfei risen above the Hokage building, his voice instantly turning cold. Lord Hokage, the Rishiang clan's members were kidnapped, and the Hokage building told me to wait for a meeting. Now, with irrefutable evidence, Tuanzang secretly released cloud-hidden prisoners, schemed for war, and even planned to purge the Rishiang. What account are you going to give the Rishiang clan? As soon as Rizu finished speaking, the Rishiang clansmen behind him stepped forward in unison. Veins bulged around their Baiyan. A sense of pressure instantly enveloped the entire plaza. Yuanfei Rizen's face turned ashen. He looked at the furious Rishiang clan below, then at the increasingly gathering villagers, and his heart sank to the bottom. The situation had completely spiraled out of control. If handled privately, he could still try to protect Tuanzang. But now all the conspiracies had been laid bare in the sunlight. Continuing to shield him would only make the Hokage building lose all public support. Punish Tuanzang severely. Someone shouted first, and the next moment the voices in the plaza merged into one. Punish Tuanzang severely. Punish the traitor. Give the Rishiang an answer. The voices rose like a mountain roar and tidal wave, echoing continuously. The two advisors, pale as ghosts, stood behind Yuanfei, risen, unable to utter a word. They might not have known everything Tuanzang had done over the years, but they also understood that once Tuanzang fell, the Hokage building would be heavily damaged as well. Yuanfei Risen closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. When he opened his eyes again, he seemed to have aged many years. He knew he had no choice left. Umbu. His voice was a little hoarse. Immediately seal off the root base and detain all related personnel. Shimura Tuanzang secretly colluded with foreign enemies, plotted war, and the evidence is conclusive. He clenched his fist and spoke with all his strength. From today, remove Shimura Tuanzang from all his positions and sentence him to permanent imprisonment. The words fell. The villagers in the plaza were stunned at first, then erupted into deafening cheers. Permanent imprisonment. Chinyu stood in the center of the plaza, looking up at Yuanfei Risen on the Hokage building, a faint smile on his face. But that smile seen by Yuanfei Risen made his heart sink abruptly. Tuanzang had been operating in Mai for so many years, with the Roots network of informants spread everywhere, and he held countless secrets in his hands. The so-called permanent imprisonment was mostly just a gesture to the Rishiang clan and the villagers. As for how to handle it later, there would always be ways to maneuver. Chinyu clearly saw through this as well. Lord Hokage, I am not satisfied with this outcome. The plaza fell silent once more. Yuanfei Risen clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, bluffing Chinyu, Tuanzang has been removed from office, and the root will be thoroughly investigated. The village will handle it according to the rules. You don't need to interfere. Rules? Chinyu repeated softly. Then he looked at the unconscious root squad leader on the steps. Tuanzang secretly released enemy prisoners, kidnapped Rishiang ninjas, plotted to provoke war, and even prepared to harm Mingren. Does such a person deserve to talk about rules? Yuanfei Risen's face grew increasingly grim. The surrounding villagers also fell silent. They had all seen the images on the wall just now. If not for Chinyu bringing back the evidence, the Rishiang clan members would have been abducted, and Mingren might have once again become a tool in the hands of the high-ranking officials. Can this so-called imprisonment truly reassure anyone? Rishiang Rizu stood aside without speaking, but his gaze toward Yuanfei Risen already said it all. The Rishiang clan had heard enough of the promises made by the Hokage building over the years. Chinyu withdrew his gaze, his tone still calm. Keep your judgment to yourselves. I will personally execute Tuanzang's death sentence. As his words fell, Yuanfei Risen's pupils contracted sharply. Chinyu. He was about to stop him, but Chinyu had already turned around. Jioshinai Meichin and Shiri Hong simultaneously walked to his side. The rescued Rishiang ninja were also taken over by the clan members behind Rizu. Chinyu raised his hand and placed it on Jioshinai's shoulder. Let's go home. Jioshinai nodded. The next moment, the flying thunder god technique unfolded, and their figures instantly vanished from the center of the plaza, leaving behind only the mess and Yuanfei Risen standing on the balcony with a pallid face. Two advisors stood behind him, remaining silent for a long time. After today, the prestige of the Hokage building had fallen to its lowest point, and bluffing Chinyu's words about personally executing the sentence were like a sword hanging over everyone's heads. Wolfing manner. As soon as Chinyu and the others returned to the living room, Yu walked out of the room, carrying Zuizhu. Mingren was lying on a small nearby bed, gnawing on a piece of cloth, his eyes wide as he looked around. Seeing them return safely, Yu visibly relaxed. Uncle Chinyu, are the matters outside over? Temporarily over. Chinyu patted his head. He nodded and looked down at Zhuizhu in his arms. Zhuizhu was already asleep, his little hands still clutching Yu's clothes. Mingren, however, had somehow turned over and was trying to reach a toy by the bed. Yu quickly reached out and moved the toy farther away. You can't eat it. Mingren looked at him, his little mouth pouting. Wah. Shinai immediately walked over, picked Mingren up, and gently patted his back. Their mommy is here, Databeo. Mingren quickly calmed down his little hand, grabbing a strand of Shinai's red hair, refusing to let go. Shinai looked down at her son, the anger on her face slowly fading. But after a moment she still looked up at Chinyu. Chinyu, you said you would personally execute the sentence. Is that true? Meichin and Shiri Hong also looked over. Tuanzang had already been ordered to be imprisoned by the Hokage building. If Chinyu acted now, it would be completely crossing the Hokage's bottom line. That's right under the Hokage's nose. Shinai hugged Mingren tightly, her voice lower. They won't let it go easily, Databeo. Chinyu sat down on a chair and picked up the cold tea on the table. I know. Then you still want to go? Because he won't wait to die. Chinyu looked at the tea in the cup, his expression unchanged. A man like Tuanzang would never entrust his life to others. When Yuanfei Risen announced the imprisonment, the other side had probably already begun preparing an escape route. The route's underground base was so complex with countless secret passages. If they delayed any longer, Tuanzang might truly disappear. By then he would hide in the darkest corners of the ninja world, continuing to retaliate with those underhanded methods. Chinyu didn't like trouble, especially trouble that threatened his family. Meichin gently grasped the corner of her clothes and said softly, Chinyu-kun, Tuanzang has no way back. He probably won't show himself easily anymore. That's why I need to go now. Chinyu looked up, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. I'm not going to assassinate him. I'm going to carry out a death sentence that should have been executed long ago. The living room fell silent. Shinai looked at Chinyu, a complex emotion suddenly surging in her heart. She knew that Chinyu was doing this for her, for Mingren, and for this family. Tuanzang had schemed against them time and again. If not for Chinyu's strength, the ones lying here now might have been them. Thinking of this, Shinai did not persuade him further. She simply walked over to Chinyu holding Mingren and said seriously, then you must come back early. Chinyu reached out and ruffled her hair. Meichin watched this, seeing a hint of worry in her eyes. Chinyu-kun, be careful. Shiri Hong also said softly, we will wait for you to return. Chinyu nodded. Late night. The lights in the manor gradually went out. Shinai slept in the room holding Mingren. Meichin stayed with Yu and Zhuizhu, while Shiri Hong kept watch in the living room until she confirmed there was no abnormality before returning to her room. Chinyu stood in the courtyard looking up at the night sky. The streets of Mai were very quiet. Only the occasional footsteps of patrolling ninjas could be heard in the distance. He raised his hand, and a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique appeared in his palm. This was the coordinate he had left at the periphery of the route during the day. Tuanzang's base had been sealed off by the Umbu. But all the Umbu could seal off were the ground entrances. The true darkness of the route was never in places they could see. Whoosh! Chinyu's figure disappeared from the courtyard. Deep within the route base, Tuanzang, draped in a black robe, walked quickly through the narrow underground passage. Behind him were his last two loyal followers. The three of them said nothing. The sounds from above grew increasingly evident. The Umbu had already begun searching the route. Yuanfei Risen had ultimately chosen to abandon him. Thinking of this, Tuanzang's single eye was filled with coldness. Risen was indeed still the same as ever. Indecisive, full of talk about righteousness. Once he left Mai, he would eventually return one day. By then the Risheng bluffing Chinyu and Yuanfei Risen would all pay the price. The secret passage exit is ahead. A root ninja spoke in a low voice. Tuanzang nodded, his pace quickening. This secret passage led directly outside the village, unknown even to most root members. As long as he left here, he could completely escape the Hokage building's control. But just as the three reached the end, a figure suddenly appeared beside the stone door ahead. Golden messy hair, a black Haori. Chinyu was leaning against the wall, casually playing with a kunai in his hand, as if he had been waiting for a long time. The two root ninjas' faces instantly changed, and they immediately stepped in front of Tuanzang. Tuanzang's steps also halted. He stared fixedly at Chinyu, genuine fear appearing in his single eye for the first time. This was the deepest escape passage of the route. How could bluffing Chinyu have found this place? You? How could you possibly find this place? In the dim underground passage, the air was suffocatingly oppressive. Danzo stood still, eyes fixed on Chinyu ahead. The two root ninjas behind him had already drawn their kunai, their gazes filled with vigilance. Kill him. Danzo's voice had barely fallen when the two root ninjas charged forward simultaneously. One formed hand seals to unleash a wind release technique, while the other hurled several poisoned kunai from the side, their attacks nearly sealing off all of Chinyu's escape routes. But Chinyu did not move. He merely lifted his head and cast an indifferent glance at the two. The next moment, an indescribable, terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire passage. The bodies of the two root ninjas froze simultaneously. Their kunai clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. It was as if an invisible hand in their minds had crushed their consciousness completely. They couldn't even let out a scream before collapsing, like all strength had left them, crashing straight into the walls on either side. Thud, thud, two dull sounds, and they slumped to the floor motionless. Danzo's single eye contracted sharply. Gazing at his two most trusted subordinates, he felt a chill for the first time. Those were the elite jonin of Root. Yet they couldn't even withstand a single glance from Chinyu. What kind of monster are you? Danzo's voice was hoarse. Chinyu leaned against the stone door, twirling a kunai in his hand. Danzo, haven't you been investigating me all along? Why ask me now? Danzo's face darkened immensely. Without further words, his right hand quickly reached into his robe. Beneath the sleeve, the arm wrapped in bandages bulged slightly. If he could undo the seal, if he could activate Izanagi, even if Chinyu was stronger, he might still have a chance to escape. But the moment Danzo began to channel chakra, his expression froze completely. No response. The surging chakra within him seemed to have solidified. He couldn't even feel the power in his meridians. Danzo tried to form hand seals again, but his fingers barely lifted before falling limply. How can this be? Danzo stared at his own hand, panic finally surfacing in his single eye. He still had the 4-symbol seal. If he could get close to Chinyu, he could drag them both into death. But now he couldn't even mobilize the simplest chakra. Chinyu slowly walked toward him. His footsteps were light, yet they seemed to pound on Danzo's heart. One step. Another step. Danzo instinctively retreated, but his back was already pressed against the cold stone wall. This escape tunnel he had personally designed had now become a cage trapping him. Did you do this? Danzo stared at Chinyu, his voice laced with disbelief. You seal my chakra. More or less. Chinyu stopped before him, his tone calm. But it's not a seal. It's just that you're too weak to even have the qualification to use chakra in my presence. Danzo's face twisted instantly. What he could never accept in his life was being denied, especially by a young man in such a dismissive tone. Namikaze Chinyu. Do you think Konoha will become better if you kill me? That weakling Hiruzen can't protect Konoha. The Uchiha, the Hyuga, the Cloud. All of them will become threats to the village. Only I can lead Konoha to true strength. Danzo grew more agitated as he spoke, as if that alone could prove he was not wrong. Chinyu watched him quietly. After a moment, he let out a soft smile. So for the sake of your so-called Konoha, you released the Cloud prisoners. You kidnapped Hyuga ninjas. You used Naruto, and you turned war into a tool to eliminate your rivals. Danzo opened his mouth. But no words of rebuttal came. The smile in Chinyu's eyes gradually faded. You're not doing this for Konoha. You just want to prove you're stronger than everyone else. Too bad. In the end, you couldn't even save your own life. Danzo's body trembled slightly. He wanted to argue. He wanted to roar. But when Chinyu raised his hand and placed it on his head, all sound stuck in his throat. That hand seemed to exert no force. Yet Danzo felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, his legs uncontrollably buckling to the ground. Thud. His knees struck the floor hard. Danzo looked up, his single eye filled with terror. He finally understood. From the moment Chinyu appeared here, he had no way out. Don't kill me. Danzo's voice lowered. I can hand Root over to you. All of Root's operatives' intelligence bases and everything I've accumulated over the years. I can give it all to you. If you want to control Konoha, I can help you. Chinyu looked at him as if he had heard something amusing. Danzo. Do you still think you're in a position to negotiate with me? Danzo's breath caught. Chinyu reached his other hand toward Danzo's right eye. In that eye lay the power Danzo cherished most, his last resort. No. Danzo's face turned deathly pale. That's Shirsue's eye. You can't take it. Chinyu didn't answer. His fingers touched Danzo's eye socket, and chakra gave a gentle pulse. Danzo's body convulsed violently, a piercing scream escaping his lips. The next moment, the Mangekyo Sharingan he had treasured for years rested in Chinyu's palm. Blood dripped from Chinyu's fingertips. Danzo clutched his empty right eye socket, his face twisted beyond recognition. He tried to stand, but he lacked even the strength to struggle. Chinyu looked down at the Sharingan in his hand. The crimson pupil was still rotating slowly. The pattern within held a sense of resentment and sorrow. This is what you chased your whole life. Chinyu closed his hand gently. How pathetic. Danzo looked up, his lips trembling. You'll regret this. Konoha will be destroyed by your hands. Is that so? Chinyu stared at him, his gaze icy. Then watch closely. See what Konoha becomes without you. As the words fell, the power in Chinyu's palm erupted. Danzo's body froze. The malice, resentment, and fear in his eyes gradually faded away. The leader of Root, who had lurked in Konoha's darkness, finally collapsed in the underground he knew so well. The passage fell silent again. Chinyu wiped the blood from his hand and turned toward the exit. Beyond the stone door lay the night of Konoha, and the darkness that Root had perpetuated for so long was about to end. Outside the Root base, the night was still thick, and heavy moonlight falling on the abandoned stone steps, casting a ghastly pallor all around. Chinyu slowly emerged from the underground passage. His black imperial robe was not stained with much blood, and his expression was no different from usual, as if he had merely taken a stroll outside. Yet none of the Umbu guarding outside dared to relax. They all gripped their kunai bodies tense to the extreme. Because the one standing at the forefront was the third Hokage Yuanfei Risen. Behind Shinyu was the root base that Tuanzang would never walk out of again. Hokage-sama. An Umbu spoke in a low voice, his tone somewhat strained. Do we need to take action? Yuanfei Risen did not answer. He simply stood there, his pipe already extinguished, his murky eyes fixed intently on Shinyu. From the moment Shinyu entered Root, he had already guessed the outcome. But even now he still refused to believe it. Tuanzang, the man who had fought alongside him, built Root together with him, and protected the hidden leaf together, was truly dead. Shinyu stopped before the stone steps, and looked up at Yuanfei Risen. You were waiting for me. Yuanfei Risen was silent for a moment, then said in a hoarse voice, Where is Tuanzang? Dead. Those two simple words made the surrounding Umbu flinch simultaneously. Someone instinctively raised a kunai. But the next moment, a terrifying pressure enveloped the area. All the Umbu's movements froze instantly in place. They even found it difficult to breathe. Shinyu did not look at them, merely continued walking forward. Yuanfei Risen gripped his pipe tightly, a flicker of pain passing through his eyes. Shinyu, you should not have killed him. He should have faced the judgment of the hidden leaf. Hearing this, Shinyu stopped. He turned his head, a faint smile appearing on his face. Judgment? Hokage-sama, the judgment you speak of, is it not just locking him away in some unknown place, waiting for the storm to pass, and then letting him continue doing your dirty work? Yuanfei Risen opened his mouth, but could not speak. Because Shinyu was right. Even if Tuanzang committed the gravest sins, there was still a sliver of hope in his heart. Tuanzang knew too many secrets. Root also needed someone to manage it. He had originally intended to spare Tuanzang's life. But now it was all over. Shinyu raised his hand and slowly opened his palm. A scarlet Sharingan, I lay quietly there. Under the moonlight, the pattern within that eye still rotated slowly. The moment Yuanfei Risen saw that eye, his body swayed slightly. Of course he recognized it. It was the eye of Uchiha Jishui. It was also the thing Tuanzang should never have possessed all these years. Yuanfei Risen's shoulders seemed to collapse all at once. His originally straight back gradually bent a little. At this moment, the third Hokage, who had ruled the hidden leaf for years, looked like a truly aged old man. I see. Yuanfei Risen said in a low voice. His eyes held no anger anymore, only exhaustion. Tuanzang had secretly transplanted the first Hokage cells, seized the Uchiha clan's eyes, plotted wars, and manipulated Root. These matters, some he knew, some he did not. But no matter what, as the Hokage, he could not escape responsibility. Shinyu looked at him and did not press further. Tuanzang was already dead. As for Yuanfei Risen, keeping this old man alive was more valuable than killing him. Let him watch as the power he had guarded for a lifetime slowly crumbled away. That was the true punishment. After a moment, Yuanfei Risen turned around. Umbu. His voice was soft, but carried a hint of weakness. Seal off the Root base. Inventory all personnel and documents. From today, Root is disbanded. Several Umbu were stunned. Root disbanded. That was the power Tuanzang had controlled for years. Yuanfei Risen did not explain. He simply walked slowly toward the Hokage building. His silhouette was stretched long by the moonlight, appearing lonely and somewhat desolate. An Umbu captain stood still, hesitated for a long time, and finally walked up to Shinyu. Shinyu-sama, this eye. How should it be handled? Shinyu casually tossed it. The Umbu captain quickly caught the Sharingan, eye handling it as carefully as if holding something scalding. Give it to Rishiang Rizu. Tell him, this is a gift from me to the Rishiang clan. The Umbu captain was stunned. The Sharingan was the Uchiha's bloodline limit. Why give it to the Rishiang? But he dared not ask further, only bowed and replied yes. Shinyu did not linger. With a flicker, his figure vanished into the night. Rishiang clan grounds. Rizu sat in his study, a cup of tea that had already gone cold before him. He had not rested. Because the events of tonight were destined to change the Hidden Leaf's landscape. Tuanzang dead, Root disbanded. The power of the Hokage's office would inevitably leave a void. And the Rishiang clan had already sided with Wolfing Shinyu. Clan leader. A voice came from outside the door. The Umbu have delivered something. Rizu looked up. Moments later, that Umbu entered the study and placed a wooden box on the table. This is what Wolfing Shinyu instructed me to give you. Rizu opened the wooden box. When he saw the Sharingan eye inside, his white pupils contracted slightly. Jishui's Mangekyo. Tuanzang's most important trump card. And now it had been casually sent over by Shinyu. Rizu was silent for a long time, then slowly closed the box. He finally understood Shinyu's meaning. This was not a gift. It was a signal. Since the Rishiang had chosen a side, Shinyu would give them sufficient power and also enough trust. But from now on, the Rishiang clan must also become the sharpest blade in Shinyu's hand. Rizu gripped the wooden box, his gaze gradually firming. Tell Shinyu-sama that the Rishiang clan will not disappoint him. Wolfing residence. When Shinyu returned, the sky was almost light. The lamp in the courtyard was still lit. Jixinai, draped in a coat, was sitting under the veranda waiting for him. Hearing the sound, she immediately stood up. You're back, you know. Shinyu nodded. Kurenai quickly walked up to him, looked him over from head to toe, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming he was not injured. What about that old man Tuanzang? He will never appear again. Kurenai was momentarily stunned. Then she did not ask further. She simply reached out and gently grasped Qinyu's sleeve. That's good. Mingren woke up just now and was looking for you. Qinyu smiled. I'll go see him. Kurenai followed beside him, and the two walked toward the room together. Early the next morning, Konoha village burst into a flurry of activity. The bulletin board outside the Hokage building was surrounded by villagers and ninjas eager to read the latest announcement. Even merchants on the nearby streets abandoned their stalls to crowd around the edge of the gathering. The content on the bulletin was not lengthy. Yet every single charge was enough to send chills down one's spine. Shimura Danzo, the elder of Konoha and leader of the Root organization, had secretly colluded with Cloud Ninjas, orchestrated the murder of Hyuga clan members, incited war between the two nations, and repeatedly ordered Root to eliminate those who knew the truth. After an overnight investigation by the Hokage building, all charges were confirmed. From today onward, Root was to be completely disbanded, and all its members would undergo re-examination by the Hokage's direct umbu. All those involved in Danzo's schemes would be dealt with according to Konoha's laws. As for Danzo himself, the announcement contained only 4 words. Committed suicide out of guilt. The crowd fell silent for a moment before murmurs erupted. Committed suicide? Wasn't he supposed to be imprisoned for life yesterday? Who knows? Maybe he realized he couldn't survive. I heard many umbu went to the Root base last night, and the 3rd Hokage himself was there. A man like Danzo would commit suicide. An older ninja sneered and lowered his voice. Yesterday, Bo-Fong Qianyu said in front of everyone that he would personally execute Danzo. The surrounding people exchanged glances and understood immediately. The suicide was a lie. The truth was that someone had come to finish him off. But no one dared to say that too loudly. The Hokage building clearly wanted to salvage some semblance of dignity, at least to make the villagers believe that Danzo's death remained under the control of Konoha's high command. Unfortunately, what had happened in the square yesterday was witnessed by too many eyes. Now issuing another announcement had limited effect. It's good that he's dead, a Hyuga clan member said coldly. A man like that would only continue to harm the village. His words garnered agreement from many. If Qianyu hadn't rescued the kidnapped Hyuga ninja, in time Danzo's plan might have succeeded. A war between Cloud and Konoha would have claimed far more than just ninja lives. Once war began, no one could guarantee their survival. With that thought, even those who had doubted Qianyu's harsh methods fell silent. Danzo would scheme against the entire village. Such a man deserved no pity. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window listening to the faint murmurings outside, his face etched with exhaustion. On his desk lay the original announcement, still bearing the freshly stamped seal. Udatane Koharu sat nearby, her expression grim. Hiruzen, is this really effective? At least we can prevent other villages from learning that a high-ranking official of Konoha was killed directly within the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe only to find it empty of tobacco. He was silent for a moment, then set the pipe down. Mitokado Hamura frowned. What about the Root documents? They contain matters that cannot be disclosed. If they are uncovered, we will be implicated. It's already too late. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned slowly. Half of those who sealed off Root last night were from the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi has already obtained the personnel roster. Whatever Qianyu wants to know, he will soon find out. The two advisors' faces changed simultaneously. In the past, the Hyuga clan had never interfered so directly in Hokage building affairs. But after yesterday's events, the Hyuga had fully aligned themselves with Qianyu. With Danzo dead, a power vacuum had emerged from Root's dissolution. The Root ninjas undergoing re-examination would likely never again obey the Hokage building's commands. The situation in Konoha had changed. Then stop the Hyuga from continuing their investigation, Udatane Koharu said immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave her a look. Who will stop them? The office fell silent. All the elite members of the Hyuga clan were already mobilized, with Bo-Fong Qianyu backing them. Sending someone to stop them now would be no different from seeking death. After a long pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned back to the window. First, take stock of the Root personnel. As for the rest, we'll deal with it later. His voice carried little strength. The two advisors did not respond. They both knew that later was merely an admission that the Hokage building had run out of options. At the Hyuga compound, Hyuga Hayashi also received the Hokage building's announcement. He glanced at it briefly, then casually set it on the table. Committed suicide out of guilt. Hayashi let out a cold laugh. When the umbu delivered Shirsue's Sharingan last night, he had already learned of Danzo's fate. The Hokage building's current statement was merely an attempt to deny that Qianyu already possessed the power to execute a high-ranking official above the Hokage's authority. But some things could not be denied by mere words. Clan leader, the roster of Root personnel has been compiled. A Hyuga Jonin placed a scroll on the table. Hayashi opened it, a cold gleam flashing in his white eyes. Continue the investigation. Leave no one involved in the kidnapping plot unaccounted for. Yes. The Hyuga Jonin bowed and swiftly left the study. Hayashi gazed at the list in his hand, growing more certain that he had made the right choice. The old Konoha High Command had lost the people's trust. What lay ahead was the era of Chinyu. At the Bofone residence, Chinyu sat on the veranda in the courtyard, a cup of hot tea in his hand. Naruto lay on a small bed nearby, clutching a wooden toy and making indistinct sounds. Itachi sat not far away, holding Sasuke, quietly watching his brother sleep. Mikoto and Yuhi Kurenai were preparing breakfast in the kitchen. After the events of last night, life in the residence seemed unchanged. Just then a loud bang came from the living room. Chinyu set down his tea and turned to look. Kushina stormed out holding a freshly delivered newspaper. Her red hair fluttered slightly, clearly angered by the content. Committed suicide out of guilt. That old man didn't look like he was about to kill himself when he was trying to escape that Abayo. Chinyu took a leisurely sip of tea. He had already anticipated that the Hokage building would issue such a statement. Danzo was dead regardless. How the announcement was worded was unimportant. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Kushina grew even more furious. She slapped the newspaper on the table and pointed at the Hokage rock. That old bastard got off too easy. He should have been hung out to dry on the Hokage rock, Databayo. The day after Danzo's death, the atmosphere in Konoha grew strangely tense. The Hokage's office continued to function as usual. The Umbu were busy investigating the remaining personnel and documents of the route, but many of the orders issued by Hiruzen Sarutobi were executed much slower than before. The clans that had once followed the Hokage's every command now harbored their own thoughts. They did not openly oppose him. Instead, when faced with orders, they either pleaded a shortage of clan members or insisted on holding clan meetings to discuss the matter. As for when a decision would be reached, no one knew. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi had issued 7 orders in a single morning, but only 2 had received any response. One of those orders was merely to replace the paper on the announcement board. The prestige of Konoha's upper echelons had plummeted to an all-time low. Meanwhile, the area around the Namikaze residence had become bustling. Many ninja clans sent gifts one after another, each with a different excuse. Some said it was to celebrate Naruto's birth. Others claimed it was to thank Chinyu for eliminating the route. Some didn't even bother with an excuse. They dropped off their gifts and turned away, fearing Chinyu might refuse them. Kushina stood at the entrance, gazing at the growing pile of gifts in the courtyard, unable to suppress the smile spreading across her face. These guys are pretty thoughtful, you know. She had just picked up a box of high-grade tea leaves when footsteps sounded again from outside the gate. Hyuga Hayashi approached, accompanied by 2 young women. The 2 wore the battle attire of the Hyuga clan, their pale eyes striking and their features quite beautiful. The smile on Kushina's face gradually faded. She looked at Hayashi, then at the 2 Kunoichi, her red hair gently swaying. Clan leader Hayashi, what are they here for, you know? Hayashi cleared his throat. For some reason, facing Kushina's gaze, he felt a hint of pressure. Although the route has been disbanded, there are still remnants within the village. These 2 are elite ninja from the Hyuga branch family. I intend to have them stay at the residence to protect Lord Chinyu and everyone's safety. Hearing this, Kushina narrowed her eyes. Protect Chinyu. Chinyu had single-handedly stormed the route, killed Danzo, and returned safely. Did he need protection from 2 branch family Hyuga ninja? Even Naruto wouldn't believe that excuse. Kushina turned her gaze to the courtyard. Chinyu sat on the porch sipping tea, clearly aware of the commotion, but showing no intention of intervening. Mikoto stood nearby, holding Sasuke in her arms, a gentle smile on her face. Yuhi Kurenai was quietly arranging her clothes, also remaining silent. Kushina suddenly understood. Those 2 were waiting to see how she would handle this. No need. Kushina blocked the doorway, speaking with a serious tone. This house doesn't need outsiders, and Chinyu's safety is no one else's responsibility, you know. The 2 Hyuga Kunoichi exchanged a glance. Hayashi felt a bit awkward. His intention in sending them was indeed not solely for protection. The Hyuga clan had fully sided with Chinyu. If he could leave clan women in the residence, the relationship between them would naturally become stronger. Even if a marriage alliance wasn't possible, it would demonstrate the Hyuga's loyalty. Unfortunately, he seemed to have underestimated Kushina's stance. Very well, then let it be. Hayashi did not insist. He turned and gestured to the Hyuga ninja behind him. They immediately carried over several boxes. This is a small token from the Hyuga clan. Please accept it. Kushina opened one of the boxes. Inside were many precious medicinal herbs and several sets of clothes made specifically for infants. Her eyes immediately lit up. The people could leave, but the gifts were unnecessary to refuse. Clan leader Hayashi, you're too kind. I'll accept these gifts on Naruto's behalf. Kushina quickly moved aside, signaling the Hyuga ninja to carry the boxes into the courtyard. Hayashi watched her drastically different attitude, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. After a moment, he still bowed his head toward the direction where Chinyu sat. Lord Chinyu, the Hyuga clan awaits your orders at any time. Chinyu held his teacup and gave a slight nod. Go back. Yes. Hayashi said no more, and soon led his people away. After the 2 Hyuga Kunoichi had disappeared, Kushina turned around and fixed her gaze on Chinyu. Why didn't you say anything just now? Chinyu set down his cup and replied calmly, didn't you handle it well enough? You're smart, you know. Kushina gave a light snort. Her mood significantly improved. Mikoto stood nearby, unable to suppress a soft laugh. Kushina, where should we put these things? The herbs go to the storage room, and Naruto's clothes need to be washed first. Kushina made the arrangements with practiced ease. She had already assumed the role of the sole mistress of this household. But as evening approached, a new problem arose. Kushina walked into the kitchen tied on an apron and announced directly, I'm making dinner tonight, and none of you are allowed to help. Mikoto nodded gently. Okay. Kushina was a bit unsettled by her easy agreement. The next moment, Mikoto took out several freshly made desserts from the cabinet and said with a smile, I've prepared desserts for after the meal. Shinyu-kun should like them. The smug expression on Kushina's face froze. So that was her game. She was about to speak when Yuhi Kurenai silently walked past. Shinyu picked up his discarded clothes and said, I'll wash these. With that, she turned and walked toward the other side of the courtyard. The living room fell silent for a moment. Shinyu sat on the porch glancing at Kushina in the kitchen, then at Mikoto holding the desserts, and finally, at Yuhi Kurenai. The three of them had divided the tasks perfectly. One was in charge of dinner, one prepared desserts, and the other had even claimed his laundry. Anyone witnessing this scene would probably think they had planned it in advance. But Shinyu knew very well. They just didn't want to lose to each other. Itachi sat nearby holding Sasuke. He too sensed the tension. He glanced down at his little brother and wisely chose not to speak. Naruto, however, was oblivious. He lay in his crib waving his tiny hands and babbling happily. Shinyu reached out and gently grasped Naruto's little hand, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Danzo was dead. The root had been completely eradicated. This family no longer had to be constantly on guard against outside attacks. Although new problems seemed to have emerged, he didn't mind this kind of problem. Kushina stood at the kitchen entrance watching Yuhi Kurenai walk away with Shinyu's clothes, then glanced at Mikoto standing elegantly beside her, a gentle smile on her face. Her red hair fluttered slightly. The next moment, Kushina strode quickly to Shinyu, snatched the teacup from his hand, and took a direct sip. Shinyu looked at his empty hand, a puzzled expression on his face. What are you doing? Kushina placed the cup heavily on the table and turned to face Mikoto and Yuhi Kurenai. From today on, I will be the one taking care of everything for Shinyu. She planted her hands on her hips, her voice echoing across the entire courtyard. None of you are going to steal that from me. The disturbances following Danzo's demise gradually subsided, and Konoha slowly returned to its former vibrancy. Soon the day for the Ninja Academy to welcome its new students arrived. At the Hitaki residence. Even before dawn had fully broken, Itachi was already dressed, his newly purchased ninja tool pouch strapped to his back, standing quietly in the center of the living room. Today marked his first day at the Ninja Academy. By Itachi's original plan, he only needed to finish breakfast and walk to school on his own. Unfortunately, he had clearly underestimated how seriously the three women of the house took this matter. Itachi, your collar is crooked, Kushina said, standing before him with an air of utmost seriousness as she adjusted his collar. After finishing, she circled around him once more, finally nodding with satisfaction. That's more like our child. Mikoto stood nearby holding the ninja tool pouch and carefully inspecting its contents. Kunai shuriken bandages and a prepared lunch. Not a single item missing. Do not fight with others at school. If anyone bullies you, remember to come back and tell mommy. Mikoto slung the tool pouch onto Itachi's back and gently patted his head. I understand, mother. Itachi nodded earnestly. Yugao walked over and placed the schedule for the Ninja Academy into his pocket. The first day is mainly about meeting your teachers and classmates. There will not be any overly difficult training. Your classroom is on the second floor of the teaching building. Turn right after entering the door and you will see it. Auntie Yugao, I know the way. Even if you do, you should still remember it. Yugao gave a soft cough and continued, do not lose focus during class. If you encounter anything you do not understand, ask your teacher. And remember to eat lunch on time at noon. Do not give all your lunch away to others. Itachi looked at the three women before him, a trace of helplessness appearing on his young face. He was merely going to school. For some reason, the household acted as though they were sending him on a highly dangerous mission. Chiharu sat on the porch sipping tea, quietly observing the scene. Naruto lay on a small bed nearby, gripping a wooden toy in his hand. Sasuke, placed in his cradle by Mikoto, was still fast asleep. After a flurry of activity, Itachi was finally ready to leave. It is about time. Itachi glanced at the clock on the wall and reminded softly. Then let us go. Kushina headed to the entrance first and naturally stood beside Itachi. But the moment she reached out, Mikoto also approached. Both of their hands landed simultaneously on Itachi's shoulders. A brief silence fell over the living room. Kushina turned to look at Mikoto. Are you going to? Today is Itachi's first day of school. A gentle smile remained on Mikoto's face. I am his mother, of course I must see him to school. Kushina narrowed her eyes. That reasoning was indeed impeccable. But she was the mistress of this house. How could she possibly stay behind in the mansion while sending a child off to school? I count as Itachi's mother as well. Kushina, I never said you could not go. Then I should walk in front. Mikoto smiled faintly. Why? Because I am the mistress of this house. but I am the one who gave birth to Itachi. The two exchanged glances, neither lowering their smiles, yet the atmosphere gradually grew tense. Itachi stood between them and silently bowed his head. He suddenly felt that perhaps walking to school alone was not such a bad idea after all. Just then Yugao, who had remained silent until now, gave a light cough. Actually, I believe I should be the one to escort him. Kushina and Mikoto turned to look at her simultaneously. Why? Yugao spoke with seriousness. I used to be a teacher at the Ninja Academy. I am the most familiar with the enrollment process. Moreover, when it comes to guiding children, I have more experience than either of you. Kushina was taken aback. Mikoto's smile also stiffened for a moment. They had never expected that Yugao, usually the quietest of the three, would step forward at such a time. Yugao, you do not even have children. Kushina blurted out before she could stop herself. Yugao's cheeks flushed slightly, but she did not back down. Having no children does not stop me from seeing Itachi to school. None of the three would yield an inch. Itachi, caught in the middle, wore a deeply conflicted expression. He glanced at Kushina, then at his mother, and finally turned his gaze toward Yugao. Choosing any one of them seemed destined to offend the other two. This problem was far more challenging than any exam at the Ninja Academy. Chiharu finished the tea in his cup and finally rose from his seat. Let us go. Kushina looked back. It has not been decided who walks in front. Is there really a difference? Of course there is. Kushina placed her hands on her hips and stated with solemn gravity, the one walking in front is the one most qualified to represent the parents. Chiharu glanced at her, then looked toward Mikoto and Yugao. So all this squabbling had been over something so trivial. He did not press further. Instead, he walked up to the three women, extended both hands, and took hold of Kushina and Mikoto's hands simultaneously. Both women froze instantly. Kushina looked down at the hand she was holding, her earlier intensity dissolving by more than half. Mikoto likewise lowered her gaze, a delicate flush appearing on her pale cheeks. Chiharu then turned to Yugao and gestured toward his side. You walk on this side. Yugao paused for a moment before quickly understanding his intention. MMN. She replied softly and obediently moved to Chiharu's other side. The three women who had been fiercely competing moments before fell completely silent. Itachi stood behind, watching Chiharu surrounded in the center, and for a moment, he could not recall whose school it actually was. Soon the group left the residence. Chiharu walked in the middle, holding Kushina and Mikoto's hands on either side, with Yugao closely at his flank. Itachi followed behind with his tool pouch, considering several times to remind them to slow down, but ultimately remained silent. Villagers along the way frequently stopped and turned to watch. Some recognized Chiharu and immediately bowed in respect. Others glanced at the three women beside him, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. The news spread quickly. Hatake Chiharu personally seeing his child off to school, and he brought along three mothers. By the time the group arrived at the Ninja Academy, a considerable crowd of students and parents had already gathered at the entrance. Chiharu released his grip and crouched down before Itachi, adjusting his tool pouch. Go on ahead. We will all come to pick you up after school. Itachi looked at Chiharu in front of him, then glanced back at the three women standing together and nodded firmly. I understand, Uncle Chiharu. With that, he turned and ran toward the school grounds. The surrounding parents and students, however, did not disperse. Their gazes fell upon Chiharu, then shifted to the three elegantly distinct women standing in a row behind him. Their eyes brimmed with a mixture of shock, envy, and unmistakable gossip. Chiharu fell silent for a moment. He suddenly felt that it might be better to let Itachi walk to school on his own, starting tomorrow. The news that Shinyu, accompanied by Joshinai Meichin and Shiri Hong, had escorted you to school quickly spread through Konoha. It was originally just an ordinary little matter. Yet in the eyes of the major clans, its significance was entirely different. Now Joshinai was the mother of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki and the widow of the fourth Hokage. Meichin hailed from the Uchiha clan and was the wife of clan leader Fugaku Uchiha. Although Shiri Hong had no powerful ninja clan backing her, she was an exceptionally talented genjutsu user among Konoha's younger generation. All three women now resided in the Bluffing Mansion, and their attitude toward Shinyu was crystal clear to the entire village. Within less than an hour, a report compiled by the Umbu was delivered to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, staring at the intelligence in his hands, silent for a long time. The intelligence was extremely detailed. Shinyu walked in the middle, holding Joshinai's left hand and Meichin's right, while Shiri Hong followed by his side. As for you, who was actually supposed to be going to school, he walked alone at the very back. Along the way, many villagers greeted Shinyu. Some young ninjas looked at the bluffing family with undisguised envy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand holding the report trembled slightly. He suddenly realized that Shinyu didn't need to sit in the Hokage's office at all. He didn't even need to make any promises to the villagers. Simply walking down Konoha's streets with his family had already earned him the heartfelt recognition of many. Because the current bluffing mansion was strong enough and safe enough, the Hyuga clan was willing to serve Shinyu. Uchiha Meichin had moved into his home with her two children. Even Joshinai stood firmly by his side. The villagers might not understand the power struggles among Konoha's high-ranking officials, but they knew who could protect their families. They also knew who had stepped up when real danger struck. When the Cloud Ninjas attacked the Hyuga clan outside the village, the Hokage building was still deliberating. When Danzo attempted to provoke a war, it was Chinyu who brought back the evidence. In the end, even Danzo himself was executed by Chinyu's hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the intelligence and slowly walked to the window. Sunlight fell upon the Hokage monument. His own face still overlooked the entire village. But it seemed that Konoha no longer needed his gaze. The will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured softly. The thing he had defended his entire life had in the face of Danzo's conspiracies become an empty phrase. Chinyu had never made any speeches. Yet he showed everyone a different way of life. No need to sacrifice family. No need to swallow one's pride for the so-called greater good. As long as one possessed enough power, they could protect those they wanted to protect. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes. He suddenly recalled the night Danzo died. Chinyu had told him to keep his eyes wide open and see what Konoha would become without Danzo. Now it seemed he had already seen it. At the bluffing mansion, after sending you off, Chinyu and the others returned home. As soon as Kushina stepped into the living room, she said seriously, "I'll pick you up from school this afternoon." Meichin gently set down the teapot. "I am Yu's mother. I should go. You already went this morning." "We all went together this morning." Kushina squinted, immediately spotting the flaw. They had indeed all gone together. So strictly speaking, Meichin had never gone alone to pick up Yu. Shiri Hong sat nearby, taking out the Ninja Academy schedule and studying it carefully. "School lets out early today." "Oh, I know the exact time." Kushina and Meichin both turned to look at her. "Hong, you want to go too?" "I'm just worried you might forget the time." Shiri Hong's expression remained calm as she casually tucked the schedule into her pocket. Chinyu sat on the porch, sipping the freshly brewed hot tea. He finally understood. These three weren't really discussing who would pick up Yu. They all just wanted to go. "Then let's go together," Chinyu said casually. The living room fell silent for a moment. Kushina turned to him. "If we go together, who walks in front?" Chinyu paused slightly, teacup in hand. Hadn't this question been settled this morning? Meichin chuckled softly. "Actually, it doesn't matter where we walk as long as you can see us." "Then you walk at the back this afternoon." "Fine." Meichin nodded and continued, "I'll walk side by side with Chinyu." The smile on Kushina's face froze instantly. So that's what she was waiting for. "No can do." "Why, oi?" "Because Chinyu has to carry Naruto this afternoon." After saying this, Kushina immediately went to her room, picked up Naruto, and placed him directly into Chinyu's arms. Naruto had just woken up, his tiny hands grabbed Chinyu's collar, making indistinct sounds. Chinyu looked down at him. So even who he would carry in the afternoon had already been arranged for him. Just then Meichin suddenly thought of something. "It's Yu's first day of school. We should prepare some of his favorite foods." "I'll make ramen," Kushina said immediately. Meichin's smile remained gentle. "Lunch break at school isn't long. A ramen would get soggy if brought. I prepared 3-color rice balls, vegetables, and grilled fish this morning." Kushina opened her mouth. Ramen would get soggy. She hadn't considered that problem. "Then I'll get up early tomorrow and make something. I can prepare tomorrow's lunch too." The two locked eyes again. Shiri Hong sat quietly arranging the schedule. After a moment she said softly, "You two handle lunch. Oh, I'll take care of Yu's homework after school." Kushina and Meichin both changed expression. They had almost forgotten. Shiri Hong used to be a teacher. When it came to helping children with their studies, she indeed had more experience than both of them. The three fell silent for a moment, then simultaneously turned to look at Chinyu. Chinyu, holding Naruto, quietly took a sip of tea. "You decide among yourselves." "No way." All three spoke at once. Chinyu set down his teacup. It seemed this cup of tea was not going to be enjoyed in peace. Evening. The Hokage's office was unlit. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, gazing at the gradually quieting Konoha, his pipe long extinguished. Udatane Koharu and Mikoto Hamura sat behind him, confusion on their faces. They had been summoned urgently, but after calling them in, Sarutobi Hiruzen had remained silent. "Hiruzen, the materials left by route haven't been sorted yet." Udatane Koharu broke the silence first. "Now is not the time to be idle." Mikoto Hamura added in a deep voice, "The Hyuga are still involved in the investigation. We must retrieve the important documents as soon as possible." Sarutobi Hiruzen did not turn around. And after retrieving them, the two advisors were taken aback. Of course they should be kept by the Hokage's office. How many people are still willing to obey the Hokage's orders now? The office fell silent. All day the major clans had been using various excuses to stall commands. No one openly opposed, but no one was willing to stand with the Hokage's office anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly turned around. There was no anger on his face, only deep exhaustion. Danzo is dead, and Root has been disbanded. Konoha needs a Hokage who can win the trust of everyone. Udatane Koharu frowned. "Hiruzen, what exactly are you trying to say?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his two longtime advisors, silent for a long time. Finally, he gently placed the Hokage hat on the table. "I intend to formally resign as Hokage." As the words fell, Udatane Koharu and Mikoto Hamura both stood up. After nightfall, the Namikaze residence gradually grew quiet. The living room lights had been extinguished. Mikoto had taken Itachi and Sasuke to their rooms, and Kurenai Yuhi had also retired early. Occasionally the footsteps of patrolling shinobi could be heard outside the courtyard, yet no one dared to approach the residence. With Danzo's death, the Root organization had been completely disbanded. The secret bases hidden underground were taken over by the Umbu, and a large number of mission scrolls and personnel lists were sent to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was busy dealing with the mess Danzo had left behind, and in the short term he had no energy to trouble the Namikaze residence again. However, some things were still delivered to Chinyu. In the study, Chinyu put down the last document and massaged his brow. The files recorded the covert agents that Root had planted within the various clans, including several shinobi assigned to monitor the Hyuga and Uchiha. Hayashi Hyuga had already sent people to handle the matter, and the rest was no longer his concern. Chinyu glanced out the window. It was already very late. He rose and left the study, walking through the silent corridor. When he passed Mikoto's room, there was no sound inside, only the occasional faint murmurs of Sasuke in his sleep. On the other side, Kurenai Yuhi's door was also tightly shut. Chinyu withdrew his gaze and soon returned to his own room. As he pushed the door open, he found Kushina still awake. She was wearing loose pajamas, her long red hair falling behind her, holding a sleeping Naruto in her arms. She sat beside the cradle, gently swaying. Naruto's little hand clutched her collar, and a bit of drool hung at the corner of his mouth. Chinyu stepped softly and approached her. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Kushina did not answer immediately. She first looked down at Naruto to make sure he hadn't woken, then raised her head and asked sullenly, "Chinyu, don't you think the house is pretty lively now, you know?" Chinyu looked at her. "It is quite lively. Then don't you think the more people the better?" After saying this, Kushina lowered her head again to look at Naruto, as if the question was just a casual remark. But her slightly puffed cheeks revealed all her thoughts. Chinyu did not answer immediately. Mikoto, Itachi, and Sasuke had moved into the residence, and Kurenai Yuhi had also stayed. What was once a home of just the three of them now had many more people. Kushina was willing to accept them, but that didn't mean she was completely unaffected. Especially the way Mikoto looked at Chinyu. It was already too obvious. Thinking this, Chinyu walked behind Kushina, extended his arms, and encircled both her and the Naruto in her arms. Kushina's body stiffened slightly. Afraid of waking Naruto, she didn't struggle, only whispered, "What are you doing, you know?" Chinyu gently rested his chin on her shoulder, catching the faint fragrance among her red hair. "No matter how many people come to live in this home in the future, you will always be the one in charge." Kushina blinked. Chinyu continued softly by her ear, "You will always be the mistress of this house. No one can replace you." Hearing this, Kushina's stiff body slowly relaxed. She didn't turn her head, but the corners of her mouth had already secretly lifted. "You said it yourself. I didn't force you, you know." "I said it. Will Mikoto also listen to me?" "She will." "What about Kurenai?" "She will too." Kushina thought for a moment, and then asked, "What about you?" Chinyu was silent for a second. "I'll consider it." The smile on Kushina's face instantly vanished, and her elbow shot directly backward. Chinyu was prepared and sidestepped to dodge. "You dare to consider?" Kushina turned to glare at him, a few strands of red hair starting to float slowly upward. "Believe I'll throw you out right now, you know." Naruto in her arms seemed to sense his mother's agitation, his little brow furrowing slightly, and a vague whimper escaped his lips. Kushina's expression changed. She quickly lowered her head and patted his back. Their mommy's not angry." But Naruto didn't calm down immediately. He released his grip on Kushina's collar, and his mouth began to pucker. Seeing that he was about to cry, Chinyu suddenly remembered something. He raised his hand, and a delicate little wind chime appeared in his palm. The wind chime was only palm-sized, with intricate patterns engraved on its silver-white shell. Several light blue chime pieces hung below, looking quite beautiful. Kushina was startled. "What's this?" "A gift for Naruto." This was a reward just issued by the system, the tranquil wind chime. The wind chime could soothe an infant's emotions and purify the surrounding environment. It had little effect on ordinary shinobi, but it was just right for the home. Chinyu walked to the cradle and hung the wind chime above it. As his fingers released the chime, pieces gently collided. Dingling. A clear, soft sound rang through the room. Naruto, who had been about to cry, gradually calmed down. His furrowed brow slowly relaxed, and his hand, which had been clutching Kushina's collar, released its grip. Soon he was fast asleep. Kushina looked down at Naruto, surprise in her eyes. "Amazing." She gently shook the wind chime. The chimes sounded again without any harshness, and it even dissipated much of the fatigue she had accumulated over these days. Chinyu took Naruto from her arms and carefully placed him in the cradle. Naruto turned over, his little hand resting beside his face, sleeping even more sweetly than before. Kushina covered him with a blanket and looked up at the wind chime. From the moment Chinyu had rescued her, this man had been protecting her and Naruto. Later, more people came to the house. Though she said nothing out loud, unease had crept into her heart. She feared that one day this place would no longer belong to her. Even more, she feared that once Chinyu had others by his side, she and Naruto would no longer be as important. But now it seemed she had overthought. The house had indeed become livelier, yet no one had ever taken her place. Nor had Chinyu. The last traces of jealousy in Kushina's heart vanished completely. She turned around facing Chinyu, who was close at hand, and suddenly reached out to grab his collar. Before Chinyu could speak, she stood on tiptoe and gently kissed his lips. Chinyu. Feeling the warmth of his body, Kushina's cheeks flushed, and her voice dropped to a whisper. As long as you're here, this home is perfect no matter what. She paused, then slowly wrapped her arms tighter around Chinyu. But you can only be mine, right? Chinyu looked down at her. Though blushing, Kushina did not avoid his gaze, but instead she waited earnestly for an answer. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Only the wind chime above the cradle swayed gently. Chinyu reached out, put his arm around her waist, and pulled her back into his embrace. Yes. Kushina finally smiled. Early the next morning, the sound of wooden shuriken striking the ground echoed intermittently from the backyard of the Bluffing mansion. When Chinyu arrived at the training ground, Meichin was crouching beside Sasuke, patiently teaching him how to adjust his wrist. Sasuke was still young, his steps unsteady, and in his hand, he held not a real ninja tool, but a specially crafted wooden shuriken. Sasuke looked at the wooden post ahead. Meichin held his little hand and gently pushed it forward. The wooden shuriken flew less than 2 meters before falling to the ground with a clatter. Sasuke looked down at his empty hand, then at the distant post, his small face full of confusion. He had clearly thrown it. Why hadn't it hit the target? Meichin couldn't help but laugh. It's okay, Sasuke, you did great. She was about to retrieve the shuriken when she sensed someone behind her and immediately turned around. Chinyu stood outside the training ground, watching them quietly, having arrived at some unknown moment. Chinyu. Meichin quickly stood up and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. For some reason, being seen by Chinyu while she taught Sasuke filled her with an inexplicable nervousness. Did I disturb you, eh? No. Chinyu stepped into the training ground, glanced down at the wooden shuriken on the ground, and said, the Uchiha Shuriken Jutsu is indeed a pinnacle technique of the ninja world. Both in terms of angle and force, it is far more refined than ordinary throwing techniques. Meichin was momentarily stunned. She had thought Chinyu might consider it too early for such a young Sasuke to handle ninja tools, but instead he had praised the Uchiha technique. It's not really that impressive, Meichin said softly. It's just that our clan places great emphasis on basic training, and many children start learning these things from a young age. Mastering the basics to perfection is a skill in itself. Chinyu bent down, picked up the shuriken, and handed it back to Meichin. You hesitated a bit when controlling the force just now. Meichin instinctively looked down at her hand. That was for Sasuke to see. I was worried if I moved too fast he wouldn't be able to follow. There's no need to deliberately slow down. Chinyu walked behind her and said calmly, keep your usual movements. I'll help you control it. Before Meichin could react, Chinyu had already raised his hand and covered her right hand, holding the shuriken from behind. The warmth of his palm pressed against the back of her hand. The distance between them closed rapidly. Meichin's body stiffened instantly, and her left hand, which had been hanging naturally, suddenly didn't know where to place itself. She could clearly feel the warmth emanating from Chinyu. Even the breath of his words fell upon her ear. Don't lower your wrist too much. Chinyu held her hand and slowly adjusted the throwing angle. Relax here and exert force when you release. Meichin responded softly, but her attention was completely unable to focus on the shuriken. Her cheeks gradually flushed and her breathing became uneven. Chinyu seemed not to notice and continued correcting her movements earnestly. I heard that back in the Ninja Academy, you were among the best students. Meichin was taken aback. How did you know? Hong told me. Chinyu looked at the wooden post ahead, his voice still calm. Be it Shuriken Jutsu, Taijutsu, or Fire Release, your scores were excellent. It's just that you got married too early and gradually left the ranks of ninja. Meichin fell silent. She had indeed been a quite outstanding ninja among the younger generation of the Uchiha, but after marrying Fuyue, she rarely took on missions. When people in the clan mentioned her, the first thing that came to mind was the clan leader's wife, not Uchiha Meichin. Over time, even she herself had almost forgotten what her life used to be. Meichin. Chinyu's low voice came from beside her ear again. Your light was just suppressed by that fool Fuyue, who doesn't know how to appreciate it. It's not that you aren't good enough. Hearing these words, Meichin's eyes trembled slightly. The strength in her hand holding the shuriken gradually loosened, and her body involuntarily leaned back. Chinyu didn't move away. From a distance, the two of them were almost pressed together. A sense of unprecedented peace suddenly arose in Meichin's heart. What she had always wanted was never the identity of the Uchiha clan leader's wife. She simply wished for her efforts to be seen and for someone to tell her that she wasn't just a woman who stayed at home taking care of children. But such a simple sentence in the past few years, she had never heard it. Not until she moved into the Bluffing mansion. Chinyu. Meichin called out softly. What's wrong? Nothing. She lowered her head, but couldn't help the smile that crept onto her lips. So this was the family she had always wanted. A husband who would acknowledge her, and children who could stay by her side. No clan orders, no suffocating coldness. If this life could continue forever, she would be willing to stay here forever. Look at the post. Chinyu tightened his grip on her hand and guided her through the throwing motion. Whoosh. The wooden shuriken flew across the training ground, struck the center of the post precisely, and rebounded to the ground. Sasuke's eyes widened, and he immediately clapped his little hands. Mom. Amazing. Mei-chin snapped back to reality, her smile growing even gentler. Sasuke will be amazing too. Sasuke nodded seriously, then looked up at the two standing together. Chinyu still stood behind Mei-chin, one hand holding her wrist, the other supporting her waist to prevent her from losing balance from the previous movement. Sasuke watched for a long time, as if remembering something. Mom. What's wrong? Mei-chin turned to look at her son. Sasuke raised his little hand, pointed at Chinyu behind her, and said in a childish voice, Uncle Chinyu. Hugs you tighter than Dad. The training ground suddenly fell silent. The blush on Mei-chin's face spread rapidly to her ears. The next moment, she broke free from Chinyu's hand as if shocked, and stumbled forward a few steps. Sasuke, what are you saying? Sasuke tilted his head. He was just stating what he had seen. Why was Mom's face so red? Chinyu looked at Mei-chin, who was silent with her head down, and then at the innocent-faced Sasuke, not speaking for a moment. Just then a familiar voice came from outside the training ground. What's this about hugging tighter than Dad, Databeo? Kushina stood at the back door holding Naruto with a very amiable smile on her face. The long red hair behind her had already begun to float up. Outside the training ground, Kushina held Naruto in her arms, a gentle smile gracing her face, yet her crimson hair slowly began to stir. Mikoto stood beside the wooden post, the blush on her cheeks still not fading. It's nothing. She cleared her throat, bent down, and picked up Sasuke. I'm simply teaching Sasuke Shuriken Jutsu. Chinyu adjusted my stance earlier. Kushina narrowed her eyes. Adjusting posture requires holding from behind and hugging tighter than Fugaku. Just as she was about to press further, Chinyu had already turned his gaze toward the other side of the training ground. Yuhi stood there, hands continuously forming seals. A faint wave of spiritual pressure emanated from her body, enveloping the wooden post before her. Several phantom vines materialized only to vanish just as quickly. Yuhi shook her head in frustration. Clearly she was unsatisfied with the Jinjutsu she had just cast. Chinyu stepped forward. Kushina watched his retreating figure, opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately did not stop him. Mikoto had already departed the training ground with Sasuke in her arms. After all, he had already slipped away. She couldn't possibly chase into a room to continue questioning. Yuhi, have you hit a bottleneck? Hearing Chinyu's voice, Yuhi immediately ceased her hand signs. She turned around and discovered he had already reached her side, her cheeks flushed ever so slightly. She had also caught sight of Mikoto and Chinyu standing together earlier. For some reason, a sudden restlessness stirred within her heart. Mikoto could have Chinyu instruct her in Shuriken Jutsu. So why couldn't she seek guidance in Jinjutsu? Yes. Yuhi nodded gently. Lately I've been attempting to strengthen my Jinjutsu, but no matter how I alter the hand signs and chakra flow, the power sees no significant improvement. She raised her hand, a petal materializing in her palm. The moment it drifted half a meter away, it dissolved into chakra and scattered. My Jinjutsu can affect ordinary jonin, but when facing those with powerful mental fortitude, it is easily broken. Chinyu glanced at the dissipating petal. Use it on me. Yuhi froze. What? Cast your strongest Jinjutsu against me. Chinyu's expression remained calm, as though he were merely asking her to undergo routine training. Yet Yuhi hesitated. Unlike regular ninjutsu, Jinjutsu strikes directly at the target's consciousness. If control were lost, it could inflict irreversible mental damage. But, rest assured, Chinyu looked into her eyes. Your Jinjutsu cannot harm me. Yuhi fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Then be careful. She took a few steps back and swiftly formed hand signs. Jinjutsu tree binding death. The surrounding training ground vanished in an instant. In the darkness, countless massive trees erupted from the ground, while thorny vines surged from every direction, wrapping around Chinyu's body within moments. Yuhi's figure merged into the tree trunk. The next instant she materialized behind Chinyu, a kunai in hand. This was her strongest Jinjutsu yet. Not only did it restrict the enemy's movements, it also suppressed their perception, making it impossible to distinguish reality from illusion. But Chinyu did not struggle. He merely raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! The entire Jinjutsu space trembled violently. Cracks appeared across the trees, thorns and darkness simultaneously, and they shattered like broken mirrors, scattering into countless fragments. Yuhi's spiritual form staggered briefly. When her vision cleared, she found herself standing at the core of the Jinjutsu with Chinyu directly before her. How is this possible? Yuhi gazed at him dumbfounded. She hadn't even sensed Chinyu use chakra. Her strongest Jinjutsu had been shattered by a single snap of his fingers. Your technique is flawless, Chinyu spoke. The hand seals, chakra control, and the construction of the Jinjutsu space are all exemplary. Yuhi lowered her head. Yet it was still effortlessly broken by you. Because your Jinjutsu lacks one thing. What? A soul. Yuhi raised her head, a trace of confusion appearing in her crimson eyes. Chinyu walked beside her and reached out to touch the lingering thorns. You only wish to make your Jinjutsu stronger, never considering why you needed this power in the first place. Pursuing raw strength alone only makes Jinjutsu more convoluted. If you yourself do not know why you fight, how can you expect your enemy to believe the world you have conjured is real? Yuhi fell silent. Since graduating from the ninja academy, she had devoted herself to refining Jinjutsu. Her father was skilled in it, and she possessed a natural talent, so everyone believed she should become a Jinjutsu kunoichi. She had never pondered why she trained. She did not know what she intended to do once she attained such power. Then how do I find that soul? Find someone or something you truly wish to protect. Chinyu gazed at the shattered Jinjutsu space around them. When you are unwilling to let them suffer the slightest harm, your Jinjutsu will naturally evolve. Yuhi stared at him blankly. Within this mental space that belonged to her, Chinyu's figure was exceptionally clear, powerful, calm, yet filled with a sense of reassurance. He was the one who had rescued her from Asama's hands. He was also the one who had offered her a place to stay in the Namikaze residence. He had never demanded anything from her, yet had granted her the security she had never known before. Yuhi suddenly understood. Wasn't the person she wished to protect standing right before her? The instant this thought arose, the crumbling Jinjutsu space suddenly halted its collapse. Countless petals emerged from the darkness, reforming into a complete and cohesive world. Chinyu glanced upward. The power of her Jinjutsu had strengthened, not just slightly. It seems you have found it already. Yuhi did not respond. Her cheeks burned, and her heartbeat quickened relentlessly. The spiritual space dissolved, and both of their consciousnesses returned to reality. The intense mental shock caused Yuhi's body to falter, and she fell backward uncontrollably. Quick as lightning, Chinyu reached out, caught her waist, and pulled her into his embrace. Are you all right? Yuhi rested against Chinyu's chest, her hands instinctively grasping his clothes. She raised her head, her crimson eyes shining with a light unseen before. Chinyu. Mush. Yuhi took a deep breath, her voice still trembling slightly. I think I have found what I want to protect. Chinyu looked down at her. Then protect it well. But I still do not know how. Yuhi's grip on his clothes tightened. Her face flushed deeply, yet she refused to look away. Can you teach me? Outside the training ground, Kushina's crimson hair was entirely lifted. She had only intended to observe how the two trained. Yet the moment the Jinjutsu ended, Yuhi had collapsed straight into Chinyu's arms. Kushina glanced down at Naruto in her embrace, and suddenly felt that coming today had been entirely justified. Otherwise, in just a moment longer, this household might have witnessed another domestic war unfold. At the Namikaze residence. In the courtyard, Naruto was clinging to Sasuke's pants leg, refusing to let go, making incoherent sounds. Sasuke, unable to stand steady with Naruto tugging at him, could only scrunch up his little face and look to Itachi for help. Big brother. Itachi crouched beside them, trying to pry Naruto's fingers away one by one. Naruto, you can't bite Sasuke's clothes. Naruto didn't understand at all. As soon as he was pulled away, he spread his arms and lunged forward. Sasuke quickly hid behind Itachi. The courtyard instantly became livelier. Just then a Hyuga ninja entered from outside the courtyard. He bowed to Chinyu, handed over a letter with both hands, then turned and left without a single word more. Kushina came over carrying Naruto. Whose letter is this, Databeo? Chinyu took the envelope and glanced at the wax seal on it. Kushina and Mikoto also drew near. The pattern on the wax seal was not the leaf's emblem, but a palace. The smile on Mikoto's face slowly faded. The fire daimyo. Chinyu tore open the envelope and took out the letter inside. The content was not complicated. The fire daimyo had heard of the recent upheaval in Konoha and wished to invite Namikaze Chinyu to the capital for a formal meeting. The letter's wording was very polite, yet left no room for refusal. After reading it, Kushina's brow furrowed immediately. He invites you to the capital at a time like this. He's definitely up to no good, Databeo. Not necessarily, Mikoto said softly. The daimyo doesn't directly manage ninja, but Konoha is still part of the fire country. He probably wants to confirm who's really in charge of the village now. And after he confirms, Kushina said discontentedly, if he thinks Chinyu is unfit, would he send someone to arrest him? That wouldn't happen. Chinyu refolded the letter, his expression perfectly calm. Of course he knew exactly what the daimyo was planning. Danzo was dead, Hiruzen Sarutobi had resigned, and the power structure of Konoha had been completely overturned. The fire daimyo had no direct means to intervene in the ninja village, but he could influence Konoha's future through mission commissions, military funding, and public opinion. Now he was inviting Chinyu, no doubt to see for himself this suddenly risen power holder, and to test whether Chinyu had the qualifications to sit at the negotiating table. Not long after, a messenger from the Hokage's office arrived. An umbu stood outside the courtyard gate, speaking with a respectful tone. Lord Chinyu, the Hokage's office hopes you will carefully consider the daimyo's invitation. Kushina laughed on the spot. Is that advice or an order, Databeo? The umbu paused for a moment. Lord Sarutobi merely wishes for Lord Chinyu to prioritize the greater good of Konoha. He's about to resign himself, and he's still worrying about the greater good. Kushina planted her hands on her hips, her red hair beginning to float gently. Go back and tell him Chinyu can go wherever he wants. If anyone disagrees, let them come and tell Chinyu themselves. Databeo. The Umbu lowered his head, not daring to respond. Chinyu waved his hand. You may go. Yes. The Umbu, relieved, turned and vanished at the end of the street. Kushina watched his retreating figure, still a little displeased. Hiruzen Sarutobi is so annoying now. He can't handle things himself, yet he always likes to stick his nose in. He's just afraid of me going to the capital. Chinyu sat down on the porch and poured himself a cup of tea. This little pond of Konoha can no longer hold me. Kushina was taken aback. Are you really going? Of course. Chinyu looked up at them. I also want to see with my own eyes what kind of person the true master of the fire country is. Mikoto, holding Sasuke, had a worried look. The capital is far from Konoha and the road might be dangerous. Besides, the daimyo has guardian ninjas. Oh, what if they... Don't worry. Chinyu gently set down his teacup. This is just a meeting, not a war. Kurenai Yuhi sat quietly to the side, listening to the entire conversation. She didn't speak, but her fingers unconsciously tightened on the hem of her clothes. Kushina glanced at her, then at Mikoto. The gazes of the three women met in midair. The air suddenly fell silent. Chinyu also sensed something amiss. He had originally only planned to go to the capital, but now it seemed things were not that simple. This time to the capital, I only intend to bring one person. As soon as he finished speaking, Kushina, Mikoto, and Kurenai all looked up at once. Three pairs of eyes all fixed on Chinyu. Kushina spoke first. I'll go, Databeo. Mikoto smiled gently. I am Chinyu's family, so naturally I should accompany him. Kurenai sat up straight and said seriously, I'm not familiar with the capital, but I've been there a few times with my teacher before. I can handle the travel arrangements. After speaking, the three looked at each other simultaneously. Kushina narrowed her eyes. Why are you two so eager, Databeo? Kushina, aren't you the same? Mikoto's tone remained gentle, but her words showed no sign of backing down. Kurenai pressed her lips together. She usually didn't like to compete, but this time was different. Chinyu would be away from Konoha for several days. At such a time, she didn't want to stay at the residence waiting for news. I think it's more suitable for me to go. What you think doesn't matter. Kushina said directly. Chinyu hasn't decided yet, Databeo. Then let Chinyu choose. Mikoto looked at Chinyu, her smile growing more pronounced. Chinyu, who do you think is the best to accompany you? Kurenai also looked over. The three stood under the porch, their expressions different, yet all carrying the same anticipation. Chinyu picked up his teacup, took a sip, and found the tea had gone cold. He suddenly recalled the day Itachi started school, the dispute over who would walk in front, who would prepare lunch, who would pick up the children. Now they were even starting to argue over who could accompany him to the capital. This was no longer just a trip. It was clearly a domestic war spilling over into the fire country capital. How about? Chinyu started to speak, and the three immediately sat up straight. You settle it with rock, paper, scissors? The courtyard fell silent for 2 seconds. Kushina's red hair bristled instantly. Such an important matter can't be decided by rock, paper, scissors, Databeo. Mikoto nodded lightly. I also think it's not quite appropriate. Kurenai said seriously, rock, paper, scissors involves luck. It's indeed not fair enough. Chinyu looked at them. Then how do you want to decide? The three fell silent again. After a moment, Kushina suddenly slammed the table. Cooking contest. Mikoto was stunned. Kurenai also paused. Whoever cooks the best gets to accompany Chinyu to the capital, Databeo. No. Mikoto objected first. The trip to the capital may require combat. Cooking has nothing to do with strength. Then let's compare strength. Kushina stood up and clenched her fists. Whoever lasts the longest against Chinyu gets to go. Kurenai's face immediately changed. She knew Chinyu's strength all too well. Lasting. She'd probably not even withstand a single blow. Mikoto also shook her head gently. This method is equally unfair. Chinyu watched the three growing more serious by the moment, and finally reached up to rub his forehead. It's just meeting the daimyo, you don't need to treat it like the Ninja World Tournament. Then who are you planning to take? Kushina pressed immediately. Chinyu didn't answer. He rose and walked to the center of the courtyard, glancing at Itachi, who was playing with Naruto. We'll talk about this tonight. Why tonight? Because it's time for lunch now. Having said that, Chinyu turned and walked inside. The three exchanged glances and immediately followed. No one noticed that on the eaves outside the courtyard wall, a small summoning bird had silently landed. A new intelligence scroll was tied to its leg. The scroll came from the capital. It contained only one sentence: the fire daimyo had already summoned the guardian ninjas in advance, awaiting the arrival of Namikaze Chinyu. And beneath that line of writing a name was written Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ever since Chiwa announced he would only bring one person to the capital, the atmosphere within the Namikaze residence had grown subtly tense. Early the next morning, Kushina had already claimed possession of Chiwa's wardrobe. She emptied the entire cabinet, draping each garment across the bed, a freshly heated iron resting in her hand. This one is far too casual. The color on this one won't do. And this? Will it make me look too young to meet the daimyo? Chiwa stood outside the door regarding the mountain of clothes spread across the bed, silent for a long moment. I am merely going to the capital to meet with someone. That someone is the fire daimyo. Kushina turned to face him with grave seriousness. You now represent the Namikaze clan and the honor of Konoha. You cannot dress so carelessly. She picked up a black robe and held it against Chiwa's frame. The deep black fabric was embroidered with subtle gold patterns, and the cuff bore the crest of the Namikaze lineage. Indeed, it was far more formal than his usual attire. Kushina nodded in satisfaction. This one it is. And I am coming with you. Chiwa glanced at her. All that talk beforehand, and that final demand was the true point. Seeing no immediate reply, Kushina clutched the robe to her chest, her crimson hair stirring gently. The attire is my choice, the ironing is my doing. When you travel to the capital, you will naturally bring your mistress along. Fair enough. Chiwa nodded and turned to leave the room. Kushina paused, taken aback. She had prepared a dozen arguments, never expecting such immediate acquiescence. But by the time she hurried outside, Chiwa had already entered the kitchen. Misaki stood at the stove packaging freshly made soldier rations into wooden boxes. Beside her sat several exquisitely wrapped tea cakes, each carefully sealed in oil paper. Chiwa, you've arrived just in time. Misaki picked up a tea cake and gently offered it to his lips. Try this. I just made it. Chiwa leaned down and took a bite. The pastry was soft, the sweetness restrained, carrying a faint fragrance of tea leaves. Excellent. Her smile deepened at his appraisal. The capital is far from Konoha, and suitable food may be scarce along the way. I have prepared some soldier rations and tea cakes that will keep for several days. She opened the wooden box beside her. The contents were arranged with meticulous precision, each portion allocated for specific meals in advance. Chiwa picked up a ration pill. How long did this take? Not very long. Misaki spoke softly. I simply stayed up a little late last night. There was no overt sign of fatigue on her face, yet the remnants of ingredients scattered about the kitchen told the story plainly. Ordinary soldier rations served only to quell hunger. What Misaki had prepared demanded attention to both taste and nutrition, a clear labor of care. Thank you for your trouble. Chiwa reached out and gently rubbed his fingers through her long hair. Misaki's body tensed for a moment, a blush coloring her cheeks. It is no trouble at all. She lowered her head, speaking softly. If I may accompany you to the capital, I can continue preparing these along the journey. Just outside the kitchen doorway, Kushina stopped in her tracks. Of course, Misaki had not prepared all this merely out of concern for his hunger. This woman was vying for the spot through entirely different means. Kushina was about to enter when a steady sound of footsteps echoed from the living room. Yugao approached carrying a thick stack of documents. She appeared to have slept little the night before, her crimson eyes shadowed with weariness, yet sharp and alert. Chiwa, these are intelligence reports on the capital. She set the documents on the table with focused determination. I reached out to informants I formerly knew. They contained the daimyo's temperament and preferences, as well as the relationships among several key nobles. Chiwa casually flipped open the first page. The information was remarkably detailed. Each entry clearly noted who held the daimyo's favor, who controlled military funding, and who harbored resentment toward Konoha. At the back, street maps of the capital and patrol assignments for the guarding ninja were included. You compiled all of this last night? Yes. Yugao gave a slight nod. The daimyo's sudden summons of guardian ninja may not be solely to welcome you. If I accompany you, I can address any complications in advance. Her tone was earnest. Yet the implication behind her words was no different from Kushina's or Misaki's. Chiwa sat beneath the corridor eaves and poured himself another cup of tea. On the other side of the courtyard, Kushina continued ironing. Misaki kept arranging provisions, and Yugao bent over her reports, adding further details. None of the three argued. Not a single unnecessary word was exchanged. Yet whenever their glances met, the air grew still for a moment. Itachi sat nearby, Sasuke in his arms, quietly observing the scene unfold. Ni-san. Sasuke tilted his head and whispered, what are they doing? Itachi fell silent for a moment. Competing. Why, oi? Because Uncle Chiwa is only bringing one person to the capital. Sasuke nodded as though understanding, then glanced toward Chiwa, who was sipping his tea. Then why is Uncle Chiwa smiling? Itachi followed his gaze. Indeed, a faint smile lingered on Chiwa's lips. It was clear he had known precisely what was happening all along, and simply chose not to interfere. Itachi considered it best to stay out of this matter entirely. Before long, evening arrived. Kushina was the first to enter the courtyard, cradling the neatly pressed robe. Misaki stood beside her, carrying the wooden box brimming with provisions. Yugao held her completed reports, waiting quietly for the verdict. All three pairs of eyes settled upon Chiwa. Shall we decide now? Kushina asked. Chiwa set down his teacup and rose slowly. He first accepted the robe from Kushina, draping it over himself to test the fit. The size was perfect, the sleeves pressed to a crisp finish. Next, he opened Misaki's wooden box and sampled a tea cake. Finally, he opened Yugao's report and read through several pages with care. You have all done excellently. The three women straightened their expressions, growing serious. However, you seem to have misunderstood one thing. Kushina furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Chiwa stepped between them and wrapped his arms around both Kushina and Misaki simultaneously. Their bodies stiffened for a moment. He then extended a hand toward Yugao. Her cheeks flushed, and after a brief hesitation, she placed her hand in his palm. When did I ever say I would bring only one of you? All three froze. Kushina was the first to react. But you clearly said yesterday that you were only bringing one person. I meant that besides myself, only one faction would come. Chiwa held Yugao's hand and looked steadily at them all. The three of you along with this residence have always been one unit. Therefore you are all coming with me. A silence fell over the courtyard. Misaki leaned into Chiwa's embrace, her smile softening. Yugao looked down at their joined hands, the corner of her lips lifting gently. But Kushina seemed to realize something and suddenly looked up. What about Naruto and the others? They come as well. Itachi has school, you know. Chiwa turned his head toward Itachi, sitting not far away. Take a leave of absence. Itachi opened his mouth. He suddenly realized that throughout this entire process, no one had once asked for his opinion. Chiwa's gaze returned to the three in his arms. The daimyo wishes to know who currently holds Konoha together. Then let him see with his own eyes. The ones sustaining Konoha's new era have never been the handful of elders in the Hokage's tower. Chiwa's lips curved into a faint smile. They are my family. The news that bluffing Chinyu was going to take his family to the capital soon spread throughout Mai. The villagers were abuzz with discussion. Some envied Chinyu for having three strikingly beautiful women by his side, while others felt that his departure with the entire family was hardly befitting a visit to the daimyo. It seemed more like a vacation. However, upon receiving the news, the major clans had entirely different thoughts. Chinyu had brought no ombu, nor had he accepted the guards arranged by the Huiying Tower. He was only taking his family to the capital. This indicated that he did not take any potential danger seriously. At the same time, it was telling everyone that Joshinai Meichin and Shiri Hong were not merely women residing in the bluffing residence. They also represented Chinyu. On the day of departure, a carriage prepared by the Rishiang clan was already parked in front of the bluffing residence. The carriage was entirely black with a spacious interior, and a dozen Rishiang ninjas were assigned to escort it. Rishiang Rizu stood personally at the door. Lord Chinyu, the situation along the route to the capital has been thoroughly investigated. If anyone tries to block the way, the Rishiang clan will deal with them in advance. Chinyu nodded lightly. No need for too many people. Rizu immediately understood his meaning and gestured for most of the clan members to withdraw, leaving only two ninjas to drive the carriage. Soon Joshinai came out carrying Mingren. She wore a dark red dress, her fiery red hair flowing behind her, while Mingren in her arms was dressed in a brand new little outfit. Meichin was holding Yu's hand with Zhuozhu in her arms. Shiri Hong walked at the rear holding the intelligence about the capital that she had compiled the previous night. Yu glanced at the parked carriage and wore a helpless expression. The Ninja Academy had only been open for a few days, and he had already taken a long leave. The reason for the leave was to accompany Uncle Chinyu to meet the daiming of the whole country. Such a reason was probably unparalleled in the entire Ninja Academy. Let's board. Chinyu stepped into the carriage first. Joshinai followed closely and sat beside him, while Meichin sat on the other side. Shiri Hong was about to sit opposite when Joshinai reached out and pulled her over. Why sit so far away, you know? Shiri Hong paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. Since they no longer had to compete for the position, the subtle tension among the three women dissipated considerably. The carriage slowly departed from the bluffing residence. On both sides of the road, many villagers stopped and voluntarily bowed toward the direction of Chinyu. Chinyu sat inside the carriage, his expression extremely calm. Joshinai lifted the curtain to look for a while, and soon a smile appeared on her face. These guys used to be nowhere near this polite when they saw us, you know. They didn't suddenly become polite, Meichin said softly. They just finally know whom they should respect. Joshinai nodded contentedly. That was a statement she loved to hear. After the carriage left, the surroundings gradually quieted down. Mingren and Zhuozhu fell asleep quickly. Yu leaned by the window watching the scenery. Shiri Hong took out a map and explained the upcoming route to Chinyu. Throughout the carriage, only her earnest voice occasionally broke the silence. Around noon, as the carriage entered a narrow valley, the sound of orderly footsteps suddenly came from ahead. The Rishiang ninja driving the carriage reined in the horses. Lord Chinyu, someone is blocking the way ahead. Joshinai lifted the curtain. In the center of the valley stood dozens of armored samurai. The leader, nearly 50 years old, wore a long and a short katana at his waist. They blocked the entire road, clearly having waited for a long time. Bluffing Chinyu, the leading samurai stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "We are the Chidan squad, guardians of the traditions of the whole country. As a Mai ninja, you are going to pay homage to the daiming, yet you bring women and children along. This is far too ostentatious. The daiming's residence is not a place for leisure. Send them back to Mai immediately and come with us to the capital alone." The carriage fell silent for a moment. The smile on Joshinai's face vanished. Meichin gently held Zhuozhu tighter, a hint of coldness appearing in her dark eyes. Shiri Hong also put down the map. In the intelligence she had compiled last night, there was no mention of any Chidan squad. These people were clearly not here to welcome Chinyu. I'll take care of them, you know. Kushina was about to rise, but Chinyu raised his hand to stop her. Watch over Mingren. With that, he stepped down from the carriage alone. The leading samurai, seeing this, wore a satisfied expression. It seems you understand noble etiquette. Come with us. Chinyu stopped in front of the carriage and swept his gaze over the surrounding samurai. Who sent you? The samurai's face darkened. You are not qualified to ask. He gripped the hilt of his sword, and the samurai behind him drew their blades simultaneously. The sound of swords unsheathing echoed in a continuous wave. The two Rishiang ninja driving the carriage immediately activated their white eyes, but did not make a move on their own. They were well aware that these samurai were not worth Chinyu's serious attention. Send the women back, the leading samurai said coldly. Otherwise we will have to escort them away ourselves. Chinyu did not reply. The next moment an invisible aura erupted from him. Boom. The air in the valley seemed to solidify. Dozens of samurai's faces turned pale instantly, and their hands gripping the swords began to tremble violently. A few weaker samurai's legs gave way, and they fell to their knees on the spot. The others did not hold out much longer either. Clang. The first katana fell to the ground. Then a series of clattering sounds followed. The leading samurai gritted his teeth trying to steady himself, but his knees were completely beyond his control. Thud. He fell heavily to his knees. The once orderly and imposing Chidan squad was now a sea of kneeling figures. Chinyu walked up to the leading samurai and looked down at him. Go back and tell the people behind you, Chinyu said. The new era of Mai does not need comments from the old era's noise. The samurai was drenched in cold sweat, unable even to lift his head. Chinyu turned around, his voice still calm. Next time what falls to the ground will not be your swords. It will be your heads. With that he stepped back into the carriage. Kushina immediately straightened his robe, a smile returning to her face. If only you had done that from the start, you know. The carriage started again. The wheels rolled past the katanas scattered on the ground and continued onward out of the valley. You glanced through the window at the samurai kneeling behind, then silently withdrew his gaze. He suddenly understood. Uncle Chinyu's trip to the capital was indeed not to pay homage to the daiming. It was to make the daiming see clearly who exactly had taken control of Mai. In the distance, a vast city gradually appeared at the end of the road. The capital of the Hua country had arrived. After the carriage passed through the valley, it soon arrived at the capital of the Fire country. Beneath the towering city gates, more than a dozen officials had been waiting for a long time. The leader, clad in a deep-colored robe, was followed by 2 rows of fully armed guards. The moment the carriage halted, they surrounded it. Lord Namikaze Chiha. The leading official bowed slightly, his tone polite enough, yet his face bore little warmth. The daimyo is aware of your arrival, but it is late today. The audience is scheduled for tomorrow morning. As he spoke, his gaze swept past the carriage curtain to the occupants within. A woman, a child, and a young Uchiha. These were hardly the Konoha shinobi one would expect to meet the daimyo. They looked more like a family out on a leisurely trip. The daimyo's residence has prepared lodging. The official continued. For safety, I must ask Lord Chinyu and your family to stay at the guest house. Please do not leave without permission. Kushina's brow furrowed instantly. Are you ordering us? The official was taken aback. He had clearly not anticipated that the woman inside the carriage would speak directly. It is merely the custom of the capital. We will not stay. Chinyu's calm voice emerged from the carriage. The official's expression shifted. Lord Chinyu, the guest house has been prepared, and it is the daimyo's. I said we will not stay. Chinyu drew aside the curtain and gave him a faint glance. The official's words died in his throat. The guards who had been about to step forward instinctively retreated half a step. Chinyu had not released any pressure. Yet the official still felt as though he had been fixed in the gaze of something terrifying. The Hyuga have already arranged lodging for us. Chinyu averted his eyes. I do not wish to be disturbed before tomorrow's audience. The 2 Hyuga shinobi immediately drove the carriage into the city. The official stood rooted to the spot, his face dark with displeasure, yet he dared not order anyone to stop them. Only after the carriage had disappeared into the distance did he turn to his guards. Report to the daimyo at once. Namikaze Chinyu refuses to stay at the guest house and has rejected all our arrangements. Yes, sir. The carriage proceeded slowly along the capital's main street. Both sides of the road were bustling with shops and taverns. Pedestrians halted upon seeing the black carriage, pausing in their tracks. Itachi sat by the window quietly observing the outside. He could sense that the gazes of those people carried both curiosity and wariness. The capital of the Fire country was different from Konoha. Here people cared little for a shinobi's prestige, they only heeded the daimyo's stance. Those fellows were really annoying, databang. Kushina let the curtain fall, grumbling. They call him Lord, but their eyes kept peering into the carriage. They were just trying to confirm how many of us there are. Kurenai looked down at the map. The guest house is surrounded by the daimyo's guards. If we stay there, every move we make will be known to them. Mikoto gently patted the sleeping Sasuke in her arms. So Chinyu never intended to accept their arrangements from the start. Chinyu leaned back in his seat, his expression serene. the daimyo wanted to test him. Naturally, he would not play by the others' rules. The capital was not Konoha, but to Chinyu it made no difference. Before long the carriage stopped before a mansion. Two Hyuga shinobi alighted first and pushed open the heavy wooden doors. Lord Chinyu, this is the residence purchased by the Hyuga clan in the capital. The surroundings have been checked, no suspicious individuals detected. Chinyu gave a slight nod and led the group inside. The courtyard was even larger than the Namikaze estate, with 3 successive sections. Flowers and plants lined the corridors, and there was even a private hot spring in the rear garden. Kushina surveyed the place and nodded in satisfaction. That Hyuga Hayashi guy finally did something decent, Databang. Itachi, carrying Sasuke, followed silently behind. He suspected the Hyuga clan head would be quite pleased to hear that remark. Kurenai, however, did not appreciate the garden. Entering the room, she immediately inspected the windows and roof, then retrieved the map to confirm the roads surrounding the mansion. Mikoto, meanwhile, opened the wooden box she had brought and began laying out the items Naruto and Sasuke would need. As for Kushina, she was already standing before the largest master bedroom. This room belongs to me and Chinyu, Databang. Kurenai paused in her movements. Mikoto slowly raised her head. The calm that had just returned to the courtyard suddenly grew delicate. Kushina pushed open the door, stating matter-of-factly, I am the mistress of the Namikaze estate, so of course I should share the master bedroom with Chinyu. Kushina. Mikoto took out an exquisite incense burner and said softly, Chinyu has traveled all day and needs proper rest. The calming incense I prepared works best only in a south-facing room. She glanced at the master bedroom. It faced south. Kushina's eyes narrowed. You mean you want to stay here with Chinyu? I only want to ensure Chinyu rests better. Mikoto's smile remained gentle, but there was no hint of yielding. Kurenai was silent for a moment, then spread the map on the table. The master bedroom has the highest vantage point. The window overlooks 2 streets. She said seriously, if I stay here I can monitor the outside at night. If the daimyo's men come we can detect them early. Kushina looked at her. So you want to stay in the master bedroom too, Databane? For safety, it's the most suitable arrangement. With Chinyu here, who could harm us? Just because Chinyu is strong doesn't mean we should let down our guard. Then why not sleep on the roof? You'd see even better, Databane. Kurenai was stunned. For a moment, she could not find a retort. Mikoto bit her lip, barely suppressing a laugh. Kushina immediately turned to her. What are you laughing at, Databang? Nothing. Mikoto gently averted her gaze. The 3 women stood before the master bedroom, door none of them moving. Itachi, carrying Sasuke, walked up to Chinyu and asked in a low voice, Uncle Chinyu, where are we staying? The room next door. And you? Chinyu did not answer immediately. He looked at the 3 by the door and suddenly felt that bringing them all to the capital had indeed been the right decision. At least it was lively. Chinyu. Kushina turned her head first. You choose, Databang. Mikoto also said softly, Chinyu, don't feel pressured. Just pick the room that's best for rest. Kurenai folded the map. I'll respect your decision. All 3 spoke with great magnanimity, yet their gazes simultaneously fixed on Chinyu. The courtyard fell silent. Chinyu walked to the master bedroom door, first glancing at Kushina, then at Mikoto and Kurenai. No need to choose. Why, oi? Kushina asked instinctively. Chinyu pushed open the door, his tone still calm. Tonight we all stay together. We'll sort out the rooms tomorrow. The 3 women were simultaneously stunned. Mikoto's hand holding the incense burner trembled slightly, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Kurenai lowered her head, nearly dropping the map she had just folded. Kushina opened her mouth. She had only wanted to share a room with Chinyu. But now something seemed off. Kushina's voice dropped. I have no objections, Databang. Nearby, Meichin held the incense burner, her fingertips tightening slightly. She glanced down at the sleeping Zhuozhu in her arms, and the blush on her face spread further. Zirahong stood beside her, the map in her hand half rolled, then she clutched it again. She opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from voicing any objection. Objecting at such a moment would seem overthinking. Yet not objecting felt even more peculiar. Chinyu gave them no time to hesitate. He walked into the master bedroom, first draping his outer robe casually over the folding screen. We've been traveling all day, let's rest early. As his words fell, the 3 women exchanged glances. Juxinai cleared her throat softly, and holding Mingren walked in first. Meichin bit her lip gently, then followed with Zhuozhu in her arms. Zirahong entered last, quietly closing the door behind her, her movements slightly slower than usual. The room was indeed spacious. The bed prepared by the Rishian clan was large enough, with soft cushions and small bedding beside it, allowing the children to sleep on the inner side. Meichin quickly busied herself arranging Mingren and Zhuozhu's small clothes and placing the calming incense by the window. Juxinai watched her deft movements and couldn't help murmuring softly, You sure came prepared, Databeo? If the children sleep comfortably, the adults can rest better too. Meichin replied softly, her smile still gentle. But as she spoke, her gaze unconsciously flickered toward Chinyu, then quickly shifted away. Zirahong, having checked the doors and windows, turned back just in time to witness the scene. She was silent for a moment, then placed the map on the table. No abnormalities outside for now. The Rishiang clan members are guarding the front courtyard. No one should approach tonight. Then there's no need to be tense. Xinyu sat on the edge of the bed, looking down at Mingren, who was already starting to doze off. The little one clutched his sleeve, mumbling indistinctly, as if afraid he might suddenly disappear. Seeing this, Jixinai's awkwardness faded considerably. She placed Mingren into the small bedding and tucked the corners in. Meichin also laid Zhuaju beside him. As soon as Zhuaju lay down, he instinctively moved closer to Mingren. He was arranged to sleep in the adjacent room. Before leaving, he glanced at the positions of the people in the master bedroom, remained silent for a long while, then wisely took his own small pillow and left. That gaze was too calm. So calm that Jixinai almost couldn't hold back her laughter. As night deepened, only the faint sounds of breathing filled the room. At first, the three women were still somewhat reserved, none of them actively approaching Xinyu. But once the children were fast asleep, that strange tension gradually dissipated. Jixinai leaned against Qinyu's left side, claiming she was just worried Mingren might wake up in the night, yet her hand never let go of his sleeve. Meichin sat on the other side. After adjusting Zhuaju's blanket, she quietly lowered her eyelashes. She said nothing, but she was very close to Qinyu, so close that her shoulder occasionally brushed against his arm. Zirihong leaned by the window, originally intending to keep watch, but before long her eyelids grew heavy. That night nothing particularly eventful happened. No arguments. No quarrels. Even Jixinai, who was usually the most irritable, only muttered a few blushing words before slowly calming down. Yet the feeling of sharing a room brought an indescribable change among the three women. Previously they had all been at the bluffing residence. But that had felt more like each standing by Qinyu's side, each trying to prove her importance to the family. That night, however, they slept in the same room for the first time with the children beside them. The sounds of breathing, turning over, and occasional hushed reminders all mingled together, as if this was how the family was always meant to be. The next morning, sunlight streamed in through the paper windows. When Jixinai woke up, she realized she had somehow leaned against Qinyu's shoulder. She stiffened about to sit up, but then saw Meichin also leaning on the other side, and her ears reddened even more. Zirihong, sitting by the window, woke up wrapped in a thin blanket. Seeing the scene before her, she instinctively looked away. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Xinyu opened his eyes, his expression perfectly calm. Morning, Jixinai. Meichin lowered her head, gently smoothing her hair. Zirihong picked up the map from the table, pretending she had been studying the route all along. Soon the children also woke up. Mingren opened his eyes and immediately looked for Jixinai. Zhuaju, disturbed by his movements, scrunched up his little face, but didn't cry. Meichin picked up Zhuaju and coaxed him, while Jixinai lifted Mingren. The room quickly regained its usual liveliness. After the family finished washing up and were about to head to the front hall for breakfast, a Rishiang ninja hurried to the corridor outside. Lord Xinyu. He bowed respectfully. The daimyo's envoy has arrived, bearing an official invitation. Jixinai had just lifted her teacup, and her movement halted instantly. Meichin also looked up at Xinyu. Zirihong put down the documents in her hand, her expression growing more serious. She had checked the daimyo's arrangements last night. Today's meeting was supposed to be guided by an official in advance. She hadn't expected them to send an invitation again so early. This was not mere courtesy. It seemed more like a last-minute change of rules. Qinyu's expression remained unchanged as he stood up and walked toward the main hall. Let's go see. The three women didn't hesitate. They followed immediately. In the main hall, an official dressed in an ornate robe was already waiting. He was not old, but his face bore a hint of arrogance. His gaze swept over the room's furnishings and then fell on Jixinai and the others. The look wasn't exactly offensive, but it was very uncomfortable. The Rishiang ninja standing nearby also had a cold expression. He clearly disliked the envoy's attitude, but without Qinyu's order, he kept silent. The official only gave a perfunctory bow when he saw Qinyu enter. Lord Bluffing Qinyu the daimyo is hosting a tea ceremony at his residence today and has specially ordered me to deliver this invitation, he said, taking out an elaborately crafted invitation from his sleeve and presenting it with both hands. Qinyu took it, and before he even opened it, Jixinai had already leaned in. Meichin and Zirihong also looked at the text on the invitation. The invitation was indeed exquisite. The paper carried a faint fragrance, and the edges were embossed with gold patterns exuding the grandeur of the capital's nobility. But it was written clearly. The invitee was only Bluffing Qinyu alone. Jixinai's expression changed on the spot. Meichin's smile also faded. Zirihong stared at the line, her brow furrowing slightly. She had reviewed the capital's etiquette last night. For someone like Qinyu who traveled with his family, the daimyo's residence would at least arrange formal seats for all, even if they didn't invite everyone. Inviting only Qinyu was a clear message. They wanted to separate Qinyu from his family, and they wanted to use this gesture to tell everyone that the people in the Bluffing residence were not qualified to sit at the daimyo's tea ceremony. The official, as if oblivious to their reactions, added slowly, "The daimyo wishes to speak only with the future leader of Konoha. As for the family, they may rest well in the residence." The main hall fell instantly silent. The Rishiang ninja's face turned completely cold. Meichin gently patted Zhuaju's back, but her eyes had darkened. Zirihong tightened her grip on the documents, her knuckles turning white. Chinyu didn't speak immediately. He merely glanced down at the invitation, a faint smile still lingering at the corner of his lips. Seeing that he didn't refute, the official's arrogance grew even more pronounced. Of course the daimyo's residence will send someone to look after everyone. The capital has many rules that might be inconvenient for the ladies and children to wander about. Upon hearing this, Kushina slowly set down her teacup. The bottom of the cup made a very soft sound against the table, but everyone heard it. She lifted her head, the blush on her face gone, but her fiery red hair began to float up bit by bit. At first just a few strands, then the entire length of her hair rose slowly behind her, as if lifted by invisible chakra. The official was startled. He had clearly never seen such a sight, and instinctively stepped back half a step. Kushina stared at him, her voice dropping word by word. What did you just say, Databeo? Looking down on our family, are you? Kushina slowly rose to her feet. She did not strike immediately, yet her fiery red hair had already billowed fully as if carried aloft by an unseen chakra. The furniture in the main hall trembled faintly, and the surface of the tea in the cups rippled with delicate rings. The arrogance of the daimyo's official finally crumbled. What did you just say, Databeo? Kushina fixed her gaze on him, her voice low, but each word weighted heavily. You look down on our family, don't you? The official opened his mouth, instinctively stepping back half a pace. He had assumed that no matter how strong Bluffing Chinyu was, he was still merely a shinobi of Mai. That the daimyo's palace had sent an invitation, even if only for him alone, was already a considerable gesture of courtesy. But now it seemed things were not as they had supposed. The chakra emanating from this red-haired woman pressed down on him, making even breathing difficult. Mei-chin stood nearby, gently pressing her hand on Sasuke's back. Sasuke seemed to sense his mother's shift and moved his small hand, clutching the lapel of her kimono as he let out a soft sound. It's okay. Mei-chin murmured a soothing word, yet her eyes remained icy cold. She was usually gentle, seldom revealing such an expression. But this invitation from the daimyo's palace was no longer a simple matter of etiquette. It was an attempt to separate them from Chinyu. It was also a declaration that they were unworthy to stand by his side. Zirihong did not speak. She merely stepped forward half a pace in silence, positioning herself behind Chinyu, her right hand quietly resting on her ninja tool pouch. Her movement was subtle, yet her gaze had turned serious. The daimyo's official looked at the three women, beads of cold sweat slowly forming on his forehead. There were quite a few people standing in the main hall, but he suddenly felt as if he were the only one cornered here. You misunderstand, esteemed ladies. The official forced himself to speak, his voice notably lower than before. The daimyo has no intention to slight any of you. It is merely that the tea ceremony has limited seating and involves important affairs between the Hojigwa and Mai, so only Bluffing Chinyu-sama was invited. Kushina gave a cold laugh. That's a fine way to put it, Databeo. The official swallowed and continued, this is indeed the daimyo's wish. I am merely a messenger delivering the invitation. Please, Chinyu-sama, do not make this difficult for me. Upon hearing this, Kushina's red hair lifted a few more inches. The Hyuga shinobi standing by the door also darkened his expression. The words sounded polite, but in truth they were an attempt to use the daimyo's authority to pressure him. If it were anyone else, they might indeed hesitate. After all, he was the daimyo of Hojigwa, yet he was facing Chinyu. Chinyu finally raised his hand and gently patted Kushina's shoulder. It was just a casual gesture. But Kushina's chakra immediately receded considerably, and her floating red hair slowly settled back onto her shoulders. She was still displeased, but she did not continue to flare up. She merely glared at the official. Chinyu, leave it to me. Chinyu's tone was calm. Kushina looked at him, then finally sat back down, though her fingers remained pressed against the tabletop, as if she could stand up again at any moment. Mei-chin bowed her head to soothe Sasuke, the chill on her face fading slightly. Zirihong's hand did not leave the tool pouch, but she made no further move. The official, seeing this, let out half a sigh of relief in his heart. The next moment, he saw Chinyu pick up the invitation. The invitation was exquisitely made. Gold filigree scented paper, the seal of the daimyo's palace of Hojigwa, all exuded the pomp favored by the nobles of the capital. Chinyu glanced down at it. Then right before the official's eyes, he slowly tore the first slit. Ryup. The main hall fell instantly silent. The official's eyes nearly popped out. He even suspected he was seeing things. That was an invitation personally issued by the daimyo himself. In Hojigwa, even city lords upon receiving such an invitation would treasure it, bathe, change clothes, and then proceed to the daimyo's palace for the gathering. But Bluffing Chinyu had just torn it. And not with a casual rip. He tore it inch by inch right in front of him. Ryup. The second tear appeared. The gold filigree on the invitation was split in two. The official's face grew paler, his lips quivered, but he could not utter a single word. He wanted to stop him, but he dared not. Kushina watched the scene, her anger finally fading, and a hint of a smile even curled at the corner of her mouth. Mei-chin also gently lowered her eyelashes, as if she had long known Chinyu would do this. Zirihong looked at Chinyu's back, her fingers slowly moving away from the tool pouch. Soon the exquisite invitation became a pile of shreds. Chinyu casually let them fall. The paper scraps scattered on the floor at the official's feet. The official stared at the fragments frozen in place. Before his arrival, many in the daimyo's palace had said that bluffing Chinyu was young and had just taken control of Mai, and would not dare to truly fall out with the capital. That if they pressed with etiquette and then chided him with the daimyo's authority, he would likely accept the arrangement. Now it seemed those people had overthought. Chinyu finished tearing the invitation, looked up at him, and even wore a faint smile on his face. Now you may go back. The official's throat went dry. Chinyu-sama, do you realize what you have just done? Yes. This is the daimyo's invitation. That's why I tore it slowly. The official. What kind of answer was that? His face alternated between white and blue, but finally he gritted his teeth and said, I will report this truthfully to the daimyo. Bluffing Chinyu-sama has publicly torn up the invitation and refused to attend today's tea ceremony. No need for so much extra nonsense. Chinyu walked up to him, his tone still calm. The official instinctively held his breath. Though Chinyu had released no chakra, he still felt that this young man was far more terrifying than the red-haired woman just now. Kushina's anger was straightforward, but Chinyu was too calm. So calm it was as if he were deciding something that no longer required discussion. Go back and tell the daimyo the tea ceremony is cancelled. The official jerked his head up. What? Chinyu looked at him and continued, tomorrow morning I will visit his palace. I hope he is prepared to receive me. The official's lips trembled. He had come to invite someone. Now he had become a messenger. And from Chinyu's words, it was not a visit to the ceremony. It was a call. Chinyu-sama, this seems against protocol. Protocol? Chinyu smiled. A chill suddenly gripped the official's heart. Chinyu turned his head to glance at Kushina Meichin and Shirihong behind him, then looked at the two drowsy children, his voice flat, without a hint of fluctuation. Oh, by the way, he is to receive all of us. Because in my family is the protocol. Early the next morning, Chinyu left his room alone. Kushina stood in the corridor holding the just-awakened Naruto in her arms, her expression clearly discontent. Mikoto adjusted Sasuke's small clothes without speaking, yet her gaze lingered on Chinyu. Yui Kurenai had already changed into her attire, the capital's map tucked into her ninja tool pouch. Yesterday, Chinyu had clearly stated that today he would take everyone to the daimyo's residence. Chinyu, you're not planning to go alone, are you? Kushina narrowed her eyes, her fiery red hair swaying gently. No. Chinyu walked to her and reached out to touch Naruto's tiny face. Then when will we depart, Databeo? You stay here. Kushina. Her discontent instantly turned to fury. Who said yesterday that as a family we make our own rules, Databeo? Mikoto paused her movements and asked softly, Chinyu-kun, has the daimyo's residence made further demands? Yuhi Kurenai frowned. I can infiltrate the daimyo's residence in advance to confirm their arrangements. Seeing the three women already preparing to act, Chinyu felt a touch of helplessness. He had indeed said yesterday that he would have the daimyo welcome everyone. But the daimyo's residence could not possibly be unprepared. If Kushina and the others appeared together, the opposition would know exactly how to respond. They would merely raise the reception standards and then send people to guide them elsewhere. Don't worry, Chinyu said calmly. I anticipated that they would have various plans, so today I'll send someone else. Who? Kushina instinctively looked at Mikoto. Mikoto then looked at Yuhi Kurenai. The three women's eyes suddenly grew more wary. Without explanation, Chinyu turned and walked toward the backyard. In the yard, Itachi was practicing shuriken jutsu. 3 shuriken flew out in succession, striking precisely at the center of a wooden target. The last one collided with the shuriken in front, altering its trajectory and landing on a nearby target. Itachi looked at the result and frowned slightly. The angle was off a bit. He was about to resume practice when footsteps suddenly approached from behind. Itachi. Itachi turned around. Uncle Chinyu. Pack up and come with me to the daimyo's residence. Itachi was taken aback. He glanced at the shuriken in his hand, then at the 3 women following behind Chinyu. The anger on Kushina's face had vanished. Mikoto wore a gentle smile. As for Yuhi Kurenai, after a moment of silence, she finally understood Chinyu's intent. Bringing Kushina, Mikoto, and Kurenai would be a family outing. Bringing Itachi, however, carried a completely different significance. Why me? Itachi asked earnestly. Let the next generation of the clan also witness the prosperity of the capital. Chinyu spoke casually, but Itachi understood. He represented not just a child, but the next generation of the Namikaze household. At the gates of the daimyo's residence, the officials responsible for the reception had been waiting for some time. After the invitation was torn up yesterday, the daimyo's residence had prepared multiple contingency plans overnight. Whether Chinyu came alone or with those 3 women, they could handle it calmly. But when Chinyu stepped down from the carriage holding Itachi's hand, the smile on the official's face froze for a moment. A child. They had prepared all night, but never considered this scenario. Lord Namikaze Chinyu, and this is Uchiha Itachi. Chinyu said calmly, the child of my household. The official looked at the Uchiha clan crest on Itachi's clothes and was momentarily at a loss for words. A member of the Namikaze family, yet wearing the Uchiha clan emblem. More importantly, Chinyu had brought him here. This was not a sightseeing trip. It was a message to the daimyo's residents. The next generation of the Uchiha also belonged to his family. The daimyo is waiting inside. Please. The official dared not inquire further and turned to lead the way. The daimyo's residence was even more spacious than the Hyuga compound, with fully armed guards everywhere along the path. Itachi walked quietly beside Chinyu, committing everything around him to memory. There were many guards here, but none dared to stop Chinyu. After passing through 2 long corridors, they arrived at a spacious courtyard. Several shinobi stood in the yard. They wore no village headbands, yet their presence exuded a steady, formidable aura. The leader was older, and beside him stood a young man smoking a cigarette. Sarutobi Asuma. Upon seeing Chinyu, Asuma's face darkened. He first looked behind Chinyu. No Yuhi Kurenai. A flicker of joy passed through Asuma's eyes, but when he saw Itachi, that joy quickly turned to jealousy. Chinyu had not only taken Yuhi Kurenai away, but now even the child of the Uchiha stood by his side. Lord Namikaze is truly accomplished at a young age. The older shinobi stepped forward with a smile. I heard you are the 4th Hokage's younger brother. How does your strength compare to that of the 4th Hokage himself? Itachi looked up. The words sounded like praise, but were in fact a probe. Chinyu stopped, casting a calm glance at the man. Just one glance. The shinobi's smile instantly froze. He felt as if his consciousness was being dragged into darkness, everything around him disappearing, leaving only a pair of terrifyingly serene eyes. His mind went blank. His legs lost all strength. When he regained his senses, his face was pale, and he staggered back a step, nearly falling to his knees. What's wrong with you? Asuma frowned. Nothing. The older shinobi gasped for breath, no longer daring to meet Chinyu's gaze. Those around had no idea what had happened. Itachi, however, was thoughtful. Uncle Chinyu had formed no hand seals nor released any discernible chakra. Yet the opponent was already defeated. Just then footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. The Fire Country daimyo entered, flanked by attendants. He was an elderly man with graying hair, but his eyes were sharp. Seeing the pale-faced guardian shinobi, he did not inquire, instead fixing his gaze on Itachi. Is this the prodigy of the Uchiha clan? Greetings, daimyo-sama. Itachi bowed calmly. The daimyo's eyes flickered, then he smiled at Chinyu. Lord Chinyu, please be seated. They both sat down while Itachi stood behind Chinyu. Attendants soon served tea and refreshments. The daimyo raised his teacup and said slowly, much has happened in Konoha recently. The Hokage resigned, the route was disbanded, and even Danzo is dead. He looked up at Chinyu. I wonder if Konoha can still maintain stability now, eh? Chinyu did not answer. Instead, he picked up a piece of confectionery and tasted it. The daimyo did not press him. After a moment, Chinyu nodded lightly. The flavor is good. It was made by the finest pastry chef in the capital. Too bad such things cannot be kept for long. Chinyu set down the remaining half of the pastry, his tone calm. If left too long, the taste changes. Though it may appear fine on the outside, inside it is no longer fit to eat. The courtyard fell silent. The officials behind the daimyo exchanged uneasy glances. They all understood. Chinyu was not talking about pastries. The daimyo's smile did not waver. He slowly set down his teacup, finally abandoning the pretense. The position of Hokage is of great importance. According to protocol, it requires council deliberation and my final approval. The daimyo glanced at Asuma beside him and continued, I find Asuma quite suitable. He is one of the candidates. What do you think, Lord Chinyu? As the daimyo's words fell, the atmosphere in the courtyard instantly chilled. The surrounding officials bowed their heads, none daring to speak. Several guardian ninjas stood behind the daimyo, their gazes already fixed on Chinyu. Sarutobi Asuma was initially taken aback, then straightened his back, barely able to suppress the pride on his face. He had not anticipated that after his father resigned as Hokage, the daimyo would recommend him. As long as the daimyo nodded and pressured Konoha from the capital, even if the other clans were reluctant, they might not dare to openly oppose. At that moment, he would become the 5th Hokage. Asuma subconsciously looked toward Chinyu. He longed to see anger or fear on the other's face. Yet Chinyu did not even glance at him. Chinyu merely lifted the teacup before him, took a gentle sip, his expression still serene, with even a hint of a smile at the corner of his lips. Asuma's smile gradually froze. This disregard was more agonizing than outright opposition. Itachi, standing behind Chinyu, observed everyone's reactions. Though young, he had already grasped the daimyo's intent. This was not a consultation. The daimyo intended to use the position of Hokage to reinstate Asuma into Konoha's power center, while simultaneously diminishing Uncle Chinyu's influence over the village. There were no kunai, no ninjutsu. Yet Itachi felt that the atmosphere here was more perilous than any real battlefield. He finally understood why Chinyu had brought him here. It was not to show him the splendor of the capital. Rather, it was to make him see how those beyond the ninja world contended for power. This too was a war. Lord Chinyu. Seeing that he had not yet responded, the daimyo spoke again. Asuma hails from the Sarutobi clan, and he is one of the guardian shinobi 12. He is well acquainted with both Konoha and the capital. With him as Hokage, Konoha's stability can be maintained. Upon hearing this, a smile reappeared on Asuma's face. He stepped forward half a pace, feigning modesty. Though I am still young, if Konoha requires it, I am willing to shoulder the responsibility of Hokage. Shinyu set down his teacup. The daimyo-sama speaks truly. Everyone in the courtyard was momentarily stunned. Even Asuma showed an expression of surprise. The smile in the daimyo's eyes deepened. No matter how powerful Namikaze Chiha was, he was ultimately just a ninja. The leader of a ninja village required the recognition of the nation. If Konoha wished to continue receiving the Fire Country's funding and missions, it could not completely ignore the daimyo's administration. The position of Hokage indeed requires the consent of a ninja council, followed by your approval. Shinyu finished this sentence calmly. The daimyo nodded gently. I am glad Lord Shinyu understands. Several officials breathed a sigh of relief. After the invitation was torn up yesterday, they had feared today's meeting would spiral out of control. Now it seemed Shinyu was merely assertive, not truly daring to break the rules between the capital and Konoha. The elderly ninja who had earlier been glanced at by Shinyu also discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. As long as the two sides did not openly clash, he would not need to act. Yet the next moment Shinyu spoke again. However, it seems you have forgotten one thing. The smile on the daimyo's face faltered slightly. What thing? Shinyu raised his eyes to look at the daimyo seated across from him. The Ninja Council of Konoha now answers to me. The courtyard fell into absolute silence. Shinyu continued, the Hyuga, the Uchiha, and every other clan in Konoha. Their opinion is my opinion. The daimyo's hand holding the teacup paused in midair. He was of course aware of what had recently transpired in Konoha. Danzo was dead, the root disbanded, and Sarutobi Hiruzen forced to resign. The clans that had once supported the Hokage faction had changed their stance within just a few days. But knowing was one thing. Having Shinyu say it to his face was another. Lord Shinyu, an official could not help but interject, Konoha is not the private property of any individual. The Ninja Council should not be decided by a single person. Shinyu turned his head to look at him. The official's body stiffened, and the words died in his throat. If it is not to be decided by me, then by whom? No one answered. The Hyuga had already publicly aligned with Shinyu. Though the head of the Uchiha clan was still Fugaka Mikoto, and their 2 children resided in the Namikaze estate. As for the other clans, they had dared to refuse even Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, so they would certainly not offend Shinyu for the daimyo's administration. In Konoha at present there was indeed no second person who could voice a different opinion. Shinyu turned his gaze back to the daimyo, leaning slightly forward. As for your approval, of course I will respect it. The daimyo's expression eased somewhat. But Shinyu's next words made his face freeze completely. However, I am curious. He stared into the daimyo's eyes, enunciating each word. If I recommend a candidate for Hokage, would you dare not approve? The daimyo's hand trembled slightly. Tea splashed from the cup onto his sleeve. An attendant moved to wipe it, but the daimyo raised a hand to stop him. His face had turned extremely grim. He was the daimyo of the Fire Country. Lords of every city bowed before him, and even successive Hokage had maintained due respect. But Shinyu was not negotiating with him. This was a threat, and it was utterly undisguised. Namikaze Chiha. Asuma could no longer contain himself, stepping forward abruptly. Do you know who you are speaking to? Shinyu finally looked at him. Do you have the right to speak here? Asuma's face flushed red, and his right hand clenched instinctively. I am the Hokage candidate recommended by the daimyo. Candidate? Shinyu sized him up, his eyes devoid of anger, only a hint of puzzlement. Chosen by whom? Asuma opened his mouth. He suddenly realized he could not answer that question. The daimyo had recommended him. Yet no clan in Konoha supported him. Even the Sarutobi clan itself might not be willing to offend Shinyu for his sake. The so-called candidate was merely a statement the daimyo had just made. Enough. The daimyo spoke in a deep voice, cutting them off. He set down his teacup and fixed his gaze on Shinyu. The majority of Konoha's annual missions and funding come from the Fire Country. Without the capital's support, how long can Konoha's stability endure? Hearing this, the surrounding officials regained their confidence. No matter how powerful a ninja, they still needed to eat. The operation of a ninja village required enormous funds. If the daimyo's administration reduced allocations and redirected missions to other villages, problems would naturally arise within Konoha. Shinyu, however, smiled. You can try. The daimyo frowned. What do you mean? See if the Fire Country's trade routes can remain stable without Konoha's protection. Shinyu leaned back in his chair, his tone still calm. And see if Sunagakure, Awagakure, and Humogakure will let this opportunity slip by. Several officials' expressions changed slightly. The Fire Country had become the most prosperous among the 5 great nations, not only because of its fertile lands, but more importantly, because Konoha was powerful enough. The daimyo's administration could cut Konoha's funding. Yet Konoha could equally refuse missions. When that time came, the first to suffer losses would not be the ninja, but the entire Fire Country. The daimyo fell silent. He had originally intended to test Shinyu through the position of Hokage, but it was only at this moment that he realized the young man sitting before him had no intention of becoming Hokage. What the other sought was far greater than the Hokage's seat. Shinyu stood up. Itachi immediately followed behind him. The refreshments were excellent. Thank you for your hospitality. After taking a few steps, Chinyu paused, as if remembering something, and turned to look at Asuma, whose face had turned pale. Go back and tell Konoha that the team meeting was pleasant. Asuma was stunned. He was standing right in the capital. How could he go back and tell Konoha? Chinyu did not explain, but simply looked back at the daimyo. Oh, by the way, regarding the candidate for Hokage, I suggest canceling it. The daimyo's head shot up. Cancel. Because Konoha. Chinyu led Itachi out of the courtyard, his calm voice drifting back from ahead. No longer needs the position of Hokage. The officials in the courtyard remained frozen in place, while several guardian ninjas exchanged uneasy glances. For a moment, no one dared to step forward and block their path. Konoha does not need a Hokage. Had these words come from anyone else, they would have been dismissed as a mere joke. But the one who spoke them was bluffing Chinyu. That changed everything. The daimyo sat in his seat, his hand trembling as he held his teacup. Tea spilled onto his sleeve, yet he seemed not to notice, his gaze fixed intently on Chinyu's retreating figure. You. The daimyo opened his mouth, his chest heaving violently. But he could not form a single complete sentence. In all his years, he had never encountered such an audacious shinobi. Every Hokage who had come to the capital before, even if harboring resentment toward him, had always maintained the most basic courtesy on the surface. Yet Chinyu trampled the daimyo's mansion's rules into the ground, and even dared to abolish the position of Hokage right before his eyes. This was no longer a negotiation. It was a declaration. The surrounding officials all lowered their heads, fearing the daimyo's wrath would fall upon them. Sarutobi Asuma stood to the side, his expression already dark to the extreme. He watched Chinyu's departing back, his mind replaying everything that had just transpired. The daimyo himself had personally recommended him to become Hokage. What an honor it was. But with just a few words, Chinyu had turned this so-called candidate into a laughingstock. Who chose him? Those 3 short words struck like a slap across his face. What Asuma found even more unbearable was that Chinyu had not only taken away the woman he had been pursuing, Yuhi Kurenai, but now intended to abolish the position of Hokage, the very legacy his father had devoted his life to. Everything he cherished most had been casually snatched away by that man. Why? Asuma's breathing grew heavier, his right hand already reaching for the chakra blade at his waist. Asuma, an older shinobi, sensed the danger and immediately warned him in a low voice. But it was too late. Asuma abruptly drew his twin blades, wind attribute chakra instantly enveloping the edges. The originally short blades extended rapidly, emitting a piercing hum. Wolfing Chinyu. Asuma roared, his body surging forward. You traitor, don't you dare leave. The stone slabs in the courtyard shattered with a loud crack. The 2 guardian ninjas' expressions changed as they tried to reach out and stop him, but only caught the afterimage Asuma left behind. No one had expected him to strike suddenly in front of the daimyo. Even less did they expect him to actually attack Chinyu from behind. The chakra blade sliced through the air, aiming straight for Chinyu's back. Chinyu did not turn around. His footsteps did not even falter. It was as if the one charging at him from behind was not a member of the 12 guardian shinobi, but a mere fly not worth acknowledging. Itachi, however, stopped. He released Chinyu's hand and stepped to the side, his small body precisely blocking the path behind Chinyu. Asuma's eyes burned with even greater fury at the sight. Get out of the way. Itachi did not reply. He calmly watched Asuma, drawing closer, his hands rapidly forming hand seals. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. The entire sequence was executed with practiced ease without a single pause. Fire release, great fireball technique. Itachi took a deep breath and expelled a ball of flame from his mouth. The fireball was not large. Compared to the adult shinobi of the Uchiha clan, it seemed rather unremarkable. The surrounding guardian ninjas were all stunned at the sight. They had originally expected Chinyu to act, but standing in Asuma's way was a child only a few years old. Even the daimyo frowned. Sending a child to face a member of the 12 guardian shinobi. What kind of mockery was this? Asuma, for his part, did not take the flame seriously. A ninjutsu of this level dares to stop me. He gripped his blades with both hands and slashed directly at the oncoming fireball. Wind attribute chakra was naturally adept at cutting. Given his strength, cleaving through a child's great fireball should have required no effort at all. But the moment the chakra blade touched the flame, Asuma's expression changed. The fireball was not split apart. Instead, the wind attribute chakra on the blade began to tremble violently. In the next instant, the flames spread rapidly along the chakra blade, wrapping around Asuma's right hand in the blink of an eye. Impossible. Asuma's eyes widened in disbelief. He tried to cut off the chakra, but the fire had already scorched his arm. A searing pain erupted. Ow! Asuma screamed in agony, dropping the chakra blade to the ground. He frantically slapped at the flames with his other hand, but no matter how hard he struck, the fire showed no sign of extinguishing. Instead, it blazed even brighter. Asuma lost his balance, tumbling awkwardly to the ground and rolling back and forth. The once proud candidate for Hokage now had not a shred of dignity left. Save me. Several guardian ninjas finally snapped out of their shock. A shinobi skilled in water release swiftly formed hand seals and expelled a stream of water from his mouth. The water struck Asuma's arm, producing a large cloud of steam. Yet the flame still did not go out. The shinobi's face turned pale. This is no ordinary great fireball. Itachi looked down at his own hands, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He knew his own strength well. With his current chakra reserves, there was no way he could have imbued the great fireball with such power. During the hand seal formation, a strange chakra had suddenly entered his body, only to be released along with the jutsu. Itachi looked up at Chinyu. Chinyu still stood ahead, not even a finger having moved. But Itachi understood. Uncle Chinyu had known from the very beginning that Asuma would attack. That flame was not solely his own power either. That's enough. Chinyu spoke calmly. As his voice fell, the flames on Asuma's arm vanished instantly, as if they had never existed. Asuma lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His arm was not destroyed, but it was scorched bright red, rendering it unable to hold a blade for some time. Dead silence enveloped the area. The older shinobi looked at Itachi, a new fear creeping into his eyes. He knew that Uchiha Itachi was a prodigy. But how old was this child? A basic great fireball technique had rendered Asuma utterly helpless. What would happen in a few more years? The daimyo also gazed at Itachi, his anger slowly giving way to a grave seriousness. He had initially thought that Chinyu had brought this child only to showcase the Uchiha clan's stance. Now it seemed that what was being shown was not merely a stance. It was Konoha's future. Itachi walked back to Chinyu's side. Uncle Chinyu. Well done. Chinyu raised his hand and ruffled Itachi's hair. Itachi nodded slightly, taking Chinyu's hand once more. Only then did Chinyu turn around. He glanced at Asuma lying on the ground, then fixed his gaze on the daimyo. A faint smile played on his lips. But that smile held no warmth. Do you see now, Lord Daimyo? The daimyo's expression darkened. Chinyu pointed at Itachi beside him, his tone even. This is the new era. In this new era, even my nephew can easily defeat the elite you take such pride in. The older shinobi lowered his head. The other guardian ninjas remained silent. Asuma wanted to retort, but the pain in his arm forced him to clench his teeth. Chinyu looked the daimyo straight in the eyes and said word by word, so stop talking to me with your outdated rules. Because you and your rules no longer have a place here. When Chinyu returned to the mansion with Itachi, the moment he pushed open the front door, he saw 3 figures standing in the corridor. Kushina held Naruto, her fiery red hair cascading down her back. Mikoto stood beside her with the sleeping Sasuke in her arms. Yuhi Kurenai held a map in her hand, clearly having never truly relaxed since they departed. Seeing Chinyu return safely, the 3 women simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. How did it go? Kushina stepped forward, first examining Chinyu from head to toe. After confirming he had no injuries, she turned her gaze to Itachi beside him. Did the people at the daimyo's mansion bully you? Itachi shook his head. No. He paused thoughtfully, then added earnestly, Uncle Chinyu bullied them instead. Kushina. Mikoto blinked softly. Yuhi Kurenai also put down the map, her tense expression shifting to puzzlement. Chinyu led them into the front hall and recounted how the daimyo had recommended Asuma as Hokage, and how he himself intended to abolish the position of Hokage. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. The next moment, Kushina suddenly leaped up. Well done. Naruto was startled by her waving his little hands in the air, his mouth puckering as if he was about to burst into tears. Kushina quickly lowered her head to soothe him. Once Naruto calmed down, she directly shoved the child into Chinyu's arms and then embraced him. This is what a man of the Namikaze clan should be. Kushina's face was brimming with excitement. They wanted Asuma to be Hokage, as if that guy deserves it. Now that there's no Hokage at all, I'd like to see how he can still be smug. Yuhi Kurenai's brow furrowed slightly at the mention of Asuma's name. She paid no attention to the so-called Hokage candidate, but instead immediately looked at Itachi. Didn't the daimyo's mansion stop you from leaving? They did. Itachi said calmly. Asuma attacked Uncle Chinyu from behind, and I defeated him with the fireball technique. Yuhi Kurenai was stunned. She knew Itachi was a genius. But Asuma, no matter how detestable, was one of the 12 guardian ninja. It was impossible for a child of a few years to defeat him in a direct confrontation. Mikoto also looked down at Itachi. Were you injured, Oi? No. Itachi shook his head, then glanced at Chinyu. Uncle Chinyu lent me his chakra. Mikoto finally understood. She gently stroked Itachi's hair, but the worry in her eyes did not entirely dissipate. Chinyu-kun abolishing the position of Hokage in front of the daimyo. Wasn't that a bit too hasty? Kushina released Chinyu and turned to look at her. What's hasty about it? Mikoto said softly. The daimyo represents more than just one person. The capital has nobles, officials, and lords from various domains who benefit from the old system. They won't easily accept changes in Konoha. She paused briefly before continuing. If they unite against Chinyu-kun, things will become very troublesome. The excitement on Kushina's face faded slightly. She didn't like the people from the daimyo's mansion, but she knew Mikoto was right. The land of fire was vast. Konoha could ignore a single official, but it couldn't treat the entire country as enemies. Yuhi Kurenai had already reopened the map. The daimyo's most direct move would be to cut Konoha's funding. She spread the map on the table, her fingertip tracing the road between the capital and Konoha. Next would be missions. The daimyo's mansion could transfer missions originally assigned to Konoha to other ninja villages, and then have the local nobles stop hiring Konoha ninja. There's also the trade routes. Several roads near the capital are managed by the daimyo's mansion. If they deliberately raise taxes or delay the passage of Konoha's merchant caravans, the village's supplies will be affected. As Yuhi Kurenai spoke, her brow furrowed deeper. They might even contact other ninja villages. Kushina's red hair fluttered slightly. They wouldn't dare. Of course they would. Shinyu sat down with Naruto in his arms, his expression unchanged. But daring to do something and being able to bear the consequences are two different things. The three women looked at him simultaneously. Shinyu reached out to play with Naruto in his arms. Konoha needs the Land of Fire's funding, but the daimyo's mansion also needs Konoha's strength. If the trade routes are disrupted, the ones who lose the most aren't the ninja, but the nobles who profit from them. As for transferring missions to other villages, Shinyu smiled. The Sand Village can barely feed itself, and the Stone and Cloud villages won't protect the Land of Fire for free. Yuhi Kurenai looked thoughtful. Mikoto quickly grasped his meaning. The daimyo's mansion could threaten Konoha with funding. But if Konoha temporarily stepped back, the merchant caravans and nobles across the land would be the first to suffer losses. By then, without Shinyu lifting a finger, those nobles themselves would demand the daimyo restore cooperation with Konoha. You already planned this? Kushina asked. I thought it through before coming to the capital. Shinyu replied calmly. Kushina stared at him for a moment, then suddenly looked a bit dissatisfied. Since you'd already planned it, why didn't you tell us in advance? If I told you, what would you do? Support you, of course. And then, Kushina trailed off. She thought seriously. She would probably be so excited that she'd drag Mikoto and Kurenai into a discussion all night, then charge into the daimyo's mansion with Shinyu the next day. Thinking of this, Kushina cleared her throat. Anyway, I wouldn't cause trouble. Mikoto covered her mouth with a light laugh. Yuhi Kurenai silently put away the map, her eyes finally relaxing. Itachi stood nearby watching the three women. Kushina wouldn't consider how the nobles would react. She only cared whether Uncle Shinyu had been wronged. Mikoto would worry about the overall situation of the Land of Fire, hoping Uncle Shinyu wouldn't be targeted by everyone. Yuhi Kurenai would immediately analyze the dangers and prepare countermeasures in advance. Their personalities were completely different, but the things they cared about were in fact the same. Oh, by the way, Shinyu, as if remembering something, handed Naruto back to Kushina and then took out several delicate boxes. The three women's eyes were instantly drawn to them. What are these? Bought on the way back. Shinyu first handed the largest box to Kushina. When Kushina opened it, she found the capital's most famous red bean pastries and a fiery red hairpin. The color of the hairpin was very close to her hair. She picked it up and examined it, the corners of her mouth already curling up. You're still considerate after all. Mikoto received a box of sweet pastries and an exquisitely crafted silver hair ornament. Her fingertips lightly touched the hair ornament, her gaze growing even softer. Thank you, Shinyu-kun, I really like it. Yuhi Kurenai's box was slightly smaller. Inside, besides pastries, there was a delicate chain set with a red gemstone, just the shade of her eyes. She looked up at Shinyu. You went out of your way to buy these after leaving the daimyo's mansion. One for each of you. Shinyu said. Itachi has one too. Itachi looked down at the shuriken set in his hands and nodded seriously. As for Naruto and Sasuke, they each received a new toy as well. The three women who had been discussing the daimyo's retaliation moments ago now fell silent. Kushina held the hairpin beside her hair, comparing it, and Mikoto took the initiative to help her put it on. Yuhi Kurenai picked up the delicate chain, hesitated for a moment, and then handed it to Shinyu. You put it on for me. Kushina and Mikoto both looked over. Kurenai's ears were slightly red, but she didn't withdraw her hand. Shinyu smiled, took the chain, and fastened it around her neck. Kurenai touched the red gemstone, and the worry in her eyes vanished completely. Shinyu looked at the three women's relaxed expressions, then glanced at the darkening sky outside the courtyard. Today's matters are over for now. He stood up, a hint of a smile on his face. Let's all go to the backyard hot spring tonight to unwind. That evening in the backyard of the mansion, a faint mist hovered over the hot spring, the surroundings quiet except for the gentle murmur of flowing water. Shinyu leaned against the edge of the pool, eyes closed in repose. The affairs at the daimyo's estate had not drained much of his energy, yet the official's habit of circumlocution had wearied him after prolonged listening. Among shinobi, problems were resolved, simply a fight. The one left standing held the final word. But the capital's people were different. Though they inwardly wished for his immediate disappearance, their faces bore smiles inviting him for tea and pastries. As he mused, footsteps sounded from behind. Shinyu opened his eyes. Kushina, wrapped in a bath towel, had her fiery red hair coiled at the back of her head with a few strands clinging to her pale cheek. She stood at the edge of the spring, glancing down at Shinyu. You certainly know how to enjoy yourself, Databang. There's a hot spring in the backyard, it would be a waste not to use it. So you didn't wait for us. Kushina gave a light snort, stepped onto the stone steps, and entered the spring, sitting directly beside Shinyu. their arms pressed together. She did not move away but instead leaned in closer, her expression perfectly natural. Yet the faint reddening of her ears betrayed her calm. Chinyu turned to her. Is Naruto asleep? Just fell asleep. Kushina leaned back against the edge, letting out a comfortable sigh. Itachi is watching over him and Sasuke in the room. Mikoto said Itachi is too young, but I think he's more reliable than those officials in the capital database. That remark was not wrong. At least Itachi would not recommend Asuma for Hokage in front of Chinyu. Soon more footsteps approached. Mikoto entered the backyard carrying a larger bath towel. Seeing the two sitting close together, she paused momentarily, but did not turn away. Chinyu-kun, are you tired today? Not really. Let me massage your shoulders. As she finished, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She stepped into the spring along the other side, sat down behind Chinyu, and gently placed her hands on his shoulders. Her warm fingertips began to press with slow, deliberate force. Chinyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Mikoto's movements were gentle, yet precisely targeted the most fatigued areas of his neck and shoulders. Clearly not her first time giving a massage. How is it? Very comfortable. Hearing this, the smile on Mikoto's face softened. If you like, I can help you every day from now on. Kushina immediately turned her head. Every day. Mikoto blinked gently. Do you need one too, Kushina? I don't need that databang. Kushina leaned back against Chinyu, but her arms tightened around him. Just then Yuhi Kurenai entered last. She looked at the three in the pool, her steps slowing noticeably. Chinyu sat in the middle. Kushina pressed against his left, Mikoto sat behind him. Kurenai hesitated for a moment, then prepared to go to the other side of the spring, the farthest and quietest spot. She had just stepped into the water when Kushina turned and spotted her. Kurenai, why are you going so far away, databang? That side is more spacious. This side is spacious too. No need, I'm fine here. As soon as Kurenai finished, Kushina reached out and grabbed her wrist. Come here. Before Kurenai could react, she was pulled over to the side. Ripples spread across the water's surface. Once she settled, she realized she was directly to Chinyu's right. From three directions, the women encircled him. Kurenai, where's the spaciousness? She instinctively tried to shift away, but Kushina still held her wrist with no intention of letting go. We're all family. Why are you shy, databang? I'm not shy. Then why is your face red? The hot spring is too hot. Kushina stared at her for a while, then reached out to touch the water. It is indeed quite hot, databang. Kurenai breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, Kushina said in all seriousness, but Mikoto and I aren't as red as you. Kurenai fell completely silent. Mikoto lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. She was laughing, though silently. The spring soon fell quiet again. Mikoto continued massaging Chinyu's shoulders. Kushina leaned against his left side. Kurenai sat on the right, striving to keep her expression composed. But the pool was small. Underwater legs occasionally brushed against each other, then quickly parted. Whenever someone accidentally touched Chinyu, they would pause briefly, then pretend nothing had happened. Chinyu, however, remained perfectly calm. After all, he was the one who had proposed the shared bath. This outcome was within his expectations. Are we returning to Konoha tomorrow? Kurenai suddenly asked. No rush, Chinyu replied. Wait until the capital sends us their stance. Will they back down? Yes. Mikoto said softly. The daimyo has already seen Chinyu-kun's attitude. Continuing to resist would not benefit him. Kushina snorted. If he still doesn't yield, we'll go again, databang. Take you this time? Of course. Kushina promptly sat up straight. I've long wanted to see what that daimyo who dares to look down on our family really looks like. Kurenai thought for a moment and warned seriously, you can't start a fight at the daimyo's estate. I'm not going to fight. Your hair just floated up. Kushina froze, then raised a hand to smooth her red hair. The steam from the hot spring is too strong, databang. Kurenai glanced around. That excuse seemed even more far-fetched than her own earlier one. Mikoto finally couldn't help but laugh softly. Kushina glared at her, but then joined in the laughter. The previously tense, ambiguous atmosphere lightened considerably. Chinyu leaned against the edge, watching the three women beside him. They came from different clans, each with a distinct personality. Yet after living so long in the Namikaze residence, they had grown accustomed to one another's presence. Kushina expressed every emotion directly. Mikoto always cared for everyone with tenderness. Kurenai, though silent, anticipated all dangers in advance. For Chinyu, this was enough. Time passed slowly. One of the yard lanterns was extinguished by the wind, and the surroundings grew dimmer. No one was in a hurry to leave. Mikoto's hands had stopped, yet she remained seated behind Chinyu. Kurenai no longer thought of retreating to the other side. She simply leaned quietly against the edge. Kushina looked down at the ripples on the water. She seemed to be hesitating. After a long silence, she finally lifted her head. Hey, Chinyu. In the darkness, Kushina's voice suddenly rang out, carrying an unusual seriousness. When are you going to give us a proper place in your life? The next morning when Chinyu entered the main hall, Kushina, Meichin, and Shiri Hong were already seated at the table. The question from the hot spring last night remained unanswered. Kushina was playing with Naruto, her demeanor seemingly unchanged. Yet the moment Chinyu took his seat, her gaze immediately drifted toward him. Meichin was gently feeding Sasuke water, her movements still tender though she occasionally glanced up at him. Shiri Hong was the most direct. She placed the compiled intelligence on the capital before Chinyu, then sat beside him quietly, awaiting his words. None of the three brought up last night. Yet they had clearly not forgotten. Chinyu picked up his teacup just as he was about to speak. A flurry of hurried footsteps sounded from outside the corridor. A Hyuga shinobi arrived at the doorway. Lord Chinyu, the daimyo's envoy, has arrived. Kushina frowned. Again. Let him in. Chinyu set down his teacup, his expression unchanged. Soon a middle-aged official entered the main hall. He was not the one who had delivered the invitation yesterday, and his demeanor was entirely different. The moment he saw Chinyu, he bowed deeply and paid a respectful salute. Greetings, Lord Bluffing Chinyu. He bent so low that even Kushina raised an eyebrow. Yesterday the daimyo's people had looked down their noses at them. Today, they had suddenly learned courtesy. It seemed that Itachi's great fireball technique had taught them quite a lesson. What is it? Chinyu asked calmly. The envoy did not answer immediately. First he glanced at Kushina, Meichin, and Shiri Hong, then noticed Itachi, who was caring for the two children nearby. The whole family was present, and no one withdrew. The envoy withdrew his gaze, took a document bearing the daimyo's seal from his sleeve, and handed it to Chinyu with both hands. After an emergency consultation between the daimyo and the nobles of the Land of Fire, a new arrangement has been made for Konoha. Shiri Hong stood up and took the document. She had read only a few lines before her expression darkened. Meichin sensed something amiss and asked softly, "What does it say?" Shiri Hong did not answer. She simply handed the document to Chinyu. The envoy took a deep breath and spoke proactively. From this day forward, the daimyo's office will suspend all financial appropriations to Konohagakure. The main hall fell silent. In addition, the capital of the Land of Fire and the nobles across the land will cease issuing missions to Konoha. As he spoke, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His posture was respectful. Yet the decision he brought was almost tantamount to a declaration of war. A shinobi village does not produce enough food and supplies. Konoha shinobi earn remuneration by completing missions, and the daimyo's office also provides substantial funds each year to maintain the village's defense and operations. Now both channels have been cut off. Kushina slowly set down the baby bottle. Do you wish to starve Konoha's shinobi? Her voice was quiet, but the red hair behind her had already begun to float gently. The envoy stiffened and hastily lowered his head. Lady Kushina misunderstands. This is merely a joint decision by the daimyo and the nobles. A joint decision. Meichin handed Sasuke to Itachi, the warmth in her face fading. The daimyo's office met with Lord Chinyu only yesterday, and today all the nobles have stopped their commissions together. It seems this consultation was quite smooth. The envoy did not answer. He knew well that this was the daimyo's retaliation against Chinyu. Chinyu intended to abolish the position of Hokage. The daimyo would make all of Konoha understand that without the support of the Land of Fire, shinobi were nothing. Shiri Hong picked up the document again and quickly scanned the rest. Not just the capital. She walked to the table and spread out a map of the Land of Fire. The western mines, the southern grain merchants, and the medicinal herb merchants near the capital, all are on the list of supply suspensions. How long can Konoha's current supplies last? Meichin asked. Under normal circumstances, about 3 months. Shiri Hong's fingertips traced several trade routes, her frown deepening. If other villages take advantage of this to create border conflicts, resource consumption will accelerate. With the daimyo's office blockading trade routes, the time may be even shorter. Kushina abruptly stood up. I'm going to find that old man right now. The envoy instinctively stepped back. News that Asuma had been defeated by a child yesterday had already spread throughout the daimyo's estate. The red-haired woman before him was clearly far more dangerous than that child. Sit down. Chinyu spoke. Kushina turned to look at him. But I know. Chinyu gently patted the seat beside him. Kushina was still furious, but she did not defy him. She sat back down, her red hair slowly settling onto her shoulders. The envoy grew even more tense at this sight. The daimyo had sent him not only to deliver the decision, but also to gauge Chinyu's reaction. If Chinyu grew angry, it meant Konoha could not bear such a cost. If Chinyu chose to negotiate, the daimyo's office would re-present conditions allowing Asuma to return to Konoha while preserving the Hokage system. But from start to finish, Chinyu showed no sign of panic. He even picked up the document and glanced at it casually. Is that all? The envoy was taken aback. For now, that is all. Did the daimyo not order the city lords to close Konoha's trade routes? No. Nor forbid civilians from trading with Konoha? No. Chinyu nodded lightly. It seems he still has some reservations. The envoy did not quite understand. But Shiri Hong quickly caught on. The daimyo's office could halt funding and order nobles to cancel missions, but it could not truly sever all civil trade. Konoha shinobi escort numerous merchant caravans each year, clear out bandits, and maintain road safety within the Land of Fire. If Konoha stopped its operations, merchants would be the first to suffer. More importantly, the mines, grain stores, and medicinal herb businesses owned by those nobles all relied on Konoha's protection. if they ceased supply the goods in their warehouses, could not magically turn into money. Meichin also grasped this point. The daimyo wants Konoha to back down first. Exactly. Shinyu leaned back in his chair, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. But he forgot that money doesn't grow from the daimyo's estate. The nobles controlled the industries. The merchants handled the circulation of goods. And Konoha possessed the power to protect all of this. The Land of Fire flourished because the three had always maintained cooperation. Now the daimyo had personally shattered that relationship. He thought he had Konoha by the throat. In reality, he had also pushed those nobles before Shinyu. Lord Shinyu, what do you plan to do? Meichin asked softly. Shinyu did not answer immediately. He looked at the envoy. The envoy stood respectfully, but his back was already soaked with cold sweat. The atmosphere in the main hall was suffocating. He waited for a long time and finally saw Shinyu chuckle. Shinyu picked up the teacup on the table and looked at him calmly. Go back and tell the daimyo that I am very grateful for his decision. The envoy's head snapped up. Shinyu took a sip of tea, the smile on his lips growing more pronounced. Because I was just looking for an excuse to take over the economy of the Land of Fire. The main hall fell silent for a moment. The envoy from the daimyo's court felt a chill run down his spine at the smile on Shinyu's face. Take over the economy of the Land of Fire. Were those really the words of a shinobi? He had intended to press further, but when Shinyu lifted his eyes, the words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. Still not leaving? Kushina turned to glare at him, her red hair lifting slightly. The envoy's body trembled. I shall return to report immediately. With that, he turned hastily and nearly tripped over the threshold. He managed to steady himself by grabbing a nearby pillar, avoiding a fall. The Hyuga shinobi outside the corridor stepped aside expressionlessly. The envoy, no longer caring about the dignity of the daimyo's court, fled the estate in a fluster. Watching his retreating figure, Kushina felt her anger subside somewhat. But as the footsteps faded completely, her smile gradually faded. Shinyu. Kushina returned to the table and sat down, asking seriously, they cut off our funds and missions, clearly intending to sever ties with Konoha completely. Do you really have a plan? Mikoto also looked at Shinyu, her eyes filled with obvious concern, though she remained silent. Yuhi Kurenai glanced down at the map. This time the daimyo's court had mobilized not only the officials in the capital, but also most of the old nobility of the Land of Fire. Changing their decision was no easy task. Relax. Shinyu picked up the teapot and poured himself another cup of tea. The daimyo and those old nobles think they hold the entire nation's purse strings. Don't they? Asked Kushina. Of course not. Shinyu leaned back in his chair, his tone calm. They are merely parasites perched on the purse. Those who truly create wealth are the merchants who travel across the land, and the minor nobles who manage their territories. Yuhi Kurenai nodded softly. It was true that most of the large industries in the Land of Fire were controlled by the old nobility. However, the ones who actually transported goods, managed shops, and maintained trade routes were the far more numerous merchants. Without these people, the decrees of the daimyo's court were just pieces of paper. And what these people need most is not the permission of the daimyo's court. Shinyu pointed at the map on the table. It is order and security. For a merchant caravan to cross the Land of Fire, they needed shinobi to clear out bandits. For a mine to operate normally, they needed shinobi to prevent enemy sabotage. Even minor nobles with small domains relied on Konoha to protect their towns. Previously, they could only go through the daimyo's court, which would then issue missions to Konoha. But now the daimyo had voluntarily severed the cooperation. This also meant that Shinyu could bypass the daimyo's court and directly establish connections with those who truly needed Konoha. At this thought, Yuhi Kurenai's eyes lit up slightly. You want the merchants to submit missions directly to Konoha? Not just missions. A smile curled at the corner of Shinyu's mouth. I intend to establish new commercial rules. Kushina blinked. She understood part of it. But the remaining part seemed a bit troublesome. Databeo. Mikoto asked softly, what does Shinyu-kun plan to do? Hold a summit. A summit? All three were taken aback. The Fire Country Commerce and Security Summit. After Shinyu spoke the name, even Itachi, who was watching over Naruto, and Sasuke nearby, looked up. The name sounded a bit unusual, yet it was far more formal than the so-called tea parties of the daimyo's court. In the name of the Namikaze estate, invite the heads of all major merchant guilds in the Land of Fire. Shinyu continued, and also invite all those minor nobles who wish to develop their economies but command little territory. I will make a promise before them. As long as they are willing to support Konoha and abide by the new rules, Konoha will provide them with security. Yuhi Kurenai had already grasped the entire plan. The daimyo's court could order the old nobility to cease missions, but it could not stop all merchants and minor nobles from attending the summit. Especially after losing Konoha's protection, their trade routes would soon face problems. They were not in a position to oppose the daimyo. But Shinyu was. Once this summit succeeds, the daimyo's court will lose control over missions, said Yuhi Kurenai. And tax revenue. Mikoto added softly. Once merchants and minor nobles receive Konoha's protection, they no longer need to obtain permission from the daimyo's court. As new trade routes are established, the industries of the old nobility will also be affected. Kushina looked at Yuhi Kurenai, then at Mikoto. She suddenly realized that she seemed to be the last one to understand. This made her a bit indignant. Then what am I responsible for, Databeo? Chinyu turned to her. You are the lady of the Namikaze estate. Kushina was momentarily stunned. On the day of the summit you will appear as the hostess. Let everyone see the dignity and bearing of Konoha's new master, Chinyu said with a smile. Kushina's eyes lit up instantly. Her earlier worries vanished, and she even straightened her back noticeably. Chinyu then looked at Mikoto. You come from the Uchiha clan and are most familiar with noble etiquette. The planning of the summit's proceedings and guest reception will be entirely in your hands. The higher the standard, the better. Mikoto nodded gently, a warm smile spreading across her face. I understand, Chinyu-kun. She had already begun to consider the venue layout and seating arrangements. This summit represented the Namikaze estate. She would not allow any flaw. Finally, Chinyu turned to Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai, you will gather intelligence on all attendees. I need to know their industries, territories, and relationships with the daimyo's court. Also mobilize the Hyuga shinobi in the capital to handle security both inside and outside the venue. Yuhi Kurenai carefully folded the map. I will begin preparations today. With each of the three having their own tasks, the oppressive atmosphere in the main hall quickly dissipated. The daimyo's court wanted to force Konoha to submit, but they would never have imagined that Chinyu, instead of retreating, would bypass them entirely and establish a new set of rules. Itachi sat silently watching them. Uncle Chinyu set the direction. The three would each use their own methods to turn his decisions into reality. This was the Namikaze estate. Kushina puffed out her chest and patted it vigorously, swearing confidently, Don't worry, Chinyu. I will definitely show those country bumpkins what it truly means to be the lady of the Namikaze estate. Upon receiving the mission, the three women sprang into action. Mikoto needed only half a day to draft a guest list based on her knowledge of the capital's nobility. The list included not only the heads of major merchant guilds, but also over a dozen minor nobles who controlled mines, grain, and medicinal herbs. She meticulously annotated each person's seating order, reception protocol, and even their preferred tea and pastries. Yuhi Kurenai was not idle either. She mobilized the Hyuga ninja in the capital to investigate every individual on the list. Those who harbored dissatisfaction with the daimyo, those struggling with trade routes, and those who publicly agreed to cease cooperation with Konoha while secretly seeking escorts. All were compiled into detailed reports. In less than a day, the basic agenda for the summit was finalized. As for Kushina, after reviewing the preparations made by the other two, she nodded earnestly. You've done well, Databane. Mikoto blinked gently. Yuhi Kurenai looked up as well. What have you prepared? Kushina's movements froze. Of course she had prepared something as well. But what she had prepared was a plan for using adamantine ceiling chains to hang any troublemakers outside the venue on the summit day. Such an arrangement seemed unnecessary for now. I'll handle the most important task, Kushina declared, clearing her throat and turning to Chihaya. I'll have a custom formal robe made for Chihaya Databane. This proposal was quickly endorsed by Mikoto and Yuhi Kurenai. The summit marked the beginning of a new order in Konoha. As the host of the summit, Chihaya naturally could not attend in his everyday attire. That afternoon the group went to the capital's most renowned tailor shop. The shop owner was an elderly tailor with graying hair, reputed to craft formal robes exclusively for the daimyo's residents and the nobility. When he saw Chihaya enter, he was momentarily stunned before quickly setting down the fabric in his hands. Greetings, Lord Chihaya. The old tailor bowed respectfully, but his gaze couldn't help drifting to the three women behind Chihaya. The capital had been buzzing with talk about the Namikaze residents lately. He knew well that none of these three women were to be trifled with. No need to be nervous, Mikoto said gently. We simply wish to have a formal robe tailored for Chihaya-kun. The old tailor breathed a sigh of relief. Making clothes, that was his specialty. What style does Lord Chihaya prefer? Before Chihaya could answer, Kushina stepped forward. Black, Databane. She picked up a bolt of black fabric, held it against Chihaya, and nodded with satisfaction. This summit is meant to show the entire land of fire the strength of Konoha. The robe should be imposing so that the merchants dare not entertain any other thoughts the moment they see it. The old tailor nodded hastily. The lady speaks wisely. I think that's not quite right, Mikoto suddenly interjected. The old tailor, who had been about to pick up the black cloth, froze mid-motion. Mikoto walked to another side and selected a bolt of white fabric. Not only merchants will attend the summit, but also many minor nobles with small territories. They are willing to come now because they need Konoha's protection. She looked at Chihaya with a gentle smile. If Chihaya-kun dresses too aggressively, it might make them uneasy. White is more elegant and reflects the composure of a ruler. The old tailor found these words equally persuasive. He immediately set down the black cloth and reached for the white. No. Yuhi Kurenai's voice came from the side. The old tailor's hand froze again. She picked up a bolt of dark gray fabric and analyzed seriously. Black is too aggressive, while white might be mistaken for weakness. The core of this summit is to convince everyone that the new rules will protect them. She held the dark gray fabric against Chihaya. A fitted style with minimal ornamentation conveys calmness and efficiency. Dark gray is also more stable and inspires trust. The old tailor looked at the black, then the white, and finally the dark gray. He suddenly felt that he should never have asked that question. Where's the authority in gray? Kushina was the first to object. Those merchants only care about money, not trust. You need to show them how hard Konoha's fist is before they'll obey Databang. Yuhi Kurenai frowned. The summit is not a battlefield, we can't rely solely on intimidation. As long as the fist is big enough everywhere is a battlefield. That's not the same thing. Mikoto gently set down the white fabric. Kushina, your approach is too direct. Those minor nobles are already wavering between the daimyo and Konoha. If Chihaya-kun appears too overbearing, they might not dare to attend. If they're that timid, why bother coming to the summit at all, Databang? That's precisely why we need to reassure them. Your white robe has its own problems. Kushina pointed at the fabric. Chihaya isn't going to a wedding. Why dress so white? The smile on Mikoto's face faltered for a moment. Formal attire and wedding garments are different. They look the same to me, Databang. The difference is significant. Where? Mikoto paused briefly, then elaborated on the distinctions in collars, cuffs, and sashes between the two styles. Kushina listened for a while. She didn't understand. But that didn't stop her from continuing her opposition. Yuhi Kurenai tried to steer the conversation back. Color is secondary. What matters most is the cut. Unexpected situations might arise during the summit, and the robe must not hinder Chihaya's movements. With Chihaya here, what unexpected situations could occur? Precisely because he is the host, we must be prepared. Then go with black. Dark gray is better. White suits Chihaya-kun best. The three women surrounded the old tailor, arguing back and forth with no one yielding. The tailor stood in the middle, holding his measuring tape, his forehead beading with sweat. He thought all three options were excellent. But no matter which one he supported, the looks from the other two would instantly change. After decades of tailoring, he had never felt that choosing fabric was more dangerous than facing a ninja. Old sir, which do you think is most suitable? Mikoto suddenly asked. The old tailor flinched. Kushina and Yuhi Kurenai also turned to him. The shop fell silent. Well, the old tailor gripped his measuring tape and said with difficulty, the ideas of the three ladies are all excellent. You can only pick one, Databang. Kushina reminded him seriously. The old tailor. Would fainting now be too late? Just as the three were arguing heatedly, unable to convince one another, Chihaya, who had been watching with a smile, finally stepped forward and gently placed his hand on the tailor's shoulder. Enough. The three women all looked at him. Chihaya glanced at the three fabrics laid before him, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I have a better idea. Shinyu looked at the three bolts of fabric arranged on the table, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Since she could up her mind, she would simply have them all made. All of them. Black, white, and dark gray. Shinyu patted his shoulder and said calmly, each outfit chosen by the three of them. Make one set for each. The old tailor opened his mouth, then closed it again. He had originally assumed that Shinyu would pick one of the three options. That way, whoever he offended in the end, at least the one making the clothes would not be him. But now all three suits would be made. This way indeed no one would be offended. It would simply cost quite a bit more. Do you have a problem? Shinyu asked. No problem at all. The old tailor immediately straightened up and promised earnestly, for these three formal outfits I shall personally oversee their creation and guarantee that Lord Shinyu will be completely satisfied. Kushina held the bolt of black fabric. The dissatisfaction that had been on her face now vanished. Mikoto nodded softly, clearly accepting this outcome. Hinata Yuhi glanced at Shinyu's build, then turned her attention to the bolt of dark gray fabric, beginning to confirm the waist measurements of the formal outfit with the old tailor. The old tailor wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had survived at last. A few days later, 3 exquisite wooden boxes were delivered into the Hyuga estate. The old tailor dared not entrust the task to his apprentices. He personally led the delivery of the formal outfits to Shinyu. Only after confirming that all 3 suits were flawless did he respectfully take his leave. That same afternoon, Shinyu summoned Kushina, Mikoto, and Hinata into his room. 3 wooden boxes sat upon the table. The moment they entered, all 3 sets of eyes fell upon them simultaneously. The formal outfits are ready? Kushina asked. Yes. Shinyu opened the first wooden box and took out the black suit. Try it on first. Kushina's eyes instantly lit up. She pushed Shinyu toward the folding screen, then took a seat in the center of the room, waiting with evident anticipation. Mikoto and Hinata did not leave either. Although this particular outfit had not been chosen by them, Shinyu would be the one wearing it. That was the more important matter. Not long after, the sound of footsteps emerged from behind the screen. Shinyu stepped out. The black suit was cut with clean, sharp lines, free of any superfluous embellishment on the shoulders or waist, with only a few dark gold patterns embroidered along the hem. Shinyu already possessed an upright, well-proportioned frame. With the suit draped over it, an undeniable aura of authority seemed to radiate from him. Kushina stared momentarily, speechless. At first, she had chosen black simply because black conveyed sufficient dominance enough to overwhelm those merchants at the summit. But she had never imagined that Shinyu would look so breathtaking in it. How is it? Shinyu asked. It's quite all right. Kushina managed, striving to keep her composure though her gaze never once left him. Chinyu approached her and tilted his head slightly downward. Kushina instinctively lifted her chin. The distance between them rapidly closed. Chinyu leaned close to her ear and whispered in a voice meant for her alone, "Of all the things you could like, that is precisely what I find most captivating." Kushina's face flushed an instant crimson. She had originally intended to comment on the cuffs of the suit, but now her mind held nothing but those words he had just spoken. You? Kushina opened her mouth, yet could not form a single coherent sentence for a long while. Chinyu had already straightened up and was making his way back toward the screen. Mikoto cast a puzzled glance at Kushina. What did Chinyu-kun just say? Nothing at all. Kushina immediately turned her head, both hands pressing against her burning cheeks. Mikoto blinked softly. That reaction hardly suggested he had said nothing. Soon after, Chinyu donned the second outfit. A white outer robe paired with a silver sash, the patterns along the collar and cuffs exquisitely detailed, yet never ostentatious. When Chinyu emerged from behind the screen, Mikoto's gaze froze. Compared with the black suit, this one carried less of an oppressive aura, yet it accentuated his handsome features even more beautifully. Mikoto gazed somewhat lost in thought. It was not until Chinyu stood before her that she suddenly snapped back to reality. Chinyu-kun, do the fit and measurements of this outfit suit you well? Very well. Chinyu looked at her and spoke softly. You understand my measurements better than anyone. Mikoto's body trembled ever so slightly. She knew perfectly well that he was speaking of the formal outfit. Yet for some inexplicable reason, once his words reached her ears, they seemed to carry additional meaning. Mikoto clenched her hands together, unable to even lift her gaze. The flush on her face quickly spread down to her neck. I merely instructed the tailor to make a few alterations according to the records. Her voice grew progressively quieter. Kushina finally sensed that something was amiss. It had happened with her. Now it was happening with Mikoto as well. This man was absolutely saying something terribly teasing. It's time for the final one. Before Kushina could press further, Chinyu walked behind the screen once more. Hinata sat up straight. She had chosen dark gray to ensure that Chinyu would appear composed and reliable at the summit, while also allowing flexibility to handle any unforeseen circumstances. That was simply the most rational choice. There was no need to feel nervous. Hardly had those thoughts crossed her mind when Chinyu emerged from behind the screen, fully dressed. The room fell into silence once more. The dark gray suit was tailored to perfection without overly wide sleeves or cumbersome hems that might hinder movement. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist. Chinyu's inherently flawless physique was displayed in its entirety. Standing quietly, he exuded an aura that was both calm and quietly dangerous. Hinata's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. She suddenly felt that all the reasoning she had considered earlier had become utterly meaningless. The greatest merit of this outfit was singular. He looked extraordinary in it. Chinyu approached her side and bent his upper body slightly forward. Hinata instinctively wanted to lean back, but she was seated upon a chair with nothing behind her. Wearing this. Chinyu's voice carried a faint huskiness as it slowly drifted near her ear. I wish only for you to see me dressed like this alone within a room. Hinata's mind went completely blank. What summit? What safety? What contingencies? She could no longer recall any of it. When Chinyu straightened up again, Hinata remained frozen in her previous posture, her crimson eyes filled with flustered bewilderment. Kushina looked from Mikoto to Hinata. It suddenly became clear to her. Chinyu was hardly trying on formal outfits. He was deliberately teasing them. Yet before Kushina could open her mouth, the memory of Chinyu's earlier words resurfaced in her mind, and her cheeks grew even warmer. After all three outfits had been tried, the three women stood in silence, faces flushed, unable to speak. The competitive spirit that had existed between them earlier had long since vanished into thin air. Watching the three of them in their shy and captivating state, Chinyu's smile deepened. He raised his hand to adjust the collar of the dark gray suit, and deliberately asked, "Then tell me, which of these three would you like me to wear tonight?" In the end, Chinyu chose the white gown. When Kushina learned of this decision, she stared at Mikoto for a long time. Mikoto wore a gentle smile, bending down to adjust the collar for Chinyu, as if she hadn't noticed the gaze at all. Shirihong meanwhile remained perfectly calm. After all, Chinyu looked stunning in either outfit. Moreover, tomorrow was a formal occasion. That dark gray gown could be saved for lounging in the room. At this thought, Shirihong's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly averted her gaze elsewhere. On the day of the summit, no sooner had dawn broken than the Hyuga estate bustled with activity. Ornate carriages arrived one after another, nearly clogging the entire street. Attendants and servants stood on both sides carrying all manner of gifts. At the estate's entrance, Hyuga ninjas verified the invitations. Nearly every guest on the list had shown up, not only minor nobles controlling grain, herbs, and mines, but also major merchant associations from across the Fire Country. Some of these merchants had been hesitating the night before, but upon learning that their competitors had already entered the capital, they hurried into their carriages overnight, fearful that if they arrived too late, the new trade routes would be snatched away. Offending the daimyo's court was indeed dangerous, but missing this summit was equally perilous. After all, anyone could see that Konoha was no longer under the daimyo's control. Qianyu had even dared to kill Danzo. Would he fear a few nobles who only issued orders from their mansions? Head of the Nishikawa Merchant Association arriving. Lord Fujita of the Kitahara Mines arriving. Chairman Matsumoto of the Yamashiro Herb Merchant arriving. The Hyuga ninjas' announcements rang out continuously. Mikoto stood at the entrance of the main hall, arranging the guests to their designated seats according to the prepared list. No matter where the guests came from, she could accurately name the goods their associations traded, and even recalled some of their personal preferences with perfect clarity. This quickly put the initially nervous merchants at ease. Meanwhile, Shirihong led several Hyuga ninjas to guard the perimeter of the venue. Her gaze swept across the crowd. The identities of all guests had been thoroughly investigated. Indeed, there were a few spies planted by the daimyo's court. But Qianyu had not ordered her to expel them. The content of this summit was meant to be known by the daimyo anyway. At 9 in the morning, the main hall was packed to capacity. Over 70% of the Fire Country's wealthy merchants, along with most minor nobles not fully under the daimyo's control, had all gathered here. The guests conversed in low voices, making the hall somewhat noisy. Can Lord Qianyu really guarantee the safety of trade routes? The Hyuga clan has already sided with him. What are you still worried about? I'm worried about the daimyo's court. When those people took 40% of your profits every year, I didn't see you show them such respect. The merchant who was questioned fell silent. By coming here, they had already made their stance clear. Over the years, the daimyo's court had continuously increased taxes, while local nobles set up checkpoints along trade routes. A shipment of goods from the border to the capital would be charged at least 3 times along the way. The more the merchants earned, the more the daimyo's court took. They had long grown weary of this. Just then, orderly footsteps sounded from outside the venue. The previously noisy hall quickly fell silent. Qianyu walked in from the door. The white gown was impeccably tailored with a silver belt cinching the waist, and only simple dark patterns adorned the collar and cuffs. This attire softened his usual sharpness, yet no one dared to underestimate him. Besides Qianyu, Kushina had also changed into a formal long dress, her long red hair cascading down her back, a composed smile on her face. She walked to the seat beside the main position and sat down, following the movements rehearsed the night before. The entire process went without a hitch. Mikoto quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Last night, when Kushina was practicing etiquette, she had nearly kicked over a nearby table because her skirt was too long. Fortunately, nothing went wrong today. Qianyu sat in the main seat, his gaze slowly sweeping across the crowd. Everyone instinctively straightened their backs. Since you have all chosen to come here, you must already know the purpose of this summit. Qianyu dispensed with useless pleasantries. Konoha needs grain, herbs, ironware, and a stable source of missions. And you need safe trade routes along with business rules that won't change arbitrarily. A grain merchant couldn't help but ask, Lord Qianyu, if we cooperate with Konoha, what if the daimyo's court sends people to seize our caravans? Hearing this, the others also turned their eyes. That was exactly their greatest concern. From today onward, all merchant caravans cooperating with Konoha can apply for Konoha escorts. Qianyu leaned back in his chair, speaking calmly. If someone robs your goods, Konoha will recover them. If someone attacks your caravan, Konoha will deal with them. As for the daimyo's court, Qianyu paused. They can try. The hall was utterly silent. Though it was only a single sentence, everyone present understood its implication. Qianyu had no intention of negotiating with the daimyo. This was a notice. Kushina sat beside him, her red eyes showing a hint of satisfaction. That's more like it. Rather than reasoning endlessly with those money grubbers, it was better to tell them directly. Konoha's fist was harder than the daimyo's court. Qianyu raised his hand. Mikoto immediately handed the pre-prepared rules to the attendants beside her, who distributed them to everyone present. From now on, all goods entering Konoha's trade routes will be taxed only once. The tax amount is fixed with no temporary increases or additional checkpoints. Qianyu looked at the crowd and continued, it is 30% lower than the current tax imposed by the daimyo's court. As his words fell, the hall was quiet for a moment. Then all the merchants looked down at the rules in their hands. 30% lower. And only taxed once. For the large merchant associations that ran dozens of caravans each month, the savings were no small sum. It was enough profit to open 2 more trade routes. Several association heads quickly snatched up the rules, repeatedly checking the contents, their breathing growing rapid. The minor nobles could no longer sit still either. Their territories were small, and in the past they had to rely on the daimyo's court. Now that Konoha was willing to protect trade routes, they could bypass the old nobles and directly sell the grain and minerals from their lands. What kind of summit was this? It was simply handing them money. Lord Qianyu, will this tax amount really never change in the future? As long as you abide by Konoha's rules, it will never change. What about escort fees? They will be calculated based on distance and danger level, and the prices will be announced in advance. What if a noble forcibly detains the goods? Inform the Konoha ninja in charge of the escort. Qianyu looked at the merchant, who asked, his tone still calm. Konoha will personally pay them a visit. Hearing this answer, the last trace of hesitation in the crowd vanished. Safety was guaranteed by Konoha. The rules were set by Konoha. Even the taxes were a full 30% lower than the daimyo's court. What reason did they have to refuse? A portly silk merchant could no longer contain himself, standing up excitedly and shouting, "Lord Xianyu. From today onward my old Zhang's caravan will only follow Konoha's rules." The heads of other chambers of commerce exchanged glances, then rose to their feet one after another. Sichuan Chamber of Commerce is willing to cooperate with Mu Yi. Beiyuan Mine is also willing. Shanxing Medicine Merchant can sign the contract today. The meeting hall, which had been quiet moments ago, instantly grew lively. Mei Qin picked up the pre-prepared contracts and gestured for the servants to distribute them. Shi Rihong stood at the edge of the hall, her gaze sweeping over the informants from the daimyo's mansion. Several informants, their faces pale, had already quietly left their seats. Shi Rihong did not stop them. Xianyu needed them to deliver the message anyway. At the daimyo's mansion, the Fire Country daimyo sat in the main seat, the folding fan in his hand, tapping incessantly against the table. He was still waiting for news from the Rixiang mansion. In his view, even if those merchants attended the summit, they would never dare to openly support Xianyu. As long as the daimyo's mansion exerted a bit of pressure, they would understand who truly ruled the Fire Country. Before long, a guard hurried into the room. "Well, the daimyo raised his head, a cold smirk on his face. "Has someone already left the venue?" The guard knelt on the ground and did not answer. "Speak." "Over 70% of the chambers of commerce and nobles attending the summit have signed." The smile vanished from the daimyo's face. The guard kept his head down and forced himself to continue. Xianyu announced that all goods entering the Mu Yi trade route would be taxed only once, and the tax rate would be 30% lower than that of the daimyo's mansion. "What?" The daimyo shot to his feet. The folding fan slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor. He staggered, nearly fainting on the spot. "Taxed only once. A 30% tax cut." Xianyu was handing the daimyo's mansion's money directly to those lowly merchants. More importantly, once this policy was actually implemented, merchant caravans from all over would divert to Mu Yi. The checkpoints established by the daimyo's mansion would become useless. Without tax revenue, would the nobles who depended on him still obey? "Bastard." The daimyo kicked over the low table in front of him, roaring, "What right does he have to set the rules of the Fire Country?" All the attendants in the room knelt prostrate. No one dared to answer at that moment. The daimyo panted heavily, his face turning a ghastly livid. He had originally intended to use economic sanctions to force Mu Yi to submit. But instead of bowing its head, Mu Yi had begun to snatch his tax revenue. Was this even a summit? It was nothing short of rebellion. The daimyo turned to look at the several ninjas standing outside the door. "What about the Guardian Ninja 12? My lord, the remaining members are all within the mansion. Send them all over." The daimyo gritted his teeth, his voice seething with fury. "Stop the summit, immediately destroy all those contracts. Arrest anyone who dares to resist on charges of treason." The several Guardian ninjas exchanged glances. They knew very well who was sitting inside the Rixiang mansion. But the daimyo's order had been given, and they could only bow their heads and obey. Yes. Soon the remaining members of the Guardian Ninja 12 left the daimyo's mansion, advancing aggressively toward the Rixiang mansion. They made no attempt to conceal their movements. Nobles and commoners along the way saw the procession and quickly moved aside. The daimyo has finally made his move. Are they heading to the Rixiang mansion? That's where the summit is being held. Murmurs of discussion rose and fell. The faces of the Guardian ninjas grew even more grim. The summit had only just begun, yet the daimyo had ordered them to storm the venue openly. No matter the final outcome, the daimyo's mansion had already lost face. But they had no other choice. Before long, the street where the Rixiang mansion was located came into view. The leading Guardian ninja was about to pick up speed when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The intersection was packed with people. Rixiang Rizu stood at the forefront, dressed in the formal attire of the Rixiang clan, his face expressionless. Behind him, dozens of Rixiang ninjas stood in perfect formation. In the next instant, a pair of Byakugan eyes snapped open. Veins bulged at the corners of their eyes, and their icy gazes fell upon the Guardian ninjas. The entire street fell silent. Rixiang Rizu, the leading Guardian ninja, said in a deep voice, "We are here on the daimyo's orders to apprehend the rebels disturbing the order of the Fire Country. Step aside." Rixiang Rizu looked at him calmly. "Today is the day of Lord Xianyu's summit. No one without an invitation may enter the Rixiang mansion. This is the daimyo's command. The Rixiang clan has received no such command." The Guardian ninja's face darkened, and his right hand slowly rested on his weapon. The few behind him also assumed combat stances. Rixiang Rizu did not move, but the Rixiang ninjas behind him simultaneously stepped forward. Their numbers were several times that of the opposing force. All Byakugan were activated. Chakra was already concentrated in their hands. The Guardian ninjas' movements instantly froze. They dared to attack ordinary ninjas, but they did not dare to wage war against the entire Rixiang clan. If a fight broke out, breaking into the mansion was the least of their worries. Few of them would likely leave the street alive today. The two sides faced off at the intersection, neither making the first move. Risyong Rizu glanced at the hands resting on their weapons and said calmly, "If you want to enter, you are welcome to try." Cold sweat broke out on the guardian ninja leader's forehead. Try? How? With their lives? News soon reached the summit venue. A Risyong ninja entered the main hall and recounted the events at the intersection in full. The merchants who were signing contracts all paused in their actions. The daimyo had indeed sent his men, but the guardian ninja 12 had not even managed to set foot on the street leading to the Risyong mansion before being blocked by the Risyong clan. But no one could carry them out. Qianyu remained seated in the main seat, not even rising, merely picking up his teacup with composure. Continue. With those two words, Mei Qin slid the contracts back toward the merchants. The head of that chamber of commerce took a deep breath and signed his name without hesitation. The others did the same. The last shred of doubt in their hearts had vanished completely. The true future master of the Fire Country was now crystal clear. The hall fell silent for a moment, then erupted into cheers, even more fervent than before. Everyone's eyes when they looked at Qianyu were filled with awe and fanatical reverence. After the summit concluded, the Hyuga mansion did not quiet down immediately. The Chamber of Commerce heads and minor nobles who had signed contracts during the day were now all gathered in the backyard. The long table was laden with wine and food, and servers constantly wove through the crowd, refilling empty glasses. Smiles adorned every face. From today onward, they no longer needed to heed the daiming few's displeasure, nor worry that when their goods passed through a certain territory, a group of nobles would suddenly appear to levy so-called transit fees. As long as they abided by Mai's rules, their caravans would receive shinobi protection. Such a boon was beyond imagination in the past. Lord Qianyu, I raise a toast to you. The head of the Sichuan Chamber of Commerce approached with a wine glass, his face brimming with excitement. Once I return, I will immediately dispatch 3 caravans to Mai. Grain cloth and the medicinal herbs Mai needs. None will be lacking. Qianyu gently clinked glasses with him. Mai will not treat its partners poorly. Hearing this, the Sichuan head laughed even more brightly. Several nearby merchants, seeing this, also gathered around with their wine glasses. They understood clearly that the contracts signed today were merely the beginning. Whoever could establish stable cooperation with Mai first would secure a larger position in the new commercial order. As for the daiming few, the Guardian Shinobi 12 couldn't even breach the Hyuga clan street entrance. What was there to fear? Before long, a crowd had gathered around Qianyu. Kushina sat not far away watching the scene, the smile never fading from her face. The summit had succeeded. The daimyo had intended to force Mai to submit through economic sanctions, but not only did he fail, he ended up driving most of the Hosiguo's merchant associations to Qianyu's side. At this thought, Kushina couldn't help feeling proud. That was her Qianyu. Lady Kushina. A noblewoman approached with a wine glass and said respectfully, "Thank you for your hospitality today. I please take care of us in the future." Sure thing. Kushina clinked glasses with her in a hearty manner. The wine glass was soon drained. The noblewoman blinked in surprise, then hurriedly followed suit. She had originally intended only a polite gesture. She hadn't expected Kushina to drink so freely. Once someone led the way, others also came forward to offer toasts. Kushina was already in high spirits today, so she hardly refused anyone, and before she knew it, she had a few too many. Mikoto noticed the situation. She was about to come over to stop her, but was pulled aside by 2 merchant wives inquiring about Mai's future goods demand. Yuhi Kurenai was also occupied. She was confirming the safety of trade routes with several minor nobles, and also had to arrange for Hyuga Ninja to record the locations of their territories. By the time the two finally finished, Kushina's cheeks were already flushed with a distinct rosy hue. Kushina seems to have had too much, Yuhi Kurenai murmured. Not seems. Mikoto watched as Kushina downed another glass, a resigned smile on her face. She had known Kushina for so many years and naturally knew what her best friend was like when drunk. Things she normally wouldn't dare to do, she would do. Things she normally dared to do, she would do even more boldly. Sure enough, Kushina put down her glass and suddenly stood up. Her gaze cut through the crowd and quickly locked onto Qianyu, who was conversing with several Chamber of Commerce heads. What were those fellows doing crowding around Qianyu? Didn't they know he had been busy all day and needed rest? Thinking this, Kushina strode directly over. Make way, Databeo. At the sound, several merchants quickly stepped aside. They all knew Kushina's position beside Qianyu so naturally, they dared not obstruct. Qianyu turned around, looking at Kushina's flushed cheeks. How much did you drink? Not much. Kushina thought seriously for a moment, then added, just a little, Databeo. Qianyu glanced behind her. On the table were already 7 or 8 empty wine glasses. This was called a little. He was about to have someone bring some hangover soup, when Kushina suddenly circled behind him, stretched out her arms, and hooked them around his neck. Qianyu's body leaned back slightly. Before anyone around could react, Kushina had already leaned in and planted a loud kiss on his cheek. The entire backyard fell silent instantly. The merchants who had been drinking paused mid-motion. The servers in charge of pouring wine stood frozen in place. Even the Hyuga Ninja, standing at the entrance, couldn't help glancing over. Qianyu raised a hand to steady Kushina's arm, a faint smile still on his face. Are you sober now? I was perfectly sober, Databeo. Kushina leaned against his back, chin lifted, her red hair cascading over her white dress. Then, like a queen surveying her domain, she swept her gaze across the gathering. All of you listen up. Kushina raised her voice and declared with righteous boldness, Qianyu is mine alone, Databeo. The crowd grew even quieter. Several Chamber of Commerce heads lowered their eyes to their wine glasses as if suddenly deeply interested in the contents. The other noblewomen also averted their gazes. At times like this it was best to have seen nothing. Hyuga Hayashi stood at a distance calmly sipping his tea. As long as no fight broke out in the Hyuga mansion, this matter was none of his concern. Not far away, Mikoto was chatting and laughing with several noblewomen. Upon hearing Kushina's declaration, her gentle smile did not change at all, but the fingers holding her wine glass tightened slightly. Yuhi Kurenai stood beside her, a hint of resentment in her crimson eyes. The two of them looked at Kushina simultaneously. Kissing Qianyu in public was one thing, but to claim he was hers alone, that was a statement they could not pretend not to hear. Mikoto turned to look at Yuhi Kurenai, who happened to be looking back at her. Neither of them spoke, but they both understood the meaning in each other's eyes. They too had been busy all day during the summit. If Kushina could use the alcohol as an excuse to go over, why couldn't they? The smile on Mikoto's face grew even gentler. She quietly excused herself to the noblewoman beside her, then picked up a flask of wine from the table and walked slowly toward Qianyu. Yuhi Kurenai also picked up her own wine glass and followed on the other side. Seeing the two approaching, Kushina blinked. The drunkenness seemed to clear a little. She still had her arms around Qianyu's neck, not letting go. Mikoto arrived at Qianyu's left side, her body naturally leaning closer. Yuhi Kurenai stood on the right, directly blocking the other direction. The three of them instantly formed a delicate encirclement. The surrounding guests quietly stepped back. The merchants who had been vying for cooperative positions just moments ago now displayed remarkable tacit understanding. No one dared to step forward to offer a toast, afraid of being caught in the middle. Qianyu looked left then right. Finally he looked up at Kushina, who was still hanging on his back. It seemed tonight's celebration had only just begun. Mikoto's skirt brushed against Qianyu's leg, and her voice was so tender it could drip with honey. Qianyu-kun, you've worked hard all day. Shall I have a drink with you? On the other side, Yuhi Kurenai's eyes glowed with charm as she raised her glass to Qianyu's lips, her breath like orchid. Or would you rather taste mine first? The celebration banquet lasted late into the night. By the time the last guests departed the Hyuga mansion, the streets of the capital had fallen completely silent. Yet there were many who could not sleep that night. At the summit, over 70% of the merchants and minor nobles of the Huaji country had signed new cooperation contracts with Mai. These individuals controlled the grain, medicinal herbs mines, and the majority of the trade routes within the Huaji country. When they collectively shifted their allegiance to Mai, the tax revenue that the daimyo's residents had relied upon was severed by more than half overnight. What was more troubling, the old nobles began to panic. They had originally supported the daimyo because he could protect their interests. But now the guardian ninja dispatched by the daimyo could not even enter the street where the Hyuga mansion was located, rendering his so-called commands laughable. That very night, many nobles secretly sent people to contact Meichin. They expressed willingness to accept the new rules established by Mai with the sole condition of preserving their own territories and properties. Meichin did not agree immediately. Instead, she compiled the names of these individuals and placed the list before Qianyu. After reading it through, Qianyu set the list down on the table. Let them wait for now, he said. The more anxious they are, the more leverage we have to dictate terms. Meichin nodded gently. Shi Rihong stood by the window, gazing toward the direction of the daimyo's residence. It is very quiet there tonight, she remarked. The remaining guardian ninja have all withdrawn into the mansion, and not a single noble who relied on the daimyo has gone there. Jioshinai leaned against Qianyu, mostly sobered from the wine. Hearing this, she couldn't help but curl her lips. They were shouting about arresting people just yesterday, and now they've gone silent. Qianyu smiled, but did not reply. The daimyo was not unwilling to shout, but there was no one left willing to listen. The next morning, no sooner had the gates of the Hyuga mansion opened than a carriage without any noble insignia stopped outside. The envoy from the daimyo's residence stepped down from the carriage. Compared to the previous day, his clothes were remarkably plain, and he wore no ornaments that signified his status. Holding a wooden box in both hands, he bowed his head outside the gate. By the daimyo's order, I come to pay respects to Lord Qianyu. The Hyuga ninja on guard duty glanced at him. Wait. The envoy dared not show any dissatisfaction. He stood obediently in place. Before long, he was led into the main hall. Qianyu sat in the seat of honor. Jioshinai, Meichin, and Shi Rihong were seated nearby, and Hyuga Hayashi was also present. As soon as the envoy entered the room, he knelt directly. I pay my respects to Lord Qianyu. He raised the wooden box above his head, his voice trembling slightly. The daimyo has recognized his mistakes. This is a confession of guilt written by the daimyo's own hand. Please review it, Lord Qianyu. A Hyuga ninja accepted the wooden box and delivered the edict within to Qianyu. Qianyu opened it and read it through. The content was written with great sincerity. The The daimyo first admitted that he should not have imposed economic sanctions on my then took all responsibility upon himself. As for the economic sanction decree, it was explained as the result of being deceived by the old nobles around him. Seeing this, Joshinai could not help but snort softly. Yesterday he called us rebels, and today he knows he was wrong. The envoy pressed his forehead to the floor, utterly unable to answer. Qianyu continued reading. At the end of the edict, the daimyo expressed his willingness to entrust all military and political affairs of the Huoji country to Qianyu. He had only one request: to retain the title of daimyo, even if it were merely a nominal position, to preserve the last shred of dignity for the Huoji country. The main hall fell into a profound silence. The envoy waited for a long time without hearing a response from Qianyu, and soon cold sweat soaked his back. He was well aware that the daimyo no longer had any grounds to negotiate. Even if Qianyu were to lead his forces to occupy the daimyo's residence, at this very moment no force would step forward to stop him. Agreed. Qianyu suddenly spoke. The envoy snapped his head up, his face filled with disbelief. Even Joshinai was somewhat surprised. She had expected that Qianyu would at least impose additional conditions. But Qianyu merely closed the edict and nodded calmly. The title of daimyo may be retained. A surge of joy filled the envoy's heart, and he quickly bowed his head. Thank you for your magnanimity, Lord Qianyu. Don't thank me yet. Qianyu raised a hand. Mei-chin placed a prepared list before him. Seeing this, a foreboding sense of dread crept into the envoy's heart. The affairs of the Huoji country are numerous. The daimyo handling them alone will inevitably be deceived by wicked men. Qianyu picked up the list and said calmly, therefore, I have decided to establish a new council to assist the daimyo in governing the Huoji country. The smile on the envoy's face froze instantly. A new council? Indeed. Qianyu handed the list to the Hyuga ninja beside him. The council will consist of 12 members, 4 from the nobles who are close to my, 4 elected by the merchant guilds from various regions, and the remaining 4 appointed by my. Henceforth, taxation, military affairs, official appointments, and the enfeoffment of territorial lords must all be passed by the council. The envoy's face grew increasingly pale. This was hardly assistance. The most crucial powers of the Huoji country were all being handed over to this so-called new council. And the 12 members of the council, whether nobles, merchants, or the representatives appointed by my, all stood on Qianyu's side. What the daimyo had retained was truly nothing but a name. Is there a problem? Qianyu asked. The envoy opened his mouth, wanting to say that there was a problem. But the taxation from the daimyo's residence had been cut off. The guardian ninja dared not act, and even the nobles who had once been deferential to the daimyo were now scrambling to pledge allegiance to my. Did they still have the right to refuse? No problem. The envoy lowered his head and said with difficulty, the daimyo will certainly accept Lord Qianyu's arrangements. Qianyu nodded. Then go back and tell him. As long as he sits quietly on that seat, the Huoji country will still grant him the dignity he deserves. The envoy took the list with both hands, his movements stiff. He finally understood that Qianyu had never cared about the title of daimyo. What the other party wanted was the true control of the entire Huoji country. Keeping the daimyo in his position would only make the transition of power smoother. The old sovereignty had not been overthrown. It had been completely hollowed out. That afternoon, Qianyu and his party packed their belongings and departed the Hyuga mansion. Hyuga Hayashi personally escorted them to the outskirts of the capital. He did not turn back until the carriage vanished at the end of the road. Inside the carriage on the return journey, the atmosphere was much lighter than when they had arrived. Joshinai leaned against Qianyu's shoulder, a satisfied smile on her face. Mei-chin bent over her paperwork, sorting through the contracts that needed to be processed along the way. Shirihong sat by the window, confirming the route back to Mai. When they had first arrived in the capital, the daimyo had wanted to force Mai to bow. But in just a few short days, the military, political, and economic reins of the Huoji country had all fallen into Qianyu's hands. Meanwhile, the envoy from the daimyo's residence remained kneeling in the empty main hall, trembling as he accepted the list of the new council. He knew that from this moment onward, the heavens over the Huoji country had been completely overturned. Inside the carriage, Joshinai was leaning on Qianyu's shoulder, cradling the sleeping Mingren in her arms. Whenever the carriage jolted, she would instinctively tighten her arms, then lift her head to glare at the coachman outside. Slow down, please, she said. The coachman quickly slowed the horses. Mei-chin sat opposite with Zuozhu, sleeping peacefully in her arms as well. She glanced at Joshinai, then at Qianyu, whose half-body was occupied by Joshinai, a gentle smile on her face. Shirihong sat by the carriage window. She still held the route map back to Mai, occasionally observing the conditions on both sides of the road. Hong, we've already left the capital city. Why are you still looking at the map? Joshinai couldn't help asking. Though the daimyo has surrendered his power, it doesn't mean all the old nobles will accept this outcome. Shirihong said seriously, we must not lower our guard until we return to Mai. Joshinai thought for a moment. That was indeed true. Yet looking at the faint fatigue in Shirihong's eyes, she felt the other woman was a bit too serious. Qianyu also glanced at Shirihong. For some reason, he suddenly recalled what had happened last night. Last night, at the Risheng mansion, All affairs in the capital city had been settled. After packing their belongings, everyone returned to their own rooms. This time Chinyu did not suggest sleeping together, mainly because the lessons from the previous days were already profound. 3 women sharing a room sounded quite appealing indeed. But once they actually laid down who slept where, who was closer to him, and how to divide the blankets, all became new problems. Chinyu finally reached a conclusion. Some matters were better handled alone. Late at night, he quietly pushed open Meichin's door. A small lamp was lit in the room. Meichin, wearing a light-colored kimono, sat on the edge of the bed, holding Zhuozhu, who had just finished drinking milk, in her arms. She gently swayed her arms, humming a soft lullaby. Zhuozhu's eyes were closed, but his little hand still clutched the front of her kimono. Chinyu did not make a sound. He stood at the door watching for a while, until Zhuozhu was completely asleep. Then he softly walked behind Meichin. Just as Meichin was about to turn around, a pair of arms embraced her from behind. The familiar scent fell upon her ear, and her body slowly relaxed. Chinyu-kun, you've worked hard. Chinyu lowered his voice to avoid waking Zhuozhu. Meichin was slightly startled. The list for the summit, the arrangements for the guests, and the messages from those nobles. Without you, none of this could have gone so smoothly. Chinyu gently rested his chin on her shoulder. Thank you. Meichin looked down at Zhuozhu in her arms, her gaze growing even more tender. In the past, when she was in the Yuzhibo clan, she had done many things. Taking care of children, managing relationships among the women of the clan, and mediating when Fuyue had conflicts with other clan members. But no one had ever sincerely said a word of appreciation to her, as if all of this was simply what she ought to do. I only did what I could. Meichin said softly, being able to help you, Chinyu-kun, makes me very happy. Chinyu glanced at the sleeping Zhuozhu and tightened his arms slightly. I will handle the Yuzhibo matters. Meichin's eyelashes trembled slightly. You don't need to sacrifice yourself, nor do you need to keep yielding to others for the sake of so-called peace. Chinyu's tone was very calm, yet carried an unshakable firmness. From now on, with me around, no one will dare to touch you or your child. Meichin said nothing. She simply lowered her head, and her eyes quickly reddened. Over the years, this was the very sentence she had most longed to hear. It was not asking her to keep enduring, nor was it asking her to consider the overall situation for the clan. It was that someone was willing to stand before her and tell her that she no longer had to be afraid. Meichin gently placed Zhuozhu into the futon, then turned around and actively embraced Chinyu. Chinyu-kun, moi, let me hold you for a while. Chinyu smiled, raised his hand to stroke her long hair. As long as you like. Meichin closed her eyes and buried her face in his chest. The room fell silent again. After a moment, Zhuozhu suddenly stirred. Meichin quickly released Chinyu and turned to look at the bed. Zhuozhu merely turned over and soon fell back asleep. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she noticed Chinyu was still watching her. What is it? Nothing. Chinyu said softly. Just thought you looked like a mother who was afraid of being caught doing something wrong by her child. Meichin's cheeks instantly flushed. Chinyu-kun, I'm leaving. Get some rest. Chinyu gently kissed her forehead, then turned and left the room. Meichin stood still, reaching up to touch her own forehead. The blush on her face did not fade for a long time. After Chinyu left Meichin's room, he did not go back to rest immediately. The light was still on in Shiri Hong's room. When he pushed the door open and walked in, Shiri Hong was sitting at the table with a map from the capital city Tamai laid out before her. 3 suitable resting spots had already been marked on the map. Even the sections of road most prone to ambushes had been carefully drawn out by her. 2 Rishiang ninjas should be sent to scout ahead here. Shiri Hong murmured to herself, completely unaware of the person behind her. Chinyu stood behind her, watching for a long while. During the day, she was responsible for organizing intelligence from the daimyo's residence and the old nobles. At night, she still had to arrange the route back to Mai. Did this woman not know what rest meant? Chinyu reached out and directly snatched away the map. Shiri Hong froze for a moment, then jerked her head up. Chinyu, it's already very late. I'll finish organizing it soon. Shiri Hong reached out to take back the map, but Chinyu raised his hand a bit higher. She tried twice in a row but didn't even touch the edge of the map. Stop messing around. Shiri Hong said somewhat helplessly. We're returning to Mai tomorrow. I must arrange the security in advance. The Rishiang ninjas will handle it. They don't know the conditions along the way. I do. But you are. Before Shiri Hong could finish her words, Chinyu bent down, slipped one arm under her knees, and wrapped the other around her waist. The next moment, Shiri Hong was lifted horizontally into the air. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Chinyu's neck, her red eyes filled with astonishment. What are you doing? Chinyu looked down at her, walking straight toward the bed. Your mission is not to guard the surroundings, Chinyu's voice sounded in her ear, but to guard me alone. Chinyu carried Shiri Hong to the bedside and gently laid her down. The moment Shiri Hong touched the bedding, she immediately sat up. The map hasn't been sorted yet. She reached out to retrieve the map from the table, but Chinyu rolled it up first and placed it directly into the wooden box beside them. Look at it tomorrow morning. But, no buts. Chinyu returned to the bedside, raised his hand to press her shoulder, and made her lie back down. Shiri Hong gazed at the face so close to hers. All the reasons she had prepared suddenly fled her lips. She was indeed exhausted. Ever since before the summit began, she had been responsible for intelligence both within the capital and beyond. By day she guarded against the daimyo's mansion, by night she organized the messages from all sides with hardly any real rest. But as long as Qianyu was still out there, she couldn't sleep peacefully. You always have to find something to occupy yourself. Qianyu pulled the blanket over her and said softly, "Is it because you feel you can only stay by my side if you're helping me?" Shi Rihong's eyes flickered away. He was right. Jioxinai was the rightful mistress of the Namikaze estate. Mei Qin could manage relations between nobles and merchant guilds. Even caring for the child, she was more skilled. What Shi Rihong excelled at was only illusion techniques and vigilance. So she wanted to do a little more, at least to make herself seem not the most useless person. "I don't think that," Shi Rihong murmured. Qianyu looked down at her. She held his gaze for a few seconds, then finally looked away. "Well, maybe just a little. Really just a little." "A lot." Qianyu laughed. Shi Rihong, flushed with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, raised her hand to push him away, but when her palm landed on his chest, she exerted little strength. "You're still laughing. Because you're overthinking." Qianyu held her hand and said earnestly, "I entrusted you with intelligence because I trust your abilities, not for you to prove yourself with these tasks. Even if you do nothing, you can stay by my side." Shi Rihong stared at him blankly. After a long moment, she gently grasped his fingers. "Then will you stay tonight?" As soon as she asked, her cheeks flushed crimson. Qianyu blinked. Just moments ago she was thinking about vigilance routes, and now she was guarding against him. It seemed his reminder had been quite effective. "Not tonight." Qianyu bent down and kissed her forehead, smiling. "There's someone waiting for me." Shi Rihong immediately understood who he meant. Though disappointed, she didn't press him to stay. She simply released his hand and nodded slightly. "Then you should go. Already kicking me out. Wasn't it you who said you had to leave? Women change their minds so fast." "Qianyu." Shi Rihong grabbed the pillow beside her and threw it at him. Qianyu caught it, placed it back beside her, then turned and left the room. After the door closed, Shi Rihong touched her forehead. She glanced at the wooden box on the table, but ultimately didn't get up. After all, tomorrow Qianyu would be there. Even if those old nobles really sent assassins, they couldn't harm them. With that thought, Shi Rihong closed her eyes. Before long, the light in the room went out. The master bedroom. When Qianyu pushed open the door, the light was still on inside. Jioxinai had already bathed her fiery red hair, cascading down her back. She wore a thin silk nightgown, sitting on the edge of the bed, occasionally glancing at the door. Hearing the door open, she immediately looked up. But when Qianyu met her gaze, Jioxinai quickly averted her eyes, pretending she hadn't been waiting for him at all. "You're back." Qianyu closed the door and walked over to her. Jioxinai sniffed, and soon detected the faint fragrances lingering on him. One belonged to Mei Qin. The other belonged to Shi Rihong. Her cheeks puffed slightly. This guy had been out for so long, and he wasn't really handling official business. "Why are you back so late?" Jioxinai looked up at him, deliberately asking, "Did some vixen steal your soul, Databeo?" Qianyu couldn't help but laugh. The Namikaze estate was this big. Where could there be an outside? And those so-called vixens would be riding in the same carriage back to Mai with her tomorrow. "You're still laughing?" Jioxinai reached out and pinched his waist, her jealousy more evident in her tone. "I've been waiting here for you so long, and you don't even have an explanation, Databeo." "I went to see Mei Qin." "I know. I also went to see Hong." "I know that too." Jioxinai's grip tightened slightly. He admitted it so readily. Couldn't he have lied to her a little? But if he really lied, she would probably be even angrier. Jioxinai suddenly felt stumped by this dilemma. Qianyu grasped her wrist, and with a gentle tug, pulled her up from the bed. Before Jioxinai could steady herself, she collided into his embrace. The familiar scent enveloped her. She struggled symbolically a couple of times, then went still, her arms slowly wrapping around Qianyu's waist. "Don't think a hug will make everything okay." Jioxinai pressed her face against his chest, murmuring, "I haven't forgiven you yet, Databeo." "Then what will it take for you to forgive me, eh? Figure it out yourself." "I can't." "Then no forgiveness." Qianyu looked down at the woman in his arms. Her mouth said she hadn't forgiven him, but her arms were holding him tighter, showing no sign of letting go. Earlier today, when facing the envoy at the daimyo's mansion, Jioxinai hadn't been nervous. When the summit was threatened by Guardian Ninja, she hadn't been afraid either. But now, just because he came back a little late, she was sitting here, letting her imagination run wild. She didn't doubt Qianyu. She just cared too much about this home she had finally reclaimed. Qianyu's gaze softened, and he raised his hand to gently stroke her red hair. "Are you sleepy?" "I was very sleepy." Jioxinai gave a light hum. "But waiting and waiting, I got so angry, I woke up, Databeo." "That's my fault." Jioxinai blinked in surprise. She had prepared quite a few more things to say, but Qianyu's sudden apology left her at a loss for words. "You? As long as you know. I won't make you wait this long next time." Qianyu held her even tighter. The jealousy in Jioxinai's heart quickly dissipated. In truth, she knew that Mei Qin and Shi Rihong had also contributed greatly to this journey to the capital. Qianyu going to comfort them was not at all wrong. But reason was reason. Jealousy was real too. What did you say to them? Kushina asked. Wanna know? Just asking Databeo. Then I won't tell. Qianyu. Kushina jerked her head up. She was about to flare up when she saw the smile in Qianyu's eyes, realizing he was teasing her again. Kushina opened her mouth and bit his shoulder. Of course without force. Qianyu let her bite for a while, then gently rubbed his chin against her soft red hair. I just want to tell them one thing. Kushina released her bite, curiosity flickering in her eyes. What thing? Qianyu lowered his head, his voice tender and earnest. Qianyu's thoughts drifted back to the carriage. Shiri Hong was still seated by the window, holding the route map in her hand. Her brow furrowed slightly as her gaze settled on a valley ahead, as if she was still pondering security concerns along the way. Qianyu watched her quietly. Although he had forcibly made her go back to bed last night, Shiri Hong clearly hadn't fully let go of those matters. The weariness in her eyes had faded considerably, but traces still lingered. This woman. It seemed she had only taken in half of what he had said last night. Shiri Hong soon noticed his gaze. She looked up, meeting Qianyu's probing eyes, and her body stiffened slightly. For some reason the scene from last night suddenly flashed through her mind. Qianyu had snatched the map from her hand. Then, ignoring her objections, he had lifted her horizontally and placed her on the bed. What are you looking at me for? See if you've been obedient. Qianyu's reply was very natural. Shiri Hong's eyes darted away, and she quickly reached for the route map beside her. I'm just double-checking the route. But before her fingers could touch the map, Qianyu placed his hand on it first. You promised me last night that you wouldn't overwork yourself. His voice was not loud, but the carriage was so small. Kushina, who had been holding Mingren and resting with eyes closed, immediately opened her eyes upon hearing these words. Meichin also stopped arranging the contract documents. The blush on Shiri Hong's face spread all the way to her ears. Last night. Promised him. These words alone sounded fine, but spoken in front of Kushina and Meichin, they somehow sounded strange. When did I promise you? Last night. I didn't. But you ended up sleeping, didn't you? Shiri Hong opened her mouth. That was because she was simply too exhausted. Moreover, after Qianyu put the map into the wooden box, he didn't give her any chance to continue studying it. How could that count as a promise? Kushina was no longer sleepy at all. She looked at Qianyu, then at Shiri Hong's flushed cheeks, and a hint of suspicion gradually appeared in her red eyes. Last night. Kushina hugged Mingren tighter in her arms and asked seriously, when did you two meet last night, you know? Shiri Hong's expression grew even more unnatural. It was when we were about to rest. When you were about to rest, why was Qianyu in your room? He came to get the map. Qianyu glanced at her. When he had entered last night, he had clearly taken the map away. Shiri Hong also realized her mistake and quickly corrected herself. It was to review the map. Kushina narrowed her eyes. The two statements didn't match. Very suspicious. Meichin sat nearby watching Shiri Hong gently. She had also seen Qianyu last night, so she could naturally guess that he had only gone to comfort Shiri Hong. But Shiri Hong's current flustered state was simply too tempting to tease. Hong, after Qianyu-kun left my place last night, he must have gone to find you, right? Shiri Hong was stunned. Kushina also turned sharply to look at Meichin. He went to your place too? The carriage was silent for a moment. Meichin blinked gently. She seemed to have said something that shouldn't have been said at this moment. Just want to see Zhuozhu. Did it take that long just to see Zhuozhu, you know? Kushina had been waiting in the master bedroom last night, so she naturally knew when Qianyu had returned. Originally, she had decided not to pursue it further. But now, hearing the two of them, the curiosity she had barely suppressed suddenly surged back. How many things had Qianyu done last night? Kushina looked down at Mingren in her arms. The little one was still sleeping soundly, completely unaware of what his mother was investigating. Meichin's expression was gentle as she explained softly, Qianyu-kun just said a few words to me, and then left. What words, eh? That's a secret, Meichin said with a smile. Kushina's cheeks puffed slightly. Another secret. When she had asked Qianyu last night, he had also refused to tell her directly. And now Meichin had learned to keep secrets from her too. You two are definitely up to something, you know. Kushina concluded seriously. Shiri Hong had been feeling relieved that Kushina's attention had finally shifted away from her. But the next moment Meichin looked back at her. After Qianyu-kun finished talking with me, he left quickly. She paused, a faint smile in her eyes. But in Hong's room he seemed to stay much longer. Shiri Hong's body stiffened. How do you know? Because I got up to check later, and the corridor was empty. Meichin spoke very calmly. But Shiri Hong didn't know how to explain. She couldn't very well tell them that Qianyu had not only barged into her room last night, but also carried her to bed. If she actually said it, Kushina would probably throw the route map out of the carriage on the spot. Home. Kushina looked over again. What did Qianyu do in your room last night? Nothing. Then why is your face so red? It's a bit hot in the carriage. Kushina turned to look out the window. The window was open. The cool breeze outside kept blowing in, and even Mingren was covered with a thin blanket. This is hot. Meichin also put down the contract in her hand and leaned slightly closer to Shiri Hong. Qianyu-kun just said that you promised him you wouldn't overwork yourself. How did he make you promise? Shiri Hong gripped the route map tightly, her red eyes filled with panic. I was just too tired last night and rested early. And then, oi, Joshinai pressed. No, and then, did he touch you? Of course he did. Not only touched, but also held. Shiri Hong suddenly fell silent. Seeing her reaction, Joshinai's suspicion instantly turned into certainty. She had indeed missed something. Chinyu sat in the middle, never explaining, just a faint smile on his lips as he quietly watched the three women. Shiri Hong was completely speechless from the questioning. The more Chinyu didn't explain, the more Joshinai cared. She directly hugged Mingren and squeezed closer to Chinyu, occupying the last bit of space beside him, then looked at Shiri Hong. Hong, you'd better explain yourself quickly. Joshinai lifted her chin and declared with righteous confidence, otherwise I'll have to exercise the power of the mistress of the house, you know. Zero Hong refused to explain at all. Blushing, she turned her head toward the window and rolled up the route map in her hand, as if by remaining silent Jixinai would have no way to handle her. Chinyu sat beside her, also offering no explanation. He even glanced down at the Ming Ren in his arms, his expression utterly calm, as if the conversation that had just taken place had nothing to do with him. Jixinai's cheeks puffed up. The more these two behaved this way, the more she felt something was off. Chinyu. Moi. What exactly did you go to Hong's room for last night, Disu? To see if she had rested. Just that, eh? Just that. Jixinai narrowed her eyes. That answer sounded perfectly fine. But why was Zero Hong's face even redder? Holding Ming Ren, she squeezed directly next to Qianyu, nearly half her body leaning against his shoulder. The carriage was not spacious to begin with. With Jixinai's squeeze, Qianyu suddenly lost a good deal of room. Why are you sitting so close to me? I'm holding Ming Ren, so it's inconvenient, Disu. Wasn't it convenient just now? Just now was just now, now is now. Jixinai declared with utter confidence. Qianyu glanced at her, but didn't bother to call her out. On the other side, Mei-chin watched this scene, her gentle smile still unchanged. Yet she looked down at the Zhuozhu in her arms, and a hint of contemplation flickered in her eyes. Jixinai could lean over while holding Ming Ren. Why couldn't she? Just then the carriage passed over a rough stretch of road, and the compartment swayed gently. Mei-chin tilted her body slightly, and taking advantage of the movement leaned toward Qianyu. Zhuozhu's clothes are a bit messy, she said softly. After speaking, Mei-chin raised her hand to tidy the small garment on Zhuozhu's chest. Yet the spot she was tidying happened to be right next to Qianyu. Jixinai turned her head to look. Mei-chin also looked up at the same time. The two exchanged a brief gaze. Mei-chin blinked gently, her expression perfectly innocent. What's wrong? Nothing, Disu. Jixinai let out a light huff, but her arms secretly tightened a little. Qianyu sat in the middle with Jixinai on the left and Mei-chin on the right. One held Ming Ren, the other held Zhuozhu, both claiming it was to take care of the children. Yet their shoulders were already nearly touching his body. Ziri Hong sat opposite watching this scene, and a strange bitterness welled up in her heart. She had been questioned by Jixinai earlier and couldn't speak, so she had to retreat to the side. But now Jixinai and Mei-chin had completely occupied the space beside Qianyu. How could this be? Ziri Hong clutched the route map, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up. Ming Ren seemed to move just now. Jixinai immediately looked down. Ming Ren was still sleeping soundly, his little face pressed against her chest, not even a frown on his brow. Where did he move? Maybe it's the bumpy carriage. As she spoke, Ziri Hong had already risen and walked over. She stood beside Jixinai, leaned down, and carefully examined Ming Ren's condition. Jixinai was about to say something, but Ziri Hong's inspection was so thorough that she couldn't very well stop her. The next moment, Ziri Hong reached out and touched Ming Ren's forehead. No fever. Of course not, Disu. Let me check on Zhuozhu too. Ziri Hong turned to Mei-chin. Mei-chin looked down at Zhuozhu in her arms and said softly, Zhuozhu has been very quiet, he should be fine. It's better to be careful on the road. Ziri Hong moved to the other side of Qian, her body naturally leaning closer. But her movement came to an abrupt halt, because she suddenly realized there was no room left. Jixinai and Mei-chin had Qianyu squeezed between them from left and right. Ziri Hong could only stand in front, still holding the route map. The scene grew awkward. Hong, why don't you go back and sit down? Qianyu looked up and asked. Ziri Hong's cheeks flushed slightly. I was just confirming the children's condition. Are you done confirming? Almost. Jixinai looked at Ziri Hong, then at Mei-chin, a growing wariness in her crimson eyes. These two were acting very strange today, especially Hong. Earlier, she had seemed guilty, and now she was the one sidling up. Could something really have happened last night? At the thought, Jixinai couldn't help but edge even closer to Qianyu. Mei-chin too did not retreat. Holding Zhuozhu, she looked up at Qianyu, her eyes filled with gentle warmth. Ziri Hong stood in front, seeing that neither woman intended to yield, and a hint of stubbornness arose in her heart. She took a deep breath, then simply crouched down in front of Qianyu. Hong, I'm checking if there's any danger in the carriage. Ziri Hong said with a straight face. Qianyu looked down at her. In the carriage besides them, there were only a few wooden boxes and luggage. What danger could there possibly be? But Ziri Hong clearly had no intention of explaining. She made a circuit of inspection, finally stopping in front of Qianyu, her crimson eyes lifting to meet his gaze. Jixinai held Mingren. Meiqin held Zhuozhu. Zirahong crouched before him. 3 pairs of eyes all fixed on Qianyu. The atmosphere inside the carriage suddenly grew strange. Qianyu was silent for a moment. He suddenly realized that all 3 women seemed to be waiting for him to speak. Jixinai wanted to know about last night. Meiqin, though saying nothing, clearly didn't want to let Jixinai monopolize the spot. And Zirahong. She usually was the most composed, yet now she had even resorted to the excuse of checking the carriage. At that thought, Qianyu couldn't help but smile. Why are all of you so strange today? Who's strange these? Jixinai immediately retorted. Meiqin lowered her head, pretending to continue adjusting Zhuozhu's clothes. Zirahong averted her gaze, her ears clearly reddening. No one admitted it. But not a single person moved away. Qianyu looked down at Mingren sleeping soundly in Jixinai's arms, then at Zhuozhu in Meiqin's arms. The 2 little ones had no idea that the adults were quietly competing over something. The next moment, Qianyu suddenly extended both hands. Before the 3 women could react, he had taken Mingren and Zhuozhu, one in each hand, and pulled them into his own arms. Both Jixinai and Meiqin found their hands suddenly empty. Zirahong was also stunned. Holding the 2 children, Qianyu looked at the 3 women, now free-handed and at a loss, and asked with a smile, "Not so crowded now, is it? Why did you all need to be so close to me?" After Qianyu took the 2 children into his arms, both Jiushinai and Meiqin found their hands suddenly empty. The carriage fell into a sudden silence. Jiushinai had been leaning half her body against Qianyu's shoulder, but now, without the excuse of holding Mingren, she could only slowly sit up straight. Meiqin was much the same. She had been carefully arranging Zhuozhu's clothes, but now the child was already in Qianyu's arms, leaving her hands frozen in midair. The 2 women exchanged a glance. Neither spoke first. Zirahong was still crouched in front of Qianyu, holding a rolled-up route map, equally uncertain whether she should return to her seat or continue inspecting the non-existent danger. Qianyu held the 2 children, a faint smile on his lips. Why has everyone fallen silent? Jiushinai's cheeks flushed slightly. She certainly couldn't admit that she had simply wanted to be closer to Qianyu. I was taking care of Mingren, you know. Mingren is in my arms now. Then you must hold him steady. Jiushinai reminded him seriously. He's still so young, can't withstand the carriage's jolts, you know. Qianyu looked down. Mingren was sleeping soundly, his little face pressed against Qianyu's arm, completely unaffected. Already holding him steady. That's good. Having said that, Jiushinai turned her head toward the window, pretending to admire the passing scenery. Meiqin let out a soft laugh. She, unlike Jiushinai, wasn't stubborn, as she simply reached out to adjust the thin blanket over Zhuozhu. Qianyu-kun, isn't it tiring to hold both children at once? Not at all. Why don't you give Zhuozhu to me? You've been busy for days, get some rest. Qianyu said it very naturally. Meiqin's fingers paused slightly, and her gaze grew even softer. These past few days she had been organizing the contracts left from the summit. Even after boarding the carriage, she hadn't truly stopped. Qianyu taking the children wasn't just to prevent them from continuing to vie for positions. It was also to let her rest. Thinking this, Meiqin gently nodded and didn't take Zhuozhu back. Good. Hearing this, Jiushinai couldn't help but glance back. Why did everything Meiqin say sound so gentle? They both wanted to be close to Qianyu, yet she had almost seemed like she was fighting for position. No, the mistress couldn't lose in such a matter. Qianyu, if you get tired, just tell me you know. Okay, I can take Mingren back anytime. Got it. And Jiushinai thought for a long while, but couldn't think of anything else, so she just gave a light snort and looked out the window again. Zirahong finally stood up. She returned to her seat with the route map, and just as she was about to sit down, the carriage suddenly passed over a stone. The carriage gave a gentle jolt. Qianyu's arms didn't move, but Mingren, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly wrinkled his nose. Immediately after, Zhuozhu also stirred. The 2 children opened their eyes one after another. They seemed to sense that the person holding them had changed. After a brief silence, both little faces scrunched up at the same time. Wah! Mingren's cry rang out first. The next moment, Zhuozhu joined in. The piercing cries instantly filled the carriage. The smile on Qianyu's face froze slightly. Jiushinai whirled around, and the jealousy of a moment ago vanished without a trace. What's wrong with my Mingren, you know? She rushed straight to Qianyu's side and reached out to touch Mingren's little face. Did the jolt hurt him? Or is he uncomfortable somewhere? Mingren's eyes closed, flailed his little hands randomly, and his crying grew even louder. Jiushinai instantly became more anxious. Driver, slow down, you know. The driver outside heard the shout, and quickly pulled the reins. The carriage's speed soon dropped. Meiqin also leaned over from the other side, first feeling Zhuozhu's forehead, then checking his clothes. No fever and nothing is too tight. She slipped her fingers under the thin blanket to confirm Zhuozhu hadn't been bumped, but the worry on her face didn't lessen. Could he be hungry? We just fed them. Then is he thirsty? I have warm water here. Zirahong quickly opened the wooden box beside her and took out a pre-prepared water flask. She poured a little warm water, took out 2 clean cloths, and carefully tested the temperature. The water is just right. All three of them gathered around Chinyu. Kushina gently shook Mingren's arm, murmuring soothing words. Meichin called Zhuaju's name softly, trying to calm him down. Shiri Hong handed water one moment, and used a cloth to wipe the tears from the children's eyes the next, so busy that she didn't even notice the route map fall to the ground. The three who had been quietly competing moments ago were now completely oblivious to each other. Is it because you're holding them uncomfortably, you know? Kushina looked at Chinyu anxiously. There's nothing wrong with how I'm holding them. Then why are they crying? Maybe they're just not used to it. Chinyu looked down at the two children in his arms. Though Mingren and Zhuaju were crying hard, there was nothing physically wrong with them. They were simply not yet accustomed to leaving their familiar arms. But Kushina clearly didn't see it that way. She reached out her hands, ready to take Mingren back. Better give him to me, you know. Meichin also spoke softly beside her. Zhuaju might want me to hold him too. Chinyu didn't refuse. He was just about to hand the two children back when Mingren's little hand suddenly grabbed his collar. At the same time, Zhuaju grasped his finger. The two little ones still had their eyes closed, but their crying gradually subsided. Kushina's movement halted. Meichin was also stunned for a moment. It seems they've stopped crying. Shiri Hong crouched beside them and whispered. The carriage fell silent again. Mingren, clutching Chinyu's collar, let out a few soft whimpers. After Zhuaju grasped his finger, his brow gradually relaxed. Before long, both children were asleep again. The three women sighed in unison with relief. Kushina didn't return to her original seat. Instead, she sat beside Chinyu, gently patting Mingren's body. Meichin also moved closer, carefully watching Zhuaju's sleeping face. Shiri Hong put away the warm water and cloths, then picked up the route map that had fallen on the floor, but didn't examine it further. She too stayed nearby. This time no one was thinking about who was closer to Chinyu. Their gazes were all fixed on the two children, their expressions filled only with concern and tenderness. Chinyu looked at the three women gathered around him, their faces anxious as they coaxed the children, and the smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. He gently swayed his body and said to them in a steady tone, "Don't worry, the whole family is here. The children will be fine." The carriage continued to roll forward slowly. Naruto, who had just fallen quiet, suddenly scrunched up his little face and released his grip on Chiyo's collar. The next moment, he let out a piercing wail. Sasuke seemed roused by the crying and began whimpering with his eyes still closed. The two children vied with each other in volume, plunging the carriage compartment into chaos. Kushina reacted first. "Naruto, Mama's here." She quickly took Naruto from Chiyo's arms, pressing him gently against her chest while rhythmically patting his back. But Naruto showed no sign of stopping. "Did you bump somewhere just now?" Kushina looked down to inspect him, her anxiety increasingly evident on her face. "Driver, slow down," she called out. The carriage promptly reduced its pace, yet the children's wailing persisted unabated. Misato also gathered Sasuke into her arms. She first felt his forehead, then lifted the thin blanket to carefully examine his hands and feet. No injuries, no fever. Then why are they crying non-stop? Perhaps the jostling was uncomfortable. Misato cradled Sasuke, swaying gently as her voice retained its usual softness. "Be good, Sasuke, Mama's here." His tiny fingers gripped her garment, and though his cries dimmed slightly, they soon reignited, drawn back by Naruto's wailing. Kushina felt a headache forming. "Naruto, don't make your little brother cry too." Chiyo glanced at her. "He can't understand anyway." "Of course I know." Kushina glared at him, then bent her attention back to soothing Naruto. Meanwhile, Yugao had already picked up the route map once more. Listening to the twin cries, she kept glancing out the window, hoping to determine whether the roughness came from the road. Before she could look twice, a hand settled on her shoulder. "Sit still." Chiyo pressed her back into the seat and handed her the bundle of provisions and warm water. Yugao froze. "But the road outside." "I'm here." 3 words from Chiyo. Yugao opened her mouth, then closed it, finally stowing the map away. She looked down and opened the bundle. Water flask, clean cloths, and other necessities for the children's journey. "Yugao, fetch me a cloth, please." "Yes." Yugao immediately retrieved a cloth, dampened it with warm water, tested the temperature carefully, then passed it to Kushina. Kushina took the cloth and gently wiped Naruto's face. "Misato, do you need one?" "Thank you." Yugao prepared another, poured some warm water, and set it within easy reach of them both. The woman who hadn't known what to do moments before was now bustling with activity. When Kushina couldn't free her hands while holding Naruto, Yugao helped arrange the blankets. When Misato wanted to give Sasuke a little warm water, Yugao held the cup for her. These tasks were simple. No genjutsu, required no tracking enemies. Even an ordinary person could manage these things well. Yet somehow Yugao felt her heart grow steadier with each passing moment. In the past, she had always believed that only by being strong enough, only by being able to handle dangers for Chiyo, would she deserve to remain by his side. So even inside the carriage, she had kept clutching the route map, afraid that idleness would make her seem superfluous. Until Chiyo placed this bundle in her hands. It turned out that helping care for the children was also a way to contribute to this family. At this thought, Yugao looked up at Chiyo. He was looking back at her, a faint smile on his lips. "Do you know what to do now?" "Yes." Yugao nodded softly, tension easing from her face. Kushina, overhearing their exchange, turned her head with suspicion. What were you saying? Nothing. Yugao quickly looked away and handed another cloth to Misato. Kushina narrowed her eyes. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was happening between those two. Something that had started the previous night. But with Naruto still crying in her arms, she had no energy to press the matter, so she simply filed it away for later. Naruto, are you hungry? He just ate. Chiho extended a finger and lightly touched Naruto's cheek. Naruto's cries paused briefly and his small hand instinctively grasped Chiyo's finger. Seems he was just frightened. Kushina adjusted her position so Naruto could continue holding on to Chiyo. As expected, Naruto's wailing gradually subsided. On the other side, Sasuke seemed to have cried himself exhausted. Misato gently patted his back while cooing softly. Yugao used a cloth to carefully wipe the tears from Sasuke's eyes. Be good, Sasuke, no more crying. Misato bent down and kissed his forehead gently. Sasuke grunted twice before finally closing his mouth. Yugao sighed in relief. Just as she was about to put the water cup back, Naruto in Kushina's arms let out another sudden cry. Sasuke's little face scrunched up in response. All three women froze simultaneously. Stop crying, Kushina said instinctively. Naruto was startled by her tone, opening his eyes to look at his mother, and remarkably fell silent. Kushina herself was taken aback. That actually worked. Chiyo suppressed a smile and nodded seriously. As expected of Kushina. Of course it did. Kushina lifted her chin proudly, but barely had the words left her mouth when Naruto yawned and curled back into her embrace. Misato chuckled softly. Yugao couldn't hold back, either ducking her head to bite her lip. What are you laughing at? Nothing, Misato and Yugao replied in unison. With the combined efforts of the three women, the children's crying finally ceased entirely. Naruto clung to one of Kushina's fingers while Sasuke rested quietly against Misato's chest, drifting back to sleep within moments. Silence returned to the carriage. Yugao put away the water flask and cloths, and as she reached for the route map beside her, Chiyo cast her a glance. Her hand froze midair. I won't look anymore, Yugao whispered. Chiyo nodded with satisfaction. Kushina witnessed the entire exchange, her crimson eyes narrowing incrementally. She had nearly forgotten. Now that the children's troubles were settled, certain matters between the adults demanded resolution. Cradling the sleeping Naruto, Kushina raised her head and fixed her gaze directly upon Yugao across from her. Yugao, now we need to talk. A foreboding stirred within Yugao. About what? Kushina glanced at Chiyo beside her, then returned her piercing stare to Yugao. How long exactly did Chiyo spend in your room last night? As Joshinai's words fell, the carriage fell into silence. Shirihong, holding the just-packed bundle, stiffened slightly. She glanced at Joshinai, then quickly turned her head toward the window. This question she had no idea how to answer. Saying she had been there for a long time would prompt Joshinai to continue pressing. Saying she had not been there long would make her seem too concerned. Most importantly, she did not want to repeat the words Qianyu had spoken before leaving last night in front of Mei Qin. Why aren't you talking? Joshinai narrowed her crimson eyes, her arms holding Ming Ren tightening slightly. I was just thinking about how long it's been. Shirihong replied softly. Do you need to think about such a thing? I was too tired yesterday. Oh, I didn't pay attention to the time. Really? Really? Shirihong tried to keep her voice calm, but her eyes fixed on the window dared not turn back. Joshinai grew even more suspicious. After the celebration banquet last night, she had drunk a bit too much, returned to her room, and fallen asleep, holding Ming Ren. When she woke in the middle of the night, Qianyu was not by her side. At the time, she thought he had matters to attend to since the new council had just been established, and there were countless contracts awaiting his confirmation. But this morning, Shirihong had seemed distinctly off when she saw Qianyu. The two had even mentioned some agreement from the previous night. Joshinai thought to herself, there must be something wrong. Hong, weren't you supposed to inspect the security around the mansion last night? Then why was Qianyu in your room? He told me to rest. Just to rest. And? Shirihong's voice trailed off. She recalled how Qianyu had taken the route map from her hands and told her to simply watch him, and her ears began to burn. How could she possibly speak of such things? Joshinai noticed her change. And what? Nothing. Hong, you're blushing. It's a bit warm in the carriage. Shirihong pushed open the window a little, letting the cool breeze blow in. Joshinai glanced up. It was nearly evening, and the weather was not hot at all. Even Ming Ren would not believe that excuse. Of course Ming Ren could not understand yet. Qianyu. Joshinai finally turned her gaze to the man beside her. Qianyu leaned against the carriage, silent from the start, merely watching them calmly. What is it? Don't pretend you know nothing to Tabeo. I'm not pretending. Then tell me, why did you go to Hong's room last night? Joshinai asked directly. Shirihong's fingers instinctively tightened around her bundle, a hint of nervousness rising within her. She did not know how Qianyu would respond. If Qianyu merely said he went to remind her to rest, then the words that had made her heart race last night would seem like nothing but her own wild fantasies. But if Qianyu revealed everything, how could she face Joshinai and Mei Qin afterward? At this thought, Shirihong secretly glanced at Qianyu. On the other side, Mei-chin was lowering her head, tidying the clothes of Zhuozhu in her arms. Her movements were gentle, smoothing the fabric on his chest and pulling the thin blanket over him a little higher. Zhuozhu was fast asleep. His clothes were perfectly fine. Yet Mei-chin still tidied with great care, as if she had not heard Yoshinai's question at all. Only her pace was slower than usual. In truth, all her attention was fixed on Qianyu. Last night, Qianyu had also visited her room, and he had stayed for quite a while. After the summit ended, there were still many contracts to verify. Mei-chin had originally planned to finish them overnight, but Qianyu had taken the documents from her hands. He did not scold her, only told her not to shoulder everything alone. Later the two of them talked for a long time. Even now, Mei-chin still remembered the way Qianyu had reached out to close the window for her before he left. She had thought it was a secret meant only for her. But from Yoshinai's words, it seemed Qianyu had later gone to Shi Rihong's room. Then where had he gone first last night? In whose room had he stayed longer? Mei-chin did not want to vie for these things. At least not on the surface. She gently stroked Zhuozhu's little face, but her ears were waiting for Qianyu's answer. Seeing that Qianyu remained silent, Yoshinai could not help but inch closer to him. Are you thinking about how to lie to me, de Tabeo? When have I ever lied to you? Then tell me quickly. What do you want me to say? Start from the moment you left the banquet last night. Yoshinai stared at him seriously, clearly not intending to miss a single detail. Qianyu almost laughed. He had only gone to their rooms to remind them to rest, yet under Yoshinai's interrogation it felt like he was being grilled over some vital intelligence. Including when I went back to my room to change clothes. Including. And handling the documents from the council. That too. Then it will take a long time. The carriage still has half a day to reach Muyi. I have time to listen to Tabeo. After saying this, Yoshinai adjusted Ming Ren in her arms, assuming a posture that made it clear she would get to the bottom of things today. Shi Rihong dared not turn around even more. Mei-chin's fingers paused as she adjusted the blanket. Qianyu took in all three of their reactions. The aggressive Yoshinai, outwardly exercising her authority as the mistress, was actually just afraid of being kept in the dark. The silent Shi Rihong stared out the window, yet her ears remained attuned to the conversation. As for Mei-chin, the blanket over Zhuozhu had already been adjusted 3 times. They were all waiting, and this question could only be answered by him in the end. With this thought, Qianyu decided not to let them keep guessing. All right. He sat up straight, and the smile on his face grew more serious. Yoshinai immediately fixed her eyes on him. Shi Rihong slowly turned her head, her crimson eyes filled with tension and a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. Mei-chin finally set down Zhuozhu's clothes and looked up as well. Her expression remained gentle, but her gaze was more earnest than usual. 3 women, 3 different thoughts. Qianyu met the 3 pairs of eyes, each bearing a different emotion, and said calmly, I went to Mei-chin's room first last night. I went to Hikari first, and only then returned to your room. Hikari clutched the bundle in her arms, a faint warmth rising to her cheeks. Although she had long known Qian would bring it up, hearing it spoken aloud in front of the other 2 still made her uncomfortable. Mikoto's reaction, however, remained perfectly calm. She glanced down at Sasuke, cradled in her arms, a tender smile playing at the corners of her lips. Kushina, on the other hand, furrowed her brows. Why am I last? Because you've been waiting for me this whole time. I wasn't waiting for anyone. Really? Qian looked at her and said slowly. Then who was the one holding Naruto awake last night, glancing at the door every so often? Kushina's expression froze. She truly had not slept the previous night. After the celebration banquet had ended, Qian had mentioned he still had matters to attend to and told her to return to her room and rest first. But once she lay down, she never heard the door open. Eventually, too exhausted to stay awake any longer, she had fallen asleep, clutching Naruto. She never expected Qian to know all of this. How did you know? When I returned, you were still awake. So you stayed with me until the very end? Qian nodded. I didn't arrange any ranking among you. Last night, I merely reminded Mikoto to set aside her documents and asked Hikari to stand down from her watch. As he said this, he cast a glance at Kushina. As for you, I stayed the longest. Hearing these words, Kushina's furrowed brows instantly relaxed. So that was how it was. She might have been last, but she was also the one Qian had kept company with the longest. As the main wife, she truly was the main wife. With that thought in mind, Kushina lifted her chin slightly, and her crimson eyes, moments ago clouded with suspicion, now sparkled with triumph. I knew it. You wouldn't forget me. Hikari pressed her lips together and said nothing. She indeed had not kept Qian long the night before, but that was only because she had been too nervous to find anything to say. If given another chance, she would certainly not have let him leave so soon. Mikoto gently patted Sasuke's back and spoke suddenly, but being last also means Qian went to the other 2 first. Kushina's triumphant smile halted. An awkward silence fell over the carriage for a brief moment. She slowly turned her head to look at Mikoto beside her. Mikoto, what did you just say? I only meant that the order shouldn't matter so much. Mikoto smiled gently, her expression utterly unchanged. After all, Qian went to my room first. Kushina narrowed her eyes. How could she not recognize that Mikoto was deliberately reminding her? This woman usually spoke in such a soft, gentle tone, yet when it came to competition, she never yielded an inch. What's so great about being first? At least you wouldn't have to wait too long. You? Kushina opened her mouth, but found herself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Hikari sat nearby, and quietly shifted her gaze toward the window. She had assumed that by keeping silent she would remain untouched by this matter. But Kushina's attention soon turned toward her. Hikari, do you also think being first is better? I don't know. Weren't you second last night? That was merely coincidence. Hikari answered quickly, but scarcely had she finished when Mikoto softly asked, if you could choose, which order would you want Chien to come to you in? Hikari froze once more. Why was she being asked this suddenly? She pondered for a moment and realized that whichever number she chose it would betray her true feelings. First would reveal she wanted to see Chien the earliest. Last would reveal she wanted him to stay the longest. And as for second, being second the previous night hadn't exactly given her any advantage. I haven't thought about such things, Hikari said softly. Kushina looked at her reddening ears and clearly did not believe her. Really? Really? Then you won't be participating tonight. Why? Hikari instinctively raised her head. The moment the words left her mouth, she realized she had walked right into a trap. Kushina stared at her wearing an expression of, I knew it. Didn't you say you hadn't thought about it? I was just... Hikari could go no further. Chien leaned against the carriage wall watching the three women bicker once more, his amusement growing increasingly evident. He had believed that after clarifying things this matter would be laid to rest. Now he realized he had still underestimated them. Their discussion of last night's order had barely concluded when they were already planning for tonight. Chien. Kushina suddenly turned around, cutting straight into his thoughts. What is it? How much longer until we return to Konoha? Before dark. And what about tonight? What about tonight? Chien asked deliberately as if he already knew the answer. Kushina pulled Naruto closer and gazed earnestly at him. After we return to the Namikaze residence, whose room will you visit first? As soon as the words fell, Mikoto's hand stopped patting Sasuke's back. Hikari no longer looked out the window. All three women lifted their heads, almost simultaneously fixing their gaze upon Chien. Kushina was the most direct, her eyes carrying an insistent challenge. Mikoto maintained her gentle demeanor, though she was clearly awaiting an answer as well. As for Hikari, although she held her bundle in silence, her posture had already straightened slightly. Chien glanced at the three of them, deciding now, obviously, we haven't even reached Konoha yet. That's precisely why we should clarify in advance. Kushina said with utmost seriousness, so that after we return no one can secretly carry you off. Mikoto let out a soft laugh. Kushina, who are you referring to? Whoever feels guilty is the one. Then it shouldn't be me. Mikoto. Naruto seemed disturbed by his mother's raised voice and stirred gently in her arms. Kushina immediately lowered her voice and patted the child's back. Only after Naruto grew quiet again did she resume staring at Chien. Tell us. Mikoto did not press the issue, yet she likewise refused to look away. Hikari's fingers also tightened imperceptibly around her bundle. The carriage, which had just grown quiet, grew tense once more over this question about tonight. Chien looked at the three pairs of eyes now refocused upon him, sharper and more intense than before. This time he did not answer immediately. He merely revealed a knowing smile. We haven't returned to Konoha yet. Joshinai frowned. So, we'll talk about it when we get back. You're deliberately avoiding the topic, believe it. Joshinai saw through his thoughts at a glance. When she asked about the order of last night earlier, Chinyu could still explain things clearly. But now that she asked whose room to go to tonight, he started stalling. There was definitely something wrong. Thinking this, Joshinai reached out to pinch Chinyu's waist. However, just as her fingers touched his clothes, the carriage passed over a rough stretch of road. The wheels pressed heavily against the stones, and the entire cabin shook violently. Joshinai's body tilted, and she fell directly into Chinyu's arms. Chinyu reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist, steadying her. Naruto in Joshinai's arms stirred slightly, but did not wake. On the other side, Meichin also held Sasuke securely. Shiri Hong instinctively reached out to support Joshinai's back. Are you alright? I'm fine, believe it. Joshinai replied, but did not immediately get up. She looked down at Naruto in her arms, then glanced at Chinyu holding her, and very naturally adjusted her position. This shouldn't count as her deliberately leaning into Chinyu. She was just worried about the carriage continuing to jolt and wanted to protect Naruto. That's right. Exactly. Joshinai leaned comfortably against Chinyu's chest, still earnestly explaining. This road is uneven. I need to take care of Naruto, believe it. Chinyu looked down at her. So you plan to stay like this? Is there a problem? Joshinai lifted her head, her red eyes full of righteous indignation. If Naruto gets scared and cries again, will you be the one to soothe him? I will. That still won't do. Joshinai hugged the child tighter and leaned a little more into his arms. Chinyu didn't call her out on it. He simply brushed a strand of red hair that had fallen beside her face behind her ear. Joshinai's cheeks flushed slightly, but she couldn't hide the hint of satisfaction in her heart. Meichin sat to the side, watching quietly for a while. Unlike Joshinai, she didn't argue. Instead, she lowered her head, opened the bag she carried, and took out a neatly organized contract. Chinyu-kun, there's one more trade route contract here that needs your final confirmation. Now, after returning to Konoha, there are council members waiting for a reply. Meichin said as she sat down on Chinyu's other side, still holding Sasuke. She spread out the contract and said softly, I'll help you turn the pages so it won't interfere with you taking care of Joshinai and Naruto. Hearing this, Joshinai immediately looked over. What did she mean by taking care of her? She didn't need any taking care of, believe it. But she was still leaning against Chinyu, so refuting that statement seemed unconvincing. Meichin had already handed the contract to Chinyu. This one is submitted by the South City Chamber of Commerce. It involves 3 main trade routes and tax adjustments at 2 checkpoints. Chinyu took the contract and began reading it carefully. Meichin sat very close to him. Whenever Chinyu finished a page, she reached out and turned to the next one. Thus Chinyu now had someone on both sides. Shiri Hong sat opposite, holding the bag she had packed earlier. She looked at Joshinai leaning against Chinyu, then at Meichin checking the contract beside him, and a hint of dissatisfaction appeared in her red eyes. Wasn't she just asking about tonight a moment ago? How come she was the only one left sitting on the opposite side? Shiri Hong pursed her lips and turned her gaze out the window. She didn't care anyway. It was just that the carriage had limited space. Chinyu finished reading a page of the contract and looked up at her. Hong, what is it? Shiri Hong immediately turned back. Take out the map. Is there a problem with the route? The contract mentions several new trade routes. I need you to help me confirm whether the surrounding areas are safe. The dissatisfaction in Shiri Hong's eyes vanished instantly. She quickly opened her bag, took out the route map she had just put away, and sat down in the empty space among the 3. Which ones? The southern route from the capital to Konoha and the one passing through Kalmachi town. Chinyu lowered the contract a little. Shiri Hong unfolded the map and quickly found the corresponding locations. The southern route has no major ninja forces, but it passes through 2 mountainous areas. Ordinary merchant caravans traveling alone might encounter rogue ninjas. Do we need to arrange long-term escorts? Meichin asked. No. Shiri Hong thought carefully for a moment and pointed to a town on the map. We can set up a transfer point here, allowing Konoha ninjas assigned to escort duty to rotate. This won't increase mission costs too much, and it can also handle unexpected situations promptly. Meichin nodded, gently noting down her suggestions beside the contract. This is a good idea. Receiving approval, a smile appeared on Shiri Hong's face. Joshinai, seeing the 3 of them already discussing business, could only free one hand to help Chinyu hold up a corner of the contract. There's another article here, believe it. Although she wasn't good at handling contracts, she didn't want to do nothing at all. Chinyu glanced at where she pointed. That's the checkpoint tax. I know, you're holding it upside down. Joshinai looked down and realized the page in her hand was indeed reversed. The carriage fell silent for a moment. Meichin gently pressed her lips together. Shiri Hong also quickly lowered her head, pretending to continue studying the map. Joshinai's cheeks gradually reddened. Why do contracts have to be written so complicated, believe it? This is already the version Meichin organized. Then it must have gotten turned around earlier. Joshinai turned the contract the right way and said with a serious expression, now it's normal, isn't it? Chinyu suppressed a smile. It's normal now. Soon the carriage fell completely quiet. Only the soft sound of pages turning and the occasional suggestions from Shiri Hong remained. Joshinai, holding Naruto, was responsible for holding up the contract for Chinyu. Meichin sorted the contracts they had brought back one by one, then handed them to Chinyu in order of priority. Shiri Hong marked the map, circling all the potentially dangerous areas. The 3 who had been arguing about tonight just a moment ago gradually began to work together more and more harmoniously. Chinyu looked at the 3 surrounding him, and the warmth in his eyes deepened. What they wanted was never just a matter of order. They simply didn't want to be left out. Before long, the last contract was confirmed. Meichin carefully packed away all the documents, and Joshinai stretched her slightly sore wrist. Shiri Hong drew the final mark on the map and casually lifted the carriage curtain. The sky outside had already darkened considerably. On both sides of the road, the familiar forest came into her view. Beyond the forest, the outline of Konoha could be seen in the distance. Shiri Hong was about to alert the others when suddenly a familiar presence came from behind. Chinyu had somehow come to her side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, looking at the village drawing nearer. Shiri Hong's voice trailed off. Chinyu lowered his head slightly and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "We're home." Yuhi Kurenai's body stiffened instantly. Our home. Those 4 words echoed incessantly in her mind, and her cheeks, which had just returned to normal, flushed once more. She had never imagined she would become a member of the Namikaze estate. But now Chiharu had told her personally that it was her home too. Yuhi Kurenai opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly felt 2 gazes on her back. She turned around instinctively. Kushina was holding Naruto, her red eyes fixed on her. Mikoto sat on the other side, still wearing a gentle smile, but her eyes held a hint of curiosity. Yuhi Kurenai's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly returned to her seat. What's wrong? Kushina asked directly. Nothing. Really? Really? Yuhi Kurenai lowered her head to put away the route map, not daring to meet her gaze. Kushina narrowed her eyes. She had clearly seen Chiharu whisper something into Kurenai's ear. And after that Kurenai's face had turned red. There was definitely something fishy. Chiharu, what did you say to Kurenai? I said we've arrived at Konoha. Just that, eh? What else? Kushina looked at Chiharu, then at Yuhi Kurenai, who was still studying the map, feeling that he had omitted a few words. Mikoto smiled softly. We're already at the village gate. Let's ask about the rest when we get back. Of course I'll get to the bottom of this. Kushina muttered under her breath, storing the matter in her heart. Soon the carriage slowed down. The driver's voice came from outside. Lord Chiharu, we have arrived at Konoha. The carriage door slowly opened. Chiharu first took Naruto into his arms, then took Sasuke from Mikoto, and stepped down from the carriage. Kushina and the other two followed. The two ninjas guarding the village gate were startled when they saw Chiharu. When they recognized the people stepping out of the carriage, their expressions turned extremely serious. Lord Chiharu. Both stood at attention, bowing their heads respectfully. Their voices were loud, drawing the attention of nearby villagers. Before Chiharu left Konoha, the guards at the gate had greeted him, but never with such reverence. However, the events of the past few days had already spread through the village. The daimyo had bowed his head, a new council had been established, and the entire trade route and tax system of the Land of Fire had fallen into Konoha's hands. The one who had accomplished all this was the man before them, Namikaze Chiharu. He was no longer just the fourth Hokage's younger brother. Chiharu nodded slightly. Good work. It is our duty. One of the guards instinctively raised his voice, standing even straighter. Chiharu said no more, carrying the two children toward the village. Kushina walked beside him, unable to suppress a smile. In the past, Chiharu had always stood behind Minato. Many people referred to him only as the fourth Hokage's younger brother. But now everyone saw Chiharu for himself. Thinking of this, Kushina felt a surge of pride. The man she had chosen would never be inferior to anyone. On the street, more and more villagers recognized Chiharu. It's Lord Chiharu. They've returned from the capital. I heard the daimyo has handed over his authority. From now on, taxes on merchant caravans at checkpoints will be reduced. Murmurs came from all sides. Some were in awe, others admiring, and shopkeepers bowed to Chiharu from a distance. Chiharu responded calmly, not pausing. Yuhi Kurenai walked at the rear, watching the looks in the eyes of those around her, feeling a bit dazed. She remembered the first time she had entered the Namikaze estate. She had only been looking for a place to avoid Asuma. Now she had followed Chiharu to accomplish something that could change the Land of Fire. And they were going home together. Before long, the familiar estate appeared before them. Chiharu pushed open the gate. The barrier offered no resistance, and a gentle chakra wave swept over the group. Kushina stepped into the courtyard completely relaxed. Finally home. She turned and took Naruto from Chiharu's arms, gently patting the child's back. Mikoto also took Sasuke, adjusting the thin blanket around him. Yuhi Kurenai was carrying a bundle, about to bring in the things from the carriage when Kushina stood before Chiharu. She hadn't forgotten the question from the carriage. Chiharu, what? Now that we're home. Yes. Aren't you going to answer? Chiharu looked at her serious expression, knowingly asking, answer what? Kushina's eyes widened. Don't play dumb. She stepped forward, holding Naruto, and lowered her voice. What's the arrangement for tonight? Yuhi Kurenai stopped moving her things. She had intended to go to her room, but her feet refused to move. Mikoto remained as well. She held the sleeping Sasuke, standing quietly with a gentle expression. She too was waiting for Chiharu's answer. Chiharu looked at Kushina, then at Mikoto and Yuhi Kurenai. Have you all been thinking about this the whole way? You kept avoiding the topic. I was just thinking about how to make it fair. At the word fair, the three women's expressions turned serious. Kushina spoke first. I'm the mistress of the house, so my opinion should come first. Mikoto asked softly, and what is your opinion? Of course. Kushina stopped mid-sentence. If she directly told Chiharu to go to her room, wouldn't that make her seem like a petty mistress? But letting the other two have him was something she was unwilling to do. After a moment of inner conflict, Kushina looked back at Chiharu. You go first. Yuhi Kurenai bit her lip. The amusement in Mikoto's eyes deepened. As Chiharu was about to speak, a figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard. The newcomer wore an ANBU mask, knelt on one knee, and his breathing was rapid. Kushina's expression immediately turned serious. Mikoto held Sasuke tighter and took a step back. Yuhi Kurenai set down the bundle, her right hand instinctively reaching for a kunai. Chiharu looked at the ANBU before him. What is it? The ANBU raised his head, removed his mask, revealing the familiar face of Kakashi. His expression was grave. Lord Chiharu, something has happened. 3 remaining root squads lost contact after Danzo's death. Kakashi paused, then continued. They took all the data from the root base regarding the Jinchuriki stability experiments. Jinchuriki stability experiment. Kushina's expression changed instantly. She instinctively hugged Naruto tighter, her once relaxed body tensing up. Naruto seemed to sense his mother's unease and stirred slightly in her arms. Kushina quickly lowered her head, gently patting his back. What do they intend to do to Naruto, you know? Her voice was soft, but a glint of killing intent had already appeared in her crimson eyes. When Danzo was alive, he had always wanted to keep Naruto under Root's control. Now that Danzo was dead, the men he left behind had taken the experimental data concerning the Jinchuriki. Kushina understood the implications better than anyone. Mikoto also frowned, shielding Sasuke in her arms as she turned her gaze to Kakashi. Does that data involve infants? Kakashi was silent for a moment. We can't confirm yet. This answer made Mikoto's eyes turn cold as well. Root had never cared about the age of their test subjects. Although Sasuke was not a Jinchuriki, he carried the Uchiha bloodline. No one could guarantee that those rogue Root shinobi wouldn't target him. Yuhi Kurenai had already grasped a kunai. Where were they last seen? The underground passage north of the Root base. Kakashi said in a low voice. By the time the Umbu arrived, only 3 guards' corpses remained. They had eliminated the scent in advance and laid interference tracking jutsu near the exit. That means they had prepared an escape route long ago. Yuhi Kurenai looked at Chinyu. I can join the pursuit. The atmosphere in the yard froze completely. The 3 women who had been discussing the knight's order just moments ago had now lost all interest in petty rivalry. They only cared about one thing: whether those men would threaten this home. The smile on Chinyu's face had vanished entirely. He first glanced at Naruto in Kushina's arms, then at Sasuke protected by Mikoto. Danzo was dead and Root had been disbanded. But the troubles left by that old man were clearly not yet cleaned up. 3 squads. How many people in total? 14. Their strength. At least Chunin with 4 jonin among them. Kakashi paused, then continued. They were all personally trained by Danzo, and their seals have already been removed in advance. Now no one knows what their final orders were. Kushina stepped forward holding Naruto. Chinyu, I'll go with you, you know. You stay? But you're needed here. Chinyu's tone was calm, but left no room for negotiation. He looked at Mikoto and Yuhi Kurenai. You two go inside as well. Kurenai's fingers tightened around the kunai. My Jinjutsu can help the Umbu find clues. We don't need you to find clues this time. Why? Because they won't escape. Chinyu said only that. Yuhi Kurenai looked into his eyes, then finally released the kunai. She knew Chinyu had made his decision. Mikoto nodded gently without asking further. She approached Kushina with Sasuke in her arms, then turned to Chinyu. Chinyu-kun, be careful. Kushina was still uneasy. She knew too well what those experiments meant and how many unspeakable things Danzo had done. But when she looked down at Naruto in her arms, she stopped. If she followed now, she would only drag Naruto into danger. Then come back soon. All right. Chinyu reached out and gently touched Naruto's little face. Go inside. Kushina nodded and walked toward the house with Mikoto. Yuhi Kurenai was the last. At the door, she couldn't help but look back. Only when Chinyu nodded to her again did she close the door. Only 2 people remained in the yard. Soon lights flickered on inside and 3 silhouettes appeared at the window. Chinyu withdrew his gaze. What's Hiruzen Sarutobi's reaction? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Chinyu to first ask about the data or the possible escape routes of the 3 squads. But the first thing he asked about was the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage has handed over full command of the Umbu. All of it? Yes. Kakashi said in a low voice. He told the Umbu to inform the Konoha council that he is old and will no longer involve himself in village affairs. Hearing this, a cold sneer appeared on Chinyu's lips. No longer involve himself. When Danzo was alive, Hiruzen Sarutobi could claim ignorance and push all of Root's deeds aside. Now that Danzo was dead and the remnants of Root had taken vital data, he used the same excuse of old age to shirk his final responsibility. This Hokage certainly had it easy. Kakashi stood there saying nothing. He knew what Hiruzen's relinquishing of power meant. From today onward, all of Konoha's Umbu would answer to Chinyu's orders. The era of the 3rd Hokage was truly over. How many Umbu can be mobilized immediately? 27. What about the Hyuga clan? Lord Hayashi has received the news and is gathering elite clan members. Chinyu nodded lightly. Block all roads around Konoha. Have the Hyuga search the underground passages. The Umbu will form teams of 3 and inspect all abandoned strongholds. Yes. Kakashi immediately acknowledged. Chinyu did not look at him again. Instead, he turned and gazed at the brightly lit house. Through the window, he could see Kushina pacing back and forth with Naruto in her arms. Mikoto was placing Sasuke into a cradle, while Yuhi Kurenai stood by the door still watching the yard warily. This was their home, and it was the place he would never allow anyone to touch. The last trace of warmth in Chinyu's eyes gradually faded. Not a single word of this data can be leaked. Kakashi's expression turned serious. Once we find them, should we bring them back for interrogation? No. Chinyu's voice was ice cold. No prisoners, no interrogation. He paused, his gaze still fixed on the interior of the house. Kill them. Burn everything they know along with their bodies to ashes.